Evil Genius's Gambit, that's a battle for the ages, and once again they butted heads. This time it was Evil Geniuses coming out on top after a 50-minute epic.
Now Krepo immediately turns around, lashes in, hooks on towards him. They do try and put the damage down towards Diamond Prox, and they may well be able to get first blood. Flashes away from it, and Krepo flashes, showing the Thresh Prince how to do it. Taking down Diamond Prox in the jungle for first blood.
Bullet time is available, but it's up to Gambit right now or lose this game.
The box comes down. Darian's Guardian Angel will get popped. The final Nexus turret will finally drop, and Evil Geniuses will take down Kaplan.
Copenhagen Wolves, they were coming up against FNATIC. They needed a victory, and they got it. And they finally took them down, taking it 3-0 for the day.
Bjergsen picks up the kill. The stun card down. That's going to be a double kill for Bjergsen. Stun card flash. sOAZ caught out. Bjergsen with a triple kill. But it is Copenhagen Wolves having a fantastic day. 3 games in 1 day. No problem. They go 3-0.
Welcome once again to the LCS studios in Cologne for the last day of Super Week. That means it's all or nothing for our teams, and the pressure is enormous as they fight to clinch their rightful spots in the standings today. Yesterday, we saw SK Gaming securing their 3rd place spot with some extraordinary plays from Candy Panda. Evil Geniuses taking the better of Gambit, and the Copenhagen Wolves returning to the LCS with an impressive 3-0. You know, every day is a great day to be a League of Legends fan, but especially today with 8 great games coming up. And to bring us up to date on the standings and the matches for today, I'll send you over to the lovely, talented and handsome Lee Deman Smith and Jason Kaplan.
Oh, poor Jason. You never get handsome or lovely at all. Thank you very much, Sjokz. You are looking wonderful again today. It is the final day of Super Week. Super Sunday, ladies and gentlemen. We do have 8 huge games for you today. And first up, let's check out the results from yesterday and the standings, of course, to see where it's all at stake. So starting off, Jason, take us through the first 3 games.
Well, we start off the day with the Copenhagen Wolves versus the Dragonborns, and the Wolves were back after a bye week, and everyone's wondering, like, how good would they actually do? And they use this kind of team composition with global presence with a Shen, a Twisted Fate, and Ashe, and they took a victory in a very one-sided fashion. And of course, the next match was SK versus against Authority, and you know, with SK on the brink of clinching that 3rd place standings, they wanted to get that win. They wanted to lock down that spot. And with both teams looking very strong after their performances the previous day, we were expecting a very close game, but yet again, we saw another very one-sided match, and SK took that win. And of course, we followed that up with Dragonborns versus Gambit. It was the top of the table versus the bottom of the table clash. And DRAGONBORNS were looking to control their destiny a little bit and who they play in the promotion series, but GAMBIT wouldn't let that happen. And Alex, yet again, on his Twisted Fate, reminding us why he's one of the best mid players in the world.
And then it was the Wolves. They continued their run, taking down the Giants in a dominant performance. Next up, of course, it was an age-old battle between Evil Geniuses and GAMBIT, and the balance was restored. EG managed to pull off a great win over the Russians to draw 2-2 for the season. And finally, another battle for the ages. FNATIC clashed into the Copenhagen Wolves, who looked to have been unstoppable throughout the day as they picked up a victory, taking them 3-0 for the day. So let's have a look at the standings. At the top of the table right now, it is GAMBIT. They are 2-1 this week so far. Of course, that loss to Evil Geniuses yesterday was a big upset for them. But FNATIC, they thought they could get that first place, but no. The Copenhagen Wolves, they took them down at the end of the day, and it wasn't to be. SK Gaming continued the trend. They're 2-1 after their loss to FNATIC. They didn't lose to Evil Geniuses. They haven't done that yet. That's later on today.
Yeah,
that's the last game of the day. Maybe I've just pulled out the crystal ball. Who knows? Evil Geniuses, though, they have picked up their first win of the weekend. They are 1-2, beating GAMBIT yesterday.
And of course, Wolves, the only team so far in Super Week to be undefeated, going 3-0 with that amazing victory over FNATIC. And we have to point out, they are one game away from EG. So we could see a swap happen in the standings where they could take 4th place, and that would be a great finish for them after going 0-9 in the beginning of the season. Against Authority, they did start off with 2-1 records so far. And Giants and DRAGONBORNS both 0-3 and kind of locked down in those bottom 2 positions.
Yeah, it's sad times for the bottom of the table, both 0-3, but that is where everyone is right now in the league. And if the playoffs were to happen right now, let's take a look at how it works out for them. Because as it stands, remember, 4th place 5th and 3rd place 6th. That would be SK Gaming versus Against All Authorities and Copenhagen Wolves versus Evil Geniuses. And that also means that 2nd and 1st sitting in them semi-finals places does mean that FNATIC would be there waiting for SK and AAA, and GAMBIT would be ready and waiting for EG versus the Wolves.
Damon, look at that round 1. That is not going to be an easy match at all. I mean, the entire playoffs, there's going to be not one easy match.
So those playoffs, by the way, are next week. That will all be happening Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So be sure to tune into all that. You can, of course, check out all the stats, match previews, recaps, replays over at lolesports.com. So let's look at what we got today. If I could speak, it would be beautiful. Beautiful start to the day. And we do have on your screens those matches. So starting off the day, pride is at stake in the first game. It is DRAGONBORNS, currently bottom of the table, facing off against FNATIC. If they could get a win, it wouldn't mean jack diddly to them, but it would be a very nice win for them nonetheless. After that, of course, after yesterday's defeat, GAMBIT, they could be out to prove a point as GAMBIT facing off against All Authority in the second match of the day. And then it's SK Gaming, currently 3rd place secured. They're going to be facing the Giants.
Of course, we have right after that the highlight match of the day for me. It is Evil Geniuses versus Copenhagen Wolves. And after the clash, it counts. The Evil Geniuses are going to be facing against the Wolves for the 4th place position here, and we'll see how that kind of happens. And of course, we have Giants versus FNATIC coming up right after that. Currently 3 wins for FNATIC looking against them in the series, and they're trying to have a flawless series against the Giants. Copenhagen Wolves versus the GAMBIT. The Wolves looked amazing in their opening matches of the Super Week, going 3-0 so far and taking down FNATIC, but the real challenge lies ahead with their game versus GAMBIT.
And then, of course, with both teams now locked in their respective positions after 2 days of Super Week, these teams will be using their opportunity to prepare for the playoffs in Against All Authorities' case and the promotion tournament in DRAGONBORNS' case. Then the final game of the day. It's a big one, ladies and gentlemen. We close out the Super Week with the regular season, I should say, because we've had 10 fantastic weeks of League of Legends, and the spring split will be finishing off with Evil Geniuses versus SK Gaming. Every time these two teams meet is always explosive, and with the victory over GAMBIT yesterday, EG is looking fantastic. I couldn't think of a better way to end the Super Week and the spring split than with these two teams going head-to-head. Fantastic matches today. I think we'll both agree there's a lot of games that don't mean a great deal, but there's a lot of games that do as well. So bear with us throughout the whole day because it should be a fantastic show. So those are the games ahead of us today. And before we start, we want to hear what you have to say. So to give us a good explanation is Sjokz in our beautiful yellow dress.
Thank you very much. All right, our Twitter question for today is, what team do you think has the biggest chance of an upset win in the playoffs and why? You know, you can reach us at LOLesports, #LCS on Twitter for the answer to that question and, of course, your opinion on anything LCS. And as always, we'll respond to your tweets later in the show. Now, in an interview on Friday, sOAZ told me, we are top 2, but we want to be number 1. To show that they deserve that top spot in the standings, they'll need to dismiss the Dragonborns once and for all. FNATIC versus the Dragonborns in the first match of the day after the break.
Even though we are 8, we have chances for 6. I mean, worst case scenario, we'll go to the qualifications, and I hope we will just go for the second half and play better there.
If we are 7th or 8th place, we'll end up having a bye week before the relegation matches, and we're gonna bootcamp and train really hard. I think we're gonna end up playing Icho Makers, and we defeated them before, and we're probably gonna do it again.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to get the Epic Days gaming started. So let's get into the first match without further ado. It's Dragonborns versus FNATIC right now. So, Dragonborns, well, they just said they could try and get to 6th place. Joe Miller just laughing. He's completely got me in the giggles. But, unfortunately, they're in 8th place. They can't get into 6th spot. And, you know, it's interesting to see the manager saying, we're going to boot camp. Should they not have been doing it for the last 10 games?
Yeah, I mean, well, Yes, because they need to come together as a team. We'll just say yes to start off. But I'll explain. It's like, and yeah, they need to come together as a team. And they kind of knew, like, they were kind of in like a downward spiral, like emotionally as a team. Just they couldn't seem to get wins. They were, 0-14 at some point. And they know, if we don't win these relegation promotion tournament, then how are we going to keep our LCS career alive? And they have to win that. So they need to give it their all in those, a week, about 10 days they have to practice.
Well, of course, they've run a number of different builds as well, Dragonborns. They're trying to keep everything alive, trying to keep people on their toes. But the problem is they're up against FNATIC, who've done just that as well.
Yes.
They've played Nunu yesterday. The top lane worked out brilliantly for sOAZ.
Yeah, they can play pretty much anything. And since they're already in the top of the table, I wouldn't be surprised if they're practicing a couple of more different strategies, just to try a couple of new champions, maybe even see Draven in the top lane for sOAZ if they can lock that in somehow. But, FNATIC already 2-1 in the Super Week, looking so strong, even after their loss against the Wolves. Like, that game was still relatively close the entire time, but the Wolves were able to pull out, like, a rabbit out of their hat and just, well, they had Twisted Fate, so they did, but they got enough kills to be able to turn the game around.
See what you did there, ladies
Yeah,
and gentlemen.
that was
So
pretty lame,
let's get into the lineups, though. It's going to be YamatoCannon in the top lane, Maluno, Shushei, HosaN, and Muvert.
And of course, for FNATIC, we have sOAZ, Cyanide, xPeke, we have Blank, which is actually YellowStar, and nRated.
Oh, that blank YellowStar. Poor little blank YellowStar. But YamatoCannon in that top lane, he's currently, he's coming to the team, and he's done okay. He's actually done okay for them since he's moved into it.
Yeah, I mean, considering he has a lot on his shoulders, like, he is a play caller for their team. So trying to come into a team and adjust your play calling to what the team likes to use, likes to do, is really relatively hard. But then to go against the top players in Europe, in the top lane, is also not an easy feat. So he has a lot of stress, a lot of weight on his shoulders, and he's been slowly lifting that off. But it's going to come down to if he can do that in time for the relegation.
Well, so we have a spinning camera shot of Peke and Cyanide there. Peke didn't look too impressed, I've got to be honest. He was just like, what are you doing? What are you doing, son? And it's a YOLO morning for Cyanide, I think, as well. sOAZ, of course, in that mid lane, the shot caller, I guess you could say, for FNATIC. Let's see what shots he does call. Twisted Fate being banned out, as well as Draven. No surprises there. Zed and Lux, thick and fast. These bans keep coming. And who is going to be left available? Jarvan, the fourth, may well sneak through here.
Yep, well, it's the one shape that Maluno's been playing quite a bit. Cyanide can play pretty much anything at this point in that jungle. They do take away a Shen, which we have seen used in the jungle previously. And of course, Thresh being taken away by FNATIC, so they don't want Muvert on him. And they also don't want xPeke obviously on that Twisted Fate, or even, HosaN on his patented Draven.
So they went for Elise as first pick, which does mean that FNATIC could go for Jarvan. I would absolutely love sOAZ to lock in that team. We saw him doing it in the 1v1. Didn't work out quite so well. We did see Nunu in there as well, but it could be a champion he uses in that top lane again. It does require the whole team to work as one to just pull them in towards that Nunu. It's not just something you can just run on your own in solo queue. Ladies and gentlemen, just telling you, giving you a public service announcement right there. Don't run it in solo queue.
And we saw it with Gambit yesterday. Alex, he kept trying to use his ultimate, but he had to pair it with the crescendo out of Edward, and they just couldn't time or sync correctly, and he never really got off an amazing ultimate, not back to their old Empire days, which we saw back at Kiev. But they do lock in the Nasus, so we're going to see a pretty standard jungle right there out of him. And the thing is, we expect Nasus to be in the jungle, but we have seen Cyanide run Nunu in the jungle before. But with sOAZ playing him in the top lane, we should expect it there.
So Jarvan the fourth being locked in, as well as Misfortune. They are almost standard picks these days. YellowStar on Twitch, it's something he's been running a number of times, the last few games running. And he switches across to Tristana just to keep me on my toes.
See, my question, Demon, is the Elise pick we've seen it run as support for SK, finally. We saw it originally back before with Krepo. Will Muvert give it his own hand at that?
Oh, we'll see. We'll see whether he does go with it. This is the time to try things. They're looking at the possible 8th place spot right now is most likely where, in fact, it is where the Dragonborns are going to be. They can't get into 7th, can they?
No, they can't.
They've secured that 8th spot. Well done, Dragonborns. You have that last spot secured.
So harsh.
It's been a hard-fought week for them, really, because they didn't start. They weren't here for the first week, or the second, actually, I think. And they didn't even come into it till the 3rd week, if I recall. And they started off so well. They picked up wins in that first week, but they haven't picked up too many since.
Yeah. And going back to the picture real quick, because we see Kha'Zix is picked. So we've seen sOAZ yesterday against the Wolves on him. Didn't do all that great. So I'm actually curious to see if xPeke might run him. Or maybe we'll see what Gambit did and xPeke would be on Nunu himself.
It could be the support Nunu. It could be nRated on Nunu.
That is true.
I'm expecting that to be Peke. So he's going to be yumping around without a care in the world.
Very true. And we all know how strong a Kha'Zix can really be. Against the line they have so far, I was going to say it would be pretty good a champion to use against them, but with that Kayle potentially being locked in, which we have seen Muvert use as support, that will kind of counter and potentially stop the resets that will come in from that champion.
So we're waiting for the final picks to come from the Dragonborns. Kale has been a champion of choice for Shushei this season. Worked sometimes it just didn't. But hopefully for them it will work.
Yeah,
against the Kazakhs in the mid.
He can. Well, the thing is, it's
of
like
course, he's gonna go Cannon. It's gonna be AP Cannon.
Okay, so he's gonna do that again. Looks like, or maybe Cannon support. Or even a top lane, because we have seen Freddy wants to be in the top lane.
You know it is.
Well, yeah, I just want to look at the hopes of what they can go.
The guy dresses himself up as Kennen. He actually wears a Kennen suit, so we know he's going to play Kennen.
It didn't work out well for him yesterday, though, I have to say. He wasn't really able to do too much, and the thing is, he obviously can harass from range. He's going to build like the 2 Dorn's Blades he did yesterday, but if Kazakh gets on top of you, even with your Lightning Rush, he's going to be able to burst you down very quickly. Like, even at level 2, that's when you kind of go for the jump, and with the Q, you just try to blow them up as fast as possible, and we'll see how that works out.
Well, I mean, I saw Shushei earlier on. He's obviously brought his dog in. He said, I don't give a...
Truck?
I think that's what he was aiming for.
Yeah, I think that's what he said.
I think that's what he was going for.
Well, yeah. So, I mean, why not? I mean, it's your last day in LCS Spring Split. You know you're going to be having to play the promotion series, so why not do whatever you want?
Do what you like. No cares given is the phrase that we can use on air. And Zyra, the last pick for FNATIC. That means it will be nRated, sOAZ, and the top lane. And it will be Kazakhs in that mid lane once again. So, should be a good FNATIC lineup.
Or will it?
Dragonborns, of course, they've got a good lineup themselves. Or will it indeed? I'd be happy to see xPeke running it in the mid lane. We could see some completely different changes. You know, they are still fighting for that first spot. So, there's still a lot to play for FNATIC.
That is very true. And we saw Alex... We saw you ran him yesterday, but he ran him in the top lane. So we might see that happen against that Elise. It wouldn't be too bad since she has that range to harass you as they keep switching around on us every couple of seconds. You know, the extra heal you get as well will be very hard for Elise to push you out of lane, but we'll see what they actually go with. And I'm curious to see how well YellowStar uses this Twitch with the Zyra combo. Because you obviously have the Blood Boil late game, so Twitch is going to just destroy people late game. But the lane comp they have, as even Dragonborns are still switching up. And when we get this finally locked in, we can tell you what is happening. And the crystal ball is definitely broken today, Deman, because we do have, well, I still messed it up a little bit too, but we do have Shushei on Kale in the mid lane, and YamatoCannon's going to be running Cannon in the top. And that means Muvert on support Elise.
Yeah, so a couple of changes coming in there. xPeke has got the Kazakhs back as well. A cheeky grin from Muvert there, and a shot at the crowd. You can see the FNATIC manager in there. Now the All-Star manager as well. The coach running, having to control 3 crazy Russians, a German, and a Frenchman. An Englishman, put him in charge, why not?
It sounds like a good start to a joke. They all walk into a bar.
Sounds like a good start to a war to me. I don't know.
Oh god.
It's going to be one of those days, ladies and gentlemen. So they are the Dragonborns. They are going to be starting as the blue team. And it's an early morning for Maluno there as the morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to get underway. It is going to be the blue team Dragonborns. Going to be on your screen in just a moment. They are on your screens in person. And there is the red teams of FNATIC. So it is the 10th week. And some would say normally it would be a decade of aggression, ladies and gentlemen. But hell awaits for these teams as we get underway. And the Antichrist, a.k.a. Shushei, is about to see if he can work his magic, Kale, in that mid lane. We'll see whether it does work out, though. And YellowStar, he's going looking, see whether they're going to get any crazy level 1 stuff.
And see if he can use that stealth as Twitch to get out of another death that it might have happened. But we do see the Dragonborn side already. 4 red pots picked up. We saw that happen yesterday. It didn't really work out well for them because they weren't able to really make any plays off of it. And also, before we do get underway, I want to point out that YamatoCannon's using 13 flat armor pen, 10 flat magic pen, and 8% magic pen. So he's looking for a lot of early harassment so as to try to push him out of lane.
Well, we'll see if he does manage to push him out of lane. We do see sOAZ in that top area, so it looks like it will be a Nunu versus Cannon in the top lane. YellowStar is backing right now, though, so we could see a change around. nRated is up there, and he's just checking out those bushes, throwing out the grasping roots. Nobody showing for them. Looks like Muvert and HosaN are going to be switching, so FNATIC are simply responding to that. It's amazing just how much they could tell off just that tiny little bit of vision they had.
The thing is, if we do see Dragonborns head towards the top side with HosaN and Muvert, I don't think that's going to be a good start for them because they have to get their level 2. If we see YellowStar and nRated pick it up before them, which they have the double golems, they have the opportunity to go for it, they can force them out very quickly.
Look how many red pots that everybody has bought. There's 6 of them on the board completely. It's just crazy. Everybody wants them. So whether we see the aggression... I mean, Shushei and Kazakhs and xPeke, How do we see that standing? If they were both to go in, red pot, sort of early levels, who would come out on top?
I would imagine that would have to be xPeke, because you have the heal from that Void Spikes, obviously. You have just a lot more damage, like a lot more abilities that you can do damage with. Obviously, Shushei only has the Q, and he has a heal, and then the E for the extra range, yeah, but xPeke should be able to keep up with you because of that passive, so I'd have to give it to him. But we have seen this matchup before, and we've seen how it's gone as well before.
Well, YellowStar's been spotted out here. HosaN using that strut's going to get a couple of extra shots on towards YellowStar, trying to use that push to his advantage, but he's going to take a hell of a lot of beating there from HosaN. And he's already down below half health, having to chug through those potions. Ooh, if that cocoon from Muvert had landed, he would have been a dead rat.
So that early... The lane slots we saw happen for FNATIC and for DRAGONBORNS ended up working out in DRAGONBORNS' favor, even though they weren't able to get double golems. Because nRated went over to the red buff to help out Cyanide, you saw YellowStar just pushed out right away. That means HosaN's going to have control. He should be able to hit level 2 before him and gets a lot of early damage in.
And look at that, Peke and Shushei going straight at it in that mid lane. Former teammates, of course, and it is Peke that's coming out worse off so far to Shushei.
You see Shushei actually popped his red pot already just in the middle of that fight because he want to get that early damage in, maybe even try to force him out of the lane, but we do have sOAZ getting ganked in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Maluna's going to come sliding through. sOAZ does get caught out there, and he has to burn that flash very early on. But it's really, you've got to get the ganks on towards that Nunu early because he's just going to be such a pain in the lane later on. But Cyanide now, he's sneaking in the bush.
Yeah, we heard sOAZ, we heard Alex talk about Nunu in a solo lane. Like, he's very susceptible to ganks early on, and if you don't apply that pressure, he can just get to that point where he's an immovable object. And you're seeing Cyanide camp him a little bit just to try to help him out here to see if Luna wants to come back yet again. sOAZ has no wards towards the bottom side of the map, but it looks like it's going to... Well, actually, it's going to work out as you do see Luna heading over.
Yep. sOAZ is ready and waiting for this one, though. Maluna with that double buff. Cyanide's been very, very patient in that bushes with his own double buff there. We do see the consume coming out from sOAZ. He's going to walk away from this one. The ignite comes through, and now Cyanide shows himself, but he's a little bit too late. And first blood does go down. It's Maluna that picks it up. He flashes away. I don't think Cyanide can pick anything on from this one. And meanwhile, in the mid lane, Shushei is being pressured. Peke finally using his red buff.
Yeah, it looks like Cyanide just went in just a little bit too late because sOAZ just took a little bit too much damage that he could actually heal from. With the ignite being used right away, that means that consume he was going to use was cut in half, so the extra time that Cyanide had to get in got cut short, and he wasn't really expecting that. And then we saw in the middle lane, Shushei being forced to flash away because they went head-to-head. xPeke still has this available, but that shows that Kha'Zix does beat KO early on. And as the game's going to progress a little bit further, Shushei should be able to keep up with him quite well.
Well, they're desperately trying to get that level 3 right now. YellowStar's had to return back to lane. You can see both DRAGONBORNS members, Muvert and HosaN, have got their level 3 already, and the pressure is definitely on to FNATIC right now in the early phases of the game, but that's what they needed. This had to work for them with all that many red pots.
Yes, and they finally were able to make something off of it. Like we talked about yesterday how they had the 4-pot run as well, but they didn't have anything happen from it. Like, they didn't get any kind of kills, but luckily with that, they're able to kind of get their little bit of edge in the game that they're going to need to be able to take down FNATIC, who's been just so on form this entirety of Super Week.
Lashes coming out from nRated. He's going to try and tow him down, but a double up from HosaN, it keeps him poked back further and further. He's still only at level 3, only just hitting level 3, by the way. nRated there. YellowStar, of course, at 4. He was in the lane a lot earlier on. So we do see YamatoCannon returning to that top or bottom lane, as it is, the solo lane, with an amplifying tome, actually. So he's looking to get a bit of a ability power early on to try and poke out that sOAZ. I wonder how that's going to work compared to the Dawn's Ring.
I think he's actually going to go for a revolver off of that item because he keeps being harassed easily by sOAZ just being in the lane at all. We do see a 4-man gank heading towards the top side here. Will they be able to pick up a kill?
There's a war ensemble in the top, and it could well be raining blood right now as they dive in towards there. Cyanide catches on towards HosaN. He is going south of heaven right now. We do see Muvert. He's going in. Maluno is going to go down. It could be an altar of sacrifice there, and it is going to be Peke that picks up the kill.
And I don't know if it's over just yet. Muvert's trying to run away, but Cyanide's in hot pursuit. We do see xPeke coming in from the side as well. I think he's going to get caught here, and it will be 3 kills for 1 death.
Well, Muvert's going to be hoping that Jesus saves, because I don't think he's going to be able to get it out of this one. And Peke could well just jump straight across. Oh, the voice spikes miss! He repels to the minions. Fantastic! Jesus does save him.
Well, great play out of Muvert right there, escaping, using all his abilities to the perfect extent of it. But still, you can't forget that FNATIC did pick up those 2 kills in the top lane. We had 1 going over to YellowStar, so now he's 1-0-1, and we had 1 kill going over to xPeke, so it makes it hard for Shushei to even lane against him.
Well, fantastic play all across the map. Still 2-2 between these teams, 300 gold, and see them Ice Blast. They keep coming out from sOAZ. He keeps getting that poke on towards him. Still no towers getting anywhere near down. Let's have a look across the items that they have pitched up there. We can see Vampiric Scepter for HosaN. Still no items for YellowStar. Hasn't been back to buy yet. just gone back there, but Peke goes leaping in towards Shushei. Doesn't quite catch him out, though. Did use that ultimate to try and get that speed advantage, but it didn't work out in his favor.
So you touched on items a little bit. We see that Molino picked up a Spirit Stone, which is a very interesting item. You obviously have two choices between the Razor and that item, and usually you see most Sharvins go for the Razor, but with this Spirit Stone, I'm curious to see if he's going to go into that early damage item, the Spirit of the Ancient Lizard, Spectral Wraith, one of those two. One of those, actually, Ancient Lizard.
I love the question in your voice as you say it.
There's like 3 versions of them, so I'm just trying to remember which one, but go for that early damage item, as we saw Sven Skaren do yesterday against FNATIC.
Well, we get double Doran's Blade, though, for YellowStar. He went back to buy it as well as that longsword, so going to keep the damage down as well as the hit point gain. You can see him going aggressive on towards HosaN, dodges out of that cocoon again, and he's been rooted down as well. YellowStar's going to go full on aggressive on this one. He does manage to make it stick. Now Muvert's going to try and turn it around. Can he get on towards that rat? He wants to pick up a dead skin mask, but it's not going to happen, and he is going to go down. It's a double kill for YellowStar. It is a season in the abyss.
And that is the result of YellowStar picking up those 2 Doran's Blades and that longsword right away. Instead of going for boots to try to keep up with HosaN's speed on Misfortune, he wanted that early damage. He wanted to try to push him out, get some early kills, and really make his stamp on that lane. He did it right there. Now 3-0-1. He's down in CS, but it doesn't matter. Those 3 kills are going to give him way more gold than that 12 CS would have.
So we'll see whether Molino manages to hold out that top lane away from him. YellowStar going to go back and buy a lot of that gold he's just picked up. He's 3-0-1 right now. So we'll see what he goes back to buy. Of course, Tear of the Goddess was picked up. We see sOAZ using that absolute 0 to clear the way. He's going to go back and buy as well. Vampiric Scepter does come out for YellowStar. And that Tear of the Goddess is going to continue building. We do see YamatoCannon. He does have that Hex Drinker on there, as you mentioned. Sorcerer's Boots coming out straight away from Shushei. Very early on item there.
Yeah, he wants that speed increase to really help out. So you're going to have xPeke. Obviously, you can slow him with that Void Spikes when he obviously gets out of range or out of vision. But Shushei needs that speed to just stay away from him. He has the heals, so he's going to get that extra speed boost. But that allows him to harass a lot more to xPeke. He's got to be able to get his blue buff here, as xPeke will have his own. And that's just going to be really hard for him to deal with in the middle lane.
So, Blue Wolf and Tear of the Goddess, there's just going to be constant spam, isn't there, coming out from there with the Void Spikes. No messing around. Cyanide, he's going to be starting off the Dragon. We've seen this happen a number of times with NASA's players, and just coming up to 9 minutes in, there's a ping going down. They're not too sure whether sOAZ has company in that bottom lane. They don't really know where Molino is right now, but it looks like he's going to be heading towards that mid lane. He's going to get spotted out by that ward. And the Dragon is going to go down solo for Cyanide.
And I'm curious to see right now what happens in terms of sOAZ, what he wants to go with this build. We saw yesterday with Alex on Gambit. He went for the Spirit of the Spectral Wraith very early on and a Chain Vest. And because of that, he went for around an 18-minute Baron. I want to know if sOAZ is going to do that yet again. He has a Revolver, so it's not necessarily the same build, but it's going to help him out quite a bit. It all depends on if he can actually get to that top lane, if turrets come down early on.
Okay, back in towards that mid lane. Throws out the Void Spikes towards Shushei. Shushei with the blue buff of his own. He's going to be able to put the pressure back on, but we do see Molino hanging around there, ready and waiting to go. Shushei puts the ping ward down, tries to bait Peke in towards that bush, try and pull him away from that turret as much as he can. Remember, he's only at level 8. He won't have that jump evolved right now, so he won't be able to leap away quite so hugely. Doesn't have flash either at the moment, so this is a good time for Molino to try and set that gank up.
And that's actually perfect timing, because Shushei knows his flash was up before xPeke, because he had to use it a little bit different time. So he needs to take advantage of this. Molino was sticking around, still is trying to make something happen here, but we are going to see Cyanide come around. Looks like we actually will see some action happening soon.
Oh, I think he just got spotted by the Banana Bush ward there. No, they do ping it out, and immediately they back off from this one. Peke making a move down towards the bottom. They're all going to dive in towards sOAZ, it seems. He's stacked in towards that bottom turret. There's going to be a 3-man dive from DRAGONBORNS, but look at FNATIC getting in position ready.
They're going to dive him with only 1 interrupt out of that Jarvan and the Ken if he can land the stun, but looks like FNATIC might try to turn this around, as they do defend it quite well. The Ghost coming in from Cyanide.
The Ghost from Cyanide gets on towards Shushei. He's going to use the intervention so early on, and that's a little too early. He flashes out of the absolute 0. Molino goes in there. Peke leaps in. He's going to get Cataclysm on towards him. Shushei does get the kill. He finally manages to take him down. They're going to try and turn this one around. Cyanide, though, in all sorts of trouble. YamatoCannon, he flashes away, tries to turn it back on towards Cyanide. The knock-up from Molino, it might be enough. YamatoCannon goes down. Cyanide should follow, and it's going to be a 1-for-1 back and forth between sOAZ and Molino. Jungler versus top laner. Can he catch him down? Oh, the Ice Blast going to come through, but he's so low on mana. Then you can see the slide away. Flashes through. He's going to have another Ice Blast. The shield comes out, but it's not going to be enough. One more basic attack. It's a mandatory suicide for Molino.
Great play, a 3-for-2 in the end for FNATIC right there, but wow, the jukes coming out of Molino, but sOAZ keeping up with him at every step of the way. Has a red buff now. You saw the ultimate get interrupted, and we talked about how important that ulti is for these team fights to happen, but right there obviously didn't matter too much.
So, how do things stand? 7-4, FNATIC with the advantage, 2,000 gold up. Just 11.5 minutes in this top lane. It's actually been pretty close between them, despite the fact it's been a 3-0-1 YellowStar getting that double kill. He is still behind in CS ever so slightly. Peke passing through that ward. He's going to be spotted going towards that top lane, so he's not as sneaky as he wishes. Instead, he just goes back to the race. Let's have a look towards the mid lanes between them. Shushei and Peke, 97 to 92 CS, but Peke, of course, with that 1 kill advantage. Now with the BF sword on top of that Tear of the Goddess has been stacking for a very long time now.
Okay, we see the items coming in for sOAZ. He did go for the Spectral Wraith item. He has a Chain Vest, so we could see a very early Baron coming out of him. We don't see a Pink Ward just yet on him, as there is currently one right there, but YellowStar trying to come in for gank on the mid lane.
Has to use the intervention, and Maluna comes in, tries to turn this back around. Shushei goes aggressive, but Peke and YellowStar there. The Voice Boys come back out. Cyanide pokes him down with that Spirit Fire, and suddenly 4 members of DRAGONBORNS trying to react to this middle aggression.
The thing is, right now, sOAZ, he wants to go for a Baron at this point, but he needs someone to cover his lane, or they'll know that's going to happen after seeing it yesterday. We still have DRAGONBORNS stacking up in that middle lane, and nothing really happening towards the top side. Cyanide's trying to come around, trying to make something happen, but xPeke alone, 1v4, is just keeping him there.
Yeah, YamatoCannon came up the river as well, but it wasn't to beat, and they do give the back-off warnings, and looks like they're going to fight quite aggressively for this blue buff. Oh, we do see Peke. He jumps across the Voice Box. They're not quite in range, though. Shushei, unfortunately, well, he reset that golem, mainly for the fact that it saved it from being stolen away by Peke.
And Deman, this entire game, we've seen so many wards on the top side for DRAGONBORNS, so many pink wards to trying to get control of those top bushes, but look what FNATIC did. They have 3 pink wards down around the top side. They really want to deny any vision away from DRAGONBORNS, and this has to mean that FNATIC might go for an early Baron in about 2 minutes.
Peke is putting a lot of damage on that mid turret right now, and it looks like he's going to maybe even go aggressive on Maluna. Maluna very, very low there. But luckily for him, the minion wave came Congo lining back up there, and he does clear them out. But Peke is starting to be very aggressive in this mid turret.
He wants to get that down. Like, they want to apply some pressure somewhere. They know in about a minute and a half that Baron will be available, and they want to make a play somewhere, really create an opportunity for them to take it, because if they take it early on, as you see sOAZ even just ulting the wave just so he can leave and go buy up. But that early pressure will give them such an advantage if they can actually get that Baron, because they can group up. You have YellowStar's already ahead in his lane, almost has a Bloodthirster. You be able to Blood Boil him, and you have xPeke, who's already 2-1-1 and almost has his Bloodthirster on top of it as well. So they have a lot more damage than DRAGONBORNS has currently.
So that top lane, they've stayed there for a very long time. And now the Bloodthirster's nearly completed on both Peke and YellowStar. You see the Ice Blast still keep going on YamatoCannon. Such an annoying champion to play against Nunu right now. nRated, he's just off the side. He wants to try and get those grasping roots onto HosaN.
And he's trying to make it happen. He's trying to make some sort of play out of those pink wards being down, but unfortunately, HosaN playing a little bit safe. And, you know, that AP Nunu in the bottom lane or the top lane, wherever he's going to go, it's pretty much AP Trinimir version 2 right now. And you're going to see everyone playing him in that solo queue. He's just so hard to move at all, and you always have that threat of an early Baron or early Dragons being taken from you.
Explosive Spiders being thrown out from Muvert. But YellowStar and HosaN continue their farming spree in that top lane. Cyanide going to come up towards the top, see if he can make a play.
And sOAZ is heading towards the top side of the map as well. They have a 4-man gank happening potentially up there in the top side very soon. We're going to have Cyanide, it looks like, and sOAZ both solo this Baron as it comes up at exactly 15 minutes. Actually, all FNATIC sitting around next to it to help out for this. And with those plants at Desire, this should be a very easy and a very free Baron for FNATIC.
Manages to get the 3 seeds down there to see if he can manage to try and take that Baron down as quickly as possible. And he does indeed. And it looks like we're going to get sOAZ coming in there. While this is all happening, Peke, he went all the way down the bottom, almost trying to give it away, just so it's not so blatantly obvious. Absolute zero coming out from sOAZ. He's tanking it up right now. They should take this one down without DRAGONBORNS spotting it.
And the thing is, we saw this happen yesterday. DRAGONBORNS should expect this. Just looking at the items alone, they should know that something like this is going on. And FNATIC will be able to lock this down and secure it. Not to mention, they're sitting on quite a bit of gold now because of that. And now we're going to start seeing FNATIC be very aggressive, making some plays happen.
They're going straight towards HosaN. They've pinged on him, and you can see them rushing in there. The stealth comes out from YellowStar. They're rushing straight in. Can they catch on towards him? They do get the slow. The Ice Blast goes down. The ward comes in, and he tries to put the bullet time off, but he's not going to get away from this one. And now Cyanide has got Wither available in just a moment. Muvert has got Cocoon. See if he can land it on him. It's going to be so important. Ice Blast, of course, from the blood boiled up sOAZ should slow him down. Flashes through into the Baron pit, but the Ice Blast landed, and the stealth in Rat comes around and catches him off. He is his Angel of Death, but Peke is going to get taken in the bottom lane. He's going to get away from this one. Tries to repel. Cyanide's there, and he takes him down. Maluna, meanwhile, on the bottom lane. Can he catch on towards Peke? He's going to jump away from this one. Slides in, goes aggressive. aggressive on the tower. Is it going to be enough? The Cataclysm comes in. He may well be the death of him. One more tower hit. Can he take him down? Yes, he will. And Peke gets the revenge.
So even 1-for-1 straight there. And the thing was, xPeke was going head-to-head against YamatoCannon the entire time in that lane, and YamatoCannon almost took him down under his own turret. In the meantime, you are seeing FNATIC push that top lane, so they got Baron. They got 2 kills on the top side. They got 1 bottom and got a turret off of that. They just got a lot of gold income.
So, Dragonborns, they are going to have to defend out this mid lane. I think Shushei might be able to hold off this wave, and as he gets caught by the grasping roots, and YellowStar turns straight back around and puts all that damage down on him quickly, half his health stripped away. And now we see sOAZ coming around, has to use the intervention. Absolute Zero is going to come out. Will he be able to pop? Oh, he gets him! Would you believe it? sOAZ perfectly times it. It almost hit by a hallowed point.
And that is exactly what a AP Nunu can do to your team. If you sit in the middle of that ultimate and you let a full channel go off, you're not going to stay around for much longer than that.
Oh, he's going to see the Cocoon though. Cyanide's going to get caught out, but YellowStar is still there, laying down the damage. Remember, the Baron buff is still on these, and Cyanide wants to keep it on him, and he just manages to avoid the damage. Very well played.
We do see Dragon available right now. sOAZ looks like he's already heading over towards it, and with that item he has, with the consume he has, they easily can take this down very quickly. There is a ward though for Dragonborn's side, and they might try to contest it here a little bit, but they have to remember, they're up against a Baroned up FNATIC who's already strong at this point.
Yeah, he hasn't got Absolute Zero available, so he was thinking of setting things up there. So I was just going to throw that Ice Blast out. It's doing so much damage. Peke's going to try and follow up on it. He manages to get the Void Spikes down there. You can see nRated coming in. He tries to put the ultimate down. Muvert's going to get caught out there. The Grasping Root catches on towards him. Peke picks up the kill, gets the reset, jumps in towards HosaN. Barrier down, intervention on him as well. He should be able to avoid the damage here. And the FNATIC, they're going to have to back away. And now we see HosaN turn around. He puts bullet time down. Will Shushei try and follow this one through? No, doesn't look like he can. He gets on towards sOAZ. Yes, he does. And that's an even trade.
And sOAZ is trying to get there and consume one of those wraiths away, but unfortunately he just wasn't able to. Shushei did catch him here, but now Dragon being started for FNATIC. They have the damage they need right now, even with sOAZ not there. And Dragonborn's trying to stop it here, but Jarvan is back in base. They're not going to have that smite available.
Is this the right choice? YamatoCannon, he tries to throw out the shurikens, can't quite steal it away. Didn't have his ultimate available or a flash. Actually, he had his ultimate, not the flash though, so he couldn't get involved.
And we are seeing, like we talked about AP cannons the past couple of days as we saw Freddy 1-2 playing him in the top lane, is that you kind of need to go for it early Zonias, but if you get pushed around or bossed around in lane, you're not going to be able to afford that item very early on. And we do see Dragonborns is against a very heavy AD composition right now, and a slow that you're really never going to escape from. So in terms of items, I mean, he's looking good in terms of damage, but he needs some survivability in these fights.
So YamatoCannon versus Peke right now is actually working pretty well for Yamato. He's managing to keep in it. He's picked up 5 assists, but it's all about the kills for Peke. 4-2-1 right now. That tier, it must be very well stacked by now. We're getting close to being ready and waiting to turn it around. YellowStar, look at this. They're trying to camp him out here. But Cyanide and sOAZ ready and waiting.
He has flash. He has exhaust to get away if he does need to. And this is going to be a turnaround for FNATIC if they do, in fact, go for it. We have 4 members of Dragonborns now towards the top side of the map. And we're seeing YellowStar actually stealth into the bush. They're going to go for this fight.
He's going to see 4 members. He turns around, flashes out. He's going to have spray and pray available. Will he be able to use it? Cat's going to get some cats onto it. Absolute Zero is going to go down. Maluno's surely going to get popped by this one. Yes, he will. Now they're on towards Muvert. He's going to repel towards the minions. But Cyanide and sOAZ is going to continue chasing. It's Shushei. Oh, intervention comes out just at the right time. It's going to be a double kill picked up for Cyanide. And now Shushei is going to go down. It's a triple kill. He's seeing blood red right now. Can he catch on to the last one? No, he can't. He's managed to back. Very well played.
It's such a smart play out of FNATIC as well. They're like, forget Muvert. We don't want him. We want to go for the kill on a Shushei. We want to go for the kill on a HosaN. They pick those up. We see actually a engage on the bottom lane happening.
The rush comes out. Peke's going to have a jump straight in there. Only gets stunned again. The voice spike lands in. Will he be able to die by the sword? Yes, he has. And Peke gets the kill with the ignite.
And now it's 60-7, 20 minutes in for FNATIC. They already got the first Baron at 15 minutes. They're trying to go down Muvert here.
Oh, the repel comes up, but where's he going to go? He's just going straight back towards FNATIC. He could well be going down. Can he get popped off? No, the ultimate doesn't quite catch him out there. The wither comes from Cyanide, but it's not enough. And now HosaN's going to try and turn this one around. Maluno chases, but the grasping roots are there from nRated.
Great play out of nRated there to lock them down. And in the meantime, the top lane sOAZ was able to push that turret up a little bit further. We've seen item builds for FNATIC just get further and further ahead at this point. Maluno, he did go for a very early Spear of the Elder Lizard, so he wants the damage, but red buff will be stolen away by xPeke.
Peke managing to catch that one with the Void Spikes. Thought there was going to be a smite still coming in. Instead, he turns around, goes in towards Maluno, and he just gets popped where he stands. Peke picking up another kill, 61. Now the Void Spikes really starting to hurt the AD carry of HosaN there.
And the thing is, FNATIC, they look very similar to the Dragonborns we saw back in Week 4, Week 5. It's just being very aggressive, just playing like, just grouping up, picking up kills left and right and starting to snowball a game in their favor, but FNATIC's doing that to them at this point.
Look at the aggression! He just jumps onto the turret. HosaN gets caught out by some black magic there, and Peke leaping through. They're going to try and rappel through. Oh, and he got him! Very nicely played there from Muvert. Tries to turn it back around. It was YamatoCannon that picked up the kill in the end, though, and he's going to flash towards his turret. Can he be the captor of Sin on towards Shushei, though, coming around? YellowStar's going to get caught out. He gets dropped, and now Cyanide's the target. He's going to get slowed down. There's nothing he can do to escape this one. They're going to turn into the absolute zero. sOAZ is there. Brilliantly played there from Nunu from sOAZ.
And they're just sitting there in the bush saying, come on, Cyanide, get over here. We want to make that ultimate happen. And they just blew up Shushei right there. And that's with not even that much damage currently onto sOAZ. So fights breaking out left and right. And FNATIC coming out the victor here with a 10,000 gold lead at this point.
So, close action, but FNATIC definitely building up a huge advantage, and I think we're starting to see some crazy aggression coming from these both teams, and it's great to see. First game of the day, top versus bottom, or well, they will be top if FNATIC do win this game out. Of course, it does mean that GAMBIT will be chasing for that first place. As it stands, though, FNATIC looking good for taking first. Baron up in 20 seconds.
We see 4 pink where it's picked up for nRated, so they want to make sure to lock down this Baron coming up again. He even went for an early Leandries on his Zyre, which I don't believe I've ever seen that item actually get completed within 20 minutes for a team, but they are going to be going for this Baron relatively soon. They have their whole team comp available for it, and the Suned ulti will be up very shortly, which will just shred away Baron.
Peke with that Oracle on. He's going to be moving into position. Baron is now live. And that Oracle of Peke as he walks straight past the ward. Don't give a monkeys right now. Cyanide is just going to keep them at bay with that Spirit Fire. And he's going to be backed off. So, YellowStar starts off the Baron. And how are DRAGONBORNS going to be able to react to this one? Are they even going to be able to get close here? I'm not sure.
I don't think Cyanide or even sOAZ is going to let them, or not sOAZ, sorry, xPeke let them be able to do this. It's xPeke with the Oracle who's just trying to keep them away. Just trying to keep that Void Spike onto him as you're seeing the Baron fall even quicker. Muvert coming in from the side as well as Shushei. They're going to try to stop it here, but it might be the death of them.
They're going to try and come around there. sOAZ does take a bit of abuse. Remember, he's got nothing he can consume around here, so he can't manage to regen those hit points back as quickly as he can. Bullet time comes across, but doesn't really land. It's a great jump from Maluna and a fantastic Cataclysm to follow on. YamatoCannon, he's going to try and get that lightning surge on towards him. Absolute zero comes out from sOAZ, and he's going to be a triple kill for Peke. He's yumping around left, right, and center. Now he's going to chase down. Can he get the quadra kill on towards Muvert? He could get the pentakill on towards Shushei. There's going to be the intervention. He gets the quadra. He jumps. Oh, and he's going to be Shushei. He stops him, shuts him down. Cyanide, though, with the Spirit Fire, gets the kill, and it's the ace for FNATIC.
And going back and looking at how that fight happened, we saw an amazing engage out of Maluna catching 3 members of FNATIC, but you saw right there, he trapped him in the Cataclysm. We saw the Cannon ultimate coming from the side, but a nice knockup from nRated, a nice position for FNATIC overall inside of that Cataclysm, kept them out of that stun range, and they're able to turn that fight around, picking up those 4 or 5 kills.
Fantastic play for both teams right now, showing full-on aggression and really no cares given between either team, honestly. FNATIC looking very, very good for the win, though, here right now. If they can pick up this Baron, now 25-12 in kills, 12,000 gold ahead, 3-0 in turrets, and that gold is just going to stretch so much more with the Baron. And double Bloodthirster picked up by Peke now.
I was just going to point that out to you. That is just ridiculous. The only person you ever see do that is Genja on his Misfortune, or even back in his Katowice days with his Ezreal. And now he's going to give him so much damage. He's already 11-4 at this point. And the thing is, DRAGONBORNS, they've fallen over 10,000 gold behind. They don't have damage, and they also don't have the tankiness they need, as we finally see the Zhonya's picked up for YamatoCannon. So he's going to be able to really do something in these fights. But if he goes in alone, like once that Zhonya's falls off with no one else on his team going in with him, he's just going to get exploded.
And Maluna taking down the mid turret, the first turret of the game for DRAGONBORNS. They do manage to get one down there at least. It's almost a relegation material battle though for DRAGONBORNS, and unfortunately for them, it does look like they are going to be facing Meteor Makers or Dexter's Actually Evil in the playoffs, which will be in 2 weeks' time. The promotion series, I should say, not the playoffs. Playoffs will be next week. That's between the top 6 teams. And the 7th and 8th place team goes straight in towards the promotion series, whether they can stay in the league or whether we're going to have teams changing around. Of course, the same will be happening in North America the week later. So they will not be happening the same week. Don't worry, you won't be jam-packed as you have been these last week for Super Week.
And we do have FNATIC barreling down this middle lane right now. We have such a great pushing comp out of FNATIC. Nothing really DRAGONBORNS can do about this in terms of like pushing them away and stopping it since they have that Baron buff available. And it looks like we'll see the first inhibitor turret go down here, Deman.
Yeah, the voice spikes, though. Look how much damage they're doing. Shushei's going to have to back away from this one. There's going to be the inhibitor turret going down, and now HosaN's going to get caught out. Intervention comes out, but it's not going to be enough. Absolute Zero flash comes out from sOAZ. That's going to pop and explode. HosaN goes down from that one. He's almost born a fire, and now they're going to be the inhibitor. It's going to be the final thing to go down. The post-mortem on this will not look good for DRAGONBORNS, but it does not matter because FNATIC, they're trying to clear out. Peke's gone a little bit too deep. The rappel comes out. It's a Spirit in black, and he gets dropped down. He is going to be very high in the score, though, and it looks like FNATIC are going to be able to close this one down. The expendable youth did not quite work out for DRAGONBORNS, and they just needed a little bit of chemical warfare to take them down. And that is the end of the decade of aggression for FNATIC.
Great job of the entire game. The aggression they applied throughout the entire time, which is unmatched by anyone of DRAGONBORNS, and they will be able to close out this game and get their first place standing back. Or as I say that, they're running away, but if they do win the game, obviously they get their first place back in the standings.
Well, Yamato, oh, look at YellowStar. He's just stealth around the back, comes around, stops the spray and pray. Doesn't even bother with spray and pray. He doesn't even need it because he's got that much damage. He's just poking him straight down. FNATIC having fun to finish off this game. He just dodges out that shuriken, throws out. Look at that. It's just how much damage those ice blasts are doing right now. Hasn't got a great deal of mana. He's doing a dance. He's doing a little dance around the fountain, going in towards their YamatoCannon. He's just going to get held off. And FNATIC, they want to finish this one off, but they're waiting for Peke to get in there, the main killer.
And even a surrender vote coming out for the DRAGONBORNS. This is 1-2. They haven't actually surrendered fully here. It looks like a couple of members of them want to give this a go, so like they still have a chance. But Molino trying to come in with those home grounded boots, not really able to engage here. But we do have xPeke coming in down the lane. This is going to be the final fight right here, Deman.
Well, he's on 12-5-4 right now, Peke. So as soon as he gets in there, I expect the tide will turn. Not so easy for me to say, it seems, after the first game of the day. Oh, dear me.
Oh, but here they go, Deman. The one Nexus turret remaining. They're going to go for the win.
It's 13-30 right now, and it's going to be a dominant performance for FNATIC. They're finally getting on towards it. The grasping roots on towards Shushei. Intervention. You're going to see he's going to try and get caught out. The void spikes finish him off. YellowStar jumps in. Cataclysm comes down. They finally get hold of that rat. Absolute Zero pops off from sOAZ. It's going to be a YamatoCannon just trying to avoid it with Azonia's Hourglass, but Peke jumps straight back on towards him. They don't want to finish it yet. They're not purposely taking down the Nexus turrets or the Nexus. It's almost like an Aram. They just want kill after kill. It's all about KDA right now. They're trying to chase it down. HosaN gets on towards the fountain. Can he turn the aggression back around? Nexus turret finally taking some damage. The rappel comes out. Muvert, he wants to get on towards Peke, but it's not going to happen. The blood boiled up sOAZ. He's going to catch into her. Peke jumps in, jumps out again. No problem. He's got this one covered. He's read all of the tips from Ocelot.
And FNATIC now going to take that first place standing back over GAMBIT here. Well played game by both teams, you have to say, because DRAGONBORNS did hold on for quite a bit into the beginning of the game, but with 34-14 with only a 28-minute game, FNATIC closed it out in style, getting even a 15-minute Baron.
Fantastic, fantastic play from FNATIC against the DRAGONBORNS, proving why they are in that top 2 position, currently holding first place. And to take us through the analysis, it is going to be Joe Miller and Trevor Quickshot Henry.
Thanks a lot, guys. That was off the wall. A real thriller, Trevor.
Yeah, you know, the picks out of FNATIC, they were dangerous. Nunu was a real smooth criminal, and with that consume so strong in lane, some could say he could heal the world.
Yeah, we also underestimated the stealth, to be honest, in that FNATIC, especially in the FNATIC line, especially in that top lane, of course. With Twitch in lane, you're not alone. And DRAGONBORNS just couldn't find a way to beat it.
No, not at all.
Yeah, let's have a look at the replays then that we picked out for this one.
Well, remember the time when 23 minutes on the clock. Let's jump into the replay as Baron Nashor has already respawned. This is the second time in the game. Jason touched on it. I believe that's the earliest Baron in the LCS so far. Now at 23 minutes, FNATIC have got a massive, massive gold advantage. They have positional advantage on Baron, and as you can see, the DRAGONBORNS members, they're trying to defend. The thing that went very, very well for FNATIC in this particular fight is Cyanide single-handedly zones out 2 members of the DRAGONBORNS. He is going to chase both Muvert and Shushei out of this fight for the entire duration. As the fight goes on, FNATIC do well to kite around the DRAGONBORNS members, but again, I really just want to highlight what a great job Cyanide is doing to remove the members of DRAGONBORNS from the play. A lot of damage goes down in YellowStar, being Twitch, being the rat. He does get dropped very, very quickly. And as you can just see, just a great hop, skip, and jump comes out of xPeke to close the matchup. We go back up to the top lane, and look at the damage that Muvert and Shushei have taken. That's single-handedly from Cyanide. He was there to close it out. This game was extremely dramatic. It was non-stop action from the get-go.
Yeah.
And it was FNATIC really just saying, there's no pressure in this one. There's nothing on us to force our hand. And they just played a flawless, aggressive game.
Yeah, really strong performance, and that's kind of what you'd expect with top of the table versus bottom of the table clash. Unfortunately, for DRAGONBORNS, they're fighting, of course, for their pride at this stage of things, and getting some extra practice in at this stage of the tournament because they are going to have to play in that promotion series later on. We got to bring you an MVP, of course, from this one. Another fairly difficult one to call from FNATIC because it was such a one-sided victory for them, but in the end, we went for xPeke.
Yeah, you had to call out xPeke's Kha'Zix 14-5-6. He almost got the quadra kill. Mega style points for going for the double Bloodthirster. Didn't even manage to make it to the Black Cleaver. Just a very, very strong performance. Also the highest CS in the game at the end of that matchup. So 28 minutes, 2 Barons, or almost 2 Barons in there, and a 34-14 scoreline. It was a bit of a stomping.
Yeah, a big win there for FNATIC. We're going to get over to the main stage where Sjokz is waiting not only with a banana-coloured dress, but with nRated.
Thank you, Joe. Yes, nRated. That looks kind of like a practice run for you guys. Wasn't a lot of trouble with DRAGONBORNS.
Well, right now, I think we were pretty comfortable with what we have, and we are safe second, so we didn't really come with a lot of pressure into this game. But it's never easy, and we took it serious. But at a certain point, it just started to get out of control.
Having a little fun there at the end as well. But you grasp first place now. We need to ask you, what's your eyes set on the second half of the season? Who do you think of the lower teams, will really grow even more and might even threaten your place?
Right now, we cannot really say that since there are a lot of upcoming teams. But in my opinion, it can be definitely anyone that steps up his game and tries to improve. I think Wolves have a good shot. I think AAA has a good shot. They're really practicing a lot. There are a lot of teams that have a lot of potential. You will see that what they do with their potential. It's not really clear, like, what are they going to do with it. That's the point.
All right. Now, next week, we're going into the playoffs. You could face either AAA, EG, SK, or the Copenhagen Wolves. So who are you most afraid of and why? And who are you think won't be that much of trouble for you guys?
I think Wolves are in really good shape, so I would say we don't want to face Wolves, but we don't really care since we have to beat everyone to be first, so we just play whoever we have to play and win.
Thank you very much, nRated. Now, since Dude joined the team, everything has come together for Against All Authority. They were incredibly close to taking down GAMBIT last week, and with the playoffs in sight, they will be looking to beat the Russian overlords. We'll be right back with AA versus GAMBIT, and we'll also have Ocelot at the analysis desk, so stick around.
Welcome back to the analysis desk here for our final week of the European LCS Spring Split. Joining me, of course, is Quickshot and none other than Ocelot. First of all, Ocelot, there's a few rumors flying around today. They're not bad, don't worry. Well, kind of bad, in a way. You obviously came here about an hour ago, I guess. 4 of you at least. But you managed to lock Kevin inside of your gaming house.
It is true, I won't deny it. So I got no clue how that happened. How we cannot know that our teammate is in our house. Because normally he goes with a girlfriend, you know. He sleeps with a girlfriend normally. So we were like, okay, he probably slept with a girlfriend, so there's nobody here. We didn't even open the door, you know. And we literally closed we just locked it and left. And the guy is calling right now, where are you guys? I want to play too.
So, is he going to climb out the window and come here to the studio, or is someone have to go back and get him?
I got no clue, man. He's scared. He probably went mad and just started punching the door. I don't know, man. I don't know.
Well, he's got a little bit of time. You guys played 2 games today against the Giants, and then you close out the entirety of the Spring Split playing Evil Geniuses. Right now, according to public voting, Evil Geniuses say 53% chance they're going to beat you guys. What do you say to that?
Who said that?
Well, it's public vote.
Oh, yeah, public vote.
That's it. 52.87% in favor of Evil Geniuses. Do you think they're gonna? Do you think it's gonna ring true?
I love the community. I love Evil Geniuses and all of their players, but it's kind of unfair. It's kind of unfair how they get treated in comparison with other teams. And I'm gonna be totally serious right here and totally frank, because I really think so. Like, they got a good game out of 10, and it's like, hey, he's back, and this and that. I don't mind, honestly, but when it happens with other teams, like, for example, when Giants have a fucking... Oh, sorry. A really awesome week. A really awesome week, and nobody says anything, you know? I really feel for it, but... It's okay. It's okay. Okay. Whatever.
Talk to us about the games. Talk to us about the games. You guys are placed 3rd. You're guaranteed to hold that 3rd position going into playoffs. But depending on your matches with Evil Geniuses later, you could determine who's going to take 4th. So does that spur you on knowing, like, how does it affect you knowing that you could affect the final standings of, you know, the Wolves and Evil Geniuses?
Well, for me, it's really important. It's really crucial that we play the same way we've been playing until now. I talked to the team yesterday and said, doesn't really matter that we are 3rd already. I want tomorrow to win both games. I want tomorrow to do our best. No troll picks, no anything. Because I saw some teams doing it, and I really hate it, to be honest. We get paid for what we get paid, and people come from Denmark, from anywhere in Europe to watch us play in our max level. So it won't happen. We will do our best.
What do you think about the Giants? Because they've not had the best season, but at the same time, you know, they're in 7th position, but they've actually beaten some really strong teams. I mean, their record with GAMBIT finished 2 wins for 2 losses, you know? This is a very good team. Do you think they deserved a higher spot than where they are right now?
Nobody deserves more or less than what they have, because at the end is the number of matches they lost or won.
Yeah.
But Giants is a Spanish team. You know how Spanish people is, mostly. Even though they don't show as many emotions as me, for example, or other Spanish players, they are emotionally involved. So when they are facing a very good team, they do their best. They know they have to beat them to show them, you know, to show them that they are good and this and that. And when they play against lower teams, tier 2 teams, that are just very good but not as good as tier 1 teams, obviously, they don't perform as good, and it's just everything in the mindset.
So talk to us now. You know, we'll talk about quickly one more about the Giants. They're going to be going into the summer playoffs and facing off against the likes of Alternate or MYM. Will they be able to use the experience here from the LCS to help them win those matchups and re-qualify for summer, or do you think that all of these games will allow the likes of MYM and Alternate and all these other challenger teams to beat them?
I think it helped a lot, the fact that they were here in LCS. There's a lot of experience, a lot of games, a lot of weekly games. They know where they play, they know the studio, they know the environment. It's going to help for sure. I think they're going to make it. You never know in a best of 3 matchup. But I think they're going to make it. I think it's going to help a lot, their experience.
Are you happy with 3rd position? I mean, it's almost a silly question because you won 1st. That's a given. But realistically, is 3rd position where you expected to be?
Well, looking at it in an overall perspective, you see 3rd. I don't want to be 3rd. I want to be 1st, obviously. But looking at it from, if you see before LCS, SK was a joke, as Double Leaf said. we didn't perform as good. We're a roller coaster, you know?
Yeah.
And right now, I'm putting a lot of efforts into making sure that doesn't happen again. So we are being more regular. We are working more regularly. If we got a bad week, we try to come back the next one, right? The next one, not wait 1 month to change things. So I think we're doing the right thing to do. We are not going cocky when we win too many games in a row. We are not going too down when we lose too many games in a row. We are just, like, if you see how is it going, it's going up. You know, we are going uphill, or however it's called, you know?
Yeah.
We are improving every single game, and that's a good feeling. I know right now we are third, but if we keep working the way we are working, I think the next season we're going to be first.
Just to ensure that upward climb continues, don't forget your teammates next time.
That works too, yeah. That works too.
Good luck for your next games, and hopefully Kevin will manage to get out of the house and locking him up in the prison.
I think Neve is going to get a slap for that.
Well, we'll be seeing SKA in action a little bit later on, first of all against the Giants. But first, we've got another exciting match coming your way. Your commentators for this one, it's Gambit versus Against All Authority, are Deman and Jason.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. So, Gambit last time had a bit of an uphill struggle against All Authority because it was a 60-minute match, and this could indeed be a fantastic game once again.
Yeah, I remember watching that match, and we were just breathless at how much action, how close it was the entirety of the game. You saw Shushei on that Orianna and Alex on his Karthus, and they were just going like head-to-head. It was like every perfect Orianna ulti would set up a fight for Against Authority, or every perfect flash at Alex would set up a perfect fight for Gambit. It was so close, and it really showed how much Against Authority has come together as a team with their new support.
Yeah, and both teams, of course, sitting at 2-1 for the entirety of Super Week. The question is, who will manage to go 3-1? Will Gambit lose, who are, of course, remember, still chasing that first place?
Yeah, well, they're going to have to give it their all here. I mean, we saw him use some interesting strats yesterday. We even saw Diamond on Evelyn. We saw him on Mumu. We saw Alex on Nunu. You never know what really could happen here, but again, they really have to... They really can't underestimate this game because they want to hold that first place. It's like a matter of pride now. Yeah, you're locked in the top 2, but you want to show everyone you're the best in Europe.
Well, we shared the van with them coming in this morning in the shuttle bus, and they're in pretty high spirits. It's safe to say they seem well up for this one, so they're going to be putting on an entertaining show, I think is the phrase that they use. But let's go through the lineups, of course. It is going to be the blue team. It's going to be Gambit. Starting off, it will be Darian in that top lane. Diamond Prox in the jungle. Some would say best jungler in the world. Alex Ich in that mid lane. Genja and Edward.
And, of course, for Against Authority on the red side, Freddy 122 maybe in the top lane. Not sure where actually he's going to be going. Virtual in the jungle. Shlea in the middle lane. And Nono and Dude in the bottom.
So, of course, we do normally talk about the teams and the players for these, but for this one, we wanted to talk about the AD carry for Gambit this time. Actually, you know, he got voted into the All-Star team. He was the 4th member, but unfortunately, because only 3 members can go into that All-Star team, Genja, unfortunately, he didn't quite get picked because it went through the lowest number of votes, and it was the AD carries that had the lowest number of votes. So, unfortunately for him, it's yellowpete that went alongside him. But Genja, it's a very similar style they both play.
Yeah, he does. I mean, just look at that KDA, yeah, 6.5. It shows that over the entirety of LCS, he's been changed up his playstyle a little bit. He came in defensive, but now he switched up to being very aggressive in these last couple of days. He's been going with that whole Bloodthirster Guard Angel combo on his Misfortune, on his Ezreal, just to really back up his aggression, allow his team to make plays off of that instead of him just going in and dying and then like, oh, we lost a fight and backing away. But you know, out of the 11 times he's played Misfortune, 11 times he's played out of the entirety of LCS so far. He has 10 wins and a 9.9 KDA on that.
And of course, for Against All Authority, it's the man up top we're going to talk about, or doesn't always play in the top either. He sometimes plays in that mid lane. It is Freddy 122, the only Englishman on a French team. And
you saw him on day number 1 where Against All Authority went 2-0. He played Xin top lane, and it was just phenomenal. Like the work he did in the lane, keeping up on farm, not necessarily picking up kills, but the late game force that he really applied to the team was really nice. And as yellowpete, unfortunately, when against SK, was kind of shut down. We haven't really seen any cannon shine through unless it's Jimbz on the AD cannon. And we might see him revert back to some other champions, you know, to go against Gambit. Something a little bit more comfortable and something that works more with their team composition because they want to win this game. Like, they want to go even against Gambit here. He's currently sitting at 2.33 KDA for the season, which is the 2nd lowest KDA for top laners. But the thing is, he likes to come around in a team. Like, he's more helpful in a team. Even though his KDA is low, he likes to make sure they win the fights instead of necessarily winning his lane completely.
And he's actually one of the few members of Against All Authorities that pretty much always draws that Renekton ban.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, him and just like Darian, like you want to take that away from him. You want to force him in an uncomfortable position. But he's been learning a lot of different champions. Like Xin, when was the last time we really seen him in the top lane? And he's the only one that's really been doing it lately.
Well, we will be getting into the game in a moment. The players are just about readying up or seemingly having a bit of a drum around there. No, he's just always got a big grin on his face. And this partnership with the new support, it seems to be working so well for them.
Wait, Deman, let me ask you, whose Scarf is better, Diodes or Ocelots?
Oh, big gauntlet thrown down, especially with Ocelot still in the studio. Who has the better scarves? Well, I mean, for a fact, we know that Ocelot has like 23 scarves. So he's got like many... 28 now. 28 now, apparently. 28 scarves. You know, he keeps on buying them. Every time he goes out, he's like, ooh, that looks nice.
I think he's going to buy... he's going to buy one every time they pick up a win. And just keep that closet getting bigger.
Well, 28 scarves to match the 28 games they've had to play.
There you go.
Yeah, see?
I'm not sure he even thought that one out.
Every game of the day, it just came like a light to Ocelot. It's like, oh, that's a very good idea. He's going to bring more of them in his suitcase in future. But we are into the picks and bans, and Darian just clearing off his glasses to pick up that final ban. You can see he's not going to be selecting it just yet. Jarvan and Thresh have been taken away. The Thresh prints will not be shown. Ezreal taken away from Nono this time around as well.
Yeah, we saw Nono's Ezreal just do so well the first day of play in the Super Week. It was 11-0, 11 some point in one of his games. His build as well was very unique, but it worked out very well for him. And obviously that Jarvan could be taken away from Virtual, who really stepped up with him. He's really stepped up overall for his team as a jungler. And of course, you can't let Alex play Kha'Zix or he's going to get a pentakill on you pretty much.
Yeah, you don't want to let him play. He's one of the best players in the world on Kha'Zix right now, although Peke's just put a good sterling performance down here. Bjergsen also has put a fantastic performance out in it before. Shen has been taken away, so Freddy122 won't be getting that in the top lane or the jungler, and Twisted Fate removed from Alex Ich.
So we still have Renekton open. You talked about Freddy drawing that ban consistently, and with it open, they might actually grab it, but they are going to get Genja Misfortune yet again. He lost that champion, just like I was saying before. 11 games played with her, 110 of them so far. Against Authority, what are they actually going to pick up here? Like, they could obviously go for their top lane, and they could go for an AD carry if they want, just to make sure to not show any cards too early. As I said, that looks like they might lock in a Graves.
No, we haven't seen Nono on Graves for some time, actually. He generally goes with other champions. Varus available, of course, so he could go with that, but instead he's choosing possibly to go with that Graves. See whether Freddy122 does go for that Renekton in that top lane. We haven't seen him being able to play in a long, long time. It's normally a staple ban against them, but they clearly felt that Jarvan, Ezreal, and Shen were more solid bans.
Well, against Authority, I mean, they haven't locked it in right away. It's kind of like, are we getting baited into this potentially? Yeah. Do we really want to go for it?
Do we want it?
Yeah, they're not sure. I mean, because the last game they played was just so close, and you know they want revenge on it. And as we talk about that, it looks like they will lock in the two brothers here.
Yeah, there's no reason to take the AD carry either, because they obviously already had that locked in, but they are going to stick with Elise this time, though. So, will we see Virtual playing Elise, or will it be Dude?
I'm going to say that's Dude. I mean, obviously, you're not 100% sure until we actually finally have it, you know, finally get into game, but we've seen Elise on support last game with Muvert, and we'll see how well Dude or even Virtual can use her, but the only person to really jungle her lately is Morden off the Giants, and obviously he's not in this game, so I'm going to assume that will be support.
So it looks like the dog's going to be selected for Diamond Procs, and Edward, he's going to be returning to his roots. He's going back to Sonar.
So they have a very strong lane with that Misfortune Sonar. If they do go for that, they have a lot of poke, and it looks like they might try to go into that bottom lane as well. I would assume that they would want to go 2v2 in the bottom lane. Yet they haven't seen the AD carry support just yet. We still have, you know, the thing I'm surprised is, like, Blitzcrank hasn't been picked too much. It's usually FNATIC's the one that's picking him up. He's still very impactful in the games, and with how many wards you can acquire, how easy they are, you can always get off a nice sneaky pull and turn a game around. And Shushei, we saw him on Karthus. It was a phenomenal game versus Evil Geniuses. Alex played it last time against them. Looks like he wants to show Alex how well he can play him.
Yeah, played it very well last time, like you mentioned. Does pick up the exhaust as well, so we're expecting to see he's going to be up against something pretty rampant in that mid lane. Zed, of course, is available for Alex It, so we'll see whether he goes for something like that, or whether he chooses one of the AP champions. No, of course, he did select Graves earlier on. Let's see whether he does go for that this time around. No, Tristana.
And we saw, I think it was Morden versus CLG.
Yep.
Playing Tristana, and it was just ridiculous how amazing Morden played her. Like, every time he would pick up like quadras, even he picked up one penta. It was unofficial, but it just shows the power of Tristana late game. The range you have is just ridiculous, and you can, you know, always keep yourself safe by jumping. You can shoot people away, but we do see COPENHAGEN being sat on right now, and usually you want to pick him up on the purple side, because that way you can't counter him at all. But seeing the Karthus, obviously, it's like, hey, we could probably go against him here, and I can win that lane. But Shushei, you can run Karthus in the bottom lane. He's done that before. He's on the purple team, so he can pick up his blue and go down there. And that's always a possibility for him.
Yeah, we'll see whether it does work out. Of course, Zuna also plays Tristana quite a lot for Vulcan. It's another one of those players that uses it quite heavily. Looking like they may change to Diana here, though, against Karthus, and Rumble in the top lane for Darien. We'll see how that works out for him if they get locked in. 6 seconds left, so I expect it will be Edward. No, he's going to be changing. I saw him typing something. It's back to Kassadin.
Okay, I was about to say, like, with that Diana, be a nice combo to pull them in and keep them that Rumble ultimate, but with that Kassadin, he can go around and one-shot that Karthus, keep him from even being able to get into the middle of a team fight. I still don't think that Against Authority is going to let that happen. They're going to switch him into a different lane. There's no way that Karthus can really beat on Kassadin, like, especially when he hits level 6. It's like over for Karthus there. But Darien on Rumble, that's going to be interesting to see, and I'm assuming he wants to go 1v1 against Renekton because he can take him pretty early. Like around that level 3, level 5 mark, he should be able to beat him.
We'll see how it works out. Will it be a support player or will it be a jungler? It's going to be Nautilus in the jungle, so it does mean it's going to be Dude on Elise. So a fairly aggressive team from Against All Authorities. No sustain in there, really. Whereas Gambit, of course, they've got that heal coming out from the Sona. We're going to see how this works out. Whether it does get locked in hasn't been chosen just yet for the jungle.
Well, we did see Snoopeh use him from Evil Geniuses, and obviously Nautilus was changed in this patch. His armor is increased, the cooldown on his W was decreased, so you can keep it up a lot more of that shield, the AoE damage you do. So he's not a bad jungler. He has so many forms of CC, and it will get locked in. And the thing that Against Authority is going to have, like, the problem is the AoE that Gambit can apply. I mean, obviously it's not a lot because you have an AP mid who doesn't do too much AoE, but the whole point of the Crescendo, the Wither, the Rumble ultimate can lock you down. It's really hard to escape from a team like this, and they also have an amazing disengage if they need it.
Well, we'll see how it works out for them. So, Gambit versus Against All Authority. It was pretty much a classic last week. Whether it works out the same, we're hoping it does, certainly in terms of a entertainment perspective, because Gambit, they are chasing FNATIC for that #1 spot. Against All Authorities, looks like that 6th spot is locked in for them. I don't think it's mathematically possible that they can chase the Wolves down anymore.
I don't believe so. I believe they are locked in the 6th, so they will be playing SK in the playoffs. So, you know, looking at that or knowing that, you can look at Gambit and say, hey, what's the best way to prepare for SK? Play one of the best teams as well. And really get that preparation, really get that training in for the playoffs, because that's going to be a really exciting week of matches.
Really excited Ocelot because he sees Kassadin playing and he loves to play it. If he gets to go against the Karthus, I think he'd be delighted with that one. And it's always that tricky pick. When you choose your AP mid that early on, you can so easily going to get countered.
Yeah, like Fizz. Like we've seen Alex play Fizz before. That's a really strong counter to Karthus if you wanted to go for it. But like I was saying before, I would assume that Against Authority is going to switch that lane up. There's no way they're going to let that happen because he can be shut down, but he has the exhaust, so he should be able to do a 1v2 quite well. The thing is, he'll be up against a SoAZ Misfortune if he does go into that bottom lane, most likely.
So we are about to get the game underway. This is the second match of the day if you've just tuned in. Final day, Super Sunday of Super Week here. Week 10 of the action here in the LCS in Europe. Of course, next week it is going to be the playoffs. That will be SK versus Against All Authority, and currently Evil Geniuses versus the Wolves. Could be the Wolves versus Evil Geniuses, but it really ain't going to make a difference. It's going to be 4th versus 5th and 3rd versus 6th. There is Edward on your screens. The Thresh Prince voted into the All-Star team as well. No, and Dude, his new member, alongside him, replacing Corralius, who used to be the king of Sona. I think it was safe to say that was pretty much his safe pick in that lane, but we do see a number of different supports now coming out for Against All Authority with Dude in that lineup, and it seems to have created a new flow for Against All Authority.
Yeah, I mean, just having to rely on that one champion, whenever someone was available, Cross would pick him, so you knew that you always had that in your lane. The other team can pretty much expect that and kind of counter you, but with everything Dude's brought to the team, the aggression, the passiveness, if he needs to be, just a different champion pool, it's really helped them evolve as a team.
We'll see how this works out. Against All Authorities going aggressive. Edward and Diamond are in position to block them off if they do come for it. Looks like it's going to be YellowStar. YellowStar? Well, you know, maybe he's going to get in there. Maybe he wants to play again. Maybe he wants to play another game. He is French. He could sneak in there. No, wouldn't be too happy, though.
No, he wouldn't. But, you know, I don't even know if YellowStar would meld well with the team that they currently have, because the relationship that Nono and Dude have...
Have you not seen them out in the town? They just stick together. The Frenchies are everywhere.
Well, I met him play... Oh, okay, fine. I'll just stop right there.
Yeah, they do love each other. Not in that way, though.
I was not thinking that. My mind may be weird sometimes, but it did not go there this time.
It's definitely weird, that's for sure. There's no blocking that one. So, looking like the lanes are actually going to set themselves up to be fairly standard and it will be the duo lane in that bottom lane, as well as a potential switch here for Against All Authorities. I think they want to be 2v1, so they're going to try and pin down Darien. Freddy122 is up this top lane so far, though, so expect them to go down. They're starting off with the raids.
What Against Authorities doing, yeah, they're going to actually put their AD carry support mid lane against Alex Ich, so just deny him really well. We've seen it happen actually versus SK before. I don't remember the team off the top of my head. And then, like we said before, sent Shushei bot lane. He could have picked up his blue. He did, in fact, go for it, but he has some sort of sustain with his Crystalline Flask and the health pot, not to mention the ward to stop any sort of gank from happening.
Well, we also saw this yesterday. Gambit tried to do it against Evil Geniuses, and it didn't actually work on Froggen's and Nivea. So we'll see whether it's successful this time around. Alex Ich in that 2v1. It's going to be a tricky lane for him as well, but we do see 3 members right now going in towards that top lane. There is no ward placement here for Darien. He may well get spotted.
Dude does not have Cocoon, though. He went for some damage here. Darien does have flash to get away, but they are going to go in for the gank here.
See if Virtual can land the hook, and he does. He manages to get it through. Is it going to be enough damage going down? Darien could well be first blood going down here. It will be Freddy122 that picks it up. Very nice start.
And we never see ganks like that happen anymore, like the early level 2 fight, because you're too worried about your own jungle, which we might see Diamond capitalize on, but it worked out so well for them. They gave him the first blood. It gave Freddy the kill, so now he has a nice advantage in lane. He's able to force that lane pushed in very quickly. And I guess I thought looking very, very good right now.
Freddy didn't even use that red buff pot. He had it in his hand, didn't need to go for it. Took 2 tower hits, though, which do hurt early on, but he's going to go back and buy.
And he's sitting on about 700 gold right now, so I wouldn't be too surprised to see Boots or Dorn's Blade be picked up right here. So they give him just even more damage against Darien, who has a cloth armor, so he knows he's going to need that armor to really keep up with the damage that Freddy can do to him. But, you know, the middle lane, that's what's really interesting, seeing No go head-to-head against Alex. But you see in the bottom lane, that gank will be coming in here. It was pink order to stop the ward out of Shushei, and they're going to go for it.
Virtual does walk straight in towards Diamond, though, and that may well be able to prevent that gank. So Virtual just being there by sheer presence should save Shushei's life.
But that means the blue buff is available. You see Virtual's low on mana. We see actually some counter jungling happening yet again. They're going to come behind Caston here and see if they make something happen. In the meantime, Diamond is stealing away the blue.
They're going to see if they can steal it away. Virtual's coming around there. Dude's going to get caught out by Genja, and Genja does poke him through. Dude has to repel through there. Taken incredibly low. Not going to get caught out. The red buff isn't going to be quite enough. Now Diamond's going to get taken low. Still tanking out. No comes jumping across. They do get the kill. They leap back on towards Edward this time. They try and turn it back around because Alex Ich is there. Gets the slow, gets the snare, tries to get the immune, tries to get on towards him, but the cocoon lands on Alex. Very well played there. And Against All Authority, go defensive and pick up a kill.
And they were able to pick up their own blue buff as well. Virtual got that, so they got Diamond killed. They got the red buff off of him. Great job against Authority. I mean, they realized, crap, Diamond's probably going to go for it. We have to stop him somehow. And by doing that, they all just grouped up. By having the AD carry support mid lane instead of top, they're able to just pretty much have the fight in their favor.
Slayer taking a quick poke from Edward there as he passes by, and Alex Ich now switching lanes. So they want to put that Cassidin up against Karthus, and the duo lanes will be moving in towards the middle here, both AD carries. And Genja currently, he is slightly ahead in CS, but it is very, very close between these two.
So we're actually seeing the AP mid of Gambit actually be supported by Edward here. So we're going to have an AP support lane right there. We see the top lane some aggression happening. Darien getting quite low, but Freddy's just going to back off instead.
Doesn't really have the rage built up to go full-on aggression on towards Darien there, so he did slice and dice across him, but unlike that amazing play we saw of Xiaomei versus ZZ Tai, we're not going to quite see the same from Freddy122 just yet on Darien. May well come in a moment, though. Does manage to get the stun there, and again tries to keep him at bay. The exact same role. He's going to have Virtual coming in. He's just baiting him out. Now he's overheated, so he's going to have to get away from this one, Darien. He's going to have Nautilus coming around the side. Virtual will be ready and waited. Where are you going to go, Darien? How are you going to be able to escape this one? I don't think you are. It's a doubled off. Nautilus coming on there, and it's going to be Freddy122 that picks up the second kill.
Yeah, he knew he was not going to escape from that, so he's like, I might as well farm in the meantime before I die, get some extra gold income as he did that. But great job by Against Authority, realizing his flash is still not available. We have a strong jungler right now. He has a red buff on him still. And create a nice opportunity to pick up a kill and give Freddy122 even more of an advantage in the top lane.
This is working out very well for Virtual so far. The jungler has been around for every single kill, trying to make something happen in that mid lane. Still with the double buff, remember, because Diamond did go down. And they have managed to successfully keep on roaming around. They're going to walk straight into a ward, though, so we'll go spotted. No, the ward just ran out. Perfect timing.
Thing is, will they be able to take it quick enough? They have 2 level 4s right now. We do have, looks like, Dude going to come down and help out here. They should have the, well. And they should have the damage just because it's Karthus. Like, your single target damage on objectives is just ridiculous, and they will get a very early dragon here.
This is going to be a very early 6-minute dragon, of course. Slayer did pass the ward that was around the tri-bush, so they're going to be aware of roughly the timer of this one. That is a great, great start for Against All Authorities. 2,000 gold up against Gambit.
And the thing is, like, they're ahead in top lane, but the real problem is Shleia's behind in the bottom lane. Like, it's 32 to 18 CS, and that's with Alex 1v1 in the middle lane against an AD carry who has the range. So Shleia's really far behind. That Dragon's going to help get him back in the game, help get him some items he's going to need, because when Alex hits 6, which he is right now, you're going to see a lot of pain happen.
But surely as a Karthus, you know, he's just sheer global presence with that ulti. He's going to just pull him back into the game regardless.
You would hope that, but the thing is, he doesn't have much AP yet. I mean, he's being forced into Catalyst, which you normally would build anyways, but he doesn't have AP, which is going to be the real key factor. Like, his ult won't do that much damage. He might be able to get some assists and help get in, but he was level 4 to the level 6 Alex, and that is just a bad sign right there.
Yeah, we'll see how Nono works out against Genja as well. Genja has just been back to buy. He's got the double door in his blade. We do see Alex going aggressive on Shleia straight away. You can see that combo. It's going to cause all many problems because it's just such a hard counter to Kassadin versus that Karthus.
You actually might see him go in for a kill here. He has Ignite available. As we see, Virtue will be taking his red yet again. Blue will be up relatively soon then. And they're going to try to force it over to Shleia, but I think that might not even be a safe move, because if Alex can kill him, considering he's not even in position to get his own blue buff, then it's going to hurt Shleia, keep him even further bound. But you see the engage happening in the top lane. Darren trying to escape.
Both ultimates being used, Equalizer missing really out here, and Freddy122 should be able to pick up another kill if Slice and Dice is available. Instead, they both flash for it, and Darian does escape the damage.
It's a great job by Darren to actually bait out that flash. Like, he knew Freddy had it up, and he didn't want to use it too early, because then Freddy would obviously have it up for the next team fight, but great job by him to just delay as long as possible. So you see Virtual trying to come around for a gank in the mid lane, but there's a lot of wards since Edward is sitting in the middle.
It was always funny with the animation on Nautilus to see him trotting along with that boots of mobility. It's like a fat guy trying to run.
Yes, it is. But either way, we do have Freddy was able to push that lane up. So he's level 7 to level 6 of Darien. So he was able to deny him a lot more CS, a lot more experience. And he is building, it looks like, potentially towards a Hex Drinker or his Mercury Treads, actually, as he goes for a Kindle Gem instead. So he has that cooldown reduction, so he can heal a little bit quicker, do a lot more damage.
Schleier's going to go back and bite. We do see the BF sword, the best friend sword, I think is the correct term for that, and not the big flavoursome sword.
I don't give a sword.
I don't give a sword. Oh, I like it. I like it.
Well, in the meantime, we do have Diamond. He picked up his own blue here, so since Alex obviously wasn't in position for that, he's just going to take himself, helps him get level 6 a little bit quicker, which you might expect him to try to go for his, hey, I'm going to go for my early dragon around 9 minutes when it won't be there for him. And Alex, he was forced to go into a tier relatively early on because he needs that mana, and then you have Schleier with that catalyst, so he's going to be able to sustain a little bit better in lane. So I would imagine Alex should be able to take him down.
They're gone for it. Nautilus ultimate comes out from Virtual. They should get the stun down on towards Darien as well. There's the slice and dice. The knock comes down. They're going to have to tower dive this one. The hook comes back out from Virtual. Is it going to be the end? Yes, it will be. Requiem comes out. The shield comes out. It's not enough ability power, and he escapes it.
Exactly what I was talking about before. I mean, the global presence is always powerful from a Karthus, but if you're being denied like this in lane, if you don't have the items you need, you're not going to be able to do any damage at all. But still, they're able to force him out of lane, and it allows them to do a lot of damage to start. Schleier actually getting very low in the bottom lane. And that's what Kassadin's going to keep doing to him over and over. Every single time he has that rift walk up, he's going to try to push him out of lane.
Great reactions from Dude here. Realized that Diamond was going to come around and immediately sinks his fangs in towards Diamond. He's got that double buff already. He's going to try and steal the blue buff away from Schleier, but he can't get on towards it. Dude's doing good defensive duty here.
I still say giving that blue buff over to Schleier might not be the smartest move in the end. We have Edward actually coming around trying to help out as Schleier getting very low into the turret. We have Alex now in position. We have a 3-man blue happening for Gambit here, and they should be able to lock this down.
No needs to make a move in towards it. Virtual is going to come around, but the blue buff will go across, and it was Diamond that picked it up. I think Alex wanted to try and maybe steal it away, but it wasn't quite possible.
Yeah, he did. So that means 2 blue buffs in a row for Diamond right there. But still, I mean, Alex, he's not hurting at all in his lane, as you've seen him just demolish Schleier every single time he has that Rift Walk available. Obviously, with that tier stacking up, he's going to be able to have more sustain as the game goes on. But I was expecting against Authority maybe take an early turret in the top lane, just so you can maybe get Schleier in a safer lane, maybe send him top, send the AD carry support, or send out top middle, and send the AD carry support down to the bottom lane. But obviously, with Kassadin, he could just switch lanes back on you and get that 1v1 matchup he wants.
No, Genja in this mid lane. Double up comes out. Genja goes aggressive, forces No to rocket jump away. And Genja's going to pick up the farm. He's just been back to buy that BF sword. Flame Spitter coming out from Darien on towards Freddy122. Singed crocodile hair, I think, in that top lane.
He actually uses ultimate. Freddy122 uses ultimate just to kind of stay alive right there and give him a little bit of an extra edge.
Well, he may well need it as well, because the Flame Spitter continues as well as the harpoons on towards Freddy. He's definitely being poked down a lot more by Darien now, but he goes aggressive, slice and dice is on towards him, and just keeps that poke back and forward. Virtual's going to sneak around the back.
And the thing is, you see, is that Darien was already denied 2 kills in the top lane, and he's still be able to 1v1 Freddy, but they're going to go for another turret dive on him and deny him another killed, dead.
Are they going to, though? He's going to have the equalizer available. Manages to land it all across Virtual. They're going to have to fight in it. They did. It's going to be Freddy that picks up yet another kill. Diamond Prox is going to come in. He gets the Wither down on towards Virtual. Virtual turns around, throws his anchor at him. Is it going to be enough? The slow comes out from Virtual and just prevents him getting the kill.
And this is like really reminiscent of what every team would do to Evil Geniuses, just camp out Wickd over and over. And now Darren with 3 deaths is not looking too good, but he's honestly not really worried about this position because the earlier they take that turret, the more he can free farm the top lane and push it and really just keep the other team coming at him. As long as he doesn't pick up assists or kills, he's going to be worth less and less gold. And that means against Authority, we have to make plays in other lanes.
Well, it looks like it's going to be a bit of a change around from Gambit. Genja is moving in towards that bottom lane. Alexic is coming towards the middle, thinking they could try and catch out Slayer, but immediately Dude and Nono react to that and come straight back in towards the mid lane. And now we see Slayer. He's heading towards the top, so Freddy122 is going to go bottom.
I'm not sure if actually Slayer can 1v1 Darren on that Rumble. I mean, Darren, he has his Seeker's Arm Guard, so he has a little bit of AP.
What gets me is the fact that Darian's built so heavily in towards that armor, and now he's got an ability power champion coming at him.
Yeah, it's going to be a big problem, but he should be able to kill Karthus. Like, you have the speed on Rumble, you have the damage on Rumble, even just building armor items like this. And Shushei has to be very, very passive here if he doesn't want to get killed. As you see right there, he's just being pushed out of lane in the top side on your minimap, and then you're seeing Nono and DU try to push Edward out of the lane as well.
Yeah, it looks like they may well change back again. Dragon is now back up. Remember, against the Authorities, picked up the first one. They're going to try and pick up the second one. They are 4-0 up in kills, and they have that 2,000 gold advantage with that Dragon picked up. But the pings coming down this time around. It's looking like they're going to be ready and waiting for this fight.
And they do have a ward down against Authority. Cannot actually see this with that pink ward. So we're seeing Diamond come around. He's going to try to stop it here.
Nono's taken very low by Alexic. He's going to try and turn around a bit of damage. He jumps, he's in towards him. Can he get enough? The flash, he gets him! Nono takes down Alexic. Fantastic play. Diamond's being kept away by Dude from this Dragon, but bullet time's going to come across. The Dragon does get taken down by Virtual, and now they're turning aggressive. It's Freddy122, but he's got his ultimate. The Requiem comes out from Dude. Can Slayer get the kill? No, he can't. It hasn't quite got enough damage, but against all Authorities, they are now 5-0 up against Gambit, and another Dragon picked up.
And that was a fantastic play by Slayer. Like, he knew he wasn't going to pick up a kill with that Requiem, but what he wanted to do was just put fear in Gambit's eyes, make them back away with that extra bit of damage. So they're able to take the Dragon, able to pick up those 2 kills, and able to maybe even pick up a turret here.
Oh, we'll see whether they do transfer into. Nono was backing away, but instead decides to farm out the next wave. He's like, well, why not just stick around that little bit longer? And here you go, Equalizer on towards Slayer. Is he going to have enough to tower dive on towards him? Ignite does go down, but he doesn't want to fight him with that Defile running.
And you're seeing he's being pushed out of lane yet again. So every lane he goes to, he's just having a hard time. He only has 70 CS, which you don't want to see on a Karthus 14 minutes in. He's one of the champions that can farm the easiest here with that range, obviously. But looks like Gambit will take the bottom turret and the first turret of the game.
Yeah, Edward comes around and is going to be secured by Genja. So first turret of the game does go to Gambit, and they keep that pressure on. So despite the fact they are 5-0 down, 2 Dragons down, they are still keeping it with a very close 2,000 gold lead.
Yes, they are, and against Authority, I mean, they're getting stronger and stronger at this point. Shushei is hurting as Alex is just going to get even stronger, so he's building towards the Callus as well. He's going to go for a Rod of Ages. Since he hasn't been able to get any blue buffs, he needs that sort of sustain in lane, but he has the potential to assassinate Shushei very quickly in team fights. And if he gets any sort of kills or any sort of assists, then Alex can even maybe go for Nono and one-shot him.
Yeah, and you can see Slayer, he's come back and just look how deep he's having to play. Look how far back from that turret he's having to sit. But Freddy122, he's going to come around the backside of Alexic, and I think Slayer may well try and bait him in this one. He's going to come across, does get the slice and dice, but Alexic immediately rips, walks away.
And that's the safety of a Kassadin. You cannot really be caught that well. As long as you have that mana, you're able to escape. And they're trying everything they do to shut Alex down as the CS just going even further ahead of Shushei at this point. Shushei will be able to pick up a blue for once here, but the real question is, I've been saying this entire game, can he hold on to it? Can Alex kill him and take it away? As we see Nono taking down that top turret, trying to engage on a Darien here.
Oh, the cocoon lands, but they do already back away from that one, and wisely so, because Alexic and Dude are there. And Dude, oh, he went towards Alexic. Alexic will take down Nono, though. Uses the barrier. I don't think he's got his ultimate available to knock him away. And now Dude's going to get chased down. Freddy122 tries to come in and help out, but he's going to be a dead Dude right now in that top lane. Can they catch on towards Freddy122? He's going to try and get the harpoons down to him. The Withers there as well. It will be a triple kill turnaround. Very, very well played from Gambit. Suddenly equaling things right back up
within 1,000 gold.
And just as we talked about Alex getting strong, being able to one-shot Shushei, you saw how much damage he did to No. He picked up 2 kills there, picked up 1 assist, almost was able to pick up his Rada Aegis as well. In the meantime, Gambit is 2-man pushing this middle lane, getting it very low. They might be able to take it on the next wave.
And this could try and pull the gold just that little bit closer. Diamond's ready and waiting to come around the backside of Virtual as well. If he goes a little bit too deep, instead he didn't fight for it, so he takes away the Wraiths. Now Darian's going to have free farm in that top lane, and now Slayer, he's going to have problems in the bottom. Alex returning.
And he should be able to kill him here. He has the mana to go for it as he ripwalk over the slow. Might be able to pick up this kill, Deman.
He's going to have his resets in a moment. You can see Slayer's going to try and use that Defile. Dodges out the lay waste. The exhaust goes down. Is it going to be enough? Remember, he's going to have Requiem coming from this one, but I don't think it's enough. It's not going to take Alex down.
And there we go, talking about that blue buff. I wasn't sure Slayer should pick it up, and he lost it over to Alex, so Alex hasn't even needed to take his own. And he's already far ahead now, 3-1 at this point, and he's already giving Slayer a hard time. You see Darien pushing that top turret, does get it down, but he's going to get fought here.
He's going to get taken down by Freddy122. I feel the slice and dice comes across. He will have the stun back up in a moment. If he can shield walker away from this one, is it going to be enough? Freddy122 doesn't have flash available, and Darien does just shield away.
So that's 3 turrets pretty much taken in a row for Gambit right there. The gold lead that, or actually the gold deficit they had is completely flipped. They're in the head, or they're ahead for once with about 300 gold at this point, but still looking very good to get back in this game. Freddy's still trying to chase him down in the top lane, as you see against all, or No just taking out those Wraiths.
Against all No-Nos. That's simply what it is. The authority is the No right now, because he's the man with the kills, as is Freddy122, and he's really going to have to try and carry pretty hard here to keep his team in this one, because Gambit, they are clawing their way back into it. No, you can see around the side, but he's going to get caught out here. The Riftwalk will come across. It's not going to be quite enough to chase him down, though.
Oh, dude, what is he doing? He kind of just repelled up trying to escape right there. Almost got caught.
Almost got caught, but he didn't. So it didn't matter.
It didn't matter. The thing is, against Authority, they have such a great late game team. Actually, they're trying to go around and catch.
They're still going
Gambit here.
They're still going for it here. Virtual wanted a piece of this, and they're going to look to see if they can get on towards Genja. The rest of Gambit were ready and waiting. The Dragon's not up for another minute, so there's not any reason to actually be in this position to fight, other than sheer... Do they think they can actually win the fight?
I guess so, but the thing is they can't at this point. They have a really good late game team with a Karthus, with a Tristana. If you get like a 6-item Karthus and Tristana, they're pretty much unstoppable. Then you'll have Dude who'll be able to build a little bit of ability power. So again, but they're trying to be really aggressive, trying to take the game a little bit early. And against Authority, they're having a hard time of just getting the game to that point of just free farming right now, just trying to catch up in items to get where they want to be.
Well, we'll see how it develops. Tear of the Goddess was picked up by Alex quite a while ago. Rod of the Ages is also complete. Looks like they're going to try and collapse on towards Freddy122 here. You can see Darien going in towards it. Alex is already there, and they're going to get the flame spit. It's going to be Darien taking the turret damage, but they haven't got enough to chase him down.
But against Authority is closing in from the side here. Will they try to go for a fight and lock someone down to Gambit?
Oh, the hook comes through, but he doesn't quite catch on towards Darien. He has to use his equalizer to keep them at bay, and just backs off from the fight.
So now you have Gambit. They pushed up that first turret on the bottom lane, so now they pretty much have all access to the blue buff of against Authority. AA luckily did put a pink ward down though, so they did take away that vision, and they need to hold on to that as long as possible, because they're starting to group up for fights. Like, the laning phase is pretty much over for both teams. They just want to group up and try to force the fight, try to force some turrets. You see No just trying to escape right there. And they just need to retain their jungle camps. Like, they have to make sure they can farm their own jungle and then push the lanes out just to keep up in terms of gold.
It looks like they want to fight for the dragon here. Edward caught out by the cocoon. There's the equalizer going down. Darien's going to go in towards this one. Where is No going to go? Dude repels out and actually maybe escape this one. The ultimate comes out, but Dude has been taken down. And now Slayer comes in, but he can't get that Defile close enough to Gambit. And Gambit are just shredding against all authorities apart here. Looks like it's going to be Slayer going down in a moment. There he is. It's Diamond Prox picking up 1, picking up 2. Can he get the triple? You bet your life he can. Requiem comes out, but he does absolutely 0, and Gambit walk away with an ace for nothing.
And that's right after we talked about against Authority not really wanting a team fight, because they wouldn't win it until we get way later in the game, and Gambit taking every advantage from that, taking the ace, taking a turret as well, and the goal lead is so heavily in favor of them after they were already behind 3,000 gold for majority of the game.
And there goes the turret in the mid lane, the first inner of the game, and now it's a huge advantage for Gambit. They just swung it from 1,000 difference between them to 3,000 in a matter of seconds, and that's going to grow once again as this dragon goes down to Diamond Prox and Genja. Will stretch it to a 4,000 gold lead, as well as the experience gain across the board. The entire team will be picking up from this.
And you look at Gambit's like turns of KDA right now. I mean, yeah, you have 3 deaths onto Darien, so he's kind of hurting in the top lane, but you see like his ultimate is really what he's used for right now, is just slowing them down, cutting off their disengage. Then you have Alex who's 3-1-3, you even have Diamond who's 3-1-4, and then you have a 0 death bot lane combo with Genja and with Edward, both at 0 kills, but they have a lot of assists.
There's a 3-level swing between the mid laners right now. xPeke has got a huge advantage over Slayer, and that's simply why they can't fight now. The equalizer gets used out by Darien there, just keeps them away from that mid line, defends it perfectly. No, you're going to have to tank it out there. Bro, very good job from Darien, considering how much he got absolutely slaughtered in that top lane. He knew his job. He knew that's what his team were asking him to do, and he knew the fact that xPeke, if he's put against Slayer, is going to win that fight.
Yeah, I mean, the ultimate. You just put it down, and you let Alex and Genja just finish off the team for you. That's all you're really used for. You'll get the items you need eventually as he HosaN guys now. He has sword boots. He has a nice amount of penetration. And I'm curious to see if he's going to go towards his Zhonya's first, or maybe go for a Riley's Crystal Scepter for a little bit more health and a little bit more slow. But now Gambit, I mean, they're kind of getting caught a little bit, but still, they have a great disengage to get away.
Yeah, they can see against all authorities trying to make a play there, and it's not really working out for him. Slayer needs to pick up any farm he can. He's 0-2-1 right now. He's 60 CS behind xPeke right now, as well as 3 kills down.
And you look at Genja in the top lane, doing what we talked about before. He just loves to split push the entire time. You forget about him for a majority of the game, but he comes back with you with tons of items. You see against authority, pushing the mid lane. They're going to get the turret.
They've caught on towards Edward as well. They're going to see the anchor going through. It's going to be Dew jumping on towards him as the rest of the team. And the crescendo hits the entire against all authorities team. You can see Slayer, though, in there with that Defile. They're going to try and keep them back. xPeke is coming from behind. Here he comes. He's going to rift walk in. The Diamond Prox does pick up the one, but xPeke has been pinned out there. It's going to be Genja picking up another. xPeke takes one. It's a double kill for xPeke as well. It's a triple kill for Diamond, I believe, in there as well. Wow, fantastic, fantastic play. Yet another ace. It's a 5 for 2 this time around, though. But Gambit, they're just going to go straight back up mid.
And they should be able to get an inhibitor turret off this. The thing is, against authority, like, they keep wanting to force these team fights. They knew Alex was out of position, but he just walked around with that rift walk, got right behind him, and they sandwiched the entire team move against authority. 2 aces in a row. That's not a good position to be in.
It's not what you want, and they thought they could try and take that fight out. And that all began with that absolute epic crescendo coming out from him.
Yeah, he got pulled in to against authority's team, and then he crescendo across 4 of them. It was like a, oops, didn't mean to do that, as Virtual was saying, but that was a great play out of Edward to turn that into a potential death.
Yeah, sorry guys, that was my bad. It did mean we all lost and died. But as it stands, you can see now that Diamond is at 5-1-7, xPeke at 5-1-3, 2-0-8 for Genja. And despite the fact that Darien, he was at 0-3-0, he's now 1-4-10. He's been involved in so many kills since just changing around that top lane. Did they even want to take down that top turret early on? I'm not too sure they did.
The thing is, he's doing the exact same play Kevin did on SK. Just push the lane, you know, you're going to get caught, but because of that, you're forcing the enemy jungler to pay attention to that lane. So since Virtual was helping out Freddy 1-2-2 in the top lane, Shushei was getting destroyed in the bottom lane or wherever he decided to go. And you're seeing the results of that. You have Alex who's 16 to the 13 of Shushei. You need that level 3 ultimate out of Karthus to really be a threat in these fights. And Gambit are just snowballing this.
Gambit are on a mission. It's a 50 CS difference also between the junglers, Diamond and Virtual, which equates to a 2-level difference between them, but it's more importantly still a 3-level gap between xPeke and Shushei. The AD carries, it's just that 1-level difference, 1 level between the supports as well, which is obviously all about those turrets and the dragons they've been able to catch down as well. The 2 top laners are actually pretty close, just 1 level difference as well between those. But it's all about xPeke right now. That Roman's been working for him, and now we see the Runic Bulwark being picked up by Diamond. That's ultimate, that Requiem is not going to do a great deal. And now No having to use his ultimate just to force him away, but they're going to try and pin him down. He should be safe here. Flashes in towards his turret.
The thing is, he had to use that summoner to get away, and he was already forcing a Mercury Charge right now just to get a little bit of magic resist. So next time there's going to be a fight, Gambit should be able to lock him down right away, and he is the majority of their damage right now. He's 2-3-2 with about 200 CS. I mean, Freddy, yeah, he's 3-3-1, but he's not really a damage source as the game's going to go on. He's be more of an absorption of damage source. So as long as they can knock No down, Shushei is not going to have the damage to really make up for that.
So 2 minutes before that Dragon comes up, and xPeke continues to just harass the opposition. Slayer's running down to this bottom lane. He just wants to pick up any farm he can, anywhere possible, but Genja's already heading down south, as well as xPeke running down that river, but they're going to get spotted by the wards.
As Shushei was spotted down there, you saw Alex just do a 180. He's like, wait, I'm going down there right now. He just switched up his entire playstyle right there to go down for it, but obviously Shushei did back away, so he canceled that move. But you see him, you know, on your minimap, he's invading the blue buff. He's trying to keep timers on it. He's trying to keep it away from Shushei and keep it on himself, but they might get engaged upon. Against authority, kind of stuck out and split up.
They're completely collapsing on him. xPeke is going to take the bait. Rift walks away from it. And Diamond was also moving in there, but those wards actually simply spotting out him there. If Against All Authorities hadn't got those few wards, which have now actually run out in time, and they would not have spotted him coming so soon. They need to get those fresh wards back down, which is exactly what they're doing at blue buff.
And Dude does have an Oracle, so he's trying to clear the vision inside of his own jungle because he knows that Gambit's just being really aggressive. They're keeping pushed up. They're trying to take away as much jungle as they can, but Edward has one as well. So against Authority, they don't want to go into a team fight, but because of what a Gambit's doing, denying the vision, potentially giving the threat of Baron against Authority, has to react somewhat or give away that Baron and an inhibitor.
And of course, against Authorities, they're having to effectively 5-man defend right now, so the experience swing will continue for Gambit's favor. You can see how happy they were to roam the jungle. The blue buff being stolen away from them this time while Alexic gets chased down in his top, but it's going to be Diamond and Darian picking that one up. No will take the red buff. Looks like Diamond's been the one that's been gifted that. Oh, he rift walks over, and look at DU just getting absolutely shredded by Alexic there.
In the meantime, we're seeing engage happen in the mid lane. Schleier's getting caught. Darian's going in.
The Defile's there, but the crescendo comes across. It's going to be Schleier going down, and they all immediately get out of that Defile. The Requiem's not going to quite be enough. The Zhonya's Hourglass comes out from Darian. Freddy122, he's going to get pinned down. It's Edward that picks up the kill, and that's a 3-for-0 already for Gambit.
And they should be able to push up this middle lane and get the inhibitor, or they could go back for Baron if they want to, but they are heading back towards Dragon a little. Actually, no, Alex just chasing down Virtual here, trying to go for the kill, and he should be able to catch him because he has the mana for it.
The rest of the team, they're heading for Baron. It's going to be Alexic on towards Virtual. Virtual's not going to be able to do a great deal to get away from this one because Alexic can just rift walk wherever he goes and continue the chase. He's got no support right now, and Virtual will get pinned off. Meanwhile, the Baron is being picked up by the rest of the team, and this is complete domination now for Gambit.
That was a really interesting play out of Virtual. He was able to pull over that wall in River onto the other wall and get over that. I didn't think you could actually do that, so that was really interesting to see. But we do have Gambit taking away that Baron. They're got those 4 kills, and this lead is just getting even more one-sided for them.
Yeah, it's definitely becoming a bit of a stomp right now. So, Misfortune, look at that. Genji, he's quite happy to use his bullet time to just clear out the waves while the rest of the team are like, come on, give us a little bit of CS. That's all we had to do. In terms of CS between the AD carries, it's still actually pretty close. 208 to 232, and look at that. Just 1 CS difference right now between the two there. Gold-wise, it's actually pretty close as well. So no, really the only saving grace for against all Authorities. But as you mentioned, he's just not able to do anything in the fight because Alexic can rift walk across. And look how aggressive he's being here. He's thinking of actually going in against 3 members of Against All Authority.
And you're completely right about Nono, but the problem is he's not even level 18 yet. Like, he needs that range. And see Diamond going to catch someone here with that Baron buff. They might try to go in for a fight.
He's been pinned off and separated from the rest of the team. Genji's pushing the top as well as Darian. That ultimate anchor, actually, he gets out of the distance there, and he's going to avoid the damage here. He's just rift walking in towards the base around the... Where are you going, Alexic? He's completely avoided the entire team, and he's going to get back to Darian in that top lane. Look at that, Freddy. They're trying to set up a trap, but it's Alexic that's setting the trap himself. He's just going to rift walk away from this one, and just no problem.
I feel like we're watching the Great Escape right there as we do see Against Authority engaging on a Genja.
Well, Genja is going to get caught out, but Diamond now coming in. Alexic is still there, remember. He's going to get caught on towards Freddy122. The damage is being done. Everybody on Against Authority is taken low, but Edward was not with them. So there was only 3 members at the top there because Genja got caught out.
And you still see how Against Authority got without Genja alive during that fight. He got blown up in the very beginning, and yet Gambit was still almost able to take out a couple of members Against Authority. They're able to get this inhibitor turret. They have Edward finally here, and they still might try to go for a fight if they want it.
Well, they could go for the inhibitor. Also, there's a giant stacking towards the mid lane as well that they could try and clear out. Instead, it looks like they're going to have to back away from this one. Against the Authorities just about defending, but that's the open exposed inhibitor in the top lane now, and I don't think they're done just yet.
And Genja, he's sitting on 3,000 gold right now. Hasn't bought anything. He's dead, so he obviously could pick up something, but he's kind of just waiting until he's back alive to pick up the item. And I don't know if he's going to go for a GA or maybe go for a little bit more damage.
Well, it's 7-1-5 right now for Alexic, the mid lane all-star, along with Diamond Prox, the jungle all-star, and Edward, the support all-star, all putting in a fantastic performance versus Against All Authority. Runic Bulwark's been picked up by both junglers now, so Virtual's trying to do what he can. Remember, he had such a fantastic start. He was 1-0-2. Alexic gets hooked in there, but again, the rift walk. It's so hard to track down a Kassadin when you're so mobile, and there's not a great deal Against All Authority can do to pin him down.
Yeah, in terms of items, you can see YellowNomaCon picked up for Edward. He's very rich right now. He's 2-1-8. You know, why not pick up? Gives the healing reduction, gives you the cooldown reduction, which is always key to have on a Sona, especially with those crescendos, not to mention your healing. Gambit are just going down this middle lane. They're just chugging through. They have the top inhibitor open if they want to go for it. But Alex and Darren are both coming up the middle lane, and we're going to see where they're going to go from here.
Well, that Baron buff, it's going to be wearing off very soon. It's got about a minute left on it, and they are going to collapse on towards this top inner turret. In fact, it's Schleier. He's kind of out of position here. He's trying to be sneaky and baiting on towards Edward. I just don't think he's got the damage, and Edward just flashes away from that one. Does force the flash, but the rest of Gambit, they're going to come around the side.
But we don't have Darien here. It looks like they actually still might commit for this fight.
Why not go for it? Because Freddy wants to do. They're going to try and force it. The bullet time comes across. Has got away without using that ultimate. The ultimate now comes out. Virtual gets taken down. The crescendo catching the entire Against All Authority team. Legendary Alex Ich goes in for 1. Goes in for 2. Can he chase on towards No? Requiem comes out. He gets blasted away. Barrier comes out, but it doesn't matter. Alex Ich picks up the triple kill. Fantastic play. And Gambit are just dominating Against All Authority.
And Freddy's the only one to escape from that, but it's 22-8, 31 minutes in. Gambit were down for a majority of the game, but they just came back from a couple of great team fights. Diamond going head-to-head against them, but I think Freddy's just going to walk away knowing he won't be able to do anything against the entire lineup of Gambit.
Happy to tank out the double Nexus turrets. It's going to be the final inhibitor turret going down here. If I tell a lie, the bottom one didn't get taken, but it will be the first inhibitor of the game for Gambit. They're going to rotate towards the top, take down that inhibitor as well. So that's going to be Gambit in full control of the base of Against All Authorities. The respawn's just about coming out now. Can Against All Authority try and get any exit kills? They're going to get on towards Diamond. They do manage to get the stun down on him. The cocoon lands. It may well be Diamond being the sacrificial lamb, but the equalizer comes out from Darien. Alex Ich is a long way away from this fight. Darien now, he may well go down. Genja's off at the side. Edward's there as well. They're just going to let Darien die here, I think. He flashes away from it. He gets hooked back in, though, by Virtual. They get the Wither back on towards him. It is another great escape from Gambit. I don't think Darien can escape this one at last, though. Will it be enough? Alex Ich is now coming in from the side. Beware Against All Authorities. The Doombringer is coming from around the back. Can he manage to get in? There's a potential for a triple kill right there. Alex Ich is actually pretty low, though, and hasn't got a great deal of mana. He goes in. He gets one. He continues to be legendary. He gets the wall of pain caught on towards him. Schleier's going to try and catch on towards him. Alex, I don't think, can escape this one this time around, and finally admits defeat and goes down. It's 23-10 right now for Gambit.
And during the entirety of that fight, we did see the bottom inhibitor turret get very low. It's down about a 6 health right now just because of minions consistently pushing that. So even though Gambit, they did lose 2 members, they were able to keep them away long enough to have the middle inhibitor down. Still the top one available if they want to take it. And obviously will be the next play out of Gambit, though. Baron will be up in a minute and a half if they want to go for it. And the items, they just keep getting even more one-sided now for Gambit.
So Gambit in full control now. 8-2 in turrets. Huge advantage gained. Remember, Against All Authorities, they led this game from the start. They had some great kills. They were 5-0 up in kills as well, remember. So they've only picked up 5 kills since those opening moments, when it always looking so rosy for Against All Authorities. But Gambit, it's the old tradition. You give them a finger, they will rip off your entire arm.
And you have to remember, those 5 kills that Against All Authority got, 3 of them were onto Darien. So yeah, there were 5 kills, but it was all into the same guy, and you had Schleia, who fell behind a little bit because he was against Alex on Kassadin, and you had Nono, who was keeping up with Genja, but wasn't able to do anything really dominating in his laning phase.
So damage being stacked out by Genja. You can see he's got that Black Cleaver along with the Bloodthirster and Last Whisper. Another BF sword picked up, so that can only spell the Infinity Edge is probably going to get built out there. Alex Ich, meanwhile, well, he's got all the damage in the world. 11-2-6 right now. He can just go in and absolutely pop someone, as we already saw him do with Yude.
He's going to be doing that against Nono probably the entirety of this fight, maybe even Schleia. We do have Gambit finally grouping up. Baron is up in 20 seconds, so they could easily go for it since that middle lane is pushing. Obviously, they don't have to go for it when they have the top inhibitor available. And look for the ultimate Rumble to actually start the engage here.
I'm looking more towards Alex Ich. He's getting ready and waiting to go across. Dude already threw out that cocoon. He didn't want to get caught out by it. The inhibitor in the top lane is exposed. Remember, they could just swing straight up towards that one. They have super minions coming in this mid lane. Instead, they're going to go across, take down the bottom inhibitor turret, clear out the inhibitor as well. And now Against All Authority is going to try and react, see if they can do anything. But Alex is ready and waiting. The anchor's been thrown out. It's Darien is going to land on, but he's the only person it's going to react to. And now he can tank it. He's strong enough to tank it through there. Alex is just waiting his time. Crescendo comes across. Against All Authorities, pinned against their own base right now. The Nexus turrets are their only escape. Alex is going to come in. He gets a poke, doesn't quite get the kill though. But Freddy 122, he's been pinned off there. He's going to get taken down. It's Alex picking up yet another kill. Chasing on towards Dude. Can he get away from it? No, he can't. Alex picks up a second kill on towards the fountain. Turns around. Genja picks up a third. The double up comes out, but it's Edward that picks up the kill. Requiem comes down. It's not going to be enough. And Nono, the last man standing for Against All Authorities, as his Nexus fall. They don't even get Darien down, as just thought they might be able to finish him off. The Nexus turrets will fall, and Gambit, they retain their #1 spot as Nono gets caught out finally towards the end there. It's Diamond picking yet another kill up, but a fantastic performance from Gambit Gaming.
And you saw at the beginning of that fight, you saw Virtual use the ultimate onto Darien alone, and that was their major engagement of the entire fight. and it's not the target you want to hit it on. They weren't able to pull anything off of that, and we saw an amazing repel out of Dude actually to avoid the damage out of Alex and stay alive, but it just wasn't enough in the end. Gambit finishing that game off 27-11.
Well, it was a fun performance, and no looking at Diamond. He actually looked scared then. When he looked at him, he was like, whoa. His grin went and everything. He's like, this guy's scary. It's Big Diamond. And, well, I mean, look at that. 7-1-14 from Diamond Prox, 12-3-9 from Alex Itch, roaming around that map, picking kills up where he pleases. What a fantastic game. And we are, of course, going to pass over towards our analysis desk. It's Joe Miller and Trevor Quickshot Henry.
Thanks a lot, guys. So, what was a great start there from Against All Authority quickly escalated into a bit of a one-sided bashing. It was all started, you know, a great, as I said, start to the game. They were racking up kill after kill. Darian was not having a fun time in that top lane. He went down to 0-3-0, I think, was behind all over the place. But then Gambit picked up that triple kill at the top.
Yeah, so you've got to give credit, first of all, to Virtual's Nautilus. He was all over the map. He secured first blood for Freddy in the top lane. He roamed down to the bottom lane, and he fended off the 3-versus-1 dive. The very second he got there was literally the time that it needed to. He picked up another kill top. What ended up costing them that initial advantage was the triple kill that they gave away in the top lane of Nono, Dude, and then Freddy going down. They managed to get the top lane tower, but they hung around too long. And Cassidy managed to roam up. They got kills, and that was literally the turning point. From those triple kills, the hyper carry of Cassidy got gold that he needed to just get that item crescent, as it were, and just destroyed Against All Authority. We had back-to-back aces in team fights. And once that happens, you are so far behind in terms of items. With the assassin of Cassidy on your team, the damage that Nasus and Rumble are putting out, there was no way for them to come back.
So let's have a look at the replay then. And you just mentioned back-to-back aces. Replay takes place with the second ace there.
Yeah, so the reason I want to highlight the second particular ace is because Gambit managed to pick it up after starting 3-versus-5, okay? Let's jump into the replay very quickly. There's 22 minutes on the clock. To set the tone, 5 members of Against All Authority, they're pushing down this middle tower, and I just want to show you the positioning of the rest of the team. Cassidy is at the inner bottom lane tower of Against All Authority's base, and you can see Genja in and around the Baron pit. So jump back to Edward here, as it is him that gets caught out, that sets this chain of motion in play. Now, I'm going to put this in slow-mo, and I want to pause the second the crescendo hits and take a very, very good look at Against All Authority's HP bars. What Diamond Prox and Darian do here is they use their damage over time abilities, the ultimate of Diamond and the Flame Spitter from Darren. They don't use their ultimates. Pay very careful attention to the abilities they get used. AAA are fighting now 2-versus-5. And they're trying to deal as much damage as possible, and slowly, their HP just gets dropped a little bit and a little bit. Then all of a sudden, a couple tower hits come in there, and again, no equalizer, no bullet time has come down. It's only Nasus' ultimate that has been used in this entire fight. They managed to pick up the second kill on Rumble very, very shortly, but you'll see just how quickly Alex comes in here to clean house. And it's just a testament to the coordination and the focus that Gambit put on the game. And it's the reason the back-to-back aces actually ended up happening, because they had a clearer idea of who to target and how to position in those particular engages. 3-versus-5 to come out of it losing 2 and picking up an ace, a deserved victory from Gambit.
Yeah, if you went anywhere during that game, around the 13:30 mark, you almost blinked and missed it. That's how incredible that turnaround was. But 27-11, they ended up finishing that one. Like, that's a really, really strong performance from a Gambit that were heavily behind at the start of the game. How about an MVP? We're going to call for this one again. There was some really great individual performances. Alex Itch, for example, 12-3-9 by the end of it. But we decided on giving it over to the dog in the jungle.
Yeah, we had to give it to Diamond Prox. It was because of his counter ganks and his positioning after the team fell behind that he got his team back into it. And every single time in those team fights, he was surviving, he was putting damage down, he seldom went down. 1 death in the game. And in a game that has 27 kills for your team, you cannot get a better testament to perfect positioning.
Well, thanks a lot, Quickshot. We'll be back a little bit later on together. We're mixing around the casting team today because, of course, we have 8 games coming your way. But for now, we're going to go over to the main stage where Alex Itch is waiting with Sjokz.
Thanks. Alex, the game didn't go so good in the beginning what Darian was feeding, so you won, right?
Yeah, well, Darian was feeding. They did a lot of lane swaps, a lot of moving on the map. They got first 2 drakes. But then we came back on one-day mistake, and after that, game was in our hand.
Absolutely. Now, next week in the playoffs, you could be up against or SK, EGA, or the Wolves. Who would you rather not be up against, and why?
So, you know, I don't care.
You think you'll beat everyone?
It's like if you want to place the first place, you need to be able to beat every team.
Absolutely. Now, you're looking very strong right now with GAMBIT. Kind of reminds me of Season 2 when you were winning everything, but then when it came to Worlds, it didn't go as good. How would you think if you'd have to play all the international teams right now, you would do?
I think that if we're behind, not that far, and I think like Chinese teams are a bit ahead now, like World Elite and IG. And TPA are a bit behind, I think, because they got some team swap of players. So I don't think that they are confident in their play at the moment. Maybe they will come back to the Season 3 finals. And as for Korean teams, they are really good, but I think that Chinese are better at the moment. Like maybe KT Rollster B is at the same level.
Thank you very much, Alex. Now, we're going to take a short break right now. Don't forget to shoot us your answers for the Twitter question. What team do you think has the biggest chance of an upset win in the playoffs? And why? Hit us up on Twitter at LOLesports, #LCS. And for now, SK Gaming has stepped up this weekend with great play, and both the AD carry Candy Panda and jungler Hercubot in the top 3 of the KDA stats. They'll want to show us that day, and no one else deserved that 3rd place with a win over Giants. Giants versus SK coming up.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the League of Legends Championship Series studios here in Cologne. So, we want to talk about the playoffs and promotion that's coming up for you. It's going to be all next week. So, let's start off. Let's get straight in towards the playoffs, which will be next weekend, starting out on the Friday. Of course, teams ranked 1 and 2 will immediately be qualifying for this, so you can see them already there. That's going to be, will be FNATIC and GAMBIT, whichever way around they're going to be. And then straight into you can see the first round. That's going to be the Friday. Semi-finals will be the Sunday, and the grand finals will be Saturday and Sunday. I know what I am. I know what day I am. I don't know where the hell I am. But right now, that stands as round 1, LCS. That would be SK Gaming versus Against All Authority, who we just saw there. And then 5th and 4th, it's going to be Evil Geniuses versus Copenhagen Wolves, whichever position they finish in.
Yes, of course. And the losers of those quarterfinals, plus the 7th and the 8th place teams from the LCS, which will be Giants and Dragonborns, will then enter the summer promotion tournament. That tournament is going to feature 8 additional Challenger Circuit teams. As you can see on the graphic, we've got multiple stages to this promotion tournament. The first 4 amateur teams which earned their spots, they came from Lille, all the way in France, and from the ESL Go for Lols. They're going to battle against the top 4 teams from last week's Challenger Circuit qualifier. That's going to be there on the left-hand side of the bracket, the Challenger Circuit. The promotion tournament, you can see LCS 8th, LCS 7th, as well as the loser of the 2 respective playoff tournaments. In total, all 12 of these teams will be playing for the summer promotion, or summer split of the League of Legends Championship Series. And you see the 4 spots over on the right-hand side of the graphic. It's fairly simple, left to right. Win your best of 3s. I believe win your best of 5s in the the promotions game. And it's going to be a lot of matches the following weekend.
Well, as with every season, sadly, there must always be a battle for relegation, and it's never been more relevant to the players than right now.
It's not really a secret that it's not been going too well for us. Like, we have had a lot of losses lately. If we won our game on Friday and AAA lost both their games, we would have still had a chance, but that did not happen, and now we are 100% guaranteed in relegation.
Cuando estábamos encerrados contra AAA y la partida estaba muy complicada, ya sabía que era imposible ya remontar esa partida, por lo cual me iba a promoción. No había opción.
So we are 6th at the moment at the LCS. We are safe, I think, because Giant has to play good teams. I think we go to playoff.
We can't really say anymore we are that inexperienced. We have been playing for 10 weeks now in LCS against the best teams in Europe. And if 10 weeks of LCS doesn't give you experience, then I don't know what does.
We have lost 2 games against AA. We have lost 1 game against Wolves. We've pretty much lost against every single team in this LCS. So coming into the playoffs, we just take it as it comes. Like, who are we gonna face, and we take it from there.
It feels great to be third, and it's not up to us right now. You can still play with Wolves, you can still play with AA. So in the end, it's nice to be third, but it doesn't change much for the playoffs.
If you don't qualify for the next part of LCS, I think we're gonna have a lot of thinking to do.
One day can't decide if you're in or out of the LCS. You might have a bad day, and that is the beauty of it, that the best team can be out. So we cannot afford having a bad day. We cannot afford not doing our best, because everything can beat you, even in best of 3. Best of 3 is nothing, and people have to realize that.
We don't care about who we play against, and I think we're ready for the best of 3.
The biggest fear is that we don't get to the playoff. That cannot happen. It literally can't happen. If we don't get into next season, that's a total failure and disaster on our part.
So we know what it means to all of these teams there. We saw some very somber-looking players. Apart from Nono, who was still smiling throughout the course of that video when we saw him.
I think his face is stuck that way now. Like, he keeps smiling so much. Even in his sleep, he's just sitting there, you know, asleep.
asleep but smiling. Yeah. And we're going to be moving into our next game here in just a second. SK Gaming versus Giants. We've seen that the Giants are on a losing streak, so unfortunately for them this week. Well, SK secured that third spot with that victory yesterday, and they've looked really good this weekend.
Yeah, they have. And the thing is, where SK has the third place position locked down, you have the Giants who are going into the promotion series all over again. So SK needs to use this game to look forward to, practicing for against Authority, who they'll play in the playoffs next week. And then the Giants, they need to use this practice against some of the best teams in Europe to prepare for those promotions, because, you worked for at least a year, at least in the Giants' case, because they've been a team for so long to get here. You want to stay here.
And SK have won all 3 games of the games that they've played so far. So, we heard from Ocelot a little bit earlier on the analysis desk, and he said that, Giants, although they don't show their emotion as much as some other Spanish players, aka him, they are very emotionally involved. And we saw that there from the video that, this means the world to them right now.
Yeah, and that, I like how you said that, because the Giants, you never really see them emotional at all. You never see them excitedly happy. Like when they beat Gambit, they're just like, okay, we won kind of thing. You never see them upset, but or we all know that deep down, like they're really fighting for this, they're really struggling for this, and they want to be able to stay here.
Well, in this game, both teams are already locked into their positions. Yes. 3rd place for SK Gaming, definitely, and 7th place, definitely for the Giants. Now, that means that, there's not so much riding on this game in terms of what you can win. However, we heard, as Ocelot said, that they're not going to be pulling out troll picks or trying something new here. This is going to be a case of trying to play well, because just next week, they're going to be playing in the playoffs, and you can't afford to lose there either.
Yeah, and the Giants, they should use this opportunity to work out some kinks, because, Exter, he's been having a tough time in the middle lane, but we've had Morden. He's been helping him out quite a bit. You could say camping, you could say just babysitting or just helping him out. But also in the top lane, Samux, he hasn't really been too amazing over the past couple of weeks in the LCS, so maybe they need to take this opportunity, look at what they're doing wrong this game, and then fix it for the next for 2 weeks.
Well, let's have a look at the lineups for both of these teams, starting with SK on the blue side. Kevin, who we can confirm did get released from the SK Gaming house after being locked in there earlier. Hercubot in the jungle, Ocelot in the middle, and Candy Panda and Nif the AD carry and support.
And of course, for the Giants over on the red team, we have Samux in that top lane, Morden in the jungle, Exter in the middle lane, and Jimbz and Babeta in the bot lane.
Yeah, a really, really good matchup on paper. I mean, I asked Ocelot this earlier that Giants have beaten some top teams. Do they deserve to go higher? And his answer was actually pretty perfect. He says, no one deserves better than the position that they are, because it's in your own hands to win or lose games. But Giants have shown that they can turn up. But as we've said, there's nothing on the line here. A win or a loss doesn't change the scenario that they're facing right now. However, practice is the name of the game.
And the thing is, we have to remember that back at ECC Poland last year in July, Ocelot actually single-handedly supported them, into going to the actual tournament. They renamed themselves Ocelot World, and he knows, firsthand that this is a good team. He even spent money to bring them to a tournament. You know that he's not taking this lightly, and you know that Giants deserve to be here. They just have to prove it to us.
So we're into the bans and the picks here, and first out is Cannon. What a surprise against the Giants, aimed, of course, at Jimbz. Kassadin taken out against Exterminare. Volibear taken away from Morden. Very quick bans coming in. Jarvan for Nasus. Both of them straight at Hercubot, Shen towards Kevin.
So a lot of junglers taken away so far. We have Elise open, though, for the Giants. I'm curious to see if SK wants to pick that up and run it on Nif again as support. Because then Morden, he's going to be forced to play, I think Mundo is his only really other jungler besides that. Maybe Hecarim to go for. But, seeing this many jungler bans really is interesting to see who's going to step up with what new champion.
Well, there's been a lot of talk on Twitter and what have you about Hecarim. Oh, something gets stuck in my throat. That was weird. But Hecarim, statistically, is not doing too well in the LCS. Nope. 4 times he's been picked, 4 times he's lost the game. Well, not him specifically, but the team that he was in, of course, lost the game. So let's move on from that, because we are seeing the first round of picks. Twisted Fate first out for SK, and then Thresh and Elise for Giants.
Okay, so that Twisted Fate, we saw Ocelot use it against Gambit, I believe, and just did a fantastic job on it, really interacting with each and every lane. Saw Bjergsen on it yesterday over at the Wolves games. And of course, the Elise, it kind of called that one. If Morden's, that's pretty much his go-to champion if you have all of these banned out for him specifically. So obviously we'll have that in the jungle. And the Thresh, I'm really curious to see how well Babeta does on him. We know him mostly for his Zyra, his outstanding Zyra play. Yeah. But Thresh can always make a giant impact in games.
See what you did there. So,
wait,
SK
I don't even see what I did there.
Yeah, well, they could do with a breath of fresh air in the team, I suppose we could say as well. As SK Gaming here go for their second and third picks, and there is a Rumble. Kevin, been brilliant, been outstanding with Rumble from what we've seen this week, and there is a Lulu for Nif.
Okay, so interesting. So obviously we'll have the Twisted Fate on Ocelot, Kevin on the Rumble, which I think this is the 4th game running for him that he's actually been playing Rumble, and he's just been, like you said, unstoppable. Like, no one can really go up against him. If he doesn't win his lane, which usually is in a 1v2 situation, somehow he is. Like, out of nowhere in these 1v2 situations, like he has a jungler come by and they're able to keep him up in farm, actually keep him ahead quite a bit of his counterpart, and then switch to the solo lane and just keep that lane pushed the entire time. And then, of course, the other team has to react by sending more than one person to deal with him. And when you do that, SK's like, hey, you send 2 people up there, we're going to push mid, we're going to push bottom, we're going to take dragon, we're going to just punish you for doing that. Yeah,
he's been very, very strong with that Rumble. See what Giants are going to go for next here. Obviously, both teams still have to lock an AD carry into the lineups here. That may come in the 3rd and 4th pick this time around from Giants. And there is Ash, another one that Jimbz has, gone to at times when that cannon has been banned out.
I think we're going to see Diana picked up for Giants, for Exter in the middle lane to punish Twisted Fate quite a bit. You have that Thresh combo, you can pull them all in, and they have to run through the wall or the box to actually get out. And then Samux can be using that Kha'Zix in the top lane. But the Ash, we saw the Wolves with their triple global team, and just how impactful that Ash can really be. If you land that arrow, cross map, it's pretty much a guaranteed kill. And of course, that leaves Varus open, it leaves Twitch open for Candy Panda, and it looks like he will actually go for that as a Pantheon being sat on. Whoa. So we have a Pantheon jungle, it looks like here, and I am excited to see that. They said they were going to try new things though, Joe. They lied.
Yeah, but I don't know. I think one surprise in a team is not really trying new things.
Well, that's Herkybot though, because back in Katowice, I believe it was, he played Shaco jungle. Like he brought in like a lot of new junglers we normally don't see. So yeah, I'm curious to see how well his Pantheon is.
Well, right now Giants sat with Cassiopeia. Could be an interesting choice in this one. And I'm not falling for it, but he's like, Sprite, if it only looked into the camera and smiled, that would have been the perfect moment for him. But they're still sticking with that one. A little bit of discussion here for the Giants. Obviously, that could mean that Kha'Zix heads into this top lane with Samux. And I was going to say he's just typed something there, which tells me that he's maybe going to be changing this one. Syndra, and he's still smiling, so I'm just going to be quiet.
The thing is, Cassiopeia, so she has a really good record so far in LCS, as she's been played, I believe, once or twice now. But when you have a Pantheon jungle, she's really susceptible to ganks in the middle lane. Like, once that flashes down, you can be caught so easily. And if Pantheon jumps on you with a Twisted Fate, gold card following that up, you're gonna die. So I was expecting someone a little bit more able to escape in the middle lane, but we actually might, I was about to say, we might see her in the top lane, which would make a little bit more sense, I guess. But Extra's gonna have a tough time on Cass.
Well, and he's up against Ocelot, who, he is a man who was famed for his Cassiopeia when she was really being picked up, around the times of Intel Extreme Masters. Kiev, which is the first event that we saw, Gambit back then, Empire and Moscow 5 coming into the scene. He played a lot of Cassiopeia, and he definitely will know how to go up against this one. So maybe Exter just trying to, boss that middle lane a little bit and show that he can take down Ocelot.
See, one thing I like to see here is that we saw Giants play DRAGONBORNS, I believe it was last week, where DRAGONBORNS finally took the win, but DRAGONBORNS ran a very heavy assassin or very heavy damage composition, and the Giants have something similar to that. So they have a lot of damage out of Kha'Zix, obviously, who can get those resets. You have the arrow initiate out of Ash. Then you have the ultimate out of Cass. If you land one of those, it's so perfect. It's so spot on. You can just decimate the enemy team. You follow it up with Elise doing damage. You have even Thresh to get in there. You can really cause those resets and cause Samux to be a real trouble for you if you can get those resets.
Well, there you see Kevin on your screens. As we said earlier, he got locked into the SK apartment this morning. Was surprised to wake up and find all his teammates gone and the door locked.
I wonder if this happens quite a bit.
I'm not sure why he's not got his own key, if I'm being really honest about it, but, well, whatever. Maybe only Ocelot has the key to the house, so he can lock them all up.
That's a good point. How do you get locked inside a place when you have, the lock there to turn?
Well, you don't always have the lock there to turn, obviously. I don't think Kevin's that daft that he'd just have to turn something and then he could have got out. But obviously SK are here. We heard from Ocelot earlier that they're not going to be messing around. They want some wins at the end. And there's the lovely crowd here in Cologne. You guys have been awesome throughout these last 10 weeks, so thank you very, very much for joining us in that one. What we are going to be getting into game here is, of course, SK Gaming taking on the Giants. Talk us through Level 1 and what we could maybe possibly see.
Okay, so we have a Pantheon. That's always hard to really tell what the enemy team's going to do with that. So you have a potential stun out of them, but obviously you'll set yourself really far behind in the jungle. You have a gold card obviously out of Ocelot. You have the slow out of Nif. So SK is a very good team if they want to go for an invade here. But to me, I think it's more about kind of trying to scout out what Giants are going to go for, like what lane they're going to send their AD carry support in, what lane they're going to send their solo laner in. And then over for the Giants side, they have a lot of damage. They really do. If you land a hook on someone, followed up by Cocoon, they will die by the time that they can even flash away, even with that crit out of Ashe to follow up.
It's like a quarter of someone's health.
Yes,
This hit,
and he has a Doran's Blade too, so it shows you that he wants a lot of damage right off the bat.
Well, let's see. There is the hook. Oh, and he almost landed onto Nif. The ward was put down, not being able to be cleared out. They got 2 auto attacks off onto that one, but couldn't quite finish. So ward's going down. Both mid laners actually starting boots and pots this time around. Not quite the red elixir fest that we saw in our first game of today.
That's the thing, though. You need the speed against both these champions. Like Cass, if she lands a Q on you, she gets a speed increase so she can chase you down. You have to be able to dodge that. And then over for Ocelot, if you land a gold card, you get a lot of free damage onto Cass as well. So pretty smart pickups by them. And we do see Hercubot actually starting over towards the double golems, which is very unique. You don't really see junglers take double golems as their first thing.
Well, we'll see what his exact path's going to be from this one.
But I actually like it, because now that I think about it, there's a ward down from Giants, so they saw him put the ward down, so he's trying to avoid it. By starting at double golems, he's making the enemy team think he's starting at blue buff. And because of that, he might go for a very early gank on mid lane or bot lane.
Well, we are going to see them do the red buff here just after that. Thresh and Ashe are actually waiting in the closest bush to that bottom lane's turret. And to me, it looked like they almost want to go for first blood here.
Yeah, they're going to go for damage. This is standard. Like, if you run an Ashe, you get that 100% crit up, and you want to apply so much pressure onto the AD carry right away. You know that Kaplan doesn't have a... Oh, yeah, she gets caught right here.
They managed to land the hook. There goes the ignite down. Barrier used from Candy Panda. Nif coming around the side. Have they got the damage to finish off? He only needs a couple more auto attacks. Now they switch around on towards Nif, and Jimbz in the end getting taken very low. You cannot underestimate what minions can do at this level.
Yes, yes, you can't. And the thing was, like, they went for that because they knew Candy Panda didn't have health pots, so they tried to go for some very early aggression, really push him out of lane early on. And it looks like Candy Panda was able to share some XP. We see Kevin getting very low on the top end from Samux.
Samux going straight in there. There's a flash coming out, the jump in, and the first blood from Samux, but he's going to get hit again. The minion, he had to get rid of that one. He was beating down on him, but a fantastic 1v1 first blood.
And just as we talked about Samux, they're not doing so well in LCS. He's showing right there that he deserves to beat here, getting that very, very crucial first blood, but it's all about how Giants can deal with that as the game goes on. We've seen Kevin before get this position, and he always is able to get back in the game.
Oh, but here's Hercubot coming into that top lane, and, well, he's not quite able to get the damage off onto Samux, and that would have been the ideal response to that first blood if Hercubot could have taken him down, but not to be. The Giants have the kill and the goal lead here early on.
See, Joe, I'm actually really happy. Oh, we see actually Jimbz getting very low. He gets caught.
Oh, there's the hook coming across. Babeta trying to get in onto Candy Panda. Nif keeping the auto attacks flowing there onto Babeta. And that's the funny thing about this lane now, that Giants tried to force SK out of lane early. And look who's gone home first.
Yeah, that's just really unfortunate for them. But it does allow him to get a little bit of boots so he can get some damage in. Look at that. Nif, the harass that he could put out was able to counter a little bit. And Joe, I'm happy to not up the cameraman, because the Pantheon drops are going to be so key. When he gets level 6, it's just going to destroy people, because you have slows in the top lane, you have slows in the bottom lane, even the stun down there, you have the stuns in the middle lane. So pretty much, if him and Ocelot want to go around ganking, like, they have a perfect pair for it.
Yeah, and good job they banned that Shen out, because that would have been a real pain to have Twisted Fate, Shen, and Pantheon in there. But right now, SK, of course, pushing this bottom lane up, 22-9 CS, and that just shows you the impact that they've had on this lane, considering that they took a lot of damage early on, very controlled. Candy Panda and Nif, you know, they've been here since Season 1. They were in the Game DE lineup, then went over to SK Gaming. They had, or Candy Panda had his time out of the team, but they are one of the most stable bottom laners. They have a lot of experience. They know exactly what they're doing with each other, and that's what's dangerous in this position.
Yeah, you see how that time's really paid off for them. They just know exactly what each other are going to do at the exact same time, and because of that, they're able to play really aggressive, play really defensive, and really take advantage of situations. Look over the top lane. Morden was there trying to go in for a gank here, but fortunately for him, he was actually pinged. He wasn't fully spotted, but Kevin is playing passive, knowing that he doesn't have that flash available. He cannot afford to get another kill over Samux.
And there we go again in the bottom lane. Babeta down to half HP. The shield coming out from the Lantern. That will avoid a little, or allow him to avoid a little bit of that damage. But Candy Panda has done a great job there. We can see that Morden is actually waiting in this top rush right now. They've already killed Kevin once. That was, of course, the 1v1, the first blood here for Samux. The Salvadoran's blade in there. There's a ward put straight down. That's a great read coming out of Kevin.
That is so unfortunate for Morden. He committed so much time right there. I think it was about a minute and a half, and then he just got spotted by the ward being forced to back away, so he's going to fall a little bit behind. And so, yeah, like you said, great word by Kevin to know that was going to be there, and a great counter.
But also coming up towards this top lane now. See if he can actually get involved. And the funny thing is that Kevin's actually managed to hit level 5 before Samux in that one, even after dying for that first blood.
Yeah, that's because Morden was absorbing all the XP in the top lane, which is going to hurt him quite a bit, but the alternative to that is that they could have got another kill onto Kevin, as Samux might get greedy here, might try to go in, but Hercubot is there to counter this.
Yeah, interested to see if Samux will make that wrong decision. Morden's nowhere near at the moment. He's down on that bottom side of the map. He's going to be heading to try and set something up there, maybe with the good old lantern. Yep, here we go. We're going to see a lantern gank coming in as Morden goes through. SK seemed to have sniffed that something was going to happen from that one. The cocoon, though, will land on towards Nif. He's in a lot of trouble as he gets hooked back. Babeta didn't follow through, but it'll be enough as Jimbz gets the kill.
Great cocoon coming out there and followed up with that hook, able to lock him down. We saw the flash come out, but unfortunately it wasn't enough. And that bottom lane Jimbz, we need, he needs to step up for his team a little bit since he doesn't have that cannon, and he's going to do it right here on this Ashe. He's down in CS, but that kill is going to help him get back in the game.
And there you just saw the absolute danger of that lantern and what it can do for you. As Babeta may try and set the same up here. He's landed the hook on towards Candy Panda. Gonna knock him back here with the flame. But have they got the damage? Flash away from the cocoon, but he's very low, and Morden will pick up the kill. What a move again out of Giants.
So picking up 2 kills with that gank in the end. Giants looking very strong in that bottom lane. We even see Hercubot now stealing away some jungle creep. Might get spotted here, actually caught here by Samux, as he's trying to punish Morden for being in that bottom lane.
And he blocks most of the damage in true style there as Pantheon, as Ocelot, sorry, in the middle lane is going to be in a lot of trouble. He's going to try and use Destiny, and he's going to get away. He's gone to the Wraiths, which was an interesting decision, to be honest, to go onto that side of the map, but I think it was just a case of quickly just flick your mouse over and click somewhere on the minimap.
Just crap. Okay, good. Safe. As you saw, Exter just run into that bush. He almost caught him, and if he had a ward there, which Ocelot did, he was able to pick up that kill, but that's Cass. Like, you just saw how deadly she can be. She locked down Ocelot. He couldn't even do any damage. He just had a straight run away. And Exter, he has his flash available, doesn't have Ignite anymore, but has that tier to start stacking up. We see the early Twin Shadows coming out of Ocelot as well.
Babeta coming back to lane here. He's going to have that sight stone in, and a pink ward to get rid of the vision that was put down earlier on by SK Gaming. Currently, Giants leading 3-0. A number which, against all authority, are familiar with from their last game, of course. They were doing really well against Gambit, but things quickly turned after they lost those kills. Let's have a look down the CS, because it's actually really close in some places, but not quite so in others. Rumble, 7 CS ahead of Kha'Zix in the top lane. Twisted Fate, 7 CS ahead of Cassiopeia in the middle lane. And 17 CS is the lead between the AD carries in favor of Candy Panda.
Yeah, that's the thing, though. You never really expect Ashe to win her lane super hard in terms of CS. Like, you expect when she gets level 6 to pick up a couple of kills because of that arrow. So as long as she keeps up somewhat in terms of farm, she'll be doing very well as the game progresses. Not to mention, if you do land a nice arrow onto Ocelot, like, there's no way he's going to be able to escape that. We do have Hercubot now, level 6, so we could see a gank coming in very shortly, Joe.
Yeah, this is where things get really fun. And that Pantheon going to be moving around as much as he can. Ocelot just getting some wards down as well. Really interested to see how that Destiny and the Grand Skyfall are put together here. Coming out of Hercubot and Ocelot, as we are going to see Morden coming in towards the middle lane. There's a stun card coming out. Can he get the cocoon? Yes, he's landed it there, and Cassiopeia unloading onto Ocelot. Now that will be Exterminare picking up another kill for the Giants.
And we talked about, Morden, like, Elise is one of his favorite junglers like that in Dr. Mundo, and you gave it over to him, and most teams ban out that Elise against him. It's just like banning out Cannon from Jimbz, and he's showing you why you should. 1-0-2 now. Be able to push this mill turret a little bit here. And I wanted to touch on Hercubot's items really quickly. He went for a Doran's Blade, so he knows he's going to kind of fall off as the game goes on in terms of his gank potential, so he really wanted to be powerful early on, but he hasn't been able to make any plays off it. They see him going in on the middle lane, though.
That's a lot of damage already coming in. Morden going to be in trouble here underneath the tower, but of course he has good old Repel to get away from that one. The minions just about dying there as he's coming through, and now Ocelot going to get involved. He's got vision thanks to that ward as he throws the wild cards out. They won't have the range. Spiderlings return to Mama, and he goes home.
The damage is done either way, though, Joe. Getting that kill on the offside. Did build a flash out of Morden, but, he's not really going to care too much since he obviously has a repel to get into a fight. But you know, considering what's been happening with, with the top lane, with Samux getting that first wood over to Kevin, it's been relatively quiet up there as most of the action has been rotating around wherever Morden goes.
Yeah, both AD carries got the Vamp Scepters in there, both got a Doran's Blade. There's that extra dagger for Ash right now.
We see Hercubot coming in the bottom lane. Looks like he might try to go for a jump here. They do have the Varus ultimate available. I'm curious to see if they're actually going to go for it, because they could pick up a kill easily here on Jimbz.
Yeah, Destiny obviously isn't up at this point. Are they going to be making that move in? Here we go. There is the Grand Skyfall coming down. He's going to catch Jimbz, but they go for Babeta. He puts the box in position, but Hercubot picks up the kill. One ultimate use, one kill secured. Nicely done from SK.
And that was also nicely done by Babeta there. Like, he kept Jimbz alive because of that box. He had flash to get away, but he knew he wasn't. He just want to make sure Jimbz, who didn't have to escape, just to stay alive, keep farming up, and keep becoming powerful. But still, that's what's so deadly about Pantheon. That drop, you can't really expect or see it coming, and it can just destroy your team.
And look at Ocelot here. He's having to stand so far back on that middle turret. He doesn't want to be getting caught out. Morden was up on the other side as well, trying to get around, and will be spotted here by a ward, as we are going to see Jimbz taking a lot of damage. He's got hardly any mana left to do much about this, and they are pushing through. There's a flash, the ignite. Nif gets the kill.
And in the end from that, with Babeta saving his life, Jimbz did end up going down. It was unfortunate for him, but a great play out of SK right there to know that they could apply that pressure. No one where Morden was on the map, and that turret now getting very low as Babeta does return to lane. But still, look at that CS difference, Joe. 30 CS between the two AD carries.
Yeah, really strong from Candy Panda. As you see Kevin trying to push Samux away from this one. He's going to have to leap off behind his turret, and will probably miss a little bit of the farm, thanks to those Void Spikes being blocked out. So, let's have a look quickly down the items and what we've got coming up so far. Cassiopeia, spiders, snakes, kind of similar. Sorcerer's Shoes and a Tia and a Doran's Blade compared to the cages. No Magic Mantle and a Doran's for Ocelot.
And that tier, I mean, it's you kind of need something like that on cast since you spam so many abilities, but obviously when you get that 5 stack of your passive, your abilities don't cost too much and you're able to sustain quite well. But the thing is, I'm looking at, is that you have such a great comp out of SK to dive with. Like I was talking about diving buddies a little bit with that Twisted Fate ult with the Pantheon ult. They haven't really been able to sync that up quite well. And I'm curious to see how well SK can use that as the game goes on, like more of the mid to late game where, you know, the Pantheon drop doesn't really work out too much. But the thing is, that's their initiate right there. You drop the Rumble ultimate across the place, Pantheon's going to fall, and you're just going to hurt people so bad. You're going to do a lot of damage to the entirety of Giants. And they're already squishy at this point. They're running a very heavy damage composition.
Ocelot actually was starting to recall there, but realized that his lane was going to get shoved out and decided to stick around. Good ward coverage right now for SK as well. With 3 wards around, as Dexter's going to put his ultimate down here on towards Ocelot. The Ash Arrow will miss. Ignite, I don't think has got enough damage just yet to finish off the kill. Ocelot manages to walk away, but here is Nif getting caught out in the jungle. Has to use a Wild Growth on himself, but he is slowed down completely from this one. The box really devastating. Oh, there comes the ultimate out of Candy Panda. Let's go with that one for now, which obviously tied them up. But he still lost his support. Go on, Jason, please talk for a while.
It tied them up. It tied your tongue up there, Joe. But we do have Dragon being started right here out of Giants. They should be able to take it here. You do have Cassiopeia. Very low on mana, though, so if Hercubot wants to, he could go in and try to create some sort of distraction, some sort of damage. As Twisted Fate is ulting in, it looks like. At least just giving the vision, and Giants are backing away.
They got the vision, and he's going to come down to join Hercubot and Candy Panda. Dragon went back into his pit. It's still at half HP right now. They've kept it tagged up quite long with this one. It keeps trying to reset itself. Candy Panda now will finally focus in there. Hercubot waiting to jump onto one as Ocelot is going to get snared. Gets hit up there with the hook as well. He's in a lot of trouble right now. He's going to go down. Morden will fall here as well. Now Jimbz is going to be the focus. He's got no mana left. Can they get onto him? Hercubot and Candy Panda decide, nope, let's go for Babeta. Let's try and get him down once again. The slow will land in. Have they got enough to finish him up? He tries to hook over. A minion actually died there, I think, right at the end, which is unlucky a little bit for Babeta, but that's another good kill coming out of SK.
And that was an initiate coming out of the Giants right there. We saw the nice hook and the nice flay come out of Babeta as he even flashed in for it, but SK able to turn that around. Dragon still hasn't been done just yet, but Giants do have their blow. You see the actual dive happening on the Jimbz bot lane. He's dead. He's going to be dead.
He's going to be dead, and he is dead. And finally finished off there by Candy Panda, who's now 1-1-4. We've seen the twin shadows coming out from Ocelot as his first major item. We've seen the potential of that one coming in as well. And magic resist, definitely not a bad thing against Cassiopeia either.
Definitely not a bad thing. And this is really reminiscent of the last game we saw with Gambit versus Against the Authority, where Against the Authority had 5 kills up with no deaths, and then you see, I think Giants picked up 1 kill right there, but SK has gotten 5 kills pretty much like in a row, and they're really starting to punish the Giants. Their power of their mid-game team is really starting to shine through it now, as Giants are now going to fall back to more of a late-game kind of composition. When you have Samux get fed, get the damage he needs, you have Dexter just become this force where you don't want to engage upon it because that ultimate will destroy you. We haven't seen very many arrows come out of Jimbz just yet. I'm a little bit surprised by that, because it's always so powerful. You pair that in with Cass and you're going to kill someone, but we'll see if he can use those a little bit more as the game goes on.
Blue buff going to be giving it over towards Cassiopeia. Got Blasting 1 now added into the build. But the real difference here is between those AD carries. 40 CS difference, 114 compared to 222. But Blade of the Ruin King plus double Doran's Blade in Berserker Greaves compared to Berserker Greaves, a pickaxe and a Vamp Scepter.
And the thing is, you're going to see Candy Panda build Infinity Edge right after this item because the attack speed, the damage he's going to be doing, not to mention from his passive, the attack speed he gets. And as Asher, you're kind of locked into a certain build order in terms of like Infinity Edge, maybe Phantom Dancer, maybe Last Whisper, because you have no escape and you're all about kiting, so you kind of need that damage for your team. But then you have a Twist of Fate who can dive you, you have the slows coming out of Kevin, you have Hercubot who can just land right on you, and with the Lulu knockup, like it's going to be really hard for Jimbz to stay alive in these fights.
Now it's Babeta just throwing the lantern out and collecting those valuable souls. Make himself as strong as possible. Kevin now in this top lane, haunting guys, Seeker's Arm Guard plus the Sork Shoes, compared to that of Kha'Zix's BF Sword, Tia, and the Vamp Scepter.
And it looks like Dragon might be started here for Giants. We are having Hercubot come down, though. He has his jump available. As the Giants, they actually are, in fact, going to be starting Dragon here.
Hercubot here spotted out by Samux the entire time. We have seen the Dragon started off down to half HP. Not sure that SK can get near it, and in the end they decide to just relinquish control of that one.
They might be going for an engage very soon, though. They have Kevin coming up from the top side. He was spotted by a ward, as you can see the pings coming in. They do have a nice composition to dive on top of this turret, but instead both teams just going to back away a little bit. Jimbz needs to get this farm, needs to catch up a little bit to Candy Panda. And it looks like SK might even go for some damage on this middle turret, or just allow Kevin to push the top lane.
And that's what worked out for them so well as well, having Kevin on Rumble, pushing out the lanes and really allowing SK to get into those team fights where they know that they're strong. And Jimbz still having to try and farm up what's left of that lane. Obviously, the turret was taken down a little bit earlier on. He is pretty much massively behind at this stage.
And SK is trying to keep it that way. So you have Candy Panda and Nip. They're trying to push that bottom lane very quick. So what it does is Jimbz has to go. He has to push the lane back out. But when that happens, it's going to be a 5v4 wherever SK wants it. So they try to force, like middle turret, like you saw right there with Kevin coming down. They try to force some sort of objective to punish Giants for losing that turret very early. We see the Astro coming in the mid lane, though.
Yep, gonna come across. It is gonna hit Ocelot here. There is the hook. You're gonna pull Ocelot in. He gets knocked back. Actually, will use the flash as he's gonna go for Destiny, but can't quite get away. Extermin used his ultimate as well, so a lot burned, but they've killed Ocelot again.
Yes, right after he talked about Jimbz using that ultimate a little bit more to create some opportunities. They get the great kill onto him. They deny him his ultimate as well, who we try to use to get away. But in the top lane, you're seeing Samux maybe getting baited in here as Hercubot was trying to go for a gank.
Morden just going to throw the Spiderling out there and say, oh, he's waiting in the bush.
Look at the mid lane, Joe.
Yeah, Nif's going to go get hooked up here once again. Wild Growth comes down there. Is the box in position a little bit too late? Nif did have to use his flash to get away from that one. And Wild Growth, which can never be underestimated in a team fight.
Yeah, it's going to be very crucial for SK since they have a really high damage composition with not too much tankiness. Obviously, Pantheon does get a little tanky with blocking auto attack every couple of attacks, but you need that ultimate to really knock the enemy team up and give you that pseudo tankiness you're going to need for the fights. And
the fact that you've got Pantheon and Rumble who are going to have to be right in the middle of them as well. Right. That Wild Growth is for them.
Yes, very true. And you saw right there with that kill happened on the mid lane, Giants kind of used the same kind of play against SK where they got a kill in the mid lane, they pushed it up, you had Candy Panda in the bot lane just farming up, and he wasn't able to defend, forcing Nif to lose the ultimate in the flash, just like you mentioned.
Slot there, just clearing things out. Got his Sheen in there. Going to be moving up to Lich Bane next. So pretty standard for what we've seen from Twisted Fate recently. Over on the other side, Haunting Guys, Giants Belt with that Spirit Stone for Morden. Haunting Guys also added into the build now for Cassiopeia. It's 2-0-0.
And you're seeing that double AP composition work really well. I mean, it's not like 2 solo laners AP, but you're having Morden just build pure AP out of the jungle here, which he does that quite well. He sometimes goes for Sunfire Cape, but I imagine that will be a Rylai's just to get that little bit extra health, maybe some slow in there on top of that. So you do see an early Oracle out of Babeta. It is 20 minutes in, and he's trying to create an advantage, an opportunity for Giants to really start to snowball this game.
So Candy Panda is down at the bottom, still farming away. His lead was brought back a little bit, but he's quickly got that back up to that 40 CS. Well, actually, it's all about to hit 50 CS, so even growing at this stage of the match. As you said, we're 20.5 minutes in. It's only, if you look at the gold, 200 difference right now.
Yeah, that's Astro coming on Onslaught.
He's coming in onto Onslaught, and he's in a lot of trouble. Cocoon lands onto him, puts the Twin Shadows down, but that won't make the slightest of difference.
And you're seeing Onslaught use the same strategy Alex did with the feed trap, and now Samux getting very low on the top lane. We see Hercubot dropping.
Yeah, Hercubot going to drop down. There's the Equalizer coming in as well. Kevin was tanking up the turret. Hercubot now takes that privilege, and Kevin will finish off. Nicely done there by SK.
That was so... Wow, just out of Giants. The Astro landing followed up by the Cocoon, able to lock Onslaught down. He had no movement the entire time. He could not move, period. And the Giants were able to capitalize off that, taking a turret. And Samux on the top lane, even though he did die, was able to stall a little bit, was able to bait out the Pantheon ulti, allowing Giants to get that second middle turret. Looks like they might be heading down towards the bottom lane as well, to take out that turret and get 2 overall.
Yeah, that lane is pushed up thanks to Candy Panda a little bit earlier on. He's now got BF Sword in there. What else do we have picked up here recently? As the Ruby Sight Stones actually finished for both of the support players, and a Giant spell and a Blasting Wand added in for Rumble.
And you're seeing how far Candy Panda is ahead of Jimbz right now, just based on items. Like you can look at CS and say, yeah, well, he's really far ahead, but if you see the Blade of the Rune King done and a BF Sword compared to the BF Sword and Pickaxe on the Jimbz, so you have 1.5 completed items to half the completed items. You see the engage happening in the mid lane.
SK going in, Onslaught going to get involved as well. A brilliant ulti coming out of Exterminare though. Onslaught is going to pick up the first kill, but here comes Samux. The 1 kill comes in. Are they going to go any further from this one? Doesn't look like it. They just want to repel that attack. And it will end in a 1-for-1.
coming in.
Yeah, Jimbz is coming in at the side. Is he going to go for the arrow? Well, he would if he'd got some mana.
That is true. Didn't even notice that. Just saw him coming up from the lane, because that would have been very scary if he did see that happening. Like that entire combo of the Astro followed up by the Cocoon. Obviously, Cassiopeia's ult is down, but he's just going to farm up that lane. And Giants are really trying to make something happen here. I mean, it's pretty much tied in gold. They're up about 100 gold at this point, 22.5 minutes in, and Dragon will be up in about 30 seconds.
Yeah, 30 seconds for that Dragon. Samux going to try and push his top lane out as far as he can. We'll see outer turret's still standing here for SK Gaming in the top and the bottom lane. So Giants really need to start pushing them out, because there's never too much pressure on you when those turrets are still there.
And the thing is, like, it's a really iffy thing for them to do. So if they go for a push, like you have 2 global ultimates out of SK that could push down your mid or bottom lane or something like that, can really make you lose turrets you don't want to lose right now. So if they are going to go for any turret pushes, they have to do it relatively soon, because if they lose any turrets just to a 5-man push at SK, it's going to create so many opportunities for SK to backdoor them.
Yep, the CS now between the AD carries has grown to 70. Every time I look, there's 10 or 20 added on top of it. So that's got to change. Infinity Edge, though, is now done. There's a Black Cleaver just being picked up for Hercubot as well.
Wow, so he's going pretty heavy on damage as well. We expect him to be a little bit tanky, because he's pretty much their tank for their team. They're just going to be trying to kill someone as quick as possible and then turn it into a 5v4 situation right away. But Giants got him in the same boat. And Giants have a really good disengage as well. You have the volleys coming out of Ash, so they can kite them if they wanted to. You have the ultimate out of Cassis. See the engage happening on a Samux.
Yeah, Samux in a lot of trouble here. He's going to get hit, but he jumps away. It won't be enough, though. Candy Panda will finish off that kill, and SK looking for more here from this one. Is Hercubot going to dive in from this one? Morden will see the flash come out in front of him there from Jimbz to get to safety. But here comes Hercubot from above. It's going to land in onto Morden. Twisted Fate going to join in there as well, and they chain together brilliantly. The slow coming out of Cassiopeia's ulti, but Morden will die in the end. Hercubot now on a rampage.
That Twin Shadow coming out, slowing Morden in the middle of that Pantheon ultimate for full damage was ridiculous. And that is what's so strong about these global teams. They pick up those 2 kills, not losing anyone on their team at all. And they can pick up the Dragon to finally lengthen the gold lead to more than 1,000.
Yeah, and that's pretty much the biggest it's been all game for SK. And they are now all tied up in terms of the kills. 2,500 gold to spend here for Candy Panda on Varus, and I don't fancy the chances of this outer turret being left alive at the end.
It's not going to survive much longer, but luckily for them, for the Giants, they have quick wave clear, easy for me to say, out of Cast right there. Still has a blue buff available, didn't lose in that last fight, so a little bit to keep it alive for a little bit longer. As he actually, Dexter going for his first item as a Crystal Scepter, like his first major item, which is kind of interesting. And it kind of goes with the whole kite them along with Giants, maybe get a nice disengage off of them. And it's up to Kevin to land a nice equalizer, which if he's been playing like the way he's been doing yesterday and today, it's going to be perfect.
Samux now got the Bloodthirster and Mana Moon in there. As Kevin just realized he's coming in, decides to get straight away from that one. Void Spike's not quite connecting. Morden was sniffing around there as well. His position revealed, though, by the ward in that Tribush, so Kevin not going to be getting caught out with that one. Here is Jimbz and Babeta having to back off from this bottom lane. Let's have a look at the health on that turret there in the bottom outer and see exactly how low it is. So they've done a good amount of damage to that already.
Yes, they have, but still, that's a lot of people to commit over towards this bottom side when you could have other lanes pushed up against you. You see more in the top lane. They're trying to get this turret. They don't. Yes, they do get it, but use the lantern to get away.
Oh, Ocelot is bottom side of the map here, though. They may try and go in for things. There's the Ash Arrow landing onto Candy Panda. Not going to make too much of a difference as here comes Twisted Fate. The box is down, and Ocelot has to get have the Wild Growth put on him there. Oh. As Exterminare coming in, he will get the ultimate out of Varus again to lock him up and stop him chasing.
That was a great ulti out of Varus right there, but you do see on the top side of the map, a two-man push happening for Giants here, but they're going to get caught.
Yeah, here comes the ulti again out of Hercubot. Going to jump straight on towards Morden. Where's the kill coming from? There is the repel. Hercubot only needs a couple more hits. He will find that with Ignite burning as well. Kevin joins back in there at the end. Don't think he really needed to do that, but it secures the double kill anyway for Hercubot, who's now 6-0-3, by the way.
I think Reed got him right there. I mean, I would have gone for it, to be honest, if it was me trying to pick up the kill for the extra gold. But in the meantime, you see SK, they're pushing the bottom lane up a little bit. Jimbz can't really go head-to-head against Candy Panda at all anymore. And Dexter just trying to roam around, seeing what to do. You know, you have the global ultimates of SK down, so he could have pushed mid lane a little bit here. In the meantime, he's just going to steal away some creeps, if possible, out of the jungle. And Dragon should be up pretty soon, about 2.5 minutes.
I'll be coming into play in a while. I expect Giants to be around there for that one. Since, well, they've fallen behind now in the kills and, of course, in the gold as well. But they are still 4-2 up in turrets. And I was talking earlier, those top and bottom outer turrets, which, you know, give you still a lot if they're still up there. You can still keep those waves pushing through. There's no real danger as in you have to go back usually when they're still standing. So that's a great move from Giants. But the question is, can they actually do anything about that with the likes of Hercubot and Twisted Fate on the map?
That's the biggest problem, like them trying to work around the split push strategy. We had Asa talk quite a bit about it when we were at Lille, saying, you know, we sat down with him like, Asa, how do you counter FNATIC's split push style? And he said, the only real thing I can come up with is split push them back. So they've always been working on that quite a bit, and they're showing it right here with that double global presence team that they have. And you have Jimbz who can obviously, you know, be at bot lane and arrow top lane, which is going to be very hard to hit, but SK's going to use this to punish Giants as much as they can.
Oh, here we go. Twisted Fate going to get involved, and he gets ulted straight away there by Exter, who gets polymorphed himself. There's a Wild Growth on Ocelot. Here comes Pantheon from the backside. The volley not going to connect. Equalizer is down. Kevin is right in there as Jimbones goes down. Ocelot low, Nif is low, but they're still going for this one. There's the repel. He's not going anywhere, though. Kevin gets that one, and are they going to get any more? Maybe they will. Babeta puts the box down, but Candy Panda is still chasing. He is now unstoppable as he gets kill number 5.
That equalizer was sublime right there. I mean, you caught Jimbz and the full effect of it. He could not escape it, and he died almost strictly to that alone because of the damage over time. So you see Hercubot, I thought he was jumping into the top side. I think he was, but he reset it real quick.
Yeah. I don't think he really wanted that to go down.
Trying to go man mode.
A little bit behind the turret and what have you. But that was another great one here. He's just trolling us right now with that Pantheon ultimate. Well, another great fight, Jason, coming out of SK Gaming. 16 for 10 now. They are in the lead. It's equating to about a 4,000 gold lead. Let's have a look at items here as well, as we are seeing the Leandra's Torment there picked up out of Cassiopeia, Lich Bane, and a needlessly large rod for Ocelot's Twisted Fate.
See, the thing is, Giants, they can win these fights. It's just all about them kiting properly. And SK is trying to counter that with the Equalizer, like we've been saying this whole time, and the Pantheon drop. But if they can avoid both of those, Like with the Leandries, with the Rylai's onto Extra, you have a Rylai's onto Morden, you have the volleys out of Ashe. Like, you can kite them for a long time. You can get yourself into a point where you have them about half health and you can finally push back at them. But it's just trying to make that happen. That's the hardest thing.
And kiting them when they drop on your head is obviously a little bit harder to do as well, since they're right, you know, on your head. So, are we going to see some action down in this bottom lane? Giants pushing in there with actually forwards. The hook does land here on towards Nif. There's the Ashe arrow coming out, but well, they didn't follow it up whatsoever. They were scared. Stun card lands onto Morden. Wild cards come in as well. Can they get the finisher? The Lantern will save him for now. Well, there is a chain of corruption landing on towards Samux. It spreads around so Jimbz, who will cleanse it away, but they're still going here, SK. Hercubot is going to drop in from above, and he manages to get in on 2 of them. Double kill now for Ocelot. Extermin will go down. The Cassiopeia death sound, one of the most satisfying sounds in the game. And now it's all on Samux, who is running for dear life.
I don't know if it's satisfying if you're that cast though, Joe.
Well, if you're Cassiopeia, then obviously not, but everyone else is great.
But SK, again, I mean, they've been doing this for the last 10 minutes. It's just catching Giants over and over again. And Kevin, yet, with another perfect ultimate coming down into that tri-bush, you saw Samux trying to run away, and he died strictly to that alone. Like, he could not escape it quick enough because of the Rylai's, because of the damage Kevin has.
So, SK now pushing in towards his inner turret. Hercubot, not a problem tanking that up. They will take an inner turret. Are they going to go straight to middle? Actually, the lanes are quite pushed on them right now, so that'll slow them down, if not stop that from happening overall as Giants start to respawn. But one thing that SK will pick up off this is a Dragon.
And a nice chunk of gold as well. They're up to about 7,000 at this point. It's going to take it to about 8. Major items are being completed. You have the Zonias now done on Ocelot. We saw him earlier. He ulted into the blue buff of Giants where Exter was waiting, and he took an ulti to the face, but you saw him barely survive because of Nif. Like, with that Lulu ultimate kept him alive, and you saw Hercubot flash over the wall to stun him, but with that Zonias, he seems to be able to pull Messiah out of his pocket. You see an Asher heading towards the middle lane. Oh!
Yeah, Kevin actually deciding to flash away from that one. Had the vision from the wards there, actually, which saw the arrow coming through and was able to dodge it. Flash down, though, for Rumble, which might mean that he can't get into the middle of the fight next time things come around, although I'm not sure that Giants are really in a position where they want to fight now.
Yeah, not anymore. I mean, they're still trying to pull off their kite strategy, but you saw in that last fight alone, just as his ability to get in there, you saw also flash for a stun, you saw him ulti into the backside of the team, you saw Hercubot follow up, and then Kevin just cut off the retreat completely with his ulti, and it looks like they might even potentially be going for Baron here, as Nif has that Oracle right now, and you talked about Giants not wanting to fight. SK's trying to make that happen.
Yep, trying to force it here around that Baron area. The wards all going to be cleared out. SK forcing Giants to do something. There is the Hawk shot, which for me was terribly used in that situation. They should have put it the other side, but here comes Twisted Fate and Pantheon, and Hercubot is godlike. They just exploded that Thresh, and without the hook, that makes it even harder now for Giants to do something.
Yeah, I really agree with that Hawk shot. I heard it go off, and I was like, where is it actually going? And it went over towards the Wraith camp of SK. When you need it over towards that Baron, that's one of the best things about Ashe, is your ability to do that. But with Baron being started, SK's trying to take it down. They have the Oracle, they're clearing all the vision, and Morden is going to try to go for a steal here, but I think he's just going to flash into his death if he goes for it.
Well, let's see. There we go. Chain of Corruption down on Extermin, and he's going to be rooted on top of the Equalizer. Kevin now on a killing spree of his own. Hercubot going very, very low. They managed to pick up the double kill as Kha'Zix jumps away. Hercubot, that was actually the Wild Growth, which I'm pretty sure was targeted onto Hercubot, but he clicked on someone else instead. But Hercubot did survive, at least for now. Samux is actually on this backside, and he's going to face check here, Ocelot, and there's a stun card going down. The wild card's coming in as well. The Zonya's going to be used, and that's going to be just in time for Nif to come in and secure the kill.
Great job by Nif to stay next to Ocelot as well to take away the extra damage off of that Kha'Zix Q. And during that last fight, we saw Hercubot, like you were mentioning, the Lulu ulti didn't really hit him. You saw him actually go back in with his W, stun up Exter, and because of that, he got his proc again. He got his shield back up, and you saw that last auto attack come in, which got completely blocked and saved his life. That was a great split-second decision move out of Hercubot.
Speaking of split, Jimbz down here on this bottom lane has pushed that one right out, but he's got no mana whatsoever to do anything with his flashes down, and Candy Panda's going to come into this one. This should be a simple fight for Candy Panda. Yep, destroys him, godlike at 7-1-13.
And Ocelot even had his ultimate come up right that second if you wanted to use it right there. As you do have Baron being cleared of wards yet again out of Nif. And the rest of SK buying up a little bit. You see a Last Whisper come in for Candy Panda, who even bought a Spirit Visage because he's trying to survive the damage that Exter can put out because of that burst. And as you saw right there, it didn't really do much at all because of the way Exter's been forced to build. So he might then go for Baron now. As we do have Exter, as we take his own blue. I mean, that's luckily been Giants' like a saving grace for them, is that they SK hasn't really denied blue too much away from Exter. He's been able to use that to get his farm, use that for his ulti cooldown. But it's still, I mean, because he's forced to go into this build order, he doesn't have a lot of damage behind him. We have SK waiting on the sidelines. They're going to try to go for an engage.
Yeah, and it is going to be Hercubot once again who gets involved. They go for Extermin. He's going to ulti onto Ocelot, who uses a Zhonya. Another great equalizer comes across. The Chain of Corruption actually missed there from Candy Panda, but it looks like they're thinking they've done enough damage to just turn back around and go towards Baron, or maybe even just set up another trap. And Giants, are they going to face check it? As good as face checking, and Samux has to leap himself away. The stun card won't quite land in there for Ocelot. Didn't quite have the range that he needed. Morden will flash back to the turret. It's going to be another case of deja vu as SK take the same path back to their hidey hole bush.
But I don't think this time Giants are going to come around the side and actually get attacked by him, as they can go for Baron, as Giants are going to have to back away. And as I said that, they stopped doing that, and they're going to be heading over towards Baron right here.
Yeah, that was a Hawk shot that was actually in the right position for my money. Baron down already to half HP. There's a ward over the top from Thresh. Nif is just going to clear that one out. Will SK go for the fight? There's the Ash Arrow. It lands actually on towards Ocelot. Volley coming across. The hook miss, but Nif going to get caught up here by the Cocoon. Morden is going to repel away. Are they going to keep going on this one? Morden actually dropping back since he was down below half health. Giants can't quite get in there, but they do have a one-man advantage. Will they stick around here for Baron, or will they even push this middle lane a bit?
They could go for it, and you saw in that last fight Baron being the MVP because you saw the Ash Arrow come in, it slowed him, and then he knocked up the two members of SK, able to turn that into a kill. And a great repel to Morden because he sent out his Spiderling, and then he just hopped right back up and just sat back because he knew he would pick up the kill with the rest of his team there. But still, I mean, SK, like, how are you going to push against a Twisted Fate who has this much damage already? He's sitting at 400 AP almost. He is level 18 already, and with that Lich Bane, he can full clear waves himself.
Yeah, definitely. A very strong man in there. Is he going to go for it here? He has popped his ulti. He is going to go in towards Extermin. Gets a stun card down. Here comes Hercubot as well. The ultimate does land on towards Ocelot, but he's going to die. The Cocoon was in there, but how much difference is it really going to make? Right now, it's not looking like too much. Morden saved by the Lantern.
Yeah, it made none at all, but that's still really well timed out of Morden right there. And that's just a dive buddy pairs of Ocelot and Hercubot just using their ultis to get in there, and the perfect use out of Zhonya's as well. I believe Ocelot even avoided the damage off the ultimate, actually avoided it completely by using it at a perfect time. Shot coming in at Baron yet again, but it will be a 5-on-4 situation here, and without Exter up, without his ultimate there, I don't really think there's much Giants can do about it.
Well, sure as are going to try, I think, to stop this one from going down. Babeta throws the Lantern through. Gets himself a ward in there as well, and Nif still got that Oracle up, which will clear one out. Second ward comes in. Baron is down to 3,000 HP as they are going to go in towards Morden. Been locked up by the Chain of Corruption, but Baron is going to be stolen away. Morden got in there. Giants steal a Baron 37 minutes in, but can they escape from this one? Equalizer going on to Jimbz. There is the box down. Ocelot tries to go through it, but you don't simply walk through a box. And he couldn't get the stun card down in time. And guess what? The push is on here from Samux. He's managed to take out the inhib turret.
Great play by him to actually know that they weren't really going to potentially steal it away. You see Twisted Fate using the ulti, trying to go for him, it looks like. He doesn't have zoners available, though.
And there's the ultimate used out of Samux. He's going to jump over the wall towards those golems. Kevin coming in around the side. The harpoon's going to hit. You're not escaping this one, Samux. That will be the Baron buff going down, but actually did a lot of damage to Kevin in the process. But nonetheless, it's a kill. One less man with the Baron buff.
So the damage is done. They were able to get that middle inhibitor turret down. They can take that inhibitor. They can actually change the game in their own favor, where they can kind of just wait out SK and try to go for some push on the sides, though. SK still has shown their mastery of this whole Pantheon Twisted Fate combo of initiating on you and not letting you escape.
The pairing that is going to be now known as Ossabot.
Herculot.
Good one. The hook not quite landing there onto Ocelot in that bottom lane as he pushed that one out. Actually, Babeta's going to go aggressive, and with the use of that Lantern, they may get in. Oh, wow. He actually just completely screwed himself there, Ocelot, as he amazingly dodged the Ash Arrow, and then it is Zhonya's.
I think he got stop points for that one, though. That was pretty well done, but obviously, yeah, not going to escape. The death timer...
I can only imagine what he said after, you know, the word he used on the analysis desk in lesser times. But, you know, he did well to dodge it, but, well,
yeah, he doesn't give a truck, Joe.
Bit trigger happy there on the Zonias.
Yeah, a little bit. And not to mention, though, he had a 55-second respawn timer because we're 40 minutes in. His Zonias will be up, like, right after that, so it's not really going to matter too much in the end. Was able to stay alive. Was able to commit Giants a couple seconds longer down there. But still, I mean, with Baron buff, SK is not really going to push up against this.
So, Giants pushing down again. Of course, they've got an open inhibitor to go at should they decide to push through. And for me, with 5 men there, it looks like they're definitely going to be trying to get in on towards the inhibitor. What are SK going to do about it? Will they simply allow them to get in? Will they try and pick a fight here?
I think SK can win a fight if they do want to go for it. You have Hercubot jump into the back line. He can easily destroy them. You have OSLOT coming up right now. He has ultimate available, and he has home guard boots. No, it looks like he's not going to head for it. But in the meantime, you see Giants going to be heading down towards the bottom lane. It looks like they might try to go for a push on this bottom turret, because they have a giant minion wave there.
Let's try that one again. Blue buff is up for SK. That's obviously going to go over towards OSLOT. Giants in the end seem to have just backed away from that one. They don't want to be risking anything here. They are still, after all, 6,000 gold behind. There's still a lot of kills behind in this one. But what's the plan of attack? That Baron obviously was a steal for them. They managed to take down the inhibitor turret afterwards. But what do they need to do right now to get back into this game? Because they are still behind.
They need... I'm going to say they need vision, first of all. So they need to know where Hercubot is. They need to know where OSLOT is at all times. Because they can't go for a full-on engage against SK because of that drop. They're trying to go for potential picks here. But with the way SK is playing, they're staying relatively grouped up. They're not really going to get picked off at all. And Giants, they can't really afford to fight in the jungle because they're in such an enclosed space that the...
Equalizer.
Yeah, the Equalizer, the drop at a Pantheon is just going to devastate them.
Yeah, and that chain of corruption does it show a lot better when they're all stood next to each other as well like that. And not to mention wild growth, wild cards go. There's a lot of stuff that when you're in an enclosed space, it's probably not going to be good for the Giants. Now SK starting to push back. They realize that that Baron buff is going to be timing out here shortly. Will they push on through? Now, both of these teams have had games where they've said themselves, we had a real problem closing this one. We kind of hit a brick wall in terms of our strategy and where to go with that one. Well, SK now starting to push up this middle lane.
It is that 40-minute mark that OSLOT always talks about. Like at 40 minutes, we just forget what to do. That's also almost getting caught right there. It looks like we might see SK go for this turret.
Yeah, that hook lands, that could be the starting point that Giants are looking for, especially with Cassiopeia then able to get straight in there and ult the entire team up. His aims are on the mark. SK sitting, waiting for this inner turret for an opportunity to become available to them. Nif's off to the side here to put some damage through. Actually did seek a ward over the wall just to the right-hand side of where we're looking right now, so they've got vision of that side. And that's always a valuable thing to have, you know, when Thresh is there with a hook, you don't want to get hooked through the wall. There's Babeta. Oh, he's going to hook a minion.
That's not, not ideal.
I said that with extreme excitement, but obviously not
they
what
killed the minion though,
Joe.
For. They're 1-0 in terms of minions from that. But you see SK, I mean, with the Lich Bane, with the damage they have, they can siege this turret very quickly. Giants know this. They're being very hesitant to go for any sort of engage here. They're trying to ward as much as possible over that, the wall? I don't even know, is it banana wall? I don't know what to call it. But over that wall, just to spot where Hercubot is, in case they want to go for that, that Herculot drop.
So, let's see then. Turret is going very, very low. And low as in dead right now. And that will be turret number 5 of SK. And they've actually drawn or tied up the score in turrets taken now. Cassiopeia just having to farm up and push that bottom lane out. SK going to go for the old tutorial style here and head up towards top after sealing away that red buff.
See, this is what we were talking about earlier. Like, what can Giants do to get back in this? And the problem is, I said vision. And they have no vision in their own jungle towards the top side. So if SK wanted, they can just wait for Giants to get out of position and then just jump on them. They did that 2 times already in the middle lane over towards the top side of the bush, and they might be able to pull it off again.
Well, there are 3 of them right now. Oh, maybe 4. I didn't see Morden hiding up there in the top as the hook. He's going to land here onto Ocelot. They're going to go for it. Ash Arrow comes through. That will hit Ocelot as well. The Cassiopeia ultimate wasn't what they were looking for as the equalizer goes down. There's Morden shutting down Candy Panda. Morden is going to die, though, with the last tick of the Ignite coming out of Kevin. But SK are on the run. They're trying to escape this one as Ocelot comes in. Stun card onto Jimbz. He cleanses, but the wild cards finish their job. And here comes Hercubot from above. There's Zonya's out of Kevin as well. Babeta, is he going to die? We've got action going off on 2 different fronts. Hercubot actually will take him down, but here comes the jump in. And Hercubot gets the kill. Amazing Pantheon play.
Wow, Joe, that was so well done. He dodged the jump out of Samux and then turned it around, jumping back on top of him. And because Samux is so low on health, he has that guaranteed crit coming out with that Black Cleaver. Wow. That was so well played by SK right there, even though it was a perfect engage out of Giants. It was a 4 for 5, so you really have to give Giants credit. Like, with how far behind they are, they're still able to pick up that many kills to SK.
33 to 16 we currently stand. Not too far away from a 10,000 gold lead either in favor of SK. And Baron is now up, so the next team fight might not be too far away from us.
It might not be far away indeed. We do have an Oracle picked up for Babeta. We have one as well for NIF, so they know that this is going to be the next point of fighting here. They need to make sure to hold down this vision. If Giants can get in there first, actually, I say that, but if they get in there first, you still have that Twisted Fate ulti to spot you. But they need the position advantage. Like, they have to be in the right position to win a fight versus SK, or with all the AoE SK has that we've been talking about is just going to destroy them. And they do have, you know, the Hawk Shot out of Ash, so they have the availability they need. But the thing is, it's on a really long cooldown. It's about like 30 seconds, if I'm not mistaken. 60 seconds. Wow, I was really mistaken.
You were half right. And that's obviously, well, I don't need to say that's even longer because, well, it's double the amount of time. They're going to need that. They're going to need to save that Hulk shot for this kind of moment where they just throw it straight in there. They're going to spot NIF. Actually, he's going to get hooked up here. And the ultimate comes out of Exterminare, to be honest. Wasn't the best that we've ever seen. The Baron doing work there, though, taking NIF down to half.
And he does have a blue pot, so luckily for him, his ultimate's not going to be on too long of a cooldown, though still at about 80 seconds at this point. He has his own blue buff available, so he needs to go pick that up. But still, I mean, NIF wasn't able to clear out the wards inside that Baron pit, and it kind of made his entire team back off, as you see everyone at SK is just back at their own base here.
46 minutes in. No team seemingly able to close this one out just yet. SK got to deal with a big wave pushing down on this bottom side. That'll all go over to Ocelot, already up at 351 before he did that there. That was exactly the same amount as Candy Panda has. And that, between the 80 carries, the CS totals actually stayed very, very similar the entire way through now. Still sat around that 50 mark. SK here starting to push up. They know that Giants are actually waiting there on the left-hand side by Baron. Are they going to try and push straight up?
They could. I mean, they're forcing Giants to react. SK can just push up this middle lane, get that turret very easy, and you'll have Giants caught off guard in a bad position. And Giants, they have to hurry. They need to get around back to their base, or they're going to lose that turret very quickly.
Well, I'm not sure that they can get in there in time. Try to wedge their way through the gap there and back up into the base. Only Samux able to jump over that wall and get there. And they force SK to back away. Say, okay, positional advantage again. We're going back to Baron.
But look how much damage they did to that turret. It dropped about half life just from a couple of auto attacks from SK, not to mention the Lich Bane as well. And they are heading back to Baron, just as you said. They have that Oracle still, so they clear all that vision. And now Giants, with only like Volley to be their big vision spotter, they're gonna have a tough time here of getting in and stopping this.
Baron gonna be hit once, but not fully started off here. SK will be spotted here by the Hawk Shot. They're actually on top of a ward as well. And they will back away. Very tense moments here. You can see just that positional play. SK being very, very cautious not to get caught by their own trick there and allowing Giants to get down to that inhibitor.
Ooh, almost lane right there. But yeah, we're so late in the game that if you die, you're dead for like 70 seconds, 60, 70 seconds. And in that amount of time, as you see, Twisted Fate actually going in here.
We are going to see them diving straight into that one. There is the Zonya's coming out of Ocelot. Good damage from Hercubot as well. He's going to have the wild growth on him. One kill coming down for Morden on towards Twisted Fate. We will see Hercubot die as well as they turn around on towards Kevin. He's Zonya's at the very last second. Samux is going to fall. Finally, at the end of that one, he had his Guardian Angel pop that he picked up earlier on, and that will leave us with a 3-on-2 advantage for Giants.
Yeah, that was all due to Hercubite. He dropped into the backside of the team of Giants, but they all just split up. They all just focused Pantheon down, killed him pretty much right away as Asa fell right behind that. And they were able to just deal with the drop that was always so troublesome for him, and were able to turn around into 3 kills for 2 deaths. But they could actually go for Baron with who they have. They have the sustain of Ashe. Like, he has a Bloodthirster, so they could go for it. But Candy Panda as well, he has the damage. If he wants to, he could probably get all 3 kills here.
Well, let's see. Baron is going to be started off. Are Giants going to stick around? They are indeed. They're going to go for this one. Babeta taking a good couple of hits. Exterminare's low. Jimbz now down to half, but with that Bloodthirster in there, he's going to be healing up nicely, and Giants are going to be able to take that one away. Here come SK from that bottom side, but Lulu and Varus, I don't think you're going to be able to do anything about that, and Giants take a 2nd consecutive Baron. This time, of course, not a steal, but that's not really the point. They've taken 2 in a row.
The thing was, coming out 3-2 in that fight when they were down so much gold is just a phenomenal job of them. Great teamwork in the middle of the entirety of that fight. But I mean, so many items are being completed for Giants now that they're pretty much on par with SK in terms of that. It all comes down to who can outplay who in the fights, who can catch a mistake on the other team.
You have to say that SK, you know, their whole strategy here, that go in, is very, very risky. You only need one bad call or someone to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, and that can all fall to pieces very, very quickly for you. Interested to see how this one all works out. Obviously, we are getting pretty far on there with the item builds. Where's the main difference for you, Jason, in these two?
Well, I'm looking at the... Sorry for the pause. I was just looking at... I was just trying to think in my head, like, what the main thing is that... So you have the 280 carries. They're very similar in terms of both building a little bit of MR. They have really good damage on each of them. I said that, like, the big difference doesn't even come down to items anymore. Like, you have the jungle of Hercubot compared to the jungle of Morden, where Morden has a lot of damage and he also has a lot of health. So the Blade of the Rune King is the only thing that's really going to do a lot of work to him, but he also has enough armor to really sustain that as well. So it comes down to that, but I think it mostly comes down to the abilities. Like, it doesn't really matter when you're 15 minutes in if there's a difference in items when, you know, it's this late in. It just comes down to who can use their champion the correct way. As we do finally have Giants going for a push on this turret, they should be able to get the inhibitor down.
Oh, they are going to get in there, but here comes Hercubot once again. Babeta is low. There's Chain of Corruption coming out. Samux going to dive away, but that's going to leave Morden all alone. He uses a repel. Ocelot coming in from the side. He's actually going to be trapped on his own, but he gets 1 kill, and that will be a 1-for-1 up until now. Make that 2-for-1 as Cassiopeia goes down. Samux is going to get trapped. Brilliant Zhonya bait, and now Samux will find himself in all kinds of trouble. He will drop, and that is 3-for-1 in favor of SK. Again, brilliant Zhonya's control from Ocelot.
And that was against a Baroned up Giants. That just shows you, like, the game is so close. Giants won the last fight, SK wins this one, but it all came down to if they could land their entire combo correctly. They did right there. They'd be able to push this middle inhibitor turret down, and the thing was, Giants didn't even get the inhibitor off of SK. It was down to, like, sub 100 health, and they did not finish it off.
Yeah, and now they have a big amount of time to be pushing through for this one. There's the turret, the inhibitor will fall. Samux not for 45 seconds. Morden not in here for 30 seconds. Are SK going to try and push for the win here? Looks like they'll want to take the bottom turret and inhibitor as well, if they actually end up hitting it at some point in the near future. Babeta actually going to take a lot of damage there. The stun card landed in onto him. Hercubot's been tanking up the turret here, and with that, they probably want to back off.
I think if also hit the turret maybe one more time, yeah, with that Lich Bane, they probably could have finished it off, but still, better safe than sorry. Back away and live to fight another day, as they are going to stay with a blue buff from Cass, which is going to be very important. Hasn't really itemized for cooldown reduction, but he's only going to get it from that blue and a blue pod if he picks it up. So that's actually going to keep him out of the fight quite well. Like, it's going to really limit his damage that he can put out.
So Froggen going to be taken, and that gold that you get from there is not really significant at this point of the game. It's going to allow a load of wards to be bought for someone though later on. As Candy Panda farming top, going to push that back away from that inner turret. Let's have that last Whisper now added into the rest of his build. So now he's only really got his boots to sell at this point.
I think Giants are actually going to have force a team fight very soon. Because you have Samux, he had a Guardian Angel before in that last fight where Giants actually came out ahead in kills. It's up again very soon. And I think it's like, if Samux can jump into the enemy team and get them to blow everything onto him, the rest of the team can follow up and pick up the kills that they're going to need. Though we see Kevin building up towards his GA as well. It's really going to come down to if they can engage before he gets that, then they should have a good chance of winning a fight.
So, got middle lane pushed out as well. Baron buff now, of course, has ran out. Very, very tense game here. Which, you know, if you were just to look at the gold scores and not anything else, it's pretty big in terms of the lead for SK here, but those team fights have been a different story as we are going to see HosaN coming in. He gets cocooned up straight away, forced to use the Zhonya's. There is Hercubot, but are SK going to keep going? Yes, they are. Samux gets absolutely destroyed. His Guardian Angel popped. Babeta going to be pushed down here as well. Samux going very, very low and falling eventually. Jimbz the only one really doing the work as he pulls away thanks to that lantern, and that will be a 2-for-1, but it's not over yet. Morden turns back around on towards Hercubot, but there's too much damage coming out of SK. And you see his legs twitching there on the ground as he dies, and that is 3-for-1.
And again, a beautiful ultimate out of Kevin. Like, every time he lands a perfect ulti, they win these fights hands down. He's able to lock up Jimbz so well that Hercubot was able to jump on top of him. Jimbz had to cleanse it and flash away and kept him out of the fight instead of blowing up HosaN right after that zone is finished off. Bomb turret is very low. They're going to finish this off. They're probably looking for another inhibitor. They could actually go for the win if they wanted to.
Yeah. Well, they've got 4 men still alive. Hercubot, of course, has to be a little bit careful. In fact, he will be recalling in this bottom lane. And that will be Giants staying safe, at least for now. What pressure is on them, you know? They've got super minions going to be streaming in now from not just that middle, but the bottom lane as well. The top lane actually has a massive stack of minions. That turret might go down just from the minions there.
And the thing is, we have Baron coming up in about a minute, so with these 2 inhibitors down, with those 2 waves pushing in, like, SK can just bait Giants out to go for it. And from that, you can have SK take it, and then with that Baron buff, just completely overpower Giants. Or you'll just have Twisted Fate, and you'll have Pantheon backdoor.
Yeah, and then we saw that turret going down to the minions in the end, so that's another one for SK. 8-5 there now up in turrets. Gold lead is at 10,000, but pretty much everyone up to their full builds right now. We can see if we talk about the Rumble versus Kha'Zix situation, the Zhonya's in there, which again Kevin been using brilliantly. The Crystal Scepter, the Andrew's Torment, Void Staff, and those Sorcerer's Shoes coming in there. So a lot of magic penetration coming out from Rumble. You compare that over a Warmogs, the Muramana, Last Whisper, Bloodthirster, Guardian Angel for Kha'Zix.
And you look right now at who has full item builds. You have HosaN done, you have Candy Panda done, you have Kevin done relatively soon once he gets his Guardian Angel. Then you have Jimbz as the only person who's really completed. Actually, I'd say Samux is done as well. Like, so you only have 2 people on the Giant side that have a full item build. The thing is, you have 3 damage dealers on SK that's done, and you only have 2 over to Giant. So that really shows how the fights have been going, and it might have been a little different.
Oh, this could get very interesting here. SK going to the top. Giants were going down middle, but they've realized that SK were coming in. They're all going to start to recall. I had flashes of base race in my head there, but sadly enough, at least not yet, going to happen for this one. Baron is available. SK going to take that one away here. Giants, you can't contest that now.
Yeah, there's no way Giants can win this base race because that Lich Bane on HosaN with how much AP he has. He's going to be defending this up, so he'll be going up against a 5-man SK Baroned up team. And it's going to come down to this last fight in the next couple of minutes to decide who's going to win this game. Because even if, actually, well, it depends. If Giants lose like 3 or 4 members in a team fight and yet they ace SK, they don't have what they need to really push the lanes and win the game right off the bat. So they might be able to get an inhibitor off of it, but it depends who's the last one left.
Well, let's see, because that final fight is surely close to coming in here. See the push onto this top inhibitor turret, the only inhibitor turret remaining here on the map for the Giants, as the hook goes through 2 of them. That could have been the start that Giants were looking for in this one. All the minions gone. Candy Panda putting off a couple of hits. Both AD carries got that Banshee's Veil in now, so that means there's going to be 2 abilities aimed their way that aren't going to connect. And, well, they're both going to be hoping that it's the big ones, the stuns.
It's pretty much right now, though, Joe. If Giants don't fight, if they lose their top inhibitor turret, the game's over. They have to fight for it, and you're looking for that Q out of Thresh to be the initiator. You can have SK just drop right on top of them, say the inhibitor down yet again on the mid lane. We see Jimbz going for the engage here.
Yeah, Samux actually going down very low. The ultimate came out of Candy Panda. SK have managed to actually push Giants back away. They're trying desperately to defend against all these super minions coming in. Look at the path that Nif took through the jungle. You can track it by the wards that he's put down there, snaking through that Giant side of the jungle. Here we go. Twisted Fate ulti is going to be popped, and he's going to come right into the middle of the fight. Loses a lot of health before actually using his Zhonya's there. The box is down from Babeta. HosaN going to die. He couldn't quite rescue Cassiopeia with a lantern, but SK actually very low from this one. Jimbz going to try and get himself in there. The harpoon will land. Cocoon doesn't quite connect to Candy Panda, and SK are back in. The hook lands, but Babeta not going to follow it.
Yes, they do have Jimbz alive, though. He has a lot of damage onto his team. They have a couple of home guard boots. You see Samux coming back in again. SK is going to have to retreat because they're going to be up against a full health, full mana team of Giants. And they do back away, so...
Nif trying his best to get out. Yeah, he's going to get caught in here. Actually, nice splash over the top there. But look at Giants. They are a lot healthier since they've gone home. Should they be pushing right now?
No. sOAZ's ulti will be up very quickly. Like, they saw it happen in the last team fight. They know a lot of times gone by. They have to keep someone back there, or just the items that sOAZ has. He'll rip through those Nexus turrets. He will win the game, and he'll finally do to a team what xPeke keeps doing to them.
But if they push, he can't ulti the whole map.
It's true. But I still have to give it to SK, though, because you have two ways of super minions pushing. You don't have any inhibitors down for Giants. Actually, you have 3 inhibitors down for SK now so far. Like, you can push, but you have to pretty much all in it. Like, you're committing to a loss or a victory by that.
Well, I think Giants probably need to all in anyway at this stage. Backs really to the wall. You see there, Jimbz just pushing out as much as he possibly can. Giants try to see in their jungle for the first time in what feels like forever here. And they've not been really able to put any vision down with that either. SK Gaming now coming up this middle lane. Super minions with him. Ocelot is going to be coming in at the back. This could well be that last fight.
He has his ulti available if he wants to just go straight forward into the back lines. But, you know, the way these fights have been breaking out is that you see Kevin, he lands an excellent ultimate across the team of Giants. And then you have Ocelot, I mean, he ultis into the entire team and just zone you, so he kind of baits them in, just wants to get the middle of the team to fight it. But the thing is, Jimbz has the damage he needs to destroy anyone that comes, you know, up against him. But Dexter doesn't have his like last damage item for that to happen. If he had maybe his DFG or Death Cap right now, they probably could win these fights because they have more damage than SK's offering up.
As the Spiderling gonna pop the Banshee's Veil of Candypan. Obviously that cooldown is now a lot lower as Candypan are gonna get hit here by the Cocoon. No follow-up though from Giants, and the problem is that he's life-stealing all that straight back here. They need to go right in on top of him. Hook landing onto a minion, but here comes the Ash Arrow. Giants are gonna go for this one. Kevin uses his Zhonya's Hourglass here. Ocelot coming in, stun card ready to be pulled. Giants have managed to repel the attack for now, but the turret has gone down there on the Nexus. They need to deal with that one. The inhibitor will fall here as well. Nif finishes that one off. SK gonna go in for the kill on this one. There's a repel. The ultimate missing, and here comes Exterminare. He's managed to do good damage, but SK are still here. They still have super minions hammering away. Those turrets are now down. Here comes Hercubot. Giants are gonna heal up. This is gonna be one last big final fight, but look at the amount of minions in there. Oh, and there is a Nexus going down. The jump from Samux to the back, not enough to save them. And SK Gaming finally finish off the Giants here. 61 minutes and 23 seconds. You saw the laugh there from Ocelot, but he didn't want to risk throwing that one.
Such a long game, yeah. I mean, SK now 3-1 so far in Super Week. Well played by both teams. You have to give Giants a lot of credit. They were down, I mean, they were up at the beginning, but then they fell behind so far, and yet were able to drag this game out long enough and really gave SK a run for their money.
Great play from both teams there. Fun match to watch, that's for sure. We're going to go over to Deman and Quickshot to break down what was a long one. I'm expecting 10 replays from this Quickshot.
Not quite gonna happen, but brace yourselves, ladies and gentlemen of Solo Queue, because Pantheon is back in action. And he's gonna be returning to that jungle. Fantastic play from Hercubot there. So, SK Gaming finally picking up the win versus Against All Authorities. Took them long enough, though. It was a very tight game.
Yeah, Giants in this game, they played very, very well. We've seen some interesting picks out of them. No traditional tank from either of the teams. Both of the junglers building very, very, aggressive, very damage-dealing type champions. It's something we expect out of Morden, but it's not something that we expect out of Hercubots.
Giants, of course, not Against All Authorities. Damn those Frenchies, they're always on my mind. But it was the Giants. So it was a long, well-fought battle, and really, the problem was that there was no main man in the middle that could go up front, get in that fight. It was sort of back and forward. Everyone had damage, but nobody had a tank.
Exactly, and that's the main thing that we noticed in the very opening minutes of the game. For the first 10, 15, 20 minutes, Giants were controlling the pace. They had that sort of skirmish team. They could pick up kills. They chained the Ash Arrow into, Cassiopeia ultimate and landed a lot of damage in that regard. But once that sort of, dare I use the word gimmick or strategy stopped working, then all of a sudden they couldn't push further. And the only time they got turrets was when SK were out of position and they sort of backdoored the turrets. SK, however, they just won team fight after team fight.
So let's look at the replay, of course. There is the one main one we looked at, which is actually when Giants thought they had it in them. They thought they could push, but SK repelled them.
Yeah, to set the tone, it was around about 30 minutes into the game, so a long time ago by memory standards. But it was the case of SK Gaming winning almost every single team fight, and fairly convincingly. It was only in the last 10 or 15 minutes that Giants managed to figure out how to deal with this, Twisted Fate that was jumping in there. So let's jump into the replay here. It is on the bottom line. You'll notice that Giants are going to actually start off this engagement, and what I want you guys to be keeping your eyes on is Kevin's ultimate, followed up by Candy Panda's ultimate. So Giants, they actually use a fair amount of ultimates there. The Crystal Arrow just on Nif, and immediately they decide, actually, no, we don't want to engage there. So this is the key point of this moment. The calling that comes out from both Kevin and Candy Panda to use their ultimates at maximum range. Equalizer hits, it slows them down, and immediately the Chain of Corruption jumps to 4 members and locks them up. Down at the bottom lane, only Hercubot was caught out by Dexter. As a side note, Hercubot took around 50 minutes to die. It was a great performance out of him. Following on from this, SK Gaming are they're so tightly knit. They stick together as 5, and again, they just chain all of their damage together. You have Hercubot running interference in the back line. The man drop just simply shreds every single member of Giants. They pick up 4 kills for 0 losses. And it was pretty much the story of every single team fight up until the 40-45 minute mark, where they changed their tactic a little bit, and you would have the equalizer landing, Ocelot, landing in there with Destiny, and then Giants pretty much going, well, now what do we do? There's a giant golden Twisted Fate in front of us.
It was definitely an action-packed match, that's for sure. Of course, Hercubot, though, he was our MVP for that game. Went 9-1-21 for SK in that match. Fantastic performance on the man drop.
Yeah, and it was just his positioning was really, really good. We've seen a couple of times where he almost went down, but he managed to survive so many engagements, and he pretty much pulled the game back in their favor with the use of that Grand Skyfall, comboing it with Twisted Fate in the mid-game.
Comboing it very, very well. So congratulations to SK Gaming. We are, of course, going to pass over to the Banana Rama lady that is Sjokz, and she is alongside Hercubot.
Thanks, Deman. Okay, Hercubot, so you went for that Pantheon, and you also had a TF ult, so a double global comp, but then you weren't quite able to finish the game after you were ahead.
Yeah, the problem with a double global ultimate like that is you lack of ultimate in team fight, and we try too much to force our ultimate, and that is very bad. I mean, when you use a global, it's because you got the occasion, not because you want to do something in the map, and that's why the game lasts like 1 hour or something.
Pretty long game indeed. Now, it reminds me kind of in the beginning of the season where you guys weren't able to finish games. Is that creeping up again with the playoffs in sight?
No, I don't think so. I think, like it's the end of the season, we play for nothing versus Giants, and it was just about KDA for Candy, who want to finish first. So he was playing a bit safe in team fight, and well, that's all.
But it still worked. For the solo queue players out there, how do you play Pantheon?
I play a lot of Pantheon in solo queue, and I play versus Copenhagen Wolf this week as well. Pantheon like 2 or 3 times. And we won every game with him. So I think he's very strong, but maybe underrated. And he's very good support. If you look a bit the China competition, they play him as a support.
Good tip there from Hercubot. Now you're going up against AA in the playoffs next week. I know you're good friends with a lot of them, but what do you think are their strengths? What do you have to watch out for?
I don't know. I mean, I don't want to face them, but I don't have the choice first. And we will just care maybe about Nono and Jude because they are getting stronger and stronger every day. So we will see what happens. But if we play our game normal, I think we are stronger than them.
All right, merci beaucoup. So when it comes to epic matchups, I think we all remember the show that the Wolves and EG put on LCS Lille in France. Now they meet again, and with the playoffs in sight and the standings being incredibly close, we're in for some fireworks. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the analysis desk. As you can see, we are joined by xPeke from FNATIC. So, great game for you guys earlier on, and now, so you're going to be playing Giants coming up after the next match. It's been a pretty good season for you guys overall so far. You're looking to try and secure that #1 spot.
Yeah, it would be cool to... Maybe it's not up to us, because even if we win that game and GAMBIT wins their game, we're going to be second. But it will be cool, because we'll have the same score as them.
But more importantly, GAMBIT do play Wolves later on in the day. And you guys, you end the day, that is your final match, isn't it? That will be the final match of this season. So how have you found the season overall? Obviously, it's great that you're up in the top 2, so it's been a fun time for you guys. But
having great.
You know, overall, how do you feel you've adapted to Season 3 compared to everybody else in the league right now?
Well, I think we adapted really well. We didn't get nervous. Like, I think the new teams, you could see that they were not used to playing offline that much, and playing every week got them into some trouble sometimes, while we just had good weeks most of the days. Like, we only fell 1 week, and I think that we lost 2 matches in 1 week. That's our worst thing we ever did. Most of the weeks we always ended up positive, like winning more games than we lost. And it was pretty cool. As you say, we're top 2. That's really fun.
Now, talk to us about that. You know, you guys have been up at the top of the league pretty much the entirety of the season, and you just said, you know, you guys have been consistently performing well. How do you stay at the top of your game? How much preparation goes into each and every week? Did you guys slack off a little bit as we've come towards the end of the season? You know, talk us through that.
Yeah, I guess, like, we practice, but there were weekends, like, when we win a lot, of course, you're like, okay, now let's relax a bit, let's just play solo queue, practice a couple of hours a day. But we try to practice every day, at least 3-4 games as a team if we can, and of course a lot of solo queue to keep the level. So I think, yeah, the thing that we play every weekend, that's already a lot of practice. So we keep the level. We don't drop out, because every weekend we have to play serious games, really intense, and that's enough practice. Like, a weekend of LCS is more practice than 2 or 3 normal days.
For FNATIC, what's more important, solo queue, mechanical practice, or team practice, coordination and calling? What helps or benefits your team more?
I guess team practice most of the time. The good thing about solo queue is that you can try new stuff, while in pre-med you don't want to do it, because if it fails, your team is stuck with you. So pre-med is more like, we just play together as a team. We try to improve in mistakes that we do as a team, but the solo queue mistake is better to practice them in solo queue, I think.
And do you prefer it, the fact that you are now in the gaming house, you guys are all settled down, compared to, say, last season when, if I remember rightly, when we went to Dublin together, you'd just done DreamHack, you'd been to IPL, and then you'd been to IEM Cologne, and you were flying to Dublin. Your bag was like just dragging it around the train station.
Like our bag.
Yeah, like I am now, basically. But you'd been on the road for like a month now. Obviously, it must feel much nicer to be settled in one place. No, really, your gaming environment.
Yeah, it's really cool. You're not so tired. When you travel so much, some days you're like lost. You're so tired, you just want to sleep all day, and then you have to play all day. And yeah, some days during those tournaments on IPL, there were a lot of games, and some days I just wanted to take a nap in between games or something.
Yeah, the jet lag kind of kicks in. What is it that you feel maybe you'd like to see him changing in the season? Bearing in mind, you guys are obviously into this next summer split. It's going to be a similar type of thing. Is there anything out there that you think, oh, God, I wish that was there?
Well, it's going to be... The main difference is going to be that now it's going to be for a spot in the World Championship. I think so it's going to be more serious. Every match is going to count a lot more. It's not going to be a lot. Losing one game might not matter. Every game is going to matter, and it's going to be cool to have another half season like this, but way more important.
A lot of pressure on you guys as well.
A lot. Yeah, now we're like the top. Everyone expects us to do good. And we might not do good. We never know that. And that's going to be a lot of flame coming up.
Well, it is going to be the next match coming up. And, of course, to take us through all the action, it will be, once again, Joe Miller and Jason Kaplan for Evil Geniuses versus the Copenhagen Wolves.
Thanks a lot, guys. Next up is that crunch mid-table encounter, as Deman said, between Evil Geniuses and the Copenhagen Wolves. EG have had a ropey time of things as the season has gone on, recording losses that they'd probably calculated to win in their grand plan of how to, do well this season. Their game yesterday against GAMBIT ended in a fantastic win for them that definitely gave them a big boost of confidence, and also meant that Snoopeh should be shaving that beard off at some point. Wolves are also on form. They started 2-0 yesterday before ending the day with that win versus FNATIC. They're obviously in 4th and 5th place here. Right. Now, the way that this is going to work, there's a few different outcomes, so bear with me on this one. It's 4th versus 5th. EG, if they win this one, they are guaranteed that 4th place, because whatever happens, then they will have a better head-to-head, even if the Wolves win their later game against GAMBIT. Now, if Copenhagen Wolves win this one, and they both win their next game, Wolves will be in that 4th position anyway.
I thought they actually run into a tie. I don't know. There is a possibility of a tie happening.
Yeah, sure. But
I'm just trying to remember how it goes.
If they both win their second games. Keep up, Jason. It's not that complicated. You guys at home, I'm sure, are figuring it all out on lolesports.com. But EG, you know, if they lose their second game, doesn't matter anyway.
Right. Well, I mean, it's a big game for both teams. Knowing that it's not really about who's going to play who in the playoffs, because obviously they're stuck together.
Yeah, they're going to play each other. But that doesn't change anything for the playoffs. But it's 4th position, and you want to finish higher than the EG. That's for sure.
And considering the Wolves start off 0-9 at the beginning of the season, I mean, this would be like a godsend for them to just be in 4th place incredible. After all of that. And then Evil Geniuses, I mean, they've been hit or miss, like the entirety of LCS, maybe not the first couple of weeks, but this is something they need to win just to show that they're going to be consistent again. They need to work on that consistency.
Yeah, it's definitely a massive, massive game. As you said, they will still play each other, but the winning team, the team that finishes actually 4th, will be the team that gets first ban, first pick from their best of 3 when they will then meet off, obviously, in the quarterfinals of the playoffs.
Yeah, and we'll see how that goes on. I mean, I'm expecting a very, very close game between these two teams. We've had Evil Geniuses yesterday against GAMBIT, they stepped up. Snoopeh stepped up quite well for their team. Yeah. And we saw over on the Wolves side, Bjergsen I mean, how well he could play Twisted Fate. And we saw on Svenskeren playing his Jarvan, just amazing players on both teams. And they've really all grown during the entirety of LCS.
Well, let's have a look at the 2 lineups for these both teams. We obviously know them by now. Well, we should do at least. Evil Geniuses on the blue side with Wickd in the top lane, Snoopeh in the jungle, Froggen in the mid lane, and the AD carrying support, yellowpete and Krepo.
And of course, for the Copenhagen Wolves, we have Godbro in that top lane, Svenskeren in the jungle, Bjergsen in the mid lane, and then a Tess and Deficio in the bottom lane.
So let's break down the key players in this one. We're going to focus on both junglers for this one, starting off with Evil Geniuses' Snoopeh.
Yes, we do. I mean, Snoopeh, he's really come into his own throughout the entirety of LCS. I mean, he's been having a really tough time in the beginning of the season, I have to say, in terms of finding champions he's really comfortable with. But he's finally been able to do that. His Nautilus is back yet again, and we'll see if he can really work that against the Wolves.
Yeah, and he's going to have a tough time because his opposite member, or his opposite number, I should really say, his Svenskeren look very, very good. So let's have a look then at Svenskeren. He's been in great form so far this weekend, proving exactly why you need to ban out that Jarvan against the Wolves.
And the thing was, so we did see the Jarvan finally banned out against him, but he picked up Nasus, and it shows that he's been working on a lot of other champions. Like, he knows. It's like Froggen's and Nivea, like, you expect it to be banned out now, so you have to work on these other champions to really step up for your team and really become that strong jungler you need to be, and he's done that for the Wolves.
And I definitely expect a Jarvan ban in this one. I mean, yes. The chances of Snoopeh leaving that in, the team EG for leaving that in for Snoopeh to play are actually pretty low. Jarvan's definitely not one of his go-tos. So for me, from what we've seen, they probably need to get rid of that Jarvan. We're going to be getting into this game in just a couple of seconds, but since it's such a close call in that mid-table, of course, we managed to catch up with the players, see exactly what their mindsets are coming into this amazing next game.
Well, obviously, a lot of people are afraid of the Wolves, and I think it's the wrong mindset to have.
EG is in a bit of a slump, but they have been in a slump before and turned things around, started winning games.
The Wolves is the most dangerous team of the bottom 4, and they're just playing amazing right now. And we would like to watch them for the playoffs.
If you're basically just looking at how they play, it would be easier to shut them down if you're just focusing on your own game instead of trying to counter them all the time. So I think that's what we have to do.
I mean, you never know where EG is. All we know is that if we don't prepare properly for them, they will beat us.
Me and Wickd is from Denmark, and they're a full Danish team, so we want to prove we're still the best Danes out there.
So national pride on the line as well in this one. Wickd and Froggen want to prove that they are the best Danes out there against a full Danish team, of course, the Copenhagen Wolves. We're going to get into bans and picks here in just a second. But Jason, what are your thoughts? What are we going to see coming out?
Well, just like we were talking about before, you got to see that Jarvan ban. You cannot let Svenskeren play that again. But the rest of the bans, I would not be surprised to see both of them actually target at Bjergsen, because he's been just playing so well. Like, he's always a rock to go to for their team. You can never or you always can count on him to play a phenomenal game, and then you do something against that, and then we do see, looks like a Nivea ban coming against Evil Geniuses.
The Nivea also an obvious ban against Froggen, although we've been seeing less and less Nivea bans against Evil Geniuses. Kha'Zix's taken out here as well. They don't want Bjergsen to be on that one. Of course, Jarvan was the first ban. Thresh taken out. Krepo has played amazingly well with Thresh when he's had the chance.
And his Thresh yesterday against Gambit was just fantastic, completely catching them off guard, landing like pretty much every hook and creating opportunities for his team to pick up kills. As we see Kasten being taken away from Bjergsen again, also the Kha'Zix for him. So we saw those 2 last bans being targeted over to him, but that leaves a lot of champions open for everyone on the Wolves as they take away Zed, so they don't want to see Wickd on him in that top lane. And of course, that does leave Twisted Fate open, and it looks like Evil Geniuses might snatch that up.
Yeah, going in there for what looks like to be straight in on the first pick here for Twisted Fate. This is a lot of discussion here from the EG side. Really interested to see how that win against Gambit towards the end of the day yesterday has affected their confidence levels, because we've said it before, time and time again, they've been very hit and miss.
Yes, they have, and hopefully it's helped them go into this game with like high hopes and high spirits. As we do see Shen open, I was going to say he is available, and the best way to counter a Twisted Fate, global presence, use your own global presence of your own with Shen and Godbro yesterday. I mean, actually, in both games yesterday, he, I think, was unkilled in both of them, doing such an amazing job. And why not pick that champion up again if it works so well?
Yeah, he had a really, really good day yesterday. We'll see if that Shen comes in for him this time around, and what Copenhagen Wolves will lock in alongside that here. Pretty quiet, it seems, on the Copenhagen Wolves front. Not much conversation, at least from Godbro in this one. There is Varus, so getting that AD carry here early on.
It looks like they want to get that Aura to the test, just make sure he's playing a champion he's very comfortable with, because he's really done well for his team as well. Yesterday, he was actually a very key member in their wins, and those will get locked in. And I'm curious to see, will Wolves leave their AP pick or their mid player pick last, since you already know what you're going up against with that Twisted Fate? I'm not sure if they're going to do that, or if they're going to try to lock down a support and a jungler soon, because now Evil Geniuses, they have Nasus, they have Volibear open if they want to. They also have the Nautilus we saw Snoopeh use yesterday, and I'm curious to see if he actually might go for that again.
Well, we're going to find out on that line of picks here coming in. Concentration across the board. Important matchup here to decide most probably who's going to be in that 4th and 5th position. Obviously, the results later still factor in to who will get that place, even when the outcome of this one is already decided. So let's have a look then for Evil Geniuses. What is pick 2 and 3? Lots of discussion in there. This almost seems like the plan that they were going for has been scuppered somewhat.
A little bit, yeah. And since I see an AD carry, why not go for Misfortune, which is what I'm assuming that YellowPete's going to end up going for. Of course, Rumble again. I mean, we've seen Rumble played by Kevin so many times at the top line. We even saw Darian on him yesterday. And then Wickd, showing his hand on him as well. They can all play a fantastic Rumble, and he's such a strong champion. And it makes me to think they might try to go for a 1v2 lane here to send that Rumble down there.
Well, Copenhagen Wolves got the AD carry in there. Got Shen, who we're thinking most probably in that top lane. Godbro plays a lot of Shen. I've not seen too much of it in the jungle either. And Svenskred, he's not got his Jarvan this time around, but maybe a Nasus pick this time.
I think what UG's doing here is that they want to pick a jungler that can counter Bjergsen mid lane, because we saw Syndra yesterday, and we actually heard him in the interview saying it's a very certain pick you want to use them against. Like, you can obviously do work against Twisted Fate, but you have to be careful of their jungler, the AD carry. So it looks like EG's just waiting for that. They want to know what Bjergsen's going to play so they can kind of potentially counter it with that jungler. And it looks like we're going to see Svenskeren on that Xin. I mean, if it's not Jarvan, it's most likely going to be Xin Zhao.
Yeah, definitely is top 2 player, the most successful champion so far this season. And a Lulu picked up for Divicio again. That's pretty much his go-to.
Yeah, that's going to help quite a bit to make him very strong in lane as well. And it looks like the Wolves are going to leave, well, obviously are going to leave their AP pick as their last one. Evil Geniuses, like you were saying before, it's like they seem to be caught off guard here. They weren't really expecting the Wolves to pick this way, but you do see Nasus being sought on, which is pretty much a common jungler nowadays. But the real key thing is, we've had Snoopeh talk about it quite a bit, saying, on Volibears mostly, when you try to engage against a Lulu team or a team that has slows like that, you have to take Flash. And if they do lock in this Nasus, he's currently sitting on that Flash right now.
Yeah, Snoopeh got that one in there. Still 20 seconds, though. And EG really running the clock down in this one. Obviously, we do have the Twisted Fate in there, so probably going to be a support player coming out last.
Leona's available. And we saw Krepo just do amazing on her recently. Like, his aggression with YellowPete were just so fantastic. They're so perfect for each other right there. And looks like they actually might lock that in. So that's going to be a very strong lane to go up against. And that definitely leads me to think that they're going to swap lanes.
Yeah, that Leona will be locked in along with Nasus for Snoopeh there in the jungle. So the interesting point now is, what is Bjergsen going to be playing in this middle lane against Twisted Fate?
Lux is open, and so is Nidalee. I mean, he can play pretty much any AP champion, but you usually don't see Lux left open against him anymore these days. I don't think he's going to pull out a Syndra. Lux would give him a nice amount of burst, and they can just follow up the rest of their team, because you have to remember, they have a top lane Shen, it looks like, and a jungle Xin, so they're going to be lacking a little bit of damage unless Godbro goes for his Triforce, which he's been doing lately. So they need someone that can provide quite a bit, and it looks like they actually might go with the Syndra.
Yeah, Syndra being hovered over right now. There you see Deficio, full conversation, so going to be a tough choice for them. I mean, he's going up against Froggen. That's definitely not an easy lane for anyone in League of Legends. But Bjergsen has looked so incredibly, incredibly good since he turned 17, of course. That's why he wasn't here for the first weeks and that 0-9 start they had. And it will be a Syndra locked in.
Okay, so looks like that will be in the middle lane. But it comes down to, like, what team is going to send who in what lane. Because it's a big mind game. And I'm going to say this right now. I don't expect any level 1 action, because both teams are just going to be trying to sort out who's going where, because they want to get their ideal lanes. And looking at the composition of EG, they have a really strong mid-game team with double AP. They have the Leona stuns, and they have the Misfortune damage early on with the bullet time. And the Wolves, I mean, you have Shen, who's going to get so tanky. He's going to be able to split push, and he's going to be able to match Froggen in terms of where he's going to go. You have that pseudo-tankiness off of Lulu as well. And then Bjergsen on Syndra, we just saw yesterday like how much damage he can do and how well he can play her with the stuns, with just the control of the slows. And we'll see how well he does on her today against Froggen.
So once again, just to remind you of the current situation, what's going to happen from this game. Evil Geniuses, if they win this game, they are guaranteed 4th position. Now, the next outcome, if Copenhagen Wolves beat EG and both teams then win or lose that last game, we would play an extra game today, a game 9, a tiebreaker to decide who would finish in 4th and 5th. And then, the other outcome, if Copenhagen Wolves beat EG and one of the team wins the remaining game and the other one loses, the team who won that final game would secure the 4th position. As we've said before, it's definitely 4th and 5th. It doesn't matter in terms of positions in this one for other games, but it matters for who will get that first ban and first pick in the playoff game. But also, you want to finish 4th.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely need to finish 4th. So you heard Evil Geniuses earlier on talking about the relegation playoff matches, is that if they don't get an LCS next season, like the summer split, then they think they failed. Like, they feel like they have failed their fans, they failed their team. And you know they're going to be fighting for it here. They have to show something.
Well, the other big thing to think about is that whatever happens, they're playing in the playoffs. And whoever wins this one's going to have a bit of an edge, in my opinion, in that one. They'll be thinking, it's only next week. They'll be thinking back to this week and to this very game as to, how they're playing right now. Who's the on-form team between them? So here we go, in-game. It's Evil Geniuses versus Copenhagen Wolves. Jason, run us through level 1.
Well, like I was saying before, during the picks and bans, I don't expect any major action to happen. I think it's mostly to come down to who's going to scout out the other. And as I said, we already have Godbro heading towards the top side, so it looks like Wolves have actually scouted out Evil Geniuses, because EG, they typically like to invade the top tri-bush very early on and then push in through there or go in through that Wraith area. But it looks like they're just going to sit on this line here and just try to defend their own side of the jungle. And with Leona and with Misfortune having the early double golems bot lane, they're going to be so hard to deal with when they hit level 2 and you're level 1 as the Tess and Deficio. So it looks like Tess and Deficio will be taking the Wolf camp just to kind of keep up an experience.
Yep. Very tense start to this one. Lots of wards put down specifically from the Wolves. Look at that, 3 of them on the map right now. 2 on that bottom side of river, 1 on the top side, and neither team wanting to risk anything. That's a real point of this one. No risks. Play it safe and try and win this game to claim that 4th position. Copenhagen Wolves going to be backing away. Looks like we are going to be seeing once again a Golem start for Svenskeren.
All right, so he's going to be going for actually. This is something we saw just last game with Hercubon Pantheon.
Yeah.
It's very unexpected, and it's interesting because we didn't actually see, well, we didn't, and the Wolves didn't see EG push up and go for an early ward at all, so they weren't going to have vision when Svenskeren was anyways, and at least Godbro will be able to share a little bit of the experience as well, but he's going to be going for that red, then into race, and looks like he might go for an early mid gank, because if we can get Bjergsen fed, then he can carry the team.
Yeah, we saw just yesterday how that Syndra can be late into the game. Absolute devastation is what comes off from Bjergsen.
And you saw with Evil Geniuses in the bottom lane, they gave the golems to Krepo, actually. They gave him the big one. So he's very close to level 2 because of that CC he can provide for his team, for Misfortune. So that is just going to be ridiculous. I don't think Wolves are going to be expecting this.
And here we go, Deficio, or in a lot of trouble. The first ignite of the game put down. He will walk away, but he's probably going to have to eat through most of those pots. He does have the biscuit as well, should he need to munch that one down. But very, very dangerous. Once Krepo hits that level 2 point, I could imagine that EG go for it.
And he's going to hit it very soon here. I think 1 or 2 more minions, and he might try to go for it since Deficio is down on that flash. And they are going to push in this bush, so they do have the aggression in the lane. They have the control of the lane, and we'll see how the Wolves do to fight back and take it.
Yeah, Deficio putting that ward down just to make sure that, you know, they've got full vision of where Leona is and whether she's ready to come in, as the Zenith Blade not quite got the range to connect onto the test there from that one. Double ups coming in as well. But now we see level 2 on both Deficio and the test as well.
And the thing is, both of those teams don't really have sustain. They both start with Doran's Blade, so they need to auto-attack as much as possible to heal up. But with the way yellowpete and Krepo are playing it, they're not letting this happen. And Deficio investing a lot into wards into that bush as well, putting a pink down because Svenskeren is waiting in lane. He wants to come down and help out that lane with a gank, but it's not going to happen because yellowpete's keeping that wave pushed up far enough that they'll see him coming.
You've got to have control of your side of the bush against that Leona. There's no way that you can give that control up. As we are seeing the test coming, Svenskeren actually is backed away now from this bottom side, and he's going back off towards his wolves. It's top lane Wickd versus Godbro. We've said it before, Godbro has had a good couple of days, looked very solid in his last 2 games with Shen.
Yes, he really has, and he's going up against Wickd, who always complains that he never gets 1v1s, and he's getting it right here for, I guess, like, a few times in the entirety of LCS, as we see Snoopeh coming in behind Bjergsen, trying to go for a gank here.
Not sure if he'll be able to finish this one off, though. He's going to put down a decent amount of damage there. Q comes in from him, and even Svenskeren did come around to cover and then went back off to the Wraith camp, dashing in to finish them. So no early first blood, kind of what we expected though from this one.
Yeah, both teams playing very cautious, and I mean, even if one team loses and they don't get 4th position or they get out of 5th position, they can still look back on it before the playoffs and look at what happened, what went wrong, what went right for your team, and try to replicate that in the playoffs.
Here we go, Bjergsen going to go in a flash forced. Froggen not wanting to be a part of that one. He does have barrier, of course, in there as well, so no ignite for Froggen on that middle lane, and there is a pink ward down by Krepo. So EG have slowly but surely pushed the lane out there, and now they have control of that bush. That's surely going to force the Wolves to play a little bit more defensive. Wickd is forced to flash there in that top side as well, but the taunt is down, and he's in a lot of trouble here. Is he going to be able to escape from this one? Godbro's tanking up the turret. They managed to get first blood. Wickd gets the kill back, but the question is now, can Svenskeren escape from this one? Snoopeh is coming up there, and Svenskeren flashes to safety.
Yeah, good job on him just to escape right there. Godbro, I'm not sure he needed to really commit that far under that turret, but still doesn't matter in the end. You got the first blood, you got the assist, and you're going to be doing a lot better in that lane because he was having a lot of troubles with Wickd as we started. And Evil Genius, as you mentioned, you know, they pushed up the bush, they got control of it, and the thing is, if they ever want to go for a gank in the bot lane with Froggen, you're going to have Snoopeh there as well. You need someone to tank up that turret with Krepo to really go for the damage and really try to pick up any kills. So it leads me to think that Froggen might be heading up towards the top side more often.
Let's have a look at the early items coming out in that middle lane. Boots and pots still for Froggen. He's not been back just yet to buy up. However, Syndra has, of course, Tear and a Doran's Ring.
Okay, so the Tear, he's going to definitely want to stack that very soon. Bjergsen knows that Evil Geniuses does a fantastic job at controlling the enemy blue buffs, so he's just kind of maybe cautiously working around that, as we do have Snoopeh heading down. He is not spotted in this bush. This could be very bad. Deficio doesn't have flash up just yet, but it will be very soon. And we'll see if EG's going to try to make a play here.
Yeah, Snoopeh there. I think they were telling him to back away a little bit from the front of that bush, because that's exactly why. You see Deficio throw that glitter lance down. It didn't hit Snoopeh. They don't know that he's there fully. And look at this. The Wolves are actually closing in from the top side as well. They're going to go for a 4-man, maybe even 5-man gank, because Shen, oh no, it's still level 5. Well, getting a little bit too trigger happy with that one. And Snoopeh in trouble there. And this could be very, very interesting. We are going to see Twisted Fate coming down to this bottom side. Can EG turn it around? Svenskeren going to be the focus. Only a couple more hits needed, but Syndra managing to force them away. And after a big amount of players hit this bottom lane, no kills.
That was a great start of Bjergsen to keep Svenskeren alive. He didn't have flash to get away, so he was a little bit caught right there. But still, look what happens. Copenhagen Wolves were able to get the ult out of Froggen, so he wouldn't be aggressive with it. They're forced to use it defensively, but he's waiting for Bjergsen in this bush.
That gets a stun down. Snoopeh coming in from the side. The Wither in position. Bjergsen, no flash available for this one. The Ignite is going to be put on towards Snoopeh. And here comes Svenskeren. What a turnaround. And Godbro's hit 6. He's going to come down. Where's the taunt? There it is. Froggen locked up. And this is another kill surely coming down. Froggen making a run as fast as he can, but you don't get away from Zin. That's a double kill for Svenskeren.
And Svenskeren and Godbro both showing us exactly how strong they become in LCS as the test gets engaged upon, but I don't think they're going to commit to this. And a great ultimate out of Godbro and a great initiation by Bjergsen to bait Snoopeh in a little bit too far. It's Svenskeren. I mean, he was popping pots like crazy, came around the corner of that banana bush and was able to pick up those kills.
So nicely done there out of the Copenhagen Wolves after now sending a big team down to that bottom lane to try and get something. Well, they got it in the end, but in that middle lane after all that leaves them almost 1,000 gold in the lead.
I think as you keep giving them comfort champions, you gave Svenskeren, you took away his Jarvan, but you gave him Zin. You took away Kassan off of Bjergsen, but he got Syndra. You didn't do anything to Godbro, so he got his Shen. Like, they're playing so many comfort champions as well as EG, but Copenhagen Wolves are so far outplaying them at this point.
Yep, but it's still very early doors. 8 minutes in, we are into this decider game. Snoopeh gets a ward down inside of the Copenhagen Wolves jungle. Wickd up in this top lane. They both actually bought a Ruby Crystal that first time around. There was a Null Magic Mantle added in for Shen. Extra protection, of course, against Wickd up there. Blue buff's now going to be given over to those APs as well.
I wouldn't be a little surprised to see Godbro actually build some cooldown reduction. Maybe that Kennel Gem, just so we can keep up with the ulti cooldown of Twisted Fate, because you saw like how crucial it can really be if he gets down there in time. Wouldn't be surprised at that, but we do see the Haunting guys coming out of Wickd with that Ruby Crystal, and of course the Wolves are going to back away and buy, sitting on 1,900 gold right now, and that is a lot of money to spend.
And as we say that, they actually came back in to that bottom lane. The AD carry, yellowpete, has now gone home as Godbro takes another beating in this top lane. As I was going to say, are they going to go for this one with Krepo all alone? But he's a full health Leona. He's not exactly the easiest target to drop.
I like what they did, though, because we talked about him backing. They had a lot of money to spend, but what they did was they stayed around long enough because they knew yellowpete was going to go back if they like stopped showing themselves for a little bit, and because of that, yellowpete's going to miss some CS, as you even see on your minimap. Krepo trying to just tank up the minion wave so he won't miss out on too much. In the top lane, we see Godbro going in.
Yeah, the taunt will land here on towards Wickd. Svenskeren going to get in there. The equalizer is down, but it's not going to equal anything up here. Godbro gets the kill.
Svenskeren so good right now in that pairing with Godbro, just coming in from the lane. The calls that are happening, like the communication that the Wolves are doing right now is so spot on. Every single time Svenskeren comes around the lane, he's able to pick up a kill and able to help out the team.
There we just saw how dangerous Bjergsen is. Unloads everything onto towards Froggen. He has to flash away. And, well, not very healthy anymore, is he? That was pretty much half of the mana used there by Bjergsen, so need to be a little careful of that, but you've got the good old tier in there to help things out as well. Let's have a look at the AD carries. Items coming in now. BF sword and a long sword for Misfortune. The cutlass, along with the boots now being picked up for the test.
Yeah, so we're going to see him go, that Blade of the Rune King, into the Infinity Edge build that a lot of Varses are going these days. And of course, it looks like yellowpete will be going for his Bloodthirster, I want to say, with that.
I was gonna dive, sorry. Scary moment. Svenskeren, you know, he's got the boots and mobility first of all, and wherever he's been so far, they've managed to pick up kills.
Yes, that is very true. And if anything, he's been able to turn around potential deaths for his team, so he's really denied that away from EG. But look what happened. Wick is actually sitting at mid lane right now, farming up. You see Godbro on the top lane just pushing it out. He has ulti to get in, but this looks like EG wants to go for Dragon very soon.
Certainly looks that way. Wards down all over the place. A pink ward put in there as well. There is blue buff picked up by Syndra. All 5 are there from EG. 4 plus a Shen can come into this one, and Svenskeren going to take a bit of a beating. The bullet time comes across. The Deficio goes very, very low, but the test has locked him up. That's a brilliant taunt coming out of Godbro. The test gets the kill. He's over the wall, though. Are they going to be able to escape this one? Wickid's chasing in. The test has managed to get away, but now Bjergsen going to be the focus. He will drop to Froggen. Godbro and the test did get away, and that will be a 2-for-1 in favor of EG, but the Dragon is going to go their way as well.
So many great plays out of both teams right there. So we saw Svenskeren get caught a little bit, and he got locked down, but you saw him flash right before the bullet time happened because he had Shen coming in on top of him. So he dodged that, and it kept him alive long enough for Godbro to get into the fight. Then you saw him taunt through yellowpete, and they're able to pick him up right away. But luckily for EG, with that equalizer coming down with the sustained damage that Wickd can put down, they're able to take that fight in their favor and take Dragon, but both teams played that very well.
And good amounts of damage onto that middle outer turret as well, never to be underestimated. So what are we seeing picked up? For Rumble there, Wickd of course. Haunting Guy's already in, plus those Sorcerer Shoes. Other side, the Giant's Belt helping things out with those Merc Treads for Shen.
We do see some early penetration coming out of Bjergsen with the Haunting Guys for himself. Doesn't have boots just yet, which it wouldn't have saved him the last fight, but it would have been a little bit nice to get around a little bit quicker. So he's just delaying that a little bit longer. He wants to get more damage because he almost has potential to one-shot Frog with his entire combo if he lands every ability. It's not quite there just yet, but obviously by avoiding the boots, it's getting him ever so closer.
Yeah, definitely will. Now Svenskren's coming around to the middle lane again. By coming around to the middle lane, I mean coming around the backside. It looks like they might try for a dive here onto Froggen. He's put a ward down on top of the blue buff, and he's been pinged to go to top. Or he's pinging himself, of course, to say, I'm coming, you better be ready for me, because we're going to go in onto Wickd.
Yeah, Snoopeh is coming around the top side as well, so he's going to try to counter this gank if it does come in. Svenskren obviously standing in a ward. I'm pretty sure he knows it right now, or should know very soon as Wickd already heads over to him. So he will be able to escape that. And Froggen was even heading up towards the top side, so I wanted to think that EG could have potentially baited that in and picked up a couple of kills.
Yeah, trying to close in for the 3-man. Snoopeh has got through that brush. There's one minion there, I think, which is still going to be giving the vision, so Snoopeh going to have to wait until Wickd does drop that one. There we go. Now he can get through into the next part. But Svenskren is also waiting at the back as the taunt is going to land in on towards Wickd. They're going to go in for this one. Equalizer is down. Svenskren losing a lot of HP. Uses his ulti. That's not enough. And Wickd did get hit by the turret. Froggen now coming up to this top lane. Have they got the damage to finish off Shen? Snoopeh might even go down to Godbro here. Here comes Bjergsen around the side. Chances of Snoopeh getting away are pretty slim at this point. Well, he's running for it, that's for sure. Gonna go down. Is he gonna get between those two turrets without dying? I don't think he's got enough time here for the reset, and he's taken 2 turret hits from that one.
Wow.
And he's still going.
Amazing stuff there.
That was crazy.
That was well played by him too, because he went towards the right side, back towards the base of Wolves, leading himself away from EG, so he made it so they followed him and still managed to escape in the end. So it was a great turn. They pick up 1 kill for no deaths right there. And of course, Froggen was coming up towards the top side, well played by him. And you just saw the damage Wickd can put out with that penetration build he has going on. Like, they were standing in the equalizer, and Svenskren was just melting.
And we saw Snoopeh's final recall position was behind the outer turret on the bottom lane. He actually walked the entire width of the map there to escape the chasers. But credit to him, not going down. Important thing for Evil Geniuses. Looks like that blue buff here is going to be stolen away by the Copenhagen Wolves. That's going to be given over to Syndra.
Yeah, very well done. You have to keep in mind that they took their blue really late in the game. So the timers won't be perfectly up. So pretty much when Syndra's blue buff is about to wear off, he'll be able to pick up his own yet again. And taking away from Froggen means his ult cooldown's going to be a lot longer. It's going to be harder for him to sustain in the lane a little bit. And then you give Bjergsen that nice cooldown reduction to potentially one-shot Froggen if it happens.
Well, we'll see. Froggen's been playing quite defensive on that middle lane now. Doesn't want to get into trouble, and is actually ahead in the CS. 131 to 124. Gone for that Sheen as his first item.
I see Svenskren taking red again on your minimap. As you see the test trying to push up here. He needs to be a little careful though, because he could get engaged upon by Krepo. He does have cleanse to get away, obviously, so he will be fine. It's still Froggen's ult. My screen's actually up right now.
It is on our screen.
Just making sure.
Yeah, Froggen's ultimate
like just used it not that long ago.
So he could get involved down on this bottom lane. But right now, not really too much of an opening for that. Bottom lane of Evil Geniuses is going to be going home. Red buff going to be given here to Snoopeh. And things quieten down a little bit. We had a bit of a hectic 10 minutes or so there, but things getting back into that farming phase as both teams not wanting to make the mistakes. The AD carries have started to get up to some bigger items here. Bloodthirster, Berserker Greaves compared to the Blade of the Ruin King and the Boots of Speed up until now for Varus.
Yeah, it's really going to help the test in his mobility to get away from the enemy team. And Joe, you're saying it is quite a calm period right now, but I think about a minute, 20 seconds, it might change a little bit around that Dragon side. And I was talking about the blue buff earlier, how Bjergsen, like when his is about to run out, he'll be able to pick up his own. He does it right there. And that's going to be very crucial for this Dragon fight that should break out.
Yeah, Bjergsen refreshing that blue. 1 minute to go. I don't expect too much before that, although Svenskeren looks like he might try and make some kind of play over onto that bottom side of the map. He was being pinged out furiously there by Evil Geniuses, and wise enough himself to get away from that before anyone can close in around it.
We do have a pink ward though on Krepo, so that's why I'm thinking that Dragon will come down since he's going to deny that vision, obviously. And then you have Froggen's ultimate up available for that too. But then you also have Godbro's ulti if he wants to come up from or come down from that top side. He is level 11, so he has rank 2 of it. So the person he's going to ulti on will be able to keep them alive a lot longer. It looks like in about 30 seconds time this actually will happen.
Yeah, pink ward actually being used there to get rid of that ward that Svenskeren put down, so they know that that Dragon's starting to close in. They don't want the Wolves to have vision of that ramp.
And it's also very smart because it denies the vision away from the Wolves in terms of when Froggen's going to come down to gank, because that's like a very common bush to ward up. So he won't be spotted when he does go down, obviously be out of lane, so it's kind of like a sign, but you're not exactly sure where he's going. He even has a pink ward towards the top side of the river, or top side of the middle river, to spot that side as well. So he has that opportunity to get into either lane he needs to, as you see the engage happening.
Oh, Krepo's gone very deep from this one, but they will take one down. There is a chain of corruption coming in. Froggen got involved, Svenskeren going in there as well. Krepo is now very low, but the equalizer in a great position. It's forcing the flashes all over the place. Tessa's going to get stunned up from that one, and that's 3 quick kills coming in. All started off with a beautiful move from Krepo.
And I was doing what all supports should do, going in. He was able to survive in the end from that too, but he was able to pick up those 3 kills. And Dragon, so we saw this happen last time where EG picked up those 2 kills, got Dragon right after that, and the gold deficit that they had is a complete lead for them as they're up about 3,000 gold right now. Bjergsen's trying to push his turret down, and he actually might be able to get it.
I think so as well. I don't think Snoopeh is in a position to get there fast enough. Bjergsen will finish off that tower. That's actually the first one of this game. 18.5 minutes in.
Well, it won't be the last, I can tell you that, as Froggen's pushing that bottom lane with his
I'd
sheep.
imagine not.
I felt pretty safe and confident in saying that. But Froggen pushing that bottom there. Now we do see Bjergsen trying to go after Snoopeh here. If he gets a slow, he might be able to pick up a kill if he can follow up with a stun.
He's going to get the slow in there. He's going to get the stun as well. He's put the ignite down, and the dog is dead.
Sorry. I don't know why, but that caught me off guard right there. But great play to Bjergsen right there, knowing the limits of his damage, as you saw. And he picks up a much-needed kill as well. I mean, he's 1-1-3 right now. In the game previously, he played Syndra. He had a couple more kills at this point than now. But look at his item. He went for an easy large rod, so he knows like he needs the damage for his team right now. He has to come up big for them. And with the test, with that Blade of the Rune King building towards his IE, is going to be helping out.
Yeah, and that was the real point. Once he got that needlessly large rod, he knows how much more damage he could do there. And Snoopeh, who now he's going to have to be the tanky one in this team, along with Leona, just got absolutely murdered by him. That's EG here just trying to defend against Svenskeren, who now just trots on through, boots some ability, sticks a ward down, walks away.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
Wickd was trying to come down to help him since he was being chased by yellowpete and Krepo. But with those boots mobility, like you were saying, he's able to just escape completely. And Froggen, he's sitting at the bottom lane defending the turret himself. And it looks like they want to go for a 3-man push on this top lane. They want to get Godbro, they want to punish him and take that turret down.
Svenskeren coming around here. He's going to spot Leona. That pink ward in the bush there as well.
Oh, so Bjergsen's coming down the bot lane, Joe.
Are they going to go for this one? Twisted Fate is going to get sandwiched here. Does have Destiny for a quick escape, but of course you probably want to get that off with Bjergsen here right on top of him. He's going to miss the stun card, comes out, he gets knocked back by Bjergsen. Has he got the damage that Sonya's going to save him for now, but for now is not long enough. He goes down and it's Bjergsen that picks up the kill. Here is Godbro going low. Great ulti out of Svenskeren, but the Solar Flare comes in. They're not finished here. They're going to get right on top of Svenskeren. He gets away from the bullet time, but he will die in the end to Wickd.
And the thing is, the Wolves have a 3-man push on this bottom there. Now, they could continue to go for it if they wanted, but they are backing out as Bjergsen's just sticking around. Snoopeh pushing that middle lane. They're trying to do some great damage on these turrets, and the thing is, EG's still pushing the top lane while you see Wolves back out of the bottom. They might be able to get this turret, but you do have the test coming in hot pursuit. You have Godbro coming as well, and they're trying to stop this.
Yeah, between Syndra and Lulu, they're not exactly the turret clearing force that they need at this point, as the inner turret in the top lane goes down. Outer turret, of course, will stay taken by Snoopeh. Red buff going to be taken away, and this is where it really starts to get dangerous because EG will control your jungle.
Yes, they will, and we need to see potentially an Oracle coming out of Deficio soon to really stop that from happening. But the Wolves, in the meantime, we talked about them not being a great tower-taking force. They have gotten it very low at this point. Looks like Bjergsen almost wants to commit to taking it, so it would make things a little bit easier since the EG wasn't able to take the top tier 2 turret.
All those wards are down, you can see them there. Perfect vision coming out of Evil Geniuses on that Copenhagen on Wolves' top side jungle.
Actually, sorry, they did take the turret.
Yeah. in the top lane.
Yep.
Exactly. And that's why that ward is now, well, of course the ward is blue from EG, but the jungle is blue, is what I'm trying to get at there. There's 5-6 wards down that pink in the top side as well. And Tessie, you can see just pushing that middle wave back out, losing a middle turret on the inner line would be very, very bad.
It would, but we'll see if either team can take advantage of that. And we see Deficio, he went for an Oracle, which I was calling out earlier, that is a very needed item right now because, like you were saying before, EG, if they take those turrets like that, you know they're going to control your jungle. And the Wolves know this as well, and Deficio's trying to stop that from happening. There's no words in the bottom side of the jungle, as he's unfortunately finding out. But obviously, he will make his way up there very shortly, and he'll deny all that vision away, because there's 5 wards waiting to be killed. Wards waiting to be killed.
Right now, Wolves are pushing down the middle lane here. They know that they have to be real careful here, EG, that Bjergsen doesn't get on top of one of them. And in the end, it's just to push the tower down. Actually, Nasus was in the bottom there. That push up from Snoopeh has managed to get them one. Froggen going to get caught out. Destiny is going to get interrupted, but the flash will save Froggen. He used his barrier, his flash, and his Destiny there.
Great play by Bjergsen right there to interrupt that. He even had Zonias available for Froggen, which we saw earlier, just stop that ultimate completely. But a great play to the Wolves, with all of them going towards the top side of the map. They really want to take this turret down. I have to say, with Froggen not having flash or barrier available anymore, they might be able to take it because Bjergsen's ulti is on a relatively quick cooldown.
Yep, and those minions are going to start to come in. Are they going to be able to push through? Wickd and Snoopeh, yellowpete and Froggen are all there. And it only takes a good solar flare to come out of Krepo to really change that. The bullet time to go across them. But the Copenhagen Wolves are going to go for it anyway, and EG are actually backing away.
And so in the meantime, we see Froggen pushing that middle lane. He wants to go for that tier 2 turret. As you see, the Wolves going to have to back up very quickly. And here's to see if Krepo's going to try interrupting them as EG's pushing out the top side. So we might actually see this turret go down to Froggen.
Yep, already half HP. Wolves trying to get themselves back in a position to defend it. Wickd going to try and cut them off here in the jungle. Gets the vision down. And Froggen actually will back away from that middle turret. Let's have a look how much health it has remaining. And it's less than half HP. And look at that. The test is absolutely demolished there by Wickd.
Yeah, you see how far ahead he is in his build. He's 4-2-2 at this point. He's even in CS with Shen currently. But he has so much damage to see. Deficio getting caught.
Yeah, solar flare goes down. Deficio in all kinds of trouble as the bullet time comes through. Svenskeren actually took most of that there. Snoopeh going to be looking for the finishing touches, but a great flash from Svenskeren will get into relative safety here. The rest of the team coming in to back up. Look how low the Wolves went in that one, but crucially, no death.
So lucky for the Wolves, because if Deficio lost that Oracle, that would have been a tragedy for him. He's not sitting on that much gold anymore, and he cannot really afford to buy another one right now. They need to keep that alive. That was a great play by the Wolves to get that nice disengage.
And there's Froggen again
Baron
in towards that top lane. This is a Baron, but there is a ward there at the back. So we're going to see everything used here on towards it. 4 of them. Can the Wolves do anything about it? There is the Twisted Fate ultimate popped, and actually he's going to join straight into that one. So they know that Bjergsen is around. EG, they're going to back away. Wisely so as well, I think. Oh, Wickd's going to get stunned up here, but is the damage enough? Not quite there. The ultimate used by Bjergsen. And now, with that, the Wolves are saying, well, Baron? Yes.
They know EG was low after that Baron attempt, so they have an easy opportunity going for it, but EG's not backing away. They're going to try to come in here. And Wickd doesn't have flash to get away anymore. We could see the engage happening very shortly.
This is a very delicate situation right now, as the equalizer does come down from Wickd. Probably a good time to get that out there and stop the Baron attempt by the Wolves, because if they'd have got into a fight, would have either had to run away or die anyway. So not a bad call whatsoever. The Wolves now switch to middle lane, deciding that Baron is not worth the risk at this point.
The thing is, they have to be careful. Bjergsen is not there to help out. They need him there for these fights to be able to kill anyone on the team. And smartly, they do back away. Bjergsen's getting very close to his death cap or his Zonias, whichever item he wants to go for right now. I believe he can buy the Zonias. And that is going to be very, very needy in these fights when he's the one they're jumping on.
Yep, there is the Zonias picked up. Same as Twisted Fate as Evil Geniuses. Can't take Baron, guys. Next best thing at this point going to be the Dragon.
And they will be able to get the second one of the game for them and get a nice bit of extra gold. And looking at these items just a little bit more, I mean, we see Godbro. We talked about playing Shen in the top lane where you lose a lot of damage because you have him up there, but he's building Triforce, it looks like, yet again, which is going to help out a lot. And you see Snoopeh, He's actually going, or actually has his Aegis going for the Runic Bulwark really soon, which is going to help out. I mean, Bjergsen wasn't able to pretty much one-shot Froggen anymore because he hit the Zhonya's. He wasn't able to one-shot Wickd. Next best guess is yellowpete, but he's building a GA now, and with that Runic Bulwark, I don't know if he's going to have the damage or the penetration to do it.
So one thing we talked about before the game was Snoopeh probably needs to go flash if he's going to get on his target, with that Lulu there in the team to really slow him down. He did in the end go with Ghost. He's now also gone in with those boots of swiftness, which, you know, against the slow is going to give you that extra reduction, plus the faster movement speed as well. So that's a good pickup here for Snoopeh.
And the thing is, like, looking with their combo of Rumble, he doesn't really have to be the initiate for their team anymore like a Volibear needs to, because you have the Equalizer to set him up. So with the Ghost, with the boots of swiftness, he can get in there, get the Wither down onto the right target. So we do have the Wolves 4-man pushing this middle lane right now. And Godbro doing what Shen does best, split pushing still, Joe.
Yep, down that bottom lane. He's going to be Twisted Fate that's the one that has to deal with him. But once he gets that Triforce finish, we saw it yesterday how much damage he actually puts out. So Froggen has to be really careful about that one. He's got the Zhonya's and the Lich Bane of his own right now, and those Home Guards, so he can get back into that bottom lane as fast as he can.
Yeah, he's just trying to farm up as much as possible. He's leading the game right now, currently 10 up over Bjergsen, who has the highest for the Wolves. And yeah, I mean, mentioning Godbro on that Triforce, he soloed YellowStar on Twitch. Like, I mean, he taunted him on the turrets. Obviously, it wasn't a complete solo, but he still outplayed him, was able to pick up that kill because of the unexpected damage that he can put out. He doesn't have a Sunbreak cape, so he can't really split push that quickly. And the EG, I guess, kind of realizes this because they're not really too worried about that giant wave at the bottom lane. They can just get there eventually and farm it up. But with that Triforce, it's going to help out quite a bit.
You can see that both teams are very aware of the closeness of this game right now. I mean, in gold, it's actually a decent lead for Evil Geniuses with those Dragon pickups there. We can see the individual gold is high in between 1,000 and 2,000 between each player here on the team.
And I mean, even with that gold lead, Evil Geniuses, they know, like, it's Bjergsen. We can't really make a misstep because he will take advantage of that every situation, even if they're down, or even if they're down like 3,000-4,000 gold. And you're going to see him try to capitalize on it, but you're seeing Froggen split pushing again. He might get caught by Godbro here. Let's see if he can take him 1v1.
Yep, Godbro's going to have a go. This one does have that phage, so he can keep the slowdown onto Froggen, but Froggen's got a stun card available and will turn around that damage, and Godbro knocked down to half HP. And that's pretty much what Froggen's going to have to do if he's going to stop that Shen, is just put massive amounts of damage and force him to back away so that he can't stick around, while at the same time being careful that no one traps him from the other side.
And he has Mercury Traps for that to help facilitate that, because if he gets taunted, it's obviously have a reduced cooldown or a reduced duration, and he's able to apply that pressure on a Godbro. You saw him, he just like, Godbro was like, oh, like I got the taunt on you, I did some damage, but I can't keep up with you if my phase is a proc right away, so I'm going to have to back away. And we do see the engage happening on a Godbro.
There is the stun card coming down. That's going to allow Krepo to get in there very easily. Godbro slowed, stunned, finished off by Froggen.
And we do have the Wolves coming around, but I don't think they're going to be able to do anything here as they are backing off. I don't think they can defend this turret either, as Wickd has his Equalizer up. And EG, it looks like they're actually booking it right over to Baron.
Yep, and why not? The entire team from the Wolves on this right-hand side of the map there in the bottom lane defending. And EG going to go straight over there. We do have an Oracle on both teams right now, so able to clear out. And you can see that EG have got amazing wards down right now across the entire map, and they are going to start that one off. There is a ward right in the back. Krepo needs to get in there, though.
And one thing we have to keep in mind, Snoopeh is level 13 to the 12th Fence Scare, so his smite will be higher damage as we see Krepo going in.
Yeah, Krepo going to go right in there. The bullet time comes down. Zhonya's used by Bjergsen. He's dodged all of the damage that came his way. Can they get in there? The Varus ultimate was brilliant as well. Svenskeren going to have Stan United onto him, but he won't need it. It's him that picks up the kill. Here comes Godbro, stunned, but he's going to get the taunt off onto both Froggen and Wickd. Froggen trying to run for his life, but the focus will come first onto Wickd. There is the wild growth on Godbro as well. yellowpete's going to die. Froggen's trying to run the other way, but Deficio has already spotted him. There's a stun card coming out. The test flashes in. Completely misses the slow, actually. But importantly, Lulu survived with hardly any health. Froggen now used his ulti to get down to the bottom lane. He's cheekily going to push that one.
Wow, you just saw right there how close the game still is, even with that gold advantage for EG. The Wolves, like Bjergsen, a perfect bait of all that damage that EG tried to put out against him with that Zhonya's, and then you saw his entire team back him up. Svenskeren had his ulti to knock them away to like really give him an out, but he just flashed it, and then you saw the Varus ulti come in. I mean, you pointed out during the fight, that just locked down the entirety of EG. They're able to pick up those kills, and able to close this gap lead, and Froggen did a smart play trying to get away to push that turret, but Bjergsen was alive. Actually, yeah, he backed up, has home guarded boots and was able to get back and save the turret.
Yeah, that was a really great move there from Bjergsen as well. The fact that he got hit by that solar flare and then the bullet time came across.
Right.
None of that damage hardly touched him because of the Zhonya's.
And the thing is, we saw something similar like this with the FNATIC game versus Wolves, where FNATIC forgot about Bjergsen being on Twisted Fate and having his ulti up, where you know, Wolves chased him down. He came with his ulti and was able to get 3 kills. But the same thing happened here with the Wolves and Shen. Godbro came back alive, and he has ulti still. If EG starts Baron and baits the Wolves out for it, Godbro's going to have to come in and ulti. Like, he's going to have to save his team. And with that, with the armor and the damage that EG has, like, Froggen can continue to split push this bottom lane and really take an inhibitor quite quickly.
One thing that we didn't really talk about is the fact that yellowpete with that Guardian Angel is, you know, effectively a 6th man now in this team.
Yeah, he is, and the thing is, like, he can afford to play aggressive, he can afford to be out of position. Like, just like we saw Bjergsen do in the last major fight around Baron. Like, he got caught with a solar flare, but he just popped his Zhonya's and allowed the rest of his team to get in a good position to start the fight. Now, yellowpete can do that himself. Froggen can also do it if he wants to ult in the middle of the team, and we'll see if yellowpete's able to really use that Guardian Angel to its max effectiveness.
Oh, Wickd just coming through the jungle there on his own. Luckily for him, the Copenhagen Wolves don't have wards that deep into the EG jungle. Mid lane was pushed out once again, and Wolves are going to be the ones now to take position over by Baron.
This game has really come to a standstill at this point because Evil Geniuses are trying to let Froggen just split push the entire time since he's slowly whittling away at the base that Wolves have. But Wolves are trying to make some play happen. They might actually have it here.
Well, Snoopeh taking a bit of damage will actually, I was going to say pop his ghost, but he didn't pop his ghost in that one. He's just moving fast because of those boosts of swiftness, of course. Svensson, he's going to H-check straight in. Actually, he's going straight in towards yellowpete. Copenhagen Wolves going in for this one. We will see Shen joining into the fight. Can they manage to pick up the kills? Ulti comes out of Svensson. Froggen is there as well. Wild Growth goes on to Svensson, who gets away with the flash there. The ultimate did come out of Varus. Bjergsen will flash away, but Froggen finishes him off with a wild card. The test is very, very low. Harpoon misses, and what a taunt here from Godbro. It's probably going to cost him his life. Actually, no, they get in on towards the test as well. And Godbro surely going to be unhappy about that one. He pretty much sacrificed himself there for the good of his team, and the test kind of stayed around too long.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, that was a great job by Godbro to take his own life and save the test, but, you know, the rest of EG is like, forget you, we don't want you, we want the test. And a great turnaround by EG right there to take that fight completely. You even saw, you know, Snoopeh, he got into the back line of the Wolves and was just a nuisance for the test and Bjergsen to deal with. But on the other hand of that, we saw Svensson and Godbro doing the same thing to Evil Geniuses, staying in yellowpete's face, staying in Froggen's face when he did finally come in. But the thing was, is that Snoopeh was able to tank the damage a lot better than the Wolves were. Actually, no, you know, not ignore that comment. The Wolves, or sorry, the EG was able to do more damage onto those 2 main tanks of Wolves than the Wolves were to do against EG.
Well, we've just seen the DFG, Deathfire Grasp, being picked up for Froggen now on Twisted Fate. Had the aim with the Zhonya's, the Ravagans, the Lichbane. A lot of damage to players and a lot of damage to turrets as well, which is where he's going to be at his strong point. And his cooldown on Destiny, less of that than Godbro, which poses a bit of a problem for Copenhagen Wolves.
It seriously is, Joe, because now you're going to see Froggen keep pushing this bottom lane. I mean, there's no reason not to. He has blue buff. He has pretty much 40% CDR at this point. He can afford to keep doing that. Godbro can't go head-to-head against him anymore. You're going to have to send someone else like Bjergsen. But if you do that, obviously Froggen can escape when Bjergsen can't do that. And that should be a free Baron for EG if they want to go for it in that kind of situation.
And that's a massive chunk of the Wolves' damage as well. I mean, even if Froggen tries to Destiny, he can be interrupted there by Bjergsen, which would mean then they'd have a 4-on-4 fight, which I also don't think is the best for the Copenhagen Wolves, because that Syndra needs to be there.
Yeah, he does, but... Yeah, he does. I mean, a test, he wants to be the person to be able to do enough damage, but his cleanse can only be off cooldown so long. And the thing is, if he gets withered by Snoopeh, there goes all their damage during that part of the fight. I mean, Godbro, he has a Triforce, but it's not going to be enough to equal how much the test's damage is going to be minimized.
So Froggen gets back into split push mode. Gonna be heading up that bottom lane. Godbro there to defend it. We've slipped back into that phase that we had what feels like 15, maybe even it was 15 minutes ago. As the Baron dance-off continues, Oracles, pink wards, all being thrown down. And up until now, no real push. We do have a second GA, by the way, on the EG team, and that is with Wickd.
And, I mean, EG was already pretty much hands down winning these fights, but having to eat through both those GAs, when I believe yellowpete, yeah, he still has his available, they weren't even able to take that away.
EG and Zhonya's for Wickd.
Yeah, so you're not going to kill Wickd.
Die.
And they're going to have to find some way around that SC and Bjergsen. He might get caught here.
Yeah, gets hit with the harpoon, and look at that already. A lot of his damage gone. Will Zonya's up. Krepo did put the solar flare down there. Bullet time. Svenskeren gets right in the middle. Krepo is up there as well, but here comes Froggen. Varus ulti was good, but we see here the test being completely popped there. Svenskeren trying to get in on towards Froggen. He will die from this one. It is a Froggen kill. That's now already a 3-for-1 here, and EG is still chasing in. Can they lock down Deficio? Snoopeh not going to care about him for now, that they want turrets.
Joe, did you see how fast the test just got blown up right there? Froggen just flashed over that wall, used his entire... Actually, I didn't flash, but he ulted over the wall, used his entire combo on him, and he just exploded.
They're gonna finish. Are they going to finish now? I mean, they've got this bottom turret open. They can absolutely muller these turrets without any real problem.
I think in typical EG style, they're going to play it safe, take the inhibitors, go back, take Baron, and then push for the win. Actually, sorry, push for the third inhibitor, back, and then push for the win.
I don't think you're wrong with that one. See, the Evil Geniuses are, in fact, going to be backing away from this one. Probably want to get more monies, or more items from the money that they've got from that one. Let's have a look how much they're sitting on here as they all decide to recall. Yeah, they need a shopping trip right now, and that's exactly what they're going to do. So let's run through the items. Last Whisper for Misfortune, Iceborne Gauntlet for Nasus, Void Staff for Twisted Fate.
They were already winning the fights single-handedly right now, but that just made them so much more strong. The Wolves, like, you saw Froggen, he just one-shot the test. If he can keep doing that, the Copenhagen Wolves will have 0 damage to really apply. Bjergsen can be shut down quite easy. You see Twisted Fate going in on the Deficio.
Yeah, Deficio in a lot of trouble. DFG, everything coming in, and he does get the kill in the end. There's a Zonia's to stop Svenskeren having the desired effect, and that's a 1-for-0 already, and that's just opens things up for Baron.
Where did that Yordle go, Joe? I didn't even see what happened right there.
Very long.
Not at all, and that's just the power of Froggen right now on Twisted Fate and the items he's built up. He's pretty much full build right now. Actually, he is full build at this point. See, EG, they're trying to bait them in. They have an Oracle on Krepo, and they know Wolves don't have one anymore since Deficio was killed.
That hot ward going to be taken away again at the back. Baron being started off. Godbro throws another one in there. That's going to be cleared straight out. Doesn't even last a half second.
Oh, no!
Sjokz doing the damage. Svenskeren going to come in from the side. Actually, Froggen taking a lot of damage, but Svenskeren goes down. Froggen now godlike. Krepo has been kept out of the fight, but Godbro is up against 4 there on the top side. And that's 2 kills in that one. It looked far too easy for EG.
Svenskeren, he actually flashed the wall blindly, trying to go in for a steal right there, and he just got killed. Like, EG just backed off, just waited for a couple of seconds, and he was like, oh, I'm kind of stuck here. Guys, I'm one of you, don't attack me. And he ends up dying anyways, and now Evil Geniuses, with that Baron buff, they can go for the finish here, or they can do what we said earlier, take the third inhibitor, back by, and then finish.
Have a bit of a shopping spree. Why not? But they are going towards his top side now. Third and final inhibitor turret will be made short work of. The inhibitor itself will be going down here as well. Bjergsen is going to get in trouble now as Froggen starts to come in the base. The test doesn't last longer than 2 seconds. There's the bullet time as Froggen is going to use his Sonya's, I think, for the style points there at the end. And they start to focus down the Nexus turrets. The first one is going to be falling. Second one will be made to drop as well. And now they focus in on the Nexus, and Evil Geniuses are going to secure 4th position here with a fantastic win over the Copenhagen Wolves.
And that was so well done. The game was very close. The Wolves had the very early advantage, but EG was able to claw their way back with amazing play out of Wickd, with amazing play out of Froggen, with all that split pushing, not to mention Krepo being a true support, being a real trooper, going into the back lines of Copenhagen Wolves and taking one for the team.
Yeah, kind of the end of the fairy tale story here for the Copenhagen Wolves. They had that chance after starting 0 for 9, the worst start that they could have had to the season. They have to be very proud of where they've got, that's for sure. That's it from us here on the Castle Desk. We're going to go over to Deman and Quickshot to break down the match.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. What a great game there. Evil Geniuses regain their win percentage as well as their 4th spot. That is now secured, but it does, of course, mean they still will be facing the Wolves. And doesn't that set up for a juicy match next weekend? Next Friday, that will be happening. Copenhagen Wolves versus Evil Geniuses. SK Gaming will also be playing against All Authorities then as well, but it's not all over yet. So we have a couple of replays from that game, and really, it started off so well for the Wolves, but just backfired through a couple of absolute awesome plays by Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, the game was incredibly tense from the very get-go, and the Wolves showed they weren't intimidated or afraid of Evil Geniuses. They set up a couple of very good ganks. They had the early advantage, and there was one key moment in the fairly early game, around about 18 minutes, where Evil Geniuses got a number of kills, and they managed to pick up a dragon.
So let's check out the replay. Let's get straight in there, because this is really an absolute moment of genius from a support player.
Yeah, so if we jump into the replay, you'll take a look that Evil Geniuses have positioned up some wards in and around the Dragon Pit. I've paused the game, and this ward that we've highlighted right here in the middle, this was put down about 30 seconds prior to this initial setup. What we also know is the vision from Copenhagen Wolves cannot see the Evil Geniuses members. So when we actually roll the clip, you can see that Deficio, he just goes up to ward and gets completely caught out. Solar Flare lands instantly, and this is the great play that comes out from the rest of EG. The entire team moves in here to back it up. You're going to see the equalizer coming down from Wickd relatively soon, even though it looks like this fight is going back and forth for a little bit. Wickd at max range, again, zones them out entirely with that equalizer, and it was just a great, great team fight. It was something that the Evil Geniuses did a number of times throughout the following minutes, and it was just their team fights and their control was on another level.
It all started off by Krepo in there, some fantastic plays, locking down number of members of that team. And of course, it didn't end there. It was really over towards that Baron fight. They had that little back and forward, but it was simply a matter of positioning for Evil Geniuses. They just got themselves in the right place at the right time when them fights started.
Yeah, and talking about some of the Baron fights, before we jump into the second replay, there was another fight in and around the Baron pit where Bjergsen actually got caught a little bit out. What Evil Geniuses did was the first and the only time they made the mistake. They threw everything at the same time. So the Solar Flare went down, the bullet time went down, and Bjergsen immediately just Zhonya's it and didn't get caught. What happened in the following time the team fights happened, they waited for that Zhonya's to finish and then followed it up with the bullet time or the Solar Flare in, alternating decisions. But it was great to see that EG realized the mistake and said, stagger the abilities, don't stack them, and they managed to pull that off later in the fight.
Yeah, and they just called out the counter. Fool me once, as it were, not fool me twice. But this next replay was really a setup, and it was Wolves that went aggressive.
Yeah, so the next replay we're going to jump into is significantly further in the matchup. We're approaching 37 minutes into the game. In this particular situation, the Copenhagen Wolves, they're feeling a bit antsy. They're feeling the pressure and the fact that EG have clawed the game back. So what the Wolves decide to do is they decide to do a Stand United engage. Svenskeren dives into yellowpete, and this is where Stand United gets channeled. If the target had changed at this point, the team fight could change because yellowpete got away to safety. And these were the engages that we've seen out of Bjergsen and Godbro yesterday and helped them pick up wins. As the fight breaks out, you can see Destiny gets used, and two very, very key things happen. First and foremost, Snoopeh completely zones out 3 members of the Copenhagen Wolves, while the rest of EG deal with both Shen and Zinzao. So EG has made a very clear call. Let's get rid of the tank line. Let's get rid of the beefy champions and then shred through. And look at the damage there from bullet time. It just destroys the Wolves. There was a couple of very good abilities, but for the most part, EG were tighter grouped. They ran interference better, and they managed to just pick the right target. Godbro, he tries to save his team, but unfortunately the test once again goes down thanks to some great, great play out of Krepo. He landed so many Zenith blades on Leona, and every single team fight was like that for EG. They had better targeting, better singling out, and they managed to get out the kills.
Yeah, returning to his old champion, and that takes us, of course, to the MVP of the game. In this game, we are giving it, of course, to Krepo. Absolute fantastic performance. He would have got it last week if it wasn't for Froggen trying to steal his glory. He had a good go at stealing the glory again this time, didn't he? But Krepo definitely making the plays for Evil Geniuses, which was, of course, leads us to the stage, because we're going to have some words with the man himself, and he's alongside our very own Bananarama girl, Sjokz.
Thank you. So, Krepo, game didn't start off very good for you guys. Just perfectly executed ganks by the Wolves in the beginning. So how did you react to that?
Basically, they put Rumble behind in top lane against the Shen, but we knew if Shen ports out a few times, he can slowly get back into the game, and Rumble scales way better into mid to late and team fights than a Shen does. So what we had to do was basically force the dragons. So if Shen was going to ulti in regardless if you're going to do dragon, but if you're 5 there already, then we can use Rumble's team fight strength. And I think the early game turning point was when we baited Dragon with pink wards, and we got them while they were trying to ward over. We flashed over, and then I managed to flash a taunt as well, and it was really close, and I think that's where we closed the gap. And then later on, Froggen just got in, like, super strong, and he kept 1v1ing the Shen, and that drew a lot of pressure to bot side of the map, and then we could bait Nasher over and over. It wasn't perfect, it wasn't close. I don't know why I got MVP. I think Froggen should have had MVP this match, because it's just a split push that made us be able to catch them all the time.
All right, that is why you're on the analysis desk so many times, Krepo. But anyway, Bjergsen was on his beloved Syndra again. He's actually the only person we see playing Syndra a lot. Why do you think he's so strong in his hands, and why Froggen doesn't play him, for example? Her.
You need a lot of mechanics to play Syndra, for sure. And it's just... Bjergsen's strength when he plays Syndra is that he roams a lot. He pushes out mid and then he disappears, and it's very, very annoying for us to play against, because every time he missed, we had to walk back. Even if he doesn't show up, we still lose like a 10-second engagement window. And if he gets you bot once, then you're dead. You're pretty much like all in, like all click R and GG. But I don't know. It's just a very strong champion, but very binary. If you walk into one stun, you get blown up unless you have Zhonya's, but then you can still die. It's high risk, high reward, and it's typical Bjergsen.
Typical Bjergsen. Now, of course, this is, of course, a rehearsal as well for next week, as you'll be going up against the Copenhagen Wolves again. It will be a best of 3 then. Do you think that will play in your favor or not?
Yeah, this match, definitely whoever won this had the most fate going into the best of 3 next week. Also, we get the blue side as far as I know, so or the side where you can choose which side. So that will put us in an advantage, and we've won the mental warfare, so we can do it now.
Thank you very much, Krepo. Now, we're going to take a short break in a second. Don't forget to answer our Twitter question, of course. What team do you think has the biggest chance of an upset win in the playoffs, and why? You can tweet your answer at LOL Esports, #LCS. Okay, FNATIC has made it clear that as the Season 1 champions, they want first place in our standings. To do that, xPeke will have to fend off his Spanish compadre Dexter in the mid lane. Giants versus FNATIC, up next. Before we dive into our next game, I'm joined here by family members of one of our top players in the league, and I'm going to talk to Alan. Now, Alan, you can introduce yourself.
Yeah, my name is Alan, and I'm Björksen's older brother, and I'm here in Cologne to see him play and support him this weekend.
Support him because he's doing very well in the LCS here. How long has he been playing League? Do you know that, or?
I think it's around 2.5 years, and it's definitely developed during the 2.5 years of playing.
2.5 years of playing, and how did the family look at the fact that he wanted to make a career out of this?
Yeah, I think we expected it a bit because we knew he was really good, but we didn't know he was that good. But yeah, we just very proud of him that he made it so far.
And was it never kind of a problem with school and the fact that he trained a lot, and do you think it paid off?
Yes, sometimes he had to play a bit more and, you know, look a bit down to the homeworks, but I think it's all right when he made it that far. So,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Now, he's a very professional person, not only when he plays, always in interviews as well. Is that something you noticed in him when he was younger, too? Or?
Yeah, always thought he was really good at language and really good at, you know, speaking to people and talking for himself. So, yeah, I think he's doing really well.
He certainly is. He was forced to grow up a little faster. Of course, he's a very a young person, but he's been thrown into this, gets a lot of attention. How do you think he's dealing with that? And do you sometimes feel the need to maybe protect him a little from the big bad internet?
Oh. Yes, he's dealing very well with it. He is standing up during interview, which I hadn't thought he would do in front of a lot of people. And yeah, I don't think I have to protect him really, because he explains himself and talks very good English, but if he needs help, I'll of course support him.
Absolutely. Do you play League of Legends yourself, or do you know what's going on if you follow the game here?
Yeah, I've played it once, but I wasn't really good at it, but I've tried to be taught a bit by Björksen about what's going on, so yeah, I think I can follow it a bit.
Finally, you can follow it a bit, and when you sit here and you hear the people cheering, do you feel the tension as well, even though you maybe don't understand the finer points of the game?
Yeah, definitely, I feel the tension, and especially yesterday against the Giants, it was a really important game. I sat here and was a bit shaky because it was an important game and felt the tension.
Do you have a message for your little brother?
Yeah, keep going, Björksen. You're really good.
Voila. Thank you very much, Alan. All right. Time to go over to our casters, Deman and Quickshot, as we're going into our next game.
Thank you very much, Sjokz. So it is time to get underway for the second half of the day. 4 more games to go, and this time it's going to be Giants versus FNATIC. Of course, FNATIC, they did have victories earlier on in the day. Pretty convincing as well, and they are continuing to chase for that top spot. Of course, GAMBIT will be playing after this one. It's a battle, really, between those two right now. That is really the only positions that can change hands right now.
Yeah, there's nothing that can happen. You know, the top 6 are all locked in. It's up to bragging rights now for first or second, and also the preferred seed of which team they're going to be battling off against.
Yeah, it is all about the pride, but of course, FNATIC, they don't want to lose. We saw them having a little bit of fun earlier on in the day.
Exactly. Earlier today, Giants, we have to remember the game that they did lose to SK Gaming. It was a 62-minute thriller, and Giants fought hard all the way down to the last man and the last minute. So they should be fairly proud of their performance, but they'll be hoping to turn that around against FNATIC. FNATIC, they also picked up a victory against the DRAGONBORNS in much more dramatic, fantastic style, as it were, along with all of the slayings that they put through in the particular match. They're guaranteed top 2, like you've already said, and if they can pick up a win in this, their very, very last game of the season, they're going to be very happy with their performance.
Yeah, see whether they can get that first spot. So let's check out the lineups, of course, for Giants. It is going to be Samux in that top lane. Played a great Kha'Zix early on in the day. Can he repeat that performance? Morden in the jungle. He played a very good Elise as well. Exterminare, Jimbz, and Babeta.
And for FNATIC, sOAZ, Cyanide, xPeke, YellowStar, and nRated.
So, what will they go with? Picks and Bans going to be coming up shortly. We did see Twisted Fate coming out from Froggen in the last match. That's a champion that Peke would love to get his hands on. We saw a Kassadin also coming out against the Karthus that was selected by Exterminare. I don't think he's going to fall for that one again, that's for sure.
No, I don't think so at all. Alex's Cassidy earlier was also fantastic. So we'll see how they decide to play it. We know that, you know, Peke, he likes to play those sort of assassin types champions or champions that can split push. But what we've been seeing from FNATIC this weekend is some unique picks, some different types of compositions. So maybe they've got something prepared for Giants. Right now, they come into this matchup with a 3-0 head-to-head. So they're definitely the big favorites for this matchup. And we keep saying it, it's just about pride right now. It's just getting that practice in, and for Giants, really trying to, you know, work together as best as possible going into the relegation tournament.
And, you know, going back to WCG 2011, Peke actually played with these guys in the Spanish team. They know each other well. They know each other very well. He was the mid laner for them. And he's mixed up with them, so, you know, obviously Spanish ties between the teams. But FNATIC, definitely, we saw Peke on the desk earlier on saying how they've transcended into Season 3 so well. And now the pressure, actually, they're going to feel it coming into the second half of the season.
Yeah, all eyes are on them now, looking at their games, reviewing how do they play, what do they play, how can we beat them, what can we do to beat them. And you know, with that much pressure on you, it's up to them to perform, but it's also up to teams like the Giants who have good relationships with the players. I know that for FNATIC, they've had a couple of Giants members as subs in the past. I know that for Giants, I know for a fact that Peke is sub for them in different scrims and practice regimes. So we'll see what they decide to pull out, but I think Twisted Fate would be a high priority pick or ban, and probably Thresh as well is what we've been seeing from Giants.
So picks and bans just about to get underway. We'll see whether they do take away any of the key champions. Generally, standard ones come out there. Nasus is going to be removed. I would expect to see Twisted Fate removed from this one. Kha'Zix probably will go as well. Shen maybe. These are all standard picks and bans right now. So far, though, it is only Nasus and Cannon.
So the interesting pick for me that I'd like to see is what Morden's going to jungle, because we know both teams do like to play Elise, a very versatile champion. Morden almost always runs it in the jungle for his team, but he ran Nautilus yesterday, day before yesterday, to pretty good effect. We've seen Nautilus today already that did very well. So we'll see what Morden does decide to jungle, because he's the one that's really more of an innovator in his team than most of the other roles.
Slower bans as well today. They're not, you know, earlier on in the day they were just
bang.
But now it's definitely slowed down a little bit. Shen does get taken away, so despite the fact he's going a little bit slower, it's still the same old bans.
Yeah, it's going to be the same champion pool. You know, everybody knows what they like to play against, what they would like to run. But I imagine that the timing for these bans would indicate that these teams maybe haven't put as much preparation time into this game. Remember that it is the last match of the season for both of these two teams, and they're going to be going off their previous knowledge. They're going to be going off their experiences and their build-up today. And you can see that Elise has been removed from FNATIC. They don't want Morden playing that in the jungle. He had a great game against SK. He was a thorn in their side, and obviously they would like to force Morden to play maybe a less impactful jungler in this particular matchup.
Does this mean that Jarvan, Twisted Fate, Kha'Zix, they're all available? Nuno has been banned from sOAZ. My God, they've actually forced the ban. sOAZ will like that one, a big grin on his face. They're just like, we don't want that pain in the backside in that top lane.
No, do not want to deal with a giant Yeti at all. What it does mean is that champions like Leona is free for nRated. We see that nRated has actually been the target of many bans over the last few weeks, and having that free is obviously going to play into his hands. But in terms of the high priority picks, I would imagine, you know, Shen's gone, sorry, Zed is who I was thinking of. Kayle we've seen, Ryze, Karthus, there's a number of good picks for these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, they could go straight for Kha'Zix and Zed together.
Kha'Zix, yeah, so Kha'Zix is there. Misfortune is available as well. We've seen MF being first picked a number of times. So anything is out there for FNATIC, trying to guess what they're going to play, depending on if they're going to play a standard composition or they're going to try something unique because it is the last game of the season. Who knows?
Samux does look like it's going to be the Jarvan the fourth, getting locked in. The Damashian Prince has been there a number of times the first pick for this weekend, and it seems like nothing is going to change for this match.
No, not at all. So going to throw him in the jungle most likely for Morden. Exactly like you said, Kha'Zix and Zed probably going to be the two that'll be picked up. Volibear is still available if they want to go that route. Cyanide is currently sitting on that Ghost and Smite, so he may decide to go for a jungler like that. Instead, nRated, we're going to see him giving his hands to Thresh.
That's going to be nice to see whether the Thresh Prince can get challenged by nRated. And of course, Zed I expect that to be sOAZ in the top lane, do you think? Maybe sOAZ, but I think it's going to be sOAZ. sOAZ tends to be the one that runs Zed.
It can go either way. We've seen both players, playing Zed, and it just depends on the rest of the composition. So what it does mean for Giants is they're not sure where Zed's going to go either. And depending on what they lock in now, will give FNATIC the ability to either counter pick or say, yeah, we like this matchup. What I do want to point out is that in terms of these two compositions, we still have got like every single AD carry available with the exception of Cannon. And for Giants, we've seen them running Ashe, we've seen them running MF, we've seen Varus's and things like that. And if Caitlyn gets locked in, it's going to be another AD that we haven't seen. Caitlyn's fallen off the last few weeks.
Yeah, we'll see what Jimbz can do with that one alongside Zyra. That's a long range duo lane that they have there. So FNATIC are going to have something to think about because Thresh is really going to struggle to try and grab either of those.
On the bright side, if he does grab onto Zyra, that's going to be a very powerful combo. I don't know if we're going to see the Draven, but it would be a great combo. Land the death sentence, get one or two of those auto attacks with the spinning axes onto Zyra, and that's a very easy early level kill that you can pull out in your favor. So if the volley bear does get locked in here, that is obviously going to be in Cyanide's hands. That Ghost is really sort of giving it away, letting us know that's what he wants to play. But interestingly, down to the last 3 picks, and Kha'Zix still available, has not been picked up yet.
We'll see whether he does go with that one. Draven's still been selected. He hasn't switched back across to Twitch as a champion that he's chosen a number of times. Yes, despite the fact that it is going to be Ezreal maybe he switches across to. He's going to try and see if he can get that mobility and go aggressive against possibly the likes of Zyra, try and zip around that route that he does. And no, he goes back to the rat.
Gonna go back to the rat. So if he was going to go Ezreal, was to get away from the grasping roots, to get out of the Cataclysm. Instead, he goes back to the champion that he has been playing a number of times this weekend. Just the amount of damage that you can put down. And again, great powerful combo, especially in the early levels. Get a couple of auto attacks done, use that expunge. It really hits hard in the laning phase. So I like this thing, but exactly like we've seen from FNATIC, they haven't revealed the counter pick right now.
He's got the worst poker face in the world.
Yeah. It was happening earlier today as well when Babeta was doing it. He even had the eyebrows going like, do you want to play? Do you want to play?
You want to see this?
So we'll see exactly what does get locked in. But I do feel that sOAZ is the preferred pick for Zed right now. Now that they see Aurelia has been locked in, now the discussions will talk between FNATIC. Do we want to put Zed versus Aurelia in the top lane? Or do we want to put Zed versus potentially Diana in the mid lane? And it's going to be up to xPeke to decide.
It's going to be Dirty Diana getting locked in alongside Aurelia. Let's see how this one works out, though. With the final pick, will it be for Peke? I'm expecting Kha'Zix.
It can work. Kha'Zix into Diana would be a very aggressive lane if he does decide to go that route. And we've seen the combo before where they've actually, done a lot of that pressure. Kassadin is still available as well. We've seen the Kassadin Zed combo where they camped Kevin many times, picked up a number of kills. So that's another option that they could go for if they wanted to. But and we've seen Peke running Ahri yesterday, who would also do relatively well against somebody like Diana, has the ability to dash away, can taunt her up and charm her, and then obviously get to safety. So I think one of those three would probably be where my money would lie.
We'll see which Peke goes with. Its nRated decision. That's to be the playmaker as well for FNATIC, which doesn't always happen in the support. They're thinking a mistake for Type A Assassins. He used to be the main playmaker as well. Of course, he switched across to Type A Snipers now, but it looks like it could be Ahri once again for Peke.
So he's going back to the champion that he did so well with yesterday, if I remember correctly. Earlier today, he was playing on Kha'Zix. Got the quadra kill. And then, for Ahri, he got the first blood yesterday. Bjergsen was very animated. He was animated about that first blood. It was Ahri versus Twisted Fate. And dramatic game. FNATIC ended up losing, but Peke did pretty well with Ahri. It's a non-traditional mage because she doesn't necessarily have that straight up upfront burst potential like a Diana does, but she's much more mobile, much more has much better range in that regard. So it's a great pickup, and we'll be able to at least counter those lunar rushes from Diana.
So what do we see from the overall team compositions? Of course, we've got a bit of diving coming out from the Giants. We're going to have the dive buddies of Jarvan and Aurelia getting in there, Diana as well. Everybody really rushing straight in, but that leaves Caitlyn quite exposed in the back there alongside Zyra.
So it does play into her favor a little bit because Caitlyn has obviously got that insanely good range to sit back, and while FNATIC is dealing with the dive buddies, we're going to have this situation where FNATIC, xPeke are going to be, sOAZ and xPeke are going to be diving onto Caitlyn to try take out Jimbz from the game. If they succeed in that, it's going to be become a matter of whose dive buddies can do more damage once their targets are down. Because Twitch, he's a very squishy champion, and outside of Volibear for a little bit of slow and Thresh, there's not much protection for him. Whereas Jarvan and Irelia and Diana can all protect Caitlyn, and obviously Zyra, one of the best counter-initiation champions in the game.
Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to see the backdoor king of xPeke getting involved in this one. The eyebrows come out from Babeta. He's giving it the flinch. You can tell it's not Extermin that's next to him. It's all about the hair.
Babeta's in good spirits and has been all day.
Yeah.
And it's difficult to be sitting there with a big smile on your face when you realize that, you know, you're out. You're not part of the LCS right now. You need to re-qualify. And these games are literally training for those re-qualification games. Nevertheless, we are zooming into this game with a brand new transitional effect. And we are live with Giants vs FNATIC.
We are indeed live and loud, ladies and gentlemen. Time to introduce you into the show. And it's going to be Giants as the blue team, FNATIC as the red team coming into this one. I don't think we're going to see any level 1 shenanigans, despite the fact that they could be a little bit paranoid. They have no vision whatsoever across the map right now. And I don't want to change the world, but it's looking like we're not going to see anything. Babeta thought about going for it there, but YellowStar just keeping his eye on them.
Yeah, I definitely considered it. In terms of level 1, I definitely prefer the level 1 from Giants. I feel they have slightly better synergy in all their champions, and with those grasping roots, a multi-man root is extremely powerful. But it's just some vision, and this is something Giants have done all weekend, actually. Grouped up as 4 as 5, moved towards that Wraith camp, put a ward down, and backed away.
Okay, not going for the bait there. Extermin was trying to see him. Ooh, sOAZ, you are very far forward. He has full vision of Giants passing by, and he's going to back away from this one. He knows there's a 3-man invade coming out from the Giants here, and FNATIC, they are going to respond to this in force.
So they are starting to group up. They know that there's only 3 members. They have the numbers advantage right now, and with that ward that has gone down, they are going to see Morden moving up. sOAZ is still hanging around, and look at the grouping of FNATIC over near the red buff. This is a 4-in-1 split effectively. They need to be very careful if they decide to engage on this. They're anticipating the red buff steal from Giants, and they're waiting for this.
sOAZ is the only one. He will get spotted if he goes back through that tri-bush. The golems are being taken away, and it's the red buff they're expecting, but they're going to see them all coming back out. So that's actually a good invade so far for Giants, unless they go deeper.
It depends on the direction they go, because Giants are about to walk into 4 members of FNATIC. Remember, the vision from the standard. All of that anticipation, and at the end, nothing happens.
Yeah, now sOAZ just about backs away, didn't have the desire to stick around. And this time, no, YellowStar, he's going to get caught in there. There's the hook on towards Extermin. It's a 3-man turnaround. The Ignite's going to be running. Is it going to be enough? He's going to have that barrier. The poison's on him as well, but he should survive. Exter
manages to get away and did so well there. His level 1 ability went into Pale Cascade, which gave him the shield, his W. That blocked up some of the damage from that Ignite and the poison. YellowStar, it's a peacemaker for his troubles.
He does manage to get a good couple of shots on towards YellowStar as well. Very nicely done. The basic attacks, and again, this is just like before. Early on in the day, YellowStar returns to that top lane with half health.
Yeah, immediately at a disadvantage, but they managed to pull that one back after a fairly shaky start with a number of great plays in that particular lane. So we'll see how this works out. In that setup, it was Zyra in the hands of nRated. He landed a good number of roots and got YellowStar from being low HP and behind on CS to 3-0-1 in a match of 10 or 12 minutes.
See how that cop works out for Jimbz. He's on Caitlyn cop right now. He's going to keep the poke, and he's going to have that range advantage over YellowStar, so it's a big advantage in that top lane that they're going to gain. With Extermin versus Peke, meanwhile, in this mid lane, we'll see how that one stacks out. Diana versus Ahri.
Yeah, so Diana versus Ahri, it's going to be a matchup of skill shots at the early level. An Orb of Deception will a lot of the damage be blocked up by Pale Cascade until some more ability power has been secured by Peke. But like we seen him doing yesterday to Bjergsen, if he lands a good charm, a lot of free damage will follow.
See whether nRated decides to go for anything. As it does, it means they're going to be sitting very much back on their turret. Don't expect those hooks to come out just yet. They're not really in a position unless Cyanide goes looking.
And you talked about the range earlier. You have to remember that's the range on both of the champions, because Caitlyn, of course, 650, outranges both of her opponents. Zyra, range 575, outranges both as well. So you've got Thresh with a 475 range. He's not going to be able to land an auto attack without taking at least 1 or 2 in reply.
Very nice coordination between nRated and YellowStar there. nRated setting them up, getting the lash in before the tower hit comes in, and then YellowStar was picking up the CS.
It's definitely one of the things you have to practice and train as a duo lane to make sure you get all of those last hits without having any additional AD. You know, you need those Door and Blades levels. At the moment, though, Cyanide is snuck into this bottom lane. There are no wards here either, so Samux is not going to be aware of this. And remember that Rolling Thunder will throw Samux's Irelia backwards. allowing sOAZ to land some more abilities.
Very light-footed for a bear, but it has got a big creep wave pushing up right now. Don't forget, just off the top of your screen, Morden is there as well, so they're kind of both baiting each other for this one.
And here comes the fight. Samux immediately flashes away, but look at Morden coming in from the side.
Well, we do see Morden. He was there. He thought about going for sOAZ, but instead, both teams really choosing wisely and backing away from the fight.
Well, they're definitely going to be happy with that. They got the flash and the ignite out of Samux. YellowStar just sidesteps the route, but he does take a good amount of poke, 33% of his health at least.
That Piltover Peacemaker, it's still doing a lot of damage, especially when it doesn't hit anything on the way through. He's the first person to get caught out. A big whack of that great big thing. Peke, though, meanwhile, trying to throw some balls out towards the Crescent Strike of Extermin.
So Peke at the moment, how's he doing CS? 33 to 18. He's really making use of that range on Ari to land auto attack after auto attack, as well as every single ability to make sure he's got a great advantage of CS in the mid lane.
Yeah, look at the top lane CS though. It's a huge, huge difference right now. 44 to 25, definitely building up and pushing him on that turret. Meanwhile, we do see the charm. It lands straight across there. Peke hasn't got 6 yet, and you just see the pull. The Moonfall comes in there. Morden hasn't used his slide just yet. Should be able to get on towards it, but in comes Cyanide. Flips him, doesn't go towards the turret though, unfortunately, and it does save Peke's bacon.
Scumbag Cyanide actually throwing Jarvan closer to his nearly dead ally. But it was all calculated. They knew it was going to work out for the best. And you were talking about the top CS, still at 18, 19 difference between those two right now. You're going to have to keep very close eyes on this. But this is exactly what happened against the DRAGONBORNS earlier. And some very good lane kills of a straight up 2v2. FNATIC managed to pull it in their favor.
Samux has returned back to the top lane, or bottom lane as it currently is, the solo lane, I think it's safe to call it in this one. He had that red pot earlier on, Theron's played, and a longsword as well, picked up with a couple of health potions, and in fact a mana potion in there just to keep himself topped off there, which is something you don't normally get on Aurelia.
No, definitely not, but it tells you he wants to be relying on hit and style as well as those blade surges and the tower, so making sure he's always got the ability to last hit, and it's showing because he's had a gank to deal with. He had to burn his flash and ignite early, and he's only a little bit behind in terms of CS, but it is a difference nonetheless.
FNATIC look like they're both going to back away and bite. Babeta not going to let them do that. Throw some plants and seeds at them. And it does slow down nRated and YellowStar's return. And in fact, they're going to stick around now because they're going to stay in that top lane a little bit longer. It does also mean that Cyanide's coming across to help out the golems for YellowStar.
Well, at the moment, YellowStar is an item and a half behind Jimbz, the Doran's Blade and that Vamp Scepter. So he's going to need to recall and at least pick up some additional attack damage because he's not going to be able to trade. nRated is sitting up in the top lane, and here comes the bear.
The big angry bear here. He flashes over the route there, just getting towards Babeta. Babeta trying to do anything he can to try and cause problems, but it's going to be YellowStar picking up the first kill there. Very nicely played there, and really well worked from Cyanide. Flashed over that grasping route.
Yeah, very well played, but it's not over as Peke has jumped on.
Peke is getting dived on, but I don't think Extermin is going to quite have enough to finish that one off, and he will back away. Didn't have the help from his jungler.
No, didn't have that extra damage, but Peke's picked the fight.
He's going all in here, using his ultimate, tries to throw out the charm, didn't quite get it in there though.
No, not quite charming enough this time, but there will be another attempt later, I'm sure. Ultimate burn from Peke, and that's obviously going to play into Exter's favor as that Lunar Rush has a significantly shorter cooldown. If they, trade in the next minute and a half, 2 minutes while the ultimate's down, he will be able to out-damage him.
So, let's return back to normality there. Oh, the death sentence coming out from nRated, trying to act as Mr. Crowley, but couldn't quite land it, and I just don't know.
Very well played there. We'll see how they play this out. Remember that YellowStar still has that Vamp Scepter and Doran's behind. Ace in the hole goes up, that hits.
Well, Ace in the hole does hit. He had to use his red pot, but nRated is going to get caught out here. He's going to be surely one more hit comes down. As soon as that ward was placed, his death sentence was signed, and it was the road to nowhere for him.
Yeah, so greatly, very well played by both Jimbz and Babeta. Landed all the abilities. You actually seen that nRated try to catch that Ace in the hole. But unfortunately, he just ended up walking him into a grasping route. But down in the bottom lane now, sOAZ has been dived.
Samux is getting on towards him. He's going to have to turn around. He puts the death sentence down on towards Samux. Samux immediately turns his ultimate back around. Will he flash through on this one? No. Doesn't bother chasing.
No, flash not available just yet. If he'd had vision, he may have been able to dive on him with that blade surge. But Samux already showing he can out-duel and out-trade with sOAZ in the bottom lane. sOAZ used that death mark, and it did very little damage at the end of the day. With all this, the regen from that Heathen style in Aurelia, she's going to be back up to full health before the next fight.
And if memory serves, he's only really the second player that's actually used Aurelia in the European LCS. Obviously, the other person being Kevin has used it so successfully. We just don't see any other players using it, though.
So many, many weeks ago, we did see Wickd trying to use it, but he did actually lose that particular game, and sOAZ is under trouble.
Absolutely diving up towards the turret. He should get him up there. The Ignite takes it down. You can see Cyanide. He wants to get in. Will we see Samux flying high again? I don't think it's going to happen this time.
Samux is trying to run away, but the fact that he's got those boots and the fact that on the middle lane, there's another fight.
Oh, Exterminate's going to dive in on Peke. Well, we don't have Swinscarum played at least this time around. Oh, he's going to dive out of the way of it. Very nicely played. Uses his ultimate. The charm doesn't quite land. One more shot should do it. And Peke picks up the kill. It was a suicide solution for Extermin.
Great play from Peke. He flashed as soon as that Moonfall was about to be casted, so he wasn't held in place. The Giants, they immediately want to counter-attack, though. Morden, with Cataclysm available, is moving up into this top lane. He does have his flash as well if he wants to go for that, but Babeta may be responsible for setting it up, as he's going to need to land either the root or the ulti.
So Giants in this top lane. This is their saving grace right now. They have 85 CS to 71, working out well between those two. The bottom lane is actually still fairly even, despite the kill obviously going towards Samux there. We do see YellowStar having to get yanked back away by that lantern. But Jimbz, he's really starting to cause problems, and Morden sneaking in that bush.
Very important that that lantern is down. It does have a fairly high cooldown, around 20-odd seconds. So if the Giants time it right, they may be able to get in before that's available, which means the get-out-of-jail-free card is not there for YellowStar. It will be available, though, if they decide to dive. And Morden, he's just enjoying the view right now.
I'm wondering if they're thinking of diving on towards the turret. Meanwhile, Peke again, he's getting dived once again by Extermin. Determined to try and pick this one up, but Peke doesn't turn aggressive this time, hasn't got his ultimate available.
So interestingly, if you look at the way Peke skilled Ari, he's put 5 points into his W and his max Q second. So gets a fairly good charm that time round, but hasn't managed to land it earlier when he was picking up those kills.
Very important, though, the fact that he did land it, took him down to about half health, and now his ultimate's available, so he may look for the revenge. Meanwhile, down the bottom, Samux diving one towards sOAZ once again, but the death sentence comes out. Now we see up to the top lane. It's back and forth action. YellowStar, oh, he can't dodge out the passive, though, and he's just going to get Cataclysm bounced on his head, and it's a double kill for Jimbz.
So 2-for-1 trade up in the top lane. They lose Babeta. He played bait, and he played the ultimate bait because it cost him his life. In the bottom lane, sOAZ was managed to outplay Samux because he baited the dive. He managed to allow Samux to take more tower hits, and he actually picked up that kill. What it does mean is FNATIC going to pick up a free dragon because they have the numbers advantage and the positional advantage.
Okay, just holding off Extermin in that mid lane while the dragon goes towards FNATIC. So 4-4 in kills, just 800 gold between them. That first turret going down in the top lane for the Giants, but FNATIC, they are a little bit pressured across the rest of the lanes. It's pretty even in this mid lane, I'll say that. It's actually very much all towards Peke, and say goodbye to Romance because the charm lands once again, and Peke picks up the kill for Extermin.
Kaboom is the story. If you can catch somebody alone and you land all of your abilities, that's when Ari becomes a proper assassin. But you need to be 100% positioned correctly and land every single ability, which is exactly what Peke did. He's extended his CS lead to a 40 and he's charmed Morden under the tower.
Morden tries to go in, actually slides away from it this time. The Caitlyn's trap, came to the 90 caliber net, was used to get the hell out of there.
Not the 50 caliber net today.
Not the 50 caliber net today, no.
But great play by Peke. He's in complete control of this middle lane. With that Nina's large rod and double Dorans, he's out damaging Dexter, and he's just really stamping an authority on this matchup. If he continues this, he's going to be able to one-shot pretty much anybody on the opposing team until they pick up some magic resist.
sOAZ and Cyanide setting up to maybe trying to go for the gank in that bottom lane. As it stands, though, we do see the top lane YellowStar just holding them off. But it's a fantastic performance from Jimbz so far. Cyanide just teetering on the edge in that bottom lane. They're going to go in towards Samux. Here he goes. He's down on all 4 paws. He's going to try and charge. The death mark comes out from sOAZ. But I think Samux has managed to avoid the damage.
Yeah, very well played. He managed to get away to safety. He was popping that ultimate just to get some additional regen. We didn't point out that the top tower went down after that double kill earlier. And interestingly, with Jimbz being 3-0-0, he's got this mid-game power spike right now where Twitch needs to get some more items, a lot more items, before he can contend. But the one thing Twitch does have in his favor is he can hit multiple targets with his ultimate. Once he starts using that spray and pray and it goes through everybody, he'll actually be doing fairly similar damage numbers as Cyanide has, going toe-to-toe with Dexter.
Wow, he's just not hanging around here. He knows that Peke is going to come across. Charm comes across. Ari used his ultimate there. So Peke is actually going to take it low. Gets melted. Extermin takes him down, and now Cyanide trying to get on towards Extermin. But now Morden comes around. Samux is there as well. Cyanide has to use his flash, all 4 paws, and then just walks away.
play, like a boss.
Manages to saunter, but the fight's not over because Babeta's coming in from the side, and here goes Samux.
Samux has managed to close him down. It's going to be shot in the dark. Caitlyn gets in there. Beautiful ace in the hole.
So well played there from Giants. They coordinated and communicated that perfectly. They now even up the kill score 6-6. They will take their second tower of the game. But while that's been going on, sOAZ is fighting. nRated's caught Jimbz, but there's no one around to help out.
Pulls him in there. The lantern gets thrown out again. FNATIC just about holding them off here. And they're just going to keep them away from that middle turret. But it's 2-1 right now for Giants in terms of turrets. They're working out very well, but sOAZ has been left alone in this bottom lane, and he's starting to put damage down. He's took half the hit points off that inner turret.
And he is about to get encroached upon. You can see Morden coming around the corner. Cataclysm is available, and he's in perfect position to challenge, but I don't know if he's going to DPS for the kill.
He's got help from Babeta here as well. Doesn't manage to land the grasping roots. Instead, Babeta is going to get turned on. Deathmark comes down from sOAZ, but no more tears for him because he walks away from it.
Great exhaustion from Babeta to mitigate some of the damage that sOAZ is putting down. Gets away to safety, but very, very importantly, flash, exhaust, and ultimate down for Babeta. That has to be some go signs for FNATIC to group up and try pick a fight.
Okay, he's off getting up his blue buff. He's going to take that himself. And meanwhile, Extermin pushes on the bottom lane. So, how are things leveling out? It's 1,000 gold between them right now. FNATIC, of course, with that slight edge. Looking across the gold, across the board, it is sOAZ with that slight advantage. Only so small, though. 400 gold in the top lane between Samux and himself. Middle lane is where the real difference is for the AP champions. xPeke leading quite considerably over Extermin, but the AD carries turning it around. And sOAZ, look at that. That just shows the power of Jimbz. As Ace in the Hole comes out, he really is a miracle man right now.
And fight's not over. xPeke jumping onto Exter.
He dives straight in there, and you can see he's going to try and turn it around. Peke flashes out of the ultimate, though, and he's going to get down on towards Morden. Can he turn the kill? What? He lands the jump on towards Morden. One more kill. It will be a 2v1. Fantastic play from Peke.
That was phenomenal from Peke. He managed to stay alive. Exter actually stepped back into the Orb of Deception. It was on the return flight to Path, and he took the true damage to the face like a man. Cost him his life, and obviously the second kill as well. Peke 5-1-0. Rabadon's death cap at 16 minutes, and a good chunk of change, but Jimbz has found the rat.
Jimbz has found the rat, but he doesn't really want a part of it, despite the fact I think he's so far ahead of them in terms of items. He's 5-0 right now, Jimbz. Really is the saving grace for Giants.
Now, if they can protect Jimbz in the team fight, that is how they can win them. But that's going to be the key for both Aurelia and Jarvan to pay careful attention to. Protect Jimbz at all costs. Allow him to auto-attack. YellowStar's thinking about going in on this, but he's a long way away in terms of itemization. Maybe just scouting it out.
He's just having to think about it. Peke, though, on the reverse side, he's 5-1-0 himself. And look at this, he's nearly built up a 50 CS advantage over Extermin.
So the one thing that's going to play into their favor is the mobility that Peke offers. If he can join a fight a little bit late and dive onto Jimbz after, as they're going on Babeta.
Deathmark goes in on towards Babeta. Peke picks up the kill. They try and back away from this one, but the moonfall's there. But the lantern thrown out and saves Peke.
Deathmark didn't even get to pop from sOAZ before Babeta was dropped. The damage that the two of them can put down is great. And you got to remember they can do it to both. Is Ace in the Hole available for Kaplan? If YellowStar takes 1 or 2 more hits, he's at risk of going down.
Well, we see Cyanide sneaking back around. Jimbz is about to back off in his top lane. There's 3 members closing in there. Can they get to him before he gets the back? Whoa!
He got him!
He's caught out there. The barrier comes out, but it's only a saving grace. He might get YellowStar. No, the turret wasn't focusing on him, but they do get Morden on towards it. He could try and chase this one. If he can just slide and get the Cataclysm, it will be blind, though. And now Morden can cut down on sOAZ.
And Morden actually had his flash available there, so he's playing very, very safe. Does decide to slide over the wall, and sOAZ immediately just uses that shadow of his to dash over. Now Peke is looking for Samux. Let's see how much damage he really has, because this is going to be a point-blank charm.
Well, they just trade places in the top lane, and now Samux and Peke. Has Peke got enough to go toe-for-toe with Samux here? He's got that Blade of the Rune King, but there's a lot of damage on Peke. Doesn't quite land the charm, instead just get the balls flying. He is going to use that ultimate to chase him down. The hook comes out, but he gets flashed out from Samux, and actually doesn't take a great deal of damage there.
No, none at all, and that's what I was a little concerned about. Aurelia is very, very tanky naturally as a champion. Already has that Blade of the Rune King as well as an Null Magic Mantle, so we'll be working towards some additional defensive statistics. But you've seen how effective that Blade active was. Got his movement speed up and just ran away to safety. Did have to burn the flash though.
Extermin back in that mid lane, farming it out, but it does look like FNATIC. They're going to try and take the dragon away. Babeta just using those seeds to get a vision of it. They can see it's there. Samux actually coming around. Looks like Giants may want this one.
So it does look like they've got some positioning, but they are split, and it looks like he's been caught.
The death sentence comes down, and Extermin is caught out there. He's not going to be able to get away from the war pigs of FNATIC.
No, unfortunately not. Exter wasn't anticipating the death sentence at all. He pretty much face-checked that and unfortunately got caught out, cost him his life. So another dragon goes the way of FNATIC. That's the second of the game thus far. 11-8 in terms of kills, and obviously with the CS advantages that they have, it's paying dividends in terms of gold. Now they're going to start sieging this middle lane.
The death sentences keep getting thrown out, but not landing so far from nRated. Cyanide warding out the blue buff, and he heads it back towards that top, just alongside Peke.
So an interesting boots upgrade coming out of Peke. He's decided to go for the Fura boots, which are obviously going to give the additional movement speed. So that's going to be great for chasing and for, you know, running away if you land some attacks. But it only works off single target spells or abilities. So I'm not 100% sure if that works on Foxfire. We'll have to double check if he gets the movement speed.
Being that we're in Germany, I'd prefer to call them Fura boots. Or just anything else other than Fura boots.
Furia boots. There we go. We'll go with Furia boots. As SOAZ has just been jumped on.
Oh, absolutely melted in that bottom lane. But Babeta picks up the kill. But now Peke actually gets on towards Jimbz, and Jimbz goes down in the top lane. That's a big, important death. And Peke, really the two highest scorers, chasing, getting the kills. And Peke proving out that he is much, much stronger than Jimbz when it comes to a one-on-one.
And he's going to have to do that in and amongst every single team fight if they want to guarantee a FNATIC victory. In terms of the 9 kills, with 5 of them being on a single target, once that damage threat and that damage source is removed, there's nothing that they can do. So FNATIC, they're trying their split pushing at the moment. Peke is up in that top lane. He still has a champion that can shove very, very well, and obviously has all that mobility to escape ganks.
Extermin looking like he might try and go aggressive there. Didn't manage to land the Crescent Strike, but he's going to continue barking at the moon on towards YellowStar. Can't quite get it down. The Moon Princess, I think his name as, but didn't quite land it through.
No, not this time round. YellowStar gets stealthed up and does manage to get to safety. Still so far behind in terms of items to his direct counterpart. Only sitting on that Cutlass and a BF sword. So we'll see how he decides to itemize and upgrade. But luckily for FNATIC, the Giants team fights.
Yeah, great blue steal there as well by Samux to follow that straight up. Spots out Wickd. Are they going to get any support? Is Samux going to maybe go in a straight 1v1? Has to be careful because Peke is heading down that bottom lane, and look at that, they've just pinged on it. They know that he's there because he passed that ward that was by the blue buff.
So he does manage to back away, realizing that nobody from FNATIC is pushed into lane, and they just start getting those spider senses tingling.
Oh, look at that. Peke's gone straight into the bush. The moment he showed himself, Peke snuck in towards that side bush. He's not having any of it.
No, not right now. Remember, though, Samux did not take as much damage as we were anticipating the last time Peke went head-to-head with him. So it's going to take quite a lot for him to get in there and burst him down. We do see some items being picked up across the board. Aegis of the Legion completed now for the Giants. That's obviously going to help them with all the magic damage that's coming down from actually both Volibear as well as Ari. And in terms of our top laners, Black Cleaver being worked towards there for SOAZ.
So let's take stock of the situation. There's the items you just said in that top lane, and it is 4,000 gold, still advantage for FNATIC. 12-9 in terms of kills. 3-2 though, advantage for Giants still in the turrets. So Giants still really pushing well. They're yet to pull together as a full team right now. As is the same with FNATIC. Cyanide kind of caught out of position here, and he has got just in the top lane, but that does mean the mid lane's completely exposed.
Yeah, you see FNATIC going in there. SOAZ trying to catch onto Babeta, but missed a lot of his Shadow Clone abilities, meaning the Deathmark pop did not do quite as much as many were anticipating. They do pick up their third tower of the game to even that up at 3-3, and it looks like now Giants are starting to group up. Samux is about to find YellowStar. The timing on that stealth was fantastic.
Watching whether he actually caught a glimpse of him or not. I don't think he did, but he has now anyway, so it's completely irrelevant. That's a Mafia boss, Rat, currently shooting down all those minions with his... Is it a Tommy gun, I guess?
I believe it's a Tommy gun.
Yeah.
I always find the sound effects on that Tommy gun a little uninspiring. Giants have grouped up as 4 now on this blue buff, and they're trying to shove this bottom inner turret down. YellowStar's the only one nearby. FNATIC do have fairly mobile champions, so they should be here to defend, but it will be a 4 versus 5 if Giants decide to engage.
Yeah, Samux is a long way from that, and he's had to back away. You can see he's now running in towards it. Remember the damage that Caitlyn has, poking on towards that turret from range, but FNATIC react very quickly.
See, the siege potential from Giants is very, very good. You're going going to have those crescent strikes coming out from Diana, throwing out those Qs. You're going to have Babeta tentatively trying to find grasping roots, and all the while Caitlyn's just going to outrange every single person on the map right now. And if any of those abilities land and deal a little bit of damage, they've got a great let's go in composition to pick up kills.
sOAZ shows himself in the middle, and look at this. They haven't gone anywhere yet. They're still around this bottom lane. And potential actually was there for a brief period for an actual base race, but it's not going to happen.
No, not this time around. Giants, they tend to play a little safer. You know, when we think about the games and how they've been playing all season long, they'll make plays, but they do err on the side of caution more than anything else. And FNATIC, seeing an opportunity to steal away the blue buff, this is just going to be completely uncontested and a great steal.
Well, it's a return steal as well, because Samux, of course, took away the blue buff from FNATIC's jungle a moment ago, and this time Morden, well, he just got there a little bit too late. They do have a ward in that bush. They try and land the charm. It gets straight in there. Morden has to flash the hell away from this one, and now Jimbz finds himself in a danger. He's going to have to get away. The Cataclysm, they get Peke down. Can they turn around? 90 caliber net, but there's death sentence is going to be enough to finish Jimbz. No! He buries it off there, and now Exterminare's getting on towards Cyanide alongside Samux. Look at Ace in the hole coming deep down. sOAZ has dived on towards Jimbz. Cyanide's going to get caught out. It's Samux that picks up the kill. Exterminare as well on the turret. sOAZ goes down. He manages to get a kill on towards Jimbz, but YellowStar returns and gets a kill of his own. No, he doesn't, because Samux escapes with the poison tick.
2 for 4 in favor of the Giants. They played that perfectly. They managed to bait them in, and crucially there, for the Giants, Peke had nothing left for Jimbz. He blew every single ability and spell on Morden, couldn't blow him up instantly, and then was standing right in front of Caitlyn going, oh hi, I don't really want to be here right now, and Jimbz just pounded away and managed to deal all the damage he needed to.
Can we perhaps talk this one out or not? Doesn't matter.
Not this time round. Unfortunately, Peke was too charming for that engagement. He did actually go down, but a great bounce back from Giants. They're now within 1 kill. They've closed that gold lead a little bit, but they're going to need to make it up in terms of CS to really make that difference.
So let's look across the boards what that CS is. As it is, Samux and sOAZ, just 2 between those. They've been in very different positions. Looks like the Dragon will get picked up by FNATIC. That's going to stretch their gold lead to 4,000 advantage. Junglers playing very similar roles. One going tanky, already got that runic bulwark completed Morden, and now starting to get some of that damage in there as well. Cyanide hasn't quite got that route so far. It went for the Iron Locket instead. Looking towards the mid lanes, well, it's clear advantage for Peke right there. Huge CS advantage, huge kills advantage. No surprise there, but it's very different roles between them. But the AD carries right now. Jimbz, we just saw the damage he has. If he's allowed to land it, he can do a lot of damage. He took down Peke and sOAZ in that last fight.
So importantly, I want to talk about Babeta right now. You can see him sitting with an Oracle's Elixir. He's clearing out vision as FNATIC and Giants are about to find each other. Cyanide is caught out, but he can take that Dark Passage home if he wants to. The moment he is going to get away to safety, but that Oracle's Elixir is about to wear out for Babeta, and he's got another one in his back pocket, so he's going to be clearing any vision that FNATIC have at any time, which definitely plays in their favor, and why that previous engagement went their way. You see nRated trying to find somebody with that death sentence, and very bravely, Samux is not with his team, so he's relying on that counter-engage and that control that Jarvan, that Zyra, that Diana offer to be able to defend this turret 4 versus 5.
It's all going to be on Babeta, I feel, to land that grasping root, because look at this, Samux, he's still going, and he's going to be getting very close to that middle turret. Suddenly they realize, they said, Mama, I'm coming home, and they're going to have to get back there to try and deal with this crazy train running up the mid lane.
He managed to get in range, but Samux decides to back off bravely just before he gets caught up by members of FNATIC. They're now going to group up and try to take their own blue buff as the previous one was stolen away. But Giants, again, putting up an admirable fight. Like we've seen earlier in the day today, there was just small mistakes that really cost him that particular game, but they don't seem to be losing the team fights like they did in that matchup. Right now, FNATIC, they're very sneaky as 3, and there goes Peke!
Peke goes deep, he's going to get in there and just about gets out of the way. The ace in the hole's only going to land on nRated, and the shield immediately just absorbing all of that. While this is happening though, Samux, he's off on his own, pushing that top lane.
Peke literally just went, what on earth just happened? Because he jumped in there and lost all of his hit points before he could even really have a fight. So he's forced to recall very quickly. He's not going to get into lane quite as quick as he usually would with those home guard boots. It doesn't look like Giants want to press the matter just yet because, again, it is a 4 versus potentially 4 in this particular side of the map.
Tell you what, I'm not sure YellowStar really wants a fight with Samux right now because Aurelia, if he can get on top of YellowStar, look, he's looking at it, he's thinking about it. If I can get on top of him, which also, though, means this bottom lane fight, there's going to be no AD carry there. Peke, though, looks like he's going to head towards the bottom, which means it's going to be a 4v3 in this bottom turret.
So we'll see how this plays out. YellowStar's about to find Samux. Peke's close by. He's going to pick the fight.
Turns it back around. Peke might get there just in time. He has to use the barrier. Can he get back on towards him? No. Peke comes to save the day, but that does also mean there could be danger situation for the bottom lane because the Giants realize it's a 4-on-3. They can push for this.
There's Jimbz. He's been caught. FNATIC are thinking about going in, but there's no damage to back up the abilities, and Giants are just going to pick up a tower for free.
I mean, that's the crazy play from FNATIC there. That's a case of, yeah, we're going to get the kill, but we've just shown our hands so badly that we are going to lose a turret. I'll take an inner turret for a death any day.
Completely fair trade, the control that it offers, the vision, as well as the global gold. What FNATIC didn't anticipate or think about was that Giants were going to go aggressive. They do tend to play safely. They do tend to, you know, doubt a little bit about their gameplay and their movements. And in that particular situation, they did the right thing. What I am seeing from Morden's Jarvan is quite interesting. He's got 2 longswords in his back pocket. So if we see him going for something like a Brutalizer or a Vamp Scepter, he's going for a fairly aggressive build.
Okay. Going to take down that blue buff, no problems at all for that one. As he walks back towards that top lane, he's got YellowStar with him. YellowStar proved and showed really that how close Samux came to just taking him down in a straight-up 1v1 fight. It's not someone he wants to mess with now that Randy and Zone is complete. Oh, the charm on Exterminare lands brilliantly, and looks like Peke should be able to finish this one off the shield. Is it going to be enough? But it's going to matter because the ball's going to land. Ace in the hole. Look how much damage that Ace in the hole did on Peke.
Yeah, huge amounts of damage coming out of Jimbz there. With that Infinity Edge and Last Whisper, he's going to shred anybody from FNATIC. Also, I had a brain fart. It was the Spirit of the Elder Lizard that has been picked up there by Morden on Jarvan. FNATIC have stacked up. This is going to be a 5-man on Baron, and it's going to be against a 4-man of Giants. Exter is not there, and they're going to need him to pick this fight. Everything is available, though, for Giants, with the exception of the Ace in the hole. So are they going to go for an engagement? That is the question. It looks like they're going to go.
Well, the Zyra ultimate would be perfect, but the Death Sentence lands onto Babeta. The ultimate's going to come out, but it really only pops them in the air. Cyanide's getting on towards Jimbz, but Jimbz is at the back, and he's laying down the damage. He's going to have to make a run for this. Can the Death Sentence come out? Is it going to matter? No, it doesn't, because the triple kill's already there from Peke, and now he lashes in towards it. Morden's going to try and slide away from this one, but the poison from YellowStar as he continues to chase. Hot footing, that little rat is scurrying along, tries to use the expunge, but doesn't get it down.
So 2 more kills, and Baron is still available for them if they wanted to go for it. This time around, Exterminare is available, and he's busy running towards the Baron pit. With that Zhonya's Hourglass almost off cooldown, he may be able to run interference and at least force them off for a little bit. Let's see if he's going to decide to challenge. Everybody in FNATIC is relatively low. He just needs to land his skill shots to go in.
No, he was scared off straight away. The charm came in, and Peke just kept him well away from that fight. Exterminare didn't want a piece of that.
Well, the damage from Peke is just, it's insane right now. With that Deathfire Grasp, as well as the Rabadon's Death Cap, he is shredding through everybody, and it's just such great play from him. He's landing the charms that he needs to land at exactly the right moments. And if nobody buys some additional magic resistance, he's just going to keep shredding them down. Because if you look down the items of the Giants, there's not much MR outside of that running bulwark. Look at Morden.
My word, Peke comes across it. Oh, he hasn't got another ultimate to get back across there, so he can't pursue. And Morden's going to survive the Ignite and slides his way to safety.
Manages to get away with a sliver of health, and it does play into his favor. Also, something else we got to touch on, the Ruby Sightstone there in the hands of Cyanide's Volibear. So obviously HP synergizing very well with Volibear, and we'll see him being caught out just by a couple of roots. But all those additional wards, all that additional vision, it's just going to play into the hands of FNATIC so well. The battle isn't over, though, because you see sOAZ coming from the red buff area. This is going to be a 4 versus 3 if Giants are hanging around.
They're going to walk straight around there. sOAZ is going to dive on towards Jimbz, puts the death mark down on him, but it has to back away from the fight. Pop! Pop is indeed the word, because he had half hit points there. It was destroyed.
It was like putting a pin into a balloon. It just destroyed him. But it was an additional thing. He managed to get another Shadow Slash off the E, as well as the proc from his ultimate, and those two things combined even caught Jimbz by surprise. He's like, oh, that kind of sucks. The rest of FNATIC now are stacked up as 4, and they're shoving down this lane. Peke is about to join the party. He's still a long way away. Number of pings in the middle and the bottom lane, but FNATIC, they want this.
They can just keep pushing. The Death Sentence lands on towards Exterminare there, but he does just survive, and now YellowStar with them. They should be able to push on towards this turret. You can see xPeke, he's clearing out that mid wave, so there's going to be a giant creep wave stacking in there. FNATIC rotating around. They're going to happy with take that inner turret.
So this will be the 5th turret of the game for FNATIC. Giants are there to defend, but I won't be able to get there in time. Dark Passage is going to pull xPeke to safety there, and you can just see him sitting on the side, waiting to land that charm. And once he does get it, he will destroy people, especially now when you combine all of his abilities together. The DFG in conjunction with all the rest of his magic abilities, and then, of course, the Lich Brain. It's just such a great combination of damage.
So the Dragon goes down, and that extends the gold lead to 10,000, or just shy of 20-7. There's a stealth rat chasing down on towards Samux. He's not going to be able to catch on, though. Tries to put the slow down. He did have sOAZ to join him, but instead it's not possible. And of course, with that Baron buff, it's got around about a minute and a half left on this one. xPeke could be looking to maybe land his charms on some other victims.
Every single time he does, there's nothing left of his victims. To describe how... I don't know where I was going with that. Nevertheless, minions are down. Giants are holding off this tower relatively well. They've got good wave clear, which plays into their favor. So when you combine a lot of the abilities, as long as those minions aren't there, those towers have all that additional armor and magic resistance, sustain some of the damage. And we'll see if it works. Sidesteps the death sentence, and nRated just trying to find a way in.
Throwing out the chains every chance he gets, and as it is pretty much off the hook right now because he hasn't landed a great deal of those.
Well, the few that he has landed have been fantastic. Cyanide just takes a single shot, but that Warden's Mail and Giant's Belt will be helping him out. And sOAZ, again, off to the side, split pushing. Samux is going to try pick an engagement there, and with that Randian Omen, he should do relatively well. Oh, that just outraged.
Oh, but the charm lands on towards Exterminate, and he actually dives in towards him. xPeke can just ultimate away from that one. Everybody avoiding the Zyra ultimate. sOAZ just around the side there, does manage to get in. It's nRated that gets the kill on towards xPeke. Jimbz, oh, sOAZ just turns around, flashes his shurikens back at him, and takes him straight down, and that's going to be the inhibitor turret going down. The inhibitor will follow, and that is surely going to be the game for FNATIC.
So they do have some minions in that mid lane. FNATIC are going to push up towards that mid inhibitor. I think that Giants may be able to fend off this for the GG push, but they will be down 2 inhibs, and the rest of FNATIC, they may decide to stick around. They've got a numbers advantage, but they're going to need to land the skill shots if they want to. Also, crucially, xPeke does not have his ultimate available for that engagement, so wisely, they take the tower and back away. They don't give away any additional kills.
So FNATIC back off. They've got a huge chunk of change in their pockets. 12-2-3 right now for xPeke on Ari. Oh, and look at this. He just sticks around the blue buff. Is it going to be enough? The Cataclysm pancakes him on the floor, though, and he's not going to be able to get away from it. Cyanide turns around and gets a big bear paw in the back.
Well played there by Morden to land all of the abilities he needed to, crucially when under pressure. But the amount of burst that's coming out of xPeke when you combo all of his items together is just really, really good. But thanks to that kill, FNATIC are going to steal away yet another blue buff. Going to give that objective to either Cyanide or nRated. He's just playing safety there. He's lingering for the ward. You know, he literally just wants to pull Cyanide over, give him the lantern, get him to safety, and just walk away.
I think he was baiting it as well, the way he did that one last basic attack there. He's like, no, I'm going to steal it. Ah, just toying with you, just toying with you.
Well, when you're 23-14 and you've got an 11,000 gold lead, plus an inhibitor, plus 3 towers, I think they're allowed to have a little bit of fun.
Yeah, I played games with nRated. I know how much that guy trolls. He would be trolling his team right now. Of course, FNATIC, this is really going to get them into first place, and it's going to keep the pressure on the Giants. The Giants actually have a tough game as well to get that first place. They've got to play the Wolves shortly as well, and that is really going to be a tough fight for that first spot.
So it's GAMBIT that are fighting for first. That's going to be the last game of the day.
Giants wish they were.
So GAMBIT will be having a tough game, but if Evil Geniuses, Evil Genius showed that you can beat the Wolves, and they did a very, very good performance against them earlier today. We'll see how well the Wolves have prepared for the Russians in that matchup. Before that, we of course have against All Authority versus Dragonborns that is following this game. Right now, FNATIC, it's up to them what the next objective is. 45 seconds on the clock. You'll see them positioning for some wards and some vision, and just setting up for another Baron fight. The last time they fought around this area, it went very, very well for them. So expect them to repeat the performance.
So the big glowing bear runs through the bushes, and Morden, well, he's going to be the victim if he sticks around any longer. They are going to collapse on towards him. xPeke's in that mid lane, and look at this, how fearful they are. Ace in the hole coming out, actually does take a good chunk of damage.
And that is with Peke having a Rale's Crystal Scepter, so he's got a good chunk of HP on top of that, plus 500 health. And he does just get shredded by that ace in the hole. Because of his armor value being so low, all the damage just goes through all that extra amount. The rest of FNATIC are grouped up around the top lane, and Peke is just running some interference. He's just trying to pull numbers away to try and create an opening, either on the tower, or in this case, on the Baron.
No more fears for FNATIC. They are continuing to push through. And it's going to be a Baron very much picked up for free. And that will turn them in towards the final push into Giants' base. I don't think there's a great deal that the Giants can do about it, but we shall see. It is a very large sOAZ, seemingly there, strolling through the bushes.
Going to be able to get to safety there. He's got that Warmost completed as well, so a lot of survivability, a lot of HP to survive all the burst that Exter's going to be putting down, and the continued auto attacks coming out of Jimbz. But with the regen that they've got, it's obviously going to help them out in this particular engagement, so we'll see how this pans out. And you see there, 797 ability power on xPeke's Ari right now.
Holy moly indeed. That is a lot of ability power to build up in a pro game. And I think it's safe to say Peke's having a little bit of fun in this game as he comes dancing and prancing around the map on Ari as they push through to that inhibitor that has respawned in this mid lane. No, they actually didn't get it in the first place.
It's the bottom one that's about to respawn.
Landed on Samux, but look, he can take a hit.
So the bottom tower is fairly close. Bottom inhibitor is relatively close to respawning, and as you can just see, with no turret being here, the rest of FNATIC are literally just going to brute force their way in. Another tentative hook being thrown out, but a particular one is not off the hook, as it were. Once again, not finding his target, but with the inhibitor down, they're now going to have map control again for the next couple of minutes. FNATIC are just again going to pick up a free inhibitor, and it's like we see out of Giants, they don't tend to engage when they really need to.
Cyanide happy to tank up the turret. And now you're going to see the flash engage from Babeta, but doesn't quite land onto them successfully as it is. It's going to be Peke. They focus on them. They do get him go down. Imagine if they could try and turn this one into a fight, but they just have to let it be because they can't catch on towards sOAZ. He doesn't get involved. But it's another inhibitor going down, and that is going to be 3 inhibs burned, which means the super minions have just doubled from FNATIC's base.
1-for-1 in that particular trade. Peke did get focused. Giants blew everything that they had onto him. They lost Morden at the same time, but Deathmark wasn't used. The fight isn't over.
They're going to get the flip on towards Exterminare. He uses that Zhonya's Hourglass straight away. Jimbz tries the kite, but the Deathmark manages to finish him off. Samux is going to be able to take down sOAZ, but now he suddenly realizes he's the last man standing. Flashes away from that big angry bear. Cyanide running, chasing him down, and it's going to be nRated. They have no reason to tank this one out. They've got super minions coming in from top, middle, and bottom, but it doesn't matter. YellowStar's going to take down the one Nexus turret. The second Nexus turret should fall, and FNATIC are going to hold on to their place in the top slot. They've done everything they can do. It's over to GAMBIT to see if they can get them off that top spot.
And that is an important game because it will determine which team they have which team they'll be facing in that semi-final playoff. Samux is running interference right now as Morden has now joined the party. Cataclysm goes down.
It's all about the KDA, I feel, but YellowStar does finish off the Nexus turret. So that is the victory and the final game of the season for FNATIC until the next split. A fantastic performance as well. Look at that, 12-4-4 for Peke to end the game out. But it's got to give a good mention to Jimbz. He tried as hard as he might, but it wasn't to be. So we're going to get over to the analysis desk. It's going to be Joe Miller and Jason Kaplan.
Thanks a lot, guys, and FNATIC can be happy with their performance there, Jason. I mean, Peke in particular, you got kind of fed there by the end on that Ari.
He's a little fed. I mean, he's pretty much pulling a Froggen with how quick he could one-shot people. And then again, sOAZ did the same thing at the end of the game to Jimbz, who just, even with his amazing early start, just wasn't able to survive against that damage that his Zed can put out.
Yeah, and I think that's the whole problem as well, that if the AD carry gets so far ahead and the rest of the team aren't quite that level with him, they're going to have a real hard time of, keeping on to him, especially, like you said, against a champion like Zed or like Ari that can get straight in there and deal that damage instantly. And I think the word was plop that Trevor used there at the end when he got blown up from that one. So that obviously means that FNATIC now are at the top of the table.
Yes, they are, and that means GAMBIT, as I was saying before on the couch, just that if GAMBIT picks up a win, they will be top of the table, but it really does affect how the standings work in terms of the playoffs, but we'll get to that in a little bit. And, if we're going to crown MVP for this game, Joe, who do we have to give it to? It's kind of obvious, but...
Yeah, I think everyone at home already guessed who we're going to give this one to. Peke, he at the end of the game with 12-4-4. The interesting thing is that he did get incredibly fed in that game, but we saw in that last fight that Giants could deal with him. The problem is that they could really only deal with Peke. They only could get him down, and then after that they started to fall to pieces with a Z at 755, 13 assists and a kill to just 3 deaths for Cyanide there on Volibear as well, and a 517 Twitch without even touching on him.
And we have to give an honorable mention to Samux as well, I mean, because not many people played Aurelia, but he held his own against sOAZ in that bottom lane quite well. He actually even got a kill on him in the end, actually, it was relatively early on, but he just dove on him under the turret, popped Ignite, walked away like... walked away in the end from that. But, you know, we don't see Aurelia play too often. Season 3 items and changes weren't too kind to her, but we saw she still can work.
She can still work, and we've seen a couple of people go in there. Kevin is obviously the one that's really made it work for SK Gaming. But, as you said, nice to see a bit more Aurelia coming. Hopefully we'll get to see more of her in the future. So, we're going to head over to the main stage. Sjokz is waiting with our MVP for this one, xPeke.
Thank you very much, xPeke. You're up against compadre Dexter in the mid lane. How's the Diana-Ahri matchup? It obviously went very well for you. Is that always the case?
No, I think the matchup Diana-Ahri is kind of equal until level 6. At level 6, the first one that goes aggressive will normally win. And I got a bit of advantage early level, so I was able to get level 6, be stronger than him, and I went full on him and got the kill. And after that, pretty much, I snowballed the lane. The one that get the first kill, I snowballed the lane.
Giants, a lot of them are good friends of you. You know them well. What do you think they have to do to get their chances of staying in the LCS, maybe?
I don't know. It's like some games they play really good, but they don't seem to be that regular most of the time. So I think they will need a bit more practice, a bit more stable play. So one day they don't play the best, and the next one they play the worst. They just need to adapt and try to give a good game all the time. I think that's what they miss.
Consistency, that's something you guys have for sure. Next week, playoff week, who would you like to face?
Doesn't matter at all. Anyone. We don't face Gambit, so anyone else.
So confident to beat anyone else. Finally, can you tell us something about your own development in the LCS? You know, since coming here, you seem to have developed into one of the top AP mids or mid players. So what do you think you've gotten better at?
I don't know. I got used to play here a lot, so I guess every time we play, I improve a bit. We all do. And I have no idea. I don't know if I improve a lot or not, but I know I play better for sure, that I do less mistakes. Maybe I don't play better, but I have less bad games. Like, I only had 2 or 3 bad games during all the LCS, so I'm kind of happy with that.
Thank you very much, xPeke. We're going into a short break. It's, of course, your last chance to get your answers in. Not your last chance, but we still have a couple of games to go to get your answers in for the Twitter question. What team do you think has the biggest chance of an upset win in the playoffs, and why? You can reach us on Twitter at LOLesports, #LCS. Now, watch out, Alex Ish. Here comes Bjergsen. The new mid kid on the block has proven time after time he's got the skills to beat the best. And he'll certainly want to finish Alex off today. As the Wolves have their mindset on 4th place, well, they already have 5th, of course. Now, Gambit versus the Wolves is coming up in just a bit. An epic matchup between Bjergsen and Alex. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to the analysis desk. Before we get into our next game, we want to break down how those playoffs are looking right now as we get into not quite the final game of the day, but the game that will change the playoffs, maybe.
Yeah, it depends. If Gambit can take this victory over the Wolves, they will take their first place back. As you can see on the screen, exactly how it can affect things. And Joe, why don't you go through the first round for us?
Yep, so SK Gaming versus Against All Authority. That game set in stone. That will be the round 1 quarter-final game. Best of 3, of course, those games. And Copenhagen Wolves versus EG. They're already set. No changes can happen to those matchups. Now, the semi-finals, it's going to depend on if Gambit beat the Copenhagen Wolves. Now, those positions that Gambit and FNATIC are in right now would, in fact, switch around if Gambit win the game.
Yeah, very true. And the thing is, you have to look at who wants to play who in the end of this. So we have, you know, SK and Against All Authority, they're 2-2 in the series. Evil Geniuses and Wolves, 2-2 in their series. But you have SK against FNATIC, where they were 0-17 against each other on lands. And then you have them versus Gambit, where they were 0-11, now 1-11, since they were able to take a game off of them. And you have to look at it as, where do we really want to go in the end? Obviously, it's out of SK's hands. It's all up to the Wolves. They can really decide their fate here.
Yeah, they can, but it's going to be a hard game for them. You know, they lost to EG earlier on that game. You know, EG looked, again, like the EG that they've been searching for this entire season. They found up points, but never really came through. And I'm not sure what Gambit and FNATIC will really want right now, because, yes, it's brilliant to finish in first place. Everyone wants to finish in first place, but finishing in first also means that you take on the winner of the Wolves and EG. Now, most people would argue that that is the informed teams, if you like, right now. I mean, EG, as I said, they've been a bit rocky, a roller coaster ride for them, but Wolves are definitely in form right now. SK Gaming, they've shown as well towards these last couple of weeks that they are definitely a amazing team. Third place, of course, in the LCS Spring split. Against All Authority, for me, though, are the weaker of the 4 teams statistically from all of these.
They are, but I really think they're a team that can surprise us. Like, they can go up against any team and win against them any day of the week. And to me, it's all about, like, does SK ideally want to play against FNATIC or Gambit? I still go back to that because, you know, SK has a problem with FNATIC, it seems, where they just always throw the games 40 minutes in. They can't seem to finish the game off against them. But then again, you're against Gambit. It's like between a rock and a hard place with both those teams for them. And EG and Wolves, I mean, they're looking forward to that as well. Where Wolves, it seems to me, they play better against FNATIC than they do against Gambit. But then that's all going to show you right here if that happens.
Yeah, for me, the point is that there are no easy games
There
left.
is none.
There are no easy games left, that's for sure, for those quarterfinal and semi-final teams. As we said, the next game coming up here is Gambit versus the Copenhagen Wolves. Wolves have shown that they can win games against these top teams. They couldn't quite do it against EG, which could have earned them the 4th position, obviously, depending on how the other games would have gone. What's your opinion on this next game before we get into it, Jason?
I think that Gambit won't take them lightly in any way, since they know they could potentially go up against them anyway, so they want to get as much information off them as they can. But, you know, I'm going to go on a limb. I'm going to give this one to the Wolves, because they've really shown over these past couple weeks that they can step up to a team like that.
I think it'd be a great ending to a season for the Wolves, where they've only got better as time's gone along. So let's get into it then. It's the Copenhagen Wolves versus Gambit with Deman and Quickshot.
Yes, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. So, time to get underway. The last game for the Wolves and Gambit, and well, who really will take victory? Currently, Gambit, I think, will be happy in their position. They play SK Gambit or Against All Authority. They could, of course, choose their own fate right now. Will they want to go up against Evil Geniuses or the Wolves? That's the question.
Depends on this game. I mean, they need to put in the performances and see how it goes.
We'll see, of course. Wolves did manage to defeat FNATIC earlier on, but they did go down to Evil Geniuses. So, it does mean, of course, Gambit, they are guaranteed the top 2.
Yeah,
we've just
seen
the playoffs. Yeah. Them playoffs will be happening next week. Next Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for the finals.
And, of course, with that top 2 spot guaranteed, we've seen them experimenting with compositions yesterday. We've seen that Nunu and Eve and Jace combo, which was a little different. Copenhagen Wolves, on the other hand, they're solidly in 5th. I don't think they can then claim 4th at all now, unfortunately, but they want to finish the weekend on a high. They are currently 3-1, and they'd like to make that 4-1.
Yeah, it could be a fantastic Super Week for them. So, let's see how this one goes. Of course, Gambit, they took out Against All Authority after losing their first 5 kills. However, they bounced back to destroy AAA in the mid-game, late game. And honestly, they're going to keep on bouncing, I think, because they're up against the Wolves right now. And I think they want to win this. I think they want to finish the season
on an all-time high, and why not? Here's the head-to-head, of course, between these two teams. It is Godbro in that top lane, Svenskeren, Bjergsen, the Tess, and Deficio.
And, of course, for Gambit, Darian, Diamond Prox, Alexish, Genja, and that support carry, Edward.
Support carry indeed.
Best way to talk about.
He's really, that's the only way you can talk about him, but we can talk about the members. And Copenhagen Wolves, I think this is actually probably the most improved player of the entire season for Europe. It is Svenskeren.
So Svenskeren is a jungler that started off the season playing a lot of Xin Zhao. Interestingly, out of all the games they've played, he's played it 10 times. He didn't have much of an impact in the opening 3-4 weeks, but the closing 3-4-5 weeks, he's just improved so much. And we were talking about his previous team's history and some of the hit-or-miss performances that he's had. You have to obviously talk about his Jarvan 4 and how extremely good it is. He's also demonstrated an ability to play a number of other champions. His Nasus yesterday was particularly good. And as we've said over and over and over, he's the key initiator for the Copenhagen Wolves. If it's up to him to pick the team fights, and it's up to Bjergsen to make those team fights win.
And of course, you know, we can't talk about junglers without talking about Diamond Prox. Probably one of the greatest junglers in the world right now.
Yeah, all-star jungler, miles ahead of his opponents leading into the all-star voting. It's going to be up to him to disrupt the Copenhagen Wolves laning phase. We know that Svenskeren plays a very aggressive, ganking-heavy type of pattern. So we'll see how Diamond plans to counteract that. And of course, yesterday, we seen him playing Eve against the Evil Geniuses. And it was a champion that was quite new to see him on. And was he going to try something new? Is he going to try lock in first place in this particular match?
Well, of course, the Wolves have had an amazing Super Week so far, but they are very clear on the strengths of Gambit.
The way to beat Gambit is have a strong laning phase and don't give up any objectives early game. They are very good at getting buffs and dragons.
I think all the teams got better at LCS, like Wolves got better too. With Bjergsen, they got really good synergy with the jungler, the team. Concentrate on like mid ganking and some assassins like Zed or Kha'Zix that can snowball really hard.
The strongest player in Gambit for me is Diamond Prox.
Diamond Prox.
Edward.
Diamond Prox. Diamond Prox.
Diamond Prox.
Edward. But it's nice to hear the team feeling, you know, who they're more afraid of. You know, you hear support play saying, well, we don't like being ganked by Diamond Prox. You know, we're not happy with that.
And it was actually only the bottom lane that said Edward.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
We don't like that Edward. We don't want him anywhere near us. He scares us. But everybody else, all the other lanes are like, yeah, I'm pretty worried about Diamond Prox coming out of that jungle.
I want to see how they play this game because earlier in the day when they played against Authority, they were very far behind in the first 10 minutes. They gave up the first 5 kills without reply. And it was only because of one misplay from against Authority that really opened the door and let them get in. But once Gambit did take back control of the game, they did not let go of the reins.
Well, I am excited to see Alexish versus Bjergsen in that mid lane. Hopefully that will happen. Of course, they could change positions. They could go anywhere. But that's the one I'm excited to see. Alexish, that man there. The only married man, I feel, in the EU LCS. I don't think anyone else is married in there. And probably the only father as well. I think we've talked about this a few times before. But
not sure I go that far, but...
what are you suggesting about the other players of the European LCS
I'm saying
right now?
Nothing at all, but let's not talk in
Let's leave that one
affirmatives.
right there,
exactly.
shall we? Yeah.
Talking about the matchup of Bjergsen and Alexish, the last time it happened, I distinctly remember Alex being quite vocal after the match. He was playing Twisted Fate, Bjergsen was playing Zed. He was saying, well, I did my feed strat. I go 0-6 and win the game. And it's something we've actually seen from Twisted Fates fairly often, that the map control and the split... Not looking very elegant there with the headsets. But, you know, the split pushing by the map control and the team fight power that a Twisted Fate does offer you, especially when they get to those items levels. Earlier today, when we seen what Froggen was doing to the Wolves with TF just instantly bursting everybody with that Lichbane gold card, wild card combo, it's a very, very scary thing to deal with. So expect that to be picked or banned.
Expect the expected.
Expect
it's not in this game, though, so we can't expect it.
No, well, that's the whole point. You never expect it.
You never expect it. The test currently on your screen, and they are about to get underway for the picks and bans. It's going to be Godbro, of course, versus Darian also in that top lane. And there's the baby-faced assassin himself, Diamond Prox. He's lethal from that jungle until you hear him speaking, and you're just like, whoa, what the hell just happened? That voice does not belong to that face.
Deman actually jumped on the desk when thinking about the voice. And, you know, fair enough. Interestingly about the test, out of the games that he's played Varus 12 games out of the 26, Ezreal a further 6, and actually Graves as his third most played carry. So slightly different to what we are seeing of late, but we are into the picks and bans.
So let's see what happens. You can see Shen and Jarvan, they've been banned out straight away. Kind of expected standard bans as well.
Interesting ban of Shen from Copenhagen Wolves. Having first pick, first ban means that they have locked in either Shen or Jarvan the fourth many times before. And by banning Shen themselves makes me think they have a plan. They may want to first pick Twisted Fate or force Gambit's hands to ban that out.
Well, we'll see what they do go with. Elise has been taken away from possibly the support. Threshy's still out there. We'll see what Gambit go with. Do they want to allow Twisted Fate through? I don't think they will. I'm pretty sure they'll be the force in that ban. And of course, they're taking Kha'Zix away from Bjergsen.
So Zed is still available. Syndra is still there as well. The only reason I point her out is because of Bjergsen having played it twice this weekend. Thresh would be another one of the picks that I'd like to talk about. We do see many teams banning it out against the Thresh Prince, Edward, and it has been banned out again.
Yeah, you got to take Thresh away from him. You can't allow it through, which does mean it's up to Gambit. Do they take away Twisted Fate? Do they take away Zed? What do they allow through? It's going to be a target towards Bjergsen, you would assume.
And I'm also thinking if Zed gets picked by Copenhagen Wolves, expect Alex to pick up Kale. It's what he's done previous times. I think it's actually the third time these two teams played. That was also the matchup of Zed versus Kale. So we'll see how it goes through. Twisted Fate has been banned out by Gambit, so that was expected. And just in terms of the picks, I feel like Zed is the most important one that's still available, as is Nasus, Volibear, etc. Diamondprox has played Nasus 12 games out of their 27.
So we'll see what the first pick is. It's, of course, the choice for Svenskeren. Will it be Xin Zhao being picked up again, or will Godbro choose to go with one of his top laners?
So I imagine they might think about going for the top laners. You can see that Godbro and Copenhagen Wolves, they're taking their time for this particular one because Gambit have not played Xin Zhao in a while. You know, it's only really Svenskeren running him in the jungle. We've seen Freddy122 running him in the top lane a couple of times. So I don't feel like it's a hotly contested pick. Somebody like Varus, maybe, Misfortune. You know, you could even talk about Lulu, something Deficio has been playing many times, and I think those would probably be the go-to ones.
Okay, look, it's going to be Varus for the test, so first choice going out there. They don't want to get counted on that top lane. Of course, we saw Darian playing a Rumble earlier on as well, remember, so he could go towards that one. Then whether we'll see it picked out straight away, I'm expecting this to be the dog, the Diamond Dog.
Yeah, so Nasus, that would be his 13th game this season if that does get locked in. So many matches. In terms of KDA, a mere 7.2 kill-to-death ratio with an average goal per minute of 313. So those are some pretty reliable stats that you can bank on. Edward returning back to his Sona, who was arguably his first true love when it comes to the competitive scene. And you know, earlier he was running the pentakill skin, which is a little different to what we usually see.
Maybe he's going to be getting into that corset. Who knows? Not a vision you want. Not a vision you want, I don't think.
Let's please, nobody Photoshop that one. There's enough damage with the Muse Sona skin in my brain. So that's a good pickup. Misfortune is still available. With Varus being locked in, it means that Gambit will probably pick that up if they feel like another pick is, you know, preferred. Kassadin is still available as well. Alex ran that against All Authority earlier today. Did a very good job with it, especially when taking them on that massively long hike through the jungle.
So it is Copenhagen Wolves with the choices. And you can see Bjergsen and Svenskeren, they are the two with the choices on the screen. The youngest, I believe the youngest player in the LCS. I could be wrong. I don't know the exact ages of all the North American players, but definitely here in Europe, he's definitely been the youngest to join. Obviously, he could only start playing the third weekend, when he finally turned 17. It's just a scary thing. These kids these days.
Youngins indeed. So with Zed being locked in as well as the Zyra, expect the Kale from Gambit. It's something that we've seen whenever you have those high burst damage picks. But if we're thinking about this, Copenhagen will surely would have had something in their minds as well, saying, well, we sort of anticipated this. The last time this matchup happened, Alex picked up first blood against Bjergsen in the mid lane, but as the game went on, Bjergsen was able to out 1v1 him in terms of damage and actually get through that intervention. So that is a good pickup for them. It does mean that the jungler and the top lane have both still left open.
Yeah, Deficio Zyra also earlier on was pretty good.
Yeah, Deficio Zyra is very good. It's one of his fallback champions, is second most played, 7 games this season, 3 wins, a KDA of 6 actually, so that's a very good KDA on the support champion. Lulu has been his preferred pick. It was available, but was not picked up this time, so they've definitely got something else in mind.
Yeah, Lulu would have actually worked pretty well with that dog coming out. I mean, generally goes with Lulu when the bear's been chosen, though.
And also with Lulu, you know, you have that counter against, you know, melee sort of aggressing upon your champions, and it's also considered a counter to Zed. You tend to have that Kale and that Lulu combination. With Misfortune being locked in for Genja, I don't think anybody is surprised about that one.
This is almost old-school LCS style for Gambit, with Renekton also being picked in there. This is very comfortable champions right now for Gambit. Singed being hovered over. Well, are we going to see Godbro returning to Singed?
So this would be another time, that another comfort pick for him. He's played Singed 7 times already this split, so this would be the 8th time if it does get locked in. Remember that we are on live 3.5 balance, and his ultimate has removed the crowd control effects from it. You can be affected by it, so it does make him a little easier to get killed. What I do like about that, if it does get locked in, there's no assassins, there's no bursty damage coming out of his opponents, so Singed may actually be able to run riot around his opponents.
Well, we'll see what Bjergsen also chooses in the final pick. It could be still Zed, which we're expecting it probably will be now, in which case will we see the jungler being selected instead. It's going to be Cho'Gath.
Yep,
He's not going to eat the world this time, though.
No, not this time round, unfortunately. It is going to be in the jungle for Sven. I particularly liked his jungle when he did play it many weeks ago. He only played it a handful of times, so I'm a bit sad to not see it played more, but I like the effect, the knock-up, the silence. It's great crowd control. It's very beefy. It's very tanky. The only thing I don't like is outside of the burst from Zed and then the you know, damage over time from Varus, Cho and Singed, they're going to take a while to kill your opponent, so there's not as much of a damage threat from them.
So we'll see the final pick. It's going to be coming for Alexic in that mid lane. What will he choose to go up against Zed? Will it be the Kale that you mentioned earlier on? It's going to be Karthus.
Okay, so he's going to go up in Karthus. This means there's going to be some lane swap shenanigans. He's not going to want to go head-to-head against a Zed who will be able to just shred him down and really apply a lot of pressure. So we'll see how the lanes decide to match up. It's also, we've seen Alex playing Karthus, I think, 2 days ago, if I remember correctly, and doing very well with him. And it's a great pickup. It's going to allow them to clean up. It's going to mean that the damage sources of Zed and Varus, even if they get into a team fight and Alex plays that sort of zombie mode Karthus, he's going to be able to chunk them down, and Shen and Cho are just not really going to be able to clean up against the Renekton Nasus combo.
So the Gambit versus the Copenhagen Wolves. Last game of the season for both of these teams. If you missed the games earlier on, well, you've missed some crackers. Right now, the Copenhagen Wolves, they are 3-1 this Super Week, and they've finally dropped that game to Evil Geniuses, which does, of course, mean that it's going to be the 4th and 5th place are secured between the two. There's the referees standing to attention behind these teams. I hope their Danish is up to scratch, because they're going to have to figure it out. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dave, he's going to have his Russian ready to go.
This game is very important for Gambit because it will determine who finishes first in the spring split and who goes into which semi-final. So at the moment, it is FNATIC holding that first place position because they have finished all of their games and they have one additional victory over the Russian overlords. Will they be able to reclaim that gold pole place position?
You can see Diamond cracking his knuckles, ready to go with that Nasus in the jungle, working out well for him. My God, look at that mouse he's using. That's like a 1990s Microsoft mouse right there, it was.
It's a Russian mouse, duh. But you know what? If it works and they're comfortable with it, why not? We do have a zoom in on the Copenhagen Wolves badge.
So MMIK, that's... Come on, MMIX.
Isn't it 2009?
Yeah,
2009, if my Roman numerals is correct.
Yeah.
So very, very newly formed team at the moment.
I'm trying to think what teams they may have had. It must have been a Counter-Strike team before that. 2009 Copenhagen Wolves.
I wouldn't know.
Don't ring any bells to me, actually.
Some other rubbish game.
But the Copenhagen... but in case you're unaware of how Denmark work, their esports is actually governed and sanctioned. It's actually a recognized sport, which is why it's the Copenhagen Wolves. And you also used to have the Roskilde Ravens in there as well. The days where the actual esports teams were related to the cities, which is where the name comes from. There you go, teaching you a little bit of history. But we are underway, ladies and gentlemen. The Copenhagen Wolves are going to be the blue team, and Gambit Gaming are as the red team. And doesn't look like we're going to have any level 1 shenanigans.
At the moment, no, the two teams are setting up very defensively and just positioning themselves as human wards. If you're not providing vision or information, you're not doing anything. And that's what these two teams are doing. What it does see at the moment is that it's going to be Bjergsen versus Alexic in this mid lane. So Alex is feeling confident and going toe-to-toe with Zed. Obviously, he's going to have that range advantage early on, which will help him out. But once Zed hits level 6, beware of that death mark.
Just going to have to prepare my own voice pack here. Welcome, summoners. 30 seconds until minions spawn.
Yeah, good voiceover,
See?
good voiceover.
I'm building up for it. Maybe
Riot,
Riot, please.
Riot, please. Give, oh my lord, instead of pentakill. There we go. So I think it is on its way back. You can see that Edward and Genja, they're setting up towards the top lane. We are going to see the 2v1 situation. Barbro going to have to do the best that he can to deal with this pentakill Sona. And obviously all the pokers are going to be putting down.
So it's going to be the Wolves going down for the Wolves. And the Wraiths going down for
the Russians. The Wraiths for the Russians?
Trying to think of something to call Alex, but really couldn't remember the name of that skin.
So we'll see how this game pans out. I like the ganking power that Cho'Gath has early as long as those ruptures can land. But we'll see how Spenskeren can pull it off. It's a slightly different jungler to what we've been seeing out of him. He does tend to have those all-in Xin Zhao Job and 4 types. And obviously Cho is just a little bit more controlled than that.
Well, interestingly, you know, we thought we were going to get some lane switches going, and we do have the 2v1s, but Alex is actually going up against Bjergsen here.
Yeah, so, you know, we'll see how that pans out. He does have exhaust, so if Bjergsen jumps onto him, he's going to be able to exhaust him up and reduce a lot of that damage, which will play into his favor. At the moment, he's actually got a very good CS advantage over Bjergsen, using those lay wastes to perfection.
Yeah, and we'll see how it works out as well, because Genji's gone flash exhaust as well. The Tess instead, he's gone towards the barrier, not really anything he needs to exhaust from the opposition. Nobody really going to be diving on him apart from Diamond, maybe.
So Diamond and Darien, they're going to be sort of the dive buddies, and when both of them throw their ultimates on, remember that magic damage over time is going to be very, very good. And when you add that with the Defile damage, that is just a pure AoE, we will melt you like a knife through hot butter type of team composition, and it's going to depend on Gambit surviving for a long time. Darien is going to get rooted up.
He is going to get the grasping roots on, but just slices and dices away. I want to know, you know, what happens when Renekton meets Nasus? They've both got their ultimates running. Do they fight each other? Or do they, you know, despite the fact they're on the same team, or do they just carry on fighting?
Well, at the minute, this is just like brotherly anti-love. They'll be yelling and screaming and going, Mom, he's being mean to me.
Does that mean Alex is the mommy?
He's the daddy, actually.
Who's
quite
the
literally,
daddy?
quite literally.
Yeah, literally. So, as it is, you can see the lanes are stacking out. We do have Deficio and the Test down in this bottom lane. That is going to be on Varus and Zyra, and they're going to be keeping Darien as pinned as they can. Let's see if Deficio tries to throw out those grasping roots. I expect they will do. Tries to throw a bit of damage towards him. He's already taken half the health, but he's going to be able to slice and dice as much damage as he possibly
can.
Yeah, possibly can. That was the words I was after right there. Godbro taken very low in this top lane as well by Genja and Edward. Expect to see them poking towards there, but Spenskeren comes in to give them a break.
Godbro's definitely going to have a much more difficult time CSing under the tower than Renekton's going to, because Renekton is a lot more controlled in terms of the damage he can put down and also understanding when he can last hit. That damage over time poison is a little bit more difficult to control when you need to add in the tower damage as well, and you can see it being represented by the CS at the moment.
Yes, Godbro is definitely going to have problems in that top lane. You can see, oh, it's going to be the Test they're trying to dive onto. They do manage to dive, flash and stun, and it's going to be Diamond coming in. First blood goes down, Diamond Prox picks it up.
And that is what happens when you have Renekton and Nasus together. They just shut you down completely. The pressure that they can apply, the wither into the slice and dice, and plus that stun that Renekton can put down is just very, very powerful. We didn't even see the Test actually using his red pot there, that fortitude. So he was convinced he was going to die, had barrier, and just said, look, I'm going to go down, so let me lose it.
Well, as soon as he flashed, and, you know, he forced the flash out of Darien as well. It's like, well, I'm stunned. I'm dead. Alex Isto is going to have Deathmark going down on him if Bjergsen hits level 6 in time, but he does not. And instead did use that red pot and went all in at level 5. And, you know, if he was watching Wickd, he would have learned, don't go all in at level 5. You got to wait for 6.
You need to wait for 6, need to wait for that death mark. Ignite was burned, but Flash is available. Crucially, though, he burned Flash and Exhaust from Alexic and forced him out of the lane. So the next time he goes aggressive with that death mark, he may actually have enough to shut him down.
You do see the Wraiths being stolen away. Svenskeren and Bjergsen went in and stole them away from the jungle. And Diamond won't be too happy with that one, having to use a bit of lane tax to hold off that mid lane. Meanwhile, this top lane is being pressured continually by Edward and Genja. Svenskeren once again having to come at the top here, shown by that ward to just hold off and keep Godbro in this game. You can see in terms of CS, he's falling desperately behind Darien.
And this is the second time that Svenskeren's needed to come up to this top lane just to help keep Godbro alive. Bjergsen's got that temporary boost of power with that Elixir of Fortitude. He's got his ultimate, he's going on Alex.
Now he's got the death mark and the rupture's going to come through. Alex Inch is completely screwed right now, and that's going to be the layaways there. And maybe he's going with that strategy once again to, I am now in the All-Stars, I'm going to feed Bjergsen.
Well, we'll see how this matchup plays. What does play into Alex's favor is the fact that he will scale so incredibly well. The longer this game goes, you will never be able to count out his damage, but Alex still does not have Requiem. So the one thing that was very important about that dive is they've delayed that Requiem, that ultimate from Karthus, a couple of more minutes, which buys the rest of the Wolves some extra breathing room.
Yeah, it's actually going to buy a lot of breathing room for Bjergsen. He's probably going to hit 7 before Alex Inch sneaks into level 6. So that's a big, big problem for them right now. You can see the pressure, it's still really being relayed in here, but Gambit, they're not really pressuring on towards that turret.
No, they're just trying to deny Singed right now. So this is something we've seen from a number of teams. You can either push the tower down, rotate around, and try to get map control, or, in this particular situation, deprive your opponent of experience, of levels, and of gold. And 9 CS at 8 minutes, that's averaging like 1.5 creeps per minute. That's something you seldom see at this level of play.
And that's already put him nearly 800 gold behind Darien, who he's really going to be up against come late game. And that's a bit of a problem for him right now because it's not happening the same way. Blue buff has been given across to Alex Inch. We'll see how long he manages to keep hold of that because Bjergsen is going to have that ultimate available in just a couple of minutes.
Yeah, that's right. Now, the death mark from Bjergsen's Z is on a very low cooldown at level 1. It's 115 seconds, so every 2 minutes. And that's just going to get shorter the longer, the more ranks he puts into that. So we'll see how aggressive he goes. Importantly for Alex, he does have his Requiem available. So if anybody gets caught out or oversteps their bounds a little bit, they may be in trouble.
Yep, we'll see whether he try and make some plays here. You can see Godbro still very low in this top lane. Not seeing Diamond though. He's going towards that bottom lane instead. And that turret now is starting to be worked down. Godbro very, very low now in this top turret. He's going to have to be helped out, but they're going aggressive in the bottom lane. You can see Requiem's going to come out. He's going to be able to pick up an assist here because the test goes down. It's actually the kill that Alex Inch gets.
So well played to Alex. He's going to bounce back. Not only has he kept up relatively well in CS, he's now got that kill on the board. And the fact that that kill was on the AD carry means that Gambit are going to be able to take control of the Dragon at another early time. This is something that the team does incredibly well in all of their matches. Positioning, vision, and a number advantage. Easy Dragon.
Seems to be working very well for them. They're going to get the top turret. In fact, no, they chose to froze that one out. Genja could have took the last 2 shots and taken that turret down. They've chose to leave it there purposely. Instead, we do see the Dragon, of course, going down. Alex Inch taking the damage. They're going to try and turn this one around. Wither goes on towards Bjergsen. Just keeps him away. Uses that Spirit Fire to clear the lane.
Bjergsen was sniffing out another kill. He wanted to get in range for that death mark, but the Wither managed to slow him down just enough to prevent that happening. So not only do they lose the Dragon, they also lose that top lane tower. Close to a 4,000 gold lead in favor of Gambit right now. Copenhagen Wolves, they put their duo lane to the top.
He keeps on diving towards it. He's baited out the exhaust already. And just as the exhaust finished, Deathmark goes down. Bjergsen's going to get the kill. Flashes away from it. Realizes that no Requiem has just been used. He's safe.
And Bjergsen did so well to wait for that exhaust. He timed it out a couple seconds, then jumped on as it was wearing off. Manages to pick himself up the second kill, but Alex is keeping up in CS. That's the important thing. Even though he's killed him twice and he's been out of the lane for that amount of time, he's only 10 creeps behind. Whereas we look at our top laners, there's a 25 CS difference between Singed and Renekton. And with a Kindle Gem and that Chain Armor, Godbro's going to be in trouble.
But look at Genja, the damage he's been able to put down towards Godbro there. He's going to clear out this bottom wave. And, interestingly, it's the fact that Alex Inch actually picked Karthus into the Z. He knew he was going to be up against it. He knew he was probably going to lose the lane, but it wasn't the lane he was worried about. It's the end game he's really thinking about. He can win the game for his team.
That's correct. Lose your lane, win the game. That is the strategy right here. But it's because of what it's going to offer in the team fight phase. They know the towers will be done. They know that there's going to be 3-on-3, 4-on-4, 5-on-5 engagements. And Karthus is going to offer more to your team than Zed will in that regard. Because Zed can pop one person. But if he's popping Karthus, his damage is still going to come out as long as they position correctly. And that's why he picked Karthus. From beyond the grave, his DPS still goes down. And Bjergsen's found Edward.
Edward having to force the flash away from there. Rupture did come down from Svenskeren. but Bjergsen couldn't quite finish him off and avoided the damage. Let's look across the board. You can see Alexic has fell behind a little bit on Bjergsen in terms of CS. Obviously, the gold advantage will be with Bjergsen because he has those 2 kills. It's just 500 gold towards him, but look at the difference in the top lane. It's over 1,000 gold already built up. Godbro just 27 CS to Darian's 63.
Very big difference right now, and Godbro's going to be relying entirely on his Insanity Potion for those statistics to help him in team fights, and that's on a fairly long cooldown, give or take. Double checking now. That's actually not too bad. It's about 1.5 minutes, so we'll see how that pans out. From the side, though, it does look like Diamondprox and Darian are coming to play with Bjergsen.
Yeah, they seem to be having a little bit of fun together, the dog and the crocodile, but instead, it looks like the crocodile's going to stay in his natural environment and stick around the river.
So he's going to be able to just swim himself back up to top lane and try find the mad chemist of Singed to play with. 30 CS advantage, and Godbro not having a very good time with Singed. If, however, he can get himself towards that Rod of Ages or some additional statistics, it's definitely going to help him out. But he has found Darian.
He has found Darian, and well, Godbro, he's popped that ultimate, and there you go. The Insanity Potion, as you mentioned, is going to be used every time that fight gets remotely close to happening. And Darian didn't really want a piece of it just yet, but he does burn it down, which means we might see Diamond taking a return visit to that top lane in a second.
So that Insanity Potion felt a little bit premature from Godbro. He's got Ghost and Flash as summoners, remember, so he's not really looking to get kills with like a Ghost Ignite type of build. And Darian has prioritized HP and then armor, so that Poison Trail is really going to be chunking him down fairly hard as his magic resist numbers are not that high just yet. We'll see how well Godbro plays that lane out, because at the moment, Darian is playing fairly passive against him.
Well, the Diamond is heading down towards the bottom now. He's going to see Svenskeren, though. Instead, looks like he's heading towards Bjergsen, who's just warded out that river bush, and he gets spotted straight out. So they know they have a 3-on-2 advantage in this bottom lane now.
And we'll see if they want to pick this fight. We know that Gambit are not afraid to go aggressive, and Deficio messes that grasping route out completely.
He's going to land the ultimate. The crescendo comes back out, but look at that bullet time landing across him. Darian will get chopped on. Svenskeren's the one that picks up the kill there, feasting him down.
That feels like a smart cast failure from Deficio, but he manages to make up for it with that ultimate. Knocks up Gambit, Genja, and Edward into the air, and then, of course, following it up with Tessa's Chain of Corruption. We've seen some great chains coming out of them earlier today, locking up multiple members of the team. What we do see, though, is the Ninja moving to the top lane. Bjergsen wants to pick up some blood on Darian. 2 assists, 0's death, and here they go.
Remember, he's never really on his own. He's going to get dived on. The death mark comes through. The Requiem could follow through if he gets enough damage on towards Godbro. Is it, though? I don't think it is. The Ignite's going to be running. There's no point using it. It's wasted.
There's not enough ability power from Requiem with level 1 and the AP that it's got. It's only hitting for around 300 damage before resistances. And with the fact that Singed had that, regen boost from his ulti if he wanted to, it was going to work out well. But we do see Godbro sort of farming behind the turret, and Diamondprox is just going to run up there and say, well, would you mind leaving?
Yeah, and he's actually going to put the Wither down and maybe go aggressive on this one. He could try and go there. If he actually landed a Q, a couple of shots, Alex could turn it over the Requiem, but they're going to save it again. Remember, the Dragon will be spawning in around about 2 or 3 minutes' time, so that's what they want.
So well played by Copenhagen Wolves to at least pick up that kill in the top lane and get a little bit of extra CS for Godbro. He's closed that gap now from 30 to a mere 13. So that's a very, very big difference, and it's definitely going to be helping him out. You can see with the damage that Bjergsen's putting down, they can, make some plays and pick up some kills. I want to see how they work in team fights, because we've been seeing the combo of Godbro, Shen, following Stand United into a team fight. This time around, it's going to be a lot more simple. He's literally going to run in there and fling someone over his shoulder.
Since that 1v1 has turned around, Godbro has definitely worked his way back into this very well. Darian kind of needed the help a little bit more from Diamondprox. He's still got that 20 CS advantage, but Godbro's definitely working his way back into this one. Svenskeren's helped him out against Darian. We do see Darian possibly heading back down towards the Dragon. It has just about spawned, I believe.
Yeah, correct. So it is alive there. You can see the little image on the minimap, and we'll see if they're going to fight for this. There's actually vision for both teams in and around the Dragon, so they're both aware that it's up. But there's no global presence in terms of Stand Uniteds or teleports from either of the champions. So we'll see who has better positioning. Diamondprox is placing additional wards in and around, and you know that Gambit like to control the Dragons. So Copenhagen Wolves should be thinking about this, should be talking about this, and positioning for an engage if they would like to challenge.
Seeing whether they can counter with anything. Spirit Fire down there. Edward comes in with Darian, and they should be taking this one away. The rest of Wolves are going to react to this, though. You just see up the top there, Bjergsen, he takes a Wither from Diamond, and they do back off this one. Diamond had already used his ultimate as well.
So he was burned in the top lane. line, though, there's a fight between Godbro and Darian.
Yeah, Darian's got his ultimate running, as does Godbro, but it's back and forward action, very even between the two as well. Remember, with Bjergsen there, he can throw that ultimate straight on towards Alex Ich, and he doesn't want a piece of it. Instead, he's gone towards Diamond. The exhaust comes out. They may try and turn this one back on towards Bjergsen. He's taking a hell of a lot of damage. He's going to try and get away from it, but the Alex Ich flashes in with a Defile running. Alex Ich is going to go down, but it's 1-for-1. Straight exchange, and Diamond Prox also gets in there, but it's a very even fight in that lane.
So it was very even, but I have to question Bjergsen. He used his ultimate on Nasus instead of Karthus. So if they managed to get Karthus down earlier, they may have been able to trade somewhat more efficiently in that particular setup. We're looking at the bottom lane for a second. It's something we haven't looked at much of at all. 0-2-1 for the test. He's been shut down by Darian and Diamond Prox when they've gone for those ganks, but he's farming well. He's only 15 CS behind, and he does have that Blade of the Ruin King completed.
Yeah, Darian, it tells me that he's actually starting to struggle in that top lane. I don't think he can fight Godbro right now in a one-on-one because he's got that Rod of Ages pretty much complete. We saw that fight happening earlier on, and Darian actually was coming out worse.
Yeah, it's because of the fact that his magic resist simply isn't high enough. He's prioritized to survive against Zed and against Varus, and obviously that poison trail is just going to chunk him down. But the damage onto the test was great there. The double up as well as an auto attack really chunking him down.
That Bloodthirster doing work right now against the test, and that's going to force him to stay quite a distance away. Tribush Ward will show that you can see Svenskeren coming in there, but they haven't actually reacted to him just yet. Of course, Edward does have that crescendo available along with Genji's bullet time, so it seems they're not too worried. This will definitely give them something to think about, though, because Bjergsen's heading down.
So Requiem was available if they were going to get jumped on. You can anticipate them trying to focus damage on the test to pick up a kill. But now with 4 members of the Wolves on the Dragon, they are standing on top of a ward. So Gambit are aware of this. This is going to be a 3 versus 4 because look at the positioning for Deficio on the test.
Oh, Genji actually interrupts himself there on the bullet time, used it off. Wolves, they hit and run very well there on the Dragon.
So I think Genji was trying to steal the Dragon with a bullet time there, realized it wasn't going to happen, and then as he seen Zed, he went, oh, I actually don't want to get jumped on, so decided to run away. But ultimate blown, and the second Dragon of the game actually goes to the Wolves, and they, to be honest, just sauntered in there and picked it up, so well played to them.
Yeah, free Dragon for them. 5-3 currently in kills, and gold is just still with Gambit. Oh, that's going to be a nice route, and Edward's going to get turned on. The Chain of Corruption lands. He tries to throw out the crescendo, and the barrier comes out from the test. That's going to bait the Genji in. The test will go down. Can they get Genji in return, though? You're going to see the grasping roots come back in there. Svenskeren feasts on him. One more hit. Will it be enough? Gets the rupture in there. Gets exhausted. He's going to go on towards the turret. He's gone too deep for this one. He's going to get caught out. Diamond's going to come around. One more tower hit should be enough. Diamond Prox comes around, lands the Q. One more strike, and Diamond picks up the kill. It's a 2-for-2.
2-for-2 trade, and the Copenhagen Wolves need to focus on Genji before Edward. They threw everything they had at the support, and it just allowed Genji to right-click them to death the entirety of that battle. An even trade at the end of the day. Good play there from Svenskeren, again landing the ruptures that he needed to land, and even through the exhaust, he managed to secure that kill. So good trade for them, and they'll be relatively happy. The problem there is that the money is not going to the test. He's relying only on CS and those assists right now. He'd very much like a kill.
Yeah, the problem there also was that Alex Ich got one of those kills as well. He's now 3-for-3. And it's working out well. Darian's going to walk straight in towards Godbro. Godbro just flicks him back. Just like, nope. Just toying with you there.
You shall not slice, you shall not dice, and throws him back into the river. Puts him back in his natural habitat, as it were. Godbro, he's pulled himself back in, but he has not fallen behind in CS 139. Now he's been caught up by both Alex and Diamond.
Well, let's see what he can do here. Alex Ich with the Defile running, trying to get those layways down. And now he runs back in towards him and says, I'm not worried about a 2v1. Godbro in his natural habitat. He's happy on this champion. But Darian, he's actually chasing down Bjergsen.
So well played by Bjergsen. He actually baited out the ultimate there from Darian, forced him to do it. Now he's gone in.
Put the death mark down. Can he turn it in towards it? The Ignite does go down. Sunfire Cape is not going to be enough to save him. But it is, and he can't dive because he could have got stunned up on the turret.
Yeah, so he didn't want to take that stun to the face and take turret hits. But interesting again from Bjergsen, throwing the ultimate while Darian's ultimate was up. Diamond Prox realizes that it's down. Now he's moving to the top lane, and Bjergsen wisely is backing off. So he won't be in much trouble as he's managed to get away safely before Diamond is there.
So blue buff is back up, and it looks like it's going to be given across to Bjergsen for those cooldowns once again. And he's going to come around. So let's see if they collapse on towards his top lane. We do see Diamond and Darian both up there, ready and waiting to go. Instead, they are just going to back off. And so let's have a look at the lane changes. We've had a couple of changes around. The duo lanes stay down that bottom lane for a long time, but Godbro, he's been moved in towards his mid lane against Alexic.
So at the moment, Godbro, it's just a matter of where he can have the least pressure. He was pushing the top lane quite significantly and didn't want to overextend more than he needed to. And with the fact that the tower is still there in the mid lane, I feel like Copenhagen Wolves wanted to defend that tower more than anything else. So they just said, look, Godbro, play a meat shield, hang around as long as you can, use that ultimate to regen and just stay in that lane and protect that vision and that zone of control for us, because they are a tower down, which is why Zed has been moved to the top lane to push. But the Chain of Corruption's on Genja.
Chain of Corruption does land, but the crescendo follows straight up. It's going to be Genja this time focused on. They're not making the same mistake. They do manage to take him down. Requiem will come out, and he's now got enough ability power to drop down the test there. Can they turn it back around? And remember, the Requiem helps all across the map, and it looks like it's going to be Bjergsen will be the target. He's going to try and flash for the kill, but instead he's run away and he's baited him out. There goes the glue coming out. Is it going to be enough from the Godbro? He's going to get withered. Darian's coming back in towards this one. He has managed to regen a couple of hit points. Will it be enough? He could try and get the stun on towards Godbro. Yes, he does. Here comes Diamond though. The wither is back up. He can slice and dice, and he's trying to keep in front of Godbro, slowly but surely working him down. Flicks him in towards the tower. The poison. The tower hit comes in, and Godbro gets the kill. Fantastic play.
Such great play from Godbro. He got ahead of Darian, then turned around to fling him backwards, throw him towards the tower. Great micromanagement under all of that CC and all of that pressure to at least pick up a kill to get away with it. Bjergsen was taken out before, and in that bottom lane, we've seen again a development of the strategy, the Tess and Tefisho focusing down Genja, but underestimating the amount of damage that Requiem actually had.
Beautiful, beautiful play there. Alexic, of course, picked up that kill. Now that Zhonya's Hourglass is completed, it's going to give him a bit more ability power, and they're putting pressure on towards this middle turret. They may be able to chunk it down here, because remember, Diamond, with them Qs, he will be doing a heck of a lot of damage. There's the glue going down, dodges out of the rupture, and forces him away there, throws the wither on towards Godbro just to infuriate him as he tries to put his poison trail down. Didn't get that last CS.
Just missed that last one. I think we're being a little overly critical to point that out, but
it was because of the wither. It's good play.
In terms of that mid tower, though, they managed to save it, and I think that's the crucial thing. Getting in there, throwing enough bodies at the tower to prevent Gambit from picking up their second tower of the game, and it's just going to prolong this laning phase even further. Probably the longest laning phase we've actually had out of all of the games this weekend long. 23 minutes, and we still haven't seen a full-on sort of 5v5 engagement, and both teams being very happy just to continue CSing. Godbro playing very cheeky.
I mean, it's pretty strange for me. Wall of Pain's going to go down towards Godbro. There's a lot of late waste actually finding its target there on Godbro. Struck a good half of his hit points off. It seems strange to me that they did go for Darian on towards Bjergsen, because Bjergsen was having such an easy time of it against Alexic, and he's actually losing out. Whereas Godbro was actually having a pretty easy time of it against Darian. So it seems like they've changed the lanes to counter themselves.
Yeah, we'd have to talk to them and find out what the thinking is about that and why they decided to do that, because what it has also allowed is Alex just to free farm. He's never going to be under pressure from a Singed. What has happened though, Dragon has respawned. Copenhagen Wolves have 4 of the members down here, a little bit all over the place. 2 higher up the river, 2 lower down. And Vision is on the Drake. Currently the advantage is for Gambit because they can see it and they have the numbers advantage. But will the Wolves challenge?
Looks like they're thinking of a trade here. Bjergsen's still stuck in that top lane, and actually looks like Darian is going to respond and go back up towards there. They took the Dragon down, no problem. So this time it's Gambit. So it's 2 for 1 in terms of Dragons between the teams, and Darian does go back up towards Bjergsen, gets the stun on him in this top lane, and Bjergsen can't win that trade.
No, Bjergsen decides to jump away to safety. He was thinking about tanking it up for as long as possible. Darian actually pops his ultimate to do 2 things. Clear the way very, very quickly, and also put a lot of extra damage down onto Bjergsen. So if Bjergsen stuck around, he would have been able to pick up that kill. Why as he backs away? Godbro eats another wall of pain, and those little skittles don't taste so nice when they're coming from comms.
Yeah, those laneways definitely starting to do a lot of damage now from Alexic. He's built up past that sticky period, it is really. Look at that, slice and dicing from Darian. He's clearing those waves much quicker than before with that Sunfire Cape on him. He's got the Mercury Treads as well. Bjergsen has backed off. It looks like he's going to return back to the top lane now. So, second Blade of the Rune King also complete, as well as a Black Cleaver now for Bjergsen. He's going to have a heck of a lot of damage. He may be able to take Darian down now.
So we'll see how that Armor Shred works against the Sunfire Cape. It is obviously going to help him out a lot. But talking about that second Blade of the Rune King, that is a very, very important pickup, because both Renekton and Nasus are melee champions who need to be in range of you chasing you down. And if both Zed and Varus can throw their blade actives onto respective champions, slow them down and get away to safety with that additional movement speed, it's definitely going to pay dividends in that sort of kiting teamfight battle that they'll be wanting to have.
Yeah, you can see Darian does return to lane. Let's see if he wants to take a piece of this. Doesn't look like it.
Gonna be Darien keeping them at bay. Let's have a look towards their mid lane. Of course, the turret did just go down. Diamondprox took down that mid turret. Does make it 2-0 in turrets for Gambit right now, which continues to keep their gold advantage at 5,000. And Alex Nitch now finally coming back in towards that mid lane. First turret of the game for the Wolves as well. That's the bottom turret. And Genja, Gambit seem to me they're happy to hold these lanes as long as possible right now. They're not rushing to finish a game.
So the Copenhagen Wolves, I hope they understand how far they are behind right now, because if they feel like they're close, they may, lose a team fight that they expect to win. Bjergsen looks with it, but he's not as he jumps in on Darien.
He puts the death mark down and he's going to go aggressive. He may well be able to chunk him out, but the death mark doesn't turn it. Darien does use his ultimate at the last minute, but Bjergsen had already turned.
So he manages to get away, and like I said, in that particular engagement, there was a graphical bug which has been resolved thanks to that ultimate. Bjergsen is no longer being permanently with it,
yeah.
But very importantly, he forces the ultimate out of Darien, which is on a much longer cooldown than his, and he forces him out of that particular lane. So he's going to carry on CSing and trying to put some additional pressure on this top lane tower. Gambit 2-1 in terms of the towers, and they've currently got map pressure, because of course they've got all that extra vision.
So another turret going down, and that does make it 3,000 gold difference between the two. Bjergsen is there, but there is a dog and a crocodile bearing down on him. If he sticks around in that Troy bush a little bit longer, he's going to go around the backside of Darien. He knows Darien's ultimate's down, and his ultimate is now back available.
So we'll see if he can pick this one up. Blade of the Ruin King is about to come off cooldown. Bjergsen is waiting for that. He's going to need a full burst. In the mid lane, though, we've seen Tafisha's ultimate being used just to defend, and there's the jump on Darien.
Deathmark goes down. He should have enough to pop in this time around. Yes, he does. Second time at trying, or effectively fourth time at trying. Bjergsen does finally take down Darien.
So thinking about that, you have to remember that he did that engagement a couple minutes ago. It was all part of the plan. He wanted that to happen. Now with the numbers advantage, the rest of the Wolves are going to try put some pressure on this mid lane, but look at the wave clear there. From that Spirit Fire and the Defile, it just shreds minions, and they can save their tower for a couple minutes longer.
Diamondprox thinking of going in towards Godbro there, seeing if he can get a little bit of poke. Bjergsen's getting some free push along that top line. Genja is coming back in towards the mid lane, so Gambit's starting to gather now, but Alex Nitch is going to have to go up to the top and deal with Bjergsen.
So Deathmark is almost available for Bjergsen. If Alex sticks around, expect Bjergsen to jump onto his head and try pick up his 5th kill of the game. That gold difference is now only 3,000 gold, thanks to that tower going down and the extra kill in the side of the Wolves. But at the time being, things are still very, very close, and we still haven't seen a concerted team fight. This has been little skirmish battles, little one-on-ones and 2v2s, and the Wolves, they're fairly happy to play the game, but it feels like the Gambit are too. They're just going to say, well, we'll happily farm because we feel that our late game's going to be better.
I kind of feel like I'm watching Evil Geniuses, to be honest, because we're nearly at the 30-minute mark and not a great deal has happened.
No, not at all. And it's one of those things where, you know what, the game, it means quite a lot to Gambit. They do want to, that preferred seed of going into the playoffs first. Obviously, they're not making any mistakes right now. It's definitely different to what we've seen out of them earlier in the day as well. So we'll see how this particular match plays out, but right now, it's still close enough.
Well, pride is definitely at place here, and they want to get that first place. Wall of Pain getting thrown down on towards Godbro. Godbro does throw him back in, but the Defile is running. It looks like he may well have enough damage. The lay waste is not quite doing enough damage that he'd like to on Godbro, and he's just slowly being picked off. Here comes the test, comes back in. They're going to get the assist just at the right time. Sonia's Hourglass, that's just going to be a pain in the backside. He's flashed! Can he get away from it? He throws the Wall of Pain back down. The Ghost, the glue! And there goes Chain of Corruption to finish him off. Nearly got away with it.
But that flash managed to get the Ghost out of Singed as well as the Chain of Corruption out of the test just because of the timing. Such great play. The top lane, Darien has stunned up Bjergsen.
Darien goes in for this one. He has got his ultimate running. That Deathmark is going to pop, though. It's going to put a lot of damage down. And Bjergsen once again picks it up just before the dog returns to lane. He's going to come back in. Will he throw the Wither in towards Bjergsen? No, he can't win that duel.
Yeah, Diamond is like a dog with a bone chasing Bjergsen, but he's never going to be able to catch it, unfortunately, because of how mobile Bjergsen is with that Shadow Clone and his flash. What it does mean Svenskeren and the rest of the crew have put pressure on this mid lane, and they pick up their 3rd turret of the game.
It seems to me that as soon as that Ryler's Crystal Staff was turned out by Godbro, they've just said, right, time to actually play. We have our build ready, and they've taken down that mid turret. So gold advantage is slowly but surely being clawed back by the Copenhagen Wolves. They're just 1,500 behind now, and they're going to steal away that blue buff as well from the Gambit.
So making sure that Alex does not get the Gambit's blue buff and get all the cooldown reduction and mana regen. And at the moment, with positioning on Dragon, Copenhagen Wolves are going to see if they can pick up the next Drake. It's something that we've seen contested between the two teams, but Bjergsen, he's just split pushing at the moment.
He can't fight this one. The turret's going to go down. Deathmark is available in just a moment, and Bjergsen's going to shred Alex Itch straight down there and just walk away like nothing ever happened. I don't think Requiem's quite got enough on it. No, and that is another safe kill for Bjergsen.
Even more impressive, Bjergsen didn't even need Deathmark for that. He only used the active of that Blade of the Ruined King and auto attacks. Keep in mind, he still doesn't even have spell vamp, lifesteal. So if he even had a Vamp Scepter outside of the Blade of the Ruined King, he would have been getting even more life back from something like that.
Absolutely disgraceful. A 17-year-old should not be that good at League of Legends, but he is. He's definitely a fantastic player right now in that mid lane. Bjergsen really making everyone else look bad at this game.
Well, he's fantastic. Why not? There was a couple of threaded Reddits. Reddit threads. Man, it's been a long day. Reddit threads talking about like who would be the MVP for Europe or for NA over the course of the season. And you'd have to think that Bjergsen would be hotly contested for one of those positions, you know, if not the best player of the league, because he's consistently destroying arguably the best in the business here in the LCS.
He's one of the players that really can carry his team as well to victory a number of times. Struggled, though, against Evil Genius's Syndra last game. And as it stands, Gambit, they are being very, very aggressive in this mid lane. Make It Rain comes down. They do manage to get the pump. Here comes Bjergsen running down mid lane, but Alex Itch is also there, but he's being separated. Godbro's jumped on towards Alex Itch. They're going to turn around, try and get on towards Alex Itch. He's had to use the exhaust, which is important because now Bjergsen's just off the side there. The rest of the team, Crescendo comes across, but Chain of Corruption immediately replies. There's going to be the bullet time. That didn't really land either. This is very, very close between the two teams. Darian is going to get the death mark. That's going to pop him down. Bjergsen picks that kill up. And now they can turn full on aggression in towards Gambit. They're going to try and catch on towards them. Deficio thought about getting a grasping roots off there. Insanity Potion still running on Godbro as well. But the rest of the Copenhagen Wolves turned a very good fight there against Gambit.
Such great kiting play there from Copenhagen Wolves. They simply didn't stand tightly together enough or to take too many auto attacks from Diamond Prox and Darian. So a very, very good positional play. That's the reason they won that team fight. Bjergsen, he's just going to go straight back to split pushing up in the top lane. He's effectively playing like we see xPeke play Zed. He might get encroached upon by Diamond and Edward, but he can pop one of them because he does have his ultimate available.
There's an Oracle on Edward as well. Maybe even go towards Diamond Prox. He didn't use his ultimate in that last fight, remember, so he does have that death mark available if anyone were to step in towards that death bush that he's currently residing in. Oh, he sees him. He's going to be tanking up. I'm not too sure if he's got enough to take Diamond down, though, because he's got that Age of the Legion as well as the Glacial Shroud. Yeah, he sees, just tries to get the poke, and he got the gold as well.
How cheeky is that? Steals away the double golem. He was doing the math in his head, I feel. Clicked on Diamond Prox and said, well, he's got the locket, he's got this much armor, this much HP, can I do it? And in the end decided that Diamond was going to be able to shine bright like only Diamond can, and he decided to back off.
You've had that song in your head all goddamn day, and he finally puts it into the commentary. Would you believe it? Well, at least Rihanna would be pleased. But as it stands, Godbro, he's been split pushing that bottom lane. The top lane was being split pushed by Svenskeren, and now they got a problem to deal with because they were moving up to deal with Bjergsen, but it doesn't matter because he's gone, and now Godbro is pushing on towards his bottom turret. They've got to rotate around as quick as possible.
So well played by Copenhagen Wolves. They're playing the map, but they need to be very, very careful of a 5-man stack from Gambit. It's a scary, scary prospect, and they don't have the numbers to really defend an entire wave. However, if Cho'Gath and Zyra get some good control of those minions, they can clear waves very, very quickly. So that's where the focus will be in terms of defending a Gambit siege. But Godbro decides to back away as soon as Genja shows his face in lane.
It's a very large cheeky chappy of Svenskeren as well, and Gentleman Cho'Gath. And ooh, look at that. Bjergsen thought about going down, but they may go for this one. We see Godbro, is he going to move towards this one? Do they want the fight? They have a giant creep wave in that top lane. He's going to continue pushing, and Alex, Itch, and co. looks like they're heading towards the Baron.
So it looks like they want to apply pressure here on Baron Nashor. There are a couple of wards around. And Copenhagen Wolves are going to be aware of this. Take a look at the rupture that's going up. This is going to be a 4 versus 5. Copenhagen Wolves are thinking about it, and Godbro is actually moving over towards them. So keep an eye on that mini-map as to who is going where. The moment Godbro steps closer to that mid lane, you can anticipate a fight. But Bjergsen has the ability ability to pop anybody. He can remove one of those members from the game. He might find Genja.
Yeah, if Genja was stepped across that way, then he would cause problems. He may try and come around the backside of him, you know. Look at this. He's sat ready and waiting. He has got Guardian Angel. Now Alexic has shown himself in the top lane. They've just pinged him. They said, he's up there. Let's go for this one. And Genja realizing the danger. He's backed away, but he's going to be back in lane. They haven't gone for it. Instead, they're going to put pressure in the mid lane, and they should be able to tank this one through. Instead, they don't go for it. They're keeping the wave pressure, but the pressure is almost certainly coming from the Wolves right now.
Yeah, they're the ones applying it all. They've got a gold lead now, thanks to the split pushing, thanks to the Dragon that they picked up a little bit earlier as well. And now, you know, this is going to be their 5th turret of the game. They have a 3-tower advantage over GAMBIT. They are simply playing the map better. GAMBIT don't necessarily have the best sieging team. You know, melee champions plus Misfortune, it needs to get very close range to deal damage to towers.
Oh, look at this.
God, bro, he's managed to catch Diamond Prox, thrown him backwards, and here's the fight.
The bait comes out. There's going to be the Chain of Corruption landing onto Diamond, but they're throwing everything towards the tank right now. You can see Darian, he's gone very deep. Godbro tries to get in there, tries to cause as much problem. Is the poison tick going to be enough? And now Bjergsen joins the fight. They're coming around. Alexic with that defile uses the Zhonya's Hourglass, but will he be able to get away from it? No. Deathmark was enough to take him down. Requiem will come out from Alexic, but the rest of the team are not laying down enough damage. And now Genja, he's just off the side. Has used finally bullet time. No! It got instantly interrupted there by the silence from Sven Skeren. Very well played there. And the glue gets on towards Genja. Guardian Angel wasn't popped, but a great fight once again for Copenhagen Wolves, picking up a 2-for-0.
2-for-0, and the kiting power again. Deficio's Stranglethorns knocked up everybody from Gambit. It split them completely. Even though it didn't get a 5-man knockup, it affected 5 players because they couldn't get in range. We were talking about how they're a kiting team and they need to control the map. You can see this in the pickups. Darian's got a Thorn Mail because he's so afraid of Bjergsen and the Test that he's just like, well, I need the armor and I need to be able to deal with these 2 guys. What it does mean is everyone else is now going to be focused because they have to leave Darian to last. It's going to take a long time to burst through that much armor and that Thorn Mail.
Well, Genja's Guardian Angel didn't get popped there, but you saw the amount of damage that could come out, and that was the Zhonya's Hourglass also used up by Alexic. The Requiem followed, and now it looks like Copenhagen Wolves are going to try and take advantage of the situation and push straight on towards the Baron here. Diamond Edward does have that Oracle on, but I'm not too sure he wants to get close to this one because he could get dropped and taken down by Bjergsen incredibly fast. And that is the Baron picked up for free there by the Copenhagen Wolves. Definitely pressure all over Gambit right now.
I really like the item pickup here from Bjergsen as well. We keep talking about the kiting and the ability to control. Godbro has got Riley's Crystal Scepter for the slow, so he's going to be applying, you know, that debuff to the movement speed. Then you have Bjergsen, who's got a Phage and that Giant's Belt, which will most likely become a Frozen Mallet. So it helps him survive the burst that comes down from Karthus, and it gives him the on-hit slow from the Frozen Mallet. The Tess is very close to finishing up his Guardian Angel as well, so he's got a good item advantage over Genja in these upcoming fights. So Copenhagen Wolves looking very, very strong here.
You know, I'd absolutely love to see what Godbro's KDA has been over the last few weeks because he just doesn't die. 105 yet again here.
It's definitely improved. I mean, you think of his Shen performances and just how godlike he is with that. And is his team helping him? But here goes Bjergsen.
They're trying to dive on towards Bjergsen this time around. Deathmark on Genja doesn't quite pop. Oh! His Guardian Angel gets popped and Bjergsen gets away with it. Edward, no, Requiem's going to be enough to finish him off there. Edward was just hanging around thinking, should I steal it? Maybe not.
But very, very importantly, the Guardian Angel is down. Darian's picked the fight and he stunned up the Test.
Darian's trying to get in towards it, has to dodge out the Rupture, and the Chain of Corruption lands on towards him as well, but the rest of the team are going to try and push forward for this one. Remember, that was a Baroned up Bjergsen as well that got pinned out there. Copenhagen Wolves a little bit sloppy on that play.
Yeah, they were a little bit outnumbered, and I don't think they were anticipating the play from Darian to just dive right in there. So they do manage to get away without losing any more players in that mid lane, but the death timers are starting to climb very, very high. 45, 50 seconds for Bjergsen, slowly ticking down. For the time being, it's Gambit with a little bit of map presence and obviously the numbers advantage.
I just saw Deficio's like, come on, you can do this, Bjergsen. Give him to hyping him up there. Because frankly, while Bjergsen went down, he still managed to take Genja's Guardian Angels down in that fight, which is actually a win in that situation because he's back alive in 7 seconds time. And that Guardian Angel, that's a good minute or two away.
So it's a 5-minute cooldown in total, and he just died a little while ago, so he'll need to make sure he brings himself back into this matchup. If they can jump on Genja in the next fight with that death mark, he will go down and it will allow the Test to just clean house with all of his damage. Copenhagen Wolves are stacking up here in the mid lane. They want to make use of the Baron buff for the last third of the time remaining, and we'll see if they can perform a successful siege shot on this mid inner turret.
Well, the poke is there. The rest of Gambit are going to have to start gathering together. They realize Godbro is just off at the side. Edward is trying to poke out a little bit there. But as it stands, Svenskeren, well, he's going to get caught by that wall of pain. Spirit Fire comes down. They just force them away, though, and the siege continues.
So the wall of pain dissuades the Copenhagen Wolves members from moving forward. They don't want to lose that magic resistance and then get shredded by the Sun Fire Cape and the ultimates of Nasus and Renekton. So instead, they stayed behind it, they hung out, and they waited. And this is going to be the story of the next couple of minutes, because Copenhagen Wolves, they want to make use of the regen from Baron, and the Guardian Angel is completed for the test. Pay careful attention to Fisio. He's rooted Diamond, but that's not who they want. Gambit are not feeling happy about this fight.
Yeah, they're going to see that turret getting poked down. The Rupture comes down. It was Darium that was caught there, and Svenskeren was just standing by the side of Fisio, defensive duties for that giant dino there. And Svenskeren, well, he's going to walk away with a cup of tea in hand. The glue gets thrown out. Godbro wants to try and force it. Great interrupt, though, straight away. Wall of Pain and Wither pouring onto Godbro. They didn't want anyone getting flipped.
Yeah, you are not going anywhere with those two slows getting put on you, but it's very important. If Godbro can pull the Wither out early, it'll buy a couple extra seconds of safety for the test to avoid it being on him. And if you look, he hasn't built any additional attack speed outside of that Blade of the Ruined King, so he's relying on his passive and just a couple of those daggers in the blade to really allow multiple on-hits.
So, let's have a look across the board. Let's try and take count of the situation. Gambit, at one point, were 4,000 gold ahead of Copenhagen Wolves. Now, the Wolves are 5,000 gold ahead of Gambit. They are 16-8 up in kills, they are 6-2 up in turrets, and the Dragons trading back and forward very evenly across the board. Alex Ich with Requiem is going to be very strong now. He's got that Rabadon's Death Cap complete, along with the Zhonya's Hourglass, Rod of Ages, and Void Staff. So that Requiem will do a lot of damage if it lands. We are coming up to the 40-minute mark, so one of these big fights will be a decisive fight. Guardian Angel's now picked up by the Tess is going to help him out. He's got Last Whisper along with Bjergsen. They've both got Blade of the Rune King. Infinity Edge also built up by the Tess. He has so much damage if he's left to the side, and being that Bjergsen's going to be the focus, he is going to get that free damage.
So crucially, because of the positioning that we are on in the map, even if Gambit win a very big team fight, it's going to take them a lot longer to get to the opposition side of the map, to take down the inner turret and then the inhibitor turret. If, however, the Copenhagen Wolves pick up a victory, obviously because of how much closer they are to their enemy side of the base, it'll play into their favor. One thing that we do have to point out is the upgrade for Godbro's boots. He's gone for Distortion, and he's run in there onto Alex. With Ghost and Flash and Distortion, the cooldowns are both reduced, and the Wolves, they've caught him out!
They caught on towards Edward there, and he got taken very low. That may well force the fight in towards the bottom turret. Are they going to switch towards the mid turret? You can see just keeping them at bay, both ends there, but it's definitely keeping Gambit guessing here. Edward has gone back. He's going to return back to lane. Full health from the fountain, but, well, Copenhagen Wolves, they're just showing the danger there.
Yeah, exactly. As soon as one Grasping Root lands, you can see how much DPS goes down. Genja does eat, Genja eats one of those Shadow Shurikens to his face, drops a little bit of HP, spins, hanging around, gets a knock up onto Alex. You're going to wait for the engage, because one of those abilities, you'll hear the team say, go, and all of a sudden, everyone's going to dive. But as long as Bjergsen is split pushing and not there, obviously the Copenhagen Wolves, they're just running interference. They're just trying to keep Gambit in place and allow their split pushing master to keep control of the map.
Yep, Bjergsen pushing back along that top lane. It's actually Genja that's going to deal with him, which is a scary situation for him. Guardian Angels is back available, though, so he's going to feel relatively comfortable. Godbro does return to the bottom lane as well. He shoves that one back on, and everybody in the Copenhagen Wolves prepares for the next fight that will happen, and it's going to be on the Baron.
A lot of money to spend as well. Almost every member with about 1,500 or more gold to spend. So they're just going to head back, earn them, spend some of that hard-earned cash, and just start running back to the respective positions. 30 seconds on the clock for Baron Nashor, 43 seconds on the clock for Dragon. And you can see Gambit, they're starting to ward up in position. This is definitely going to be the next objective, and whoever picks that up, you have to feel will have the power needed to grab an inhibitor.
Gambit realizing the situation. They've quickly shoved straight down that mid lane, trying to clear out as much as they can. They need to try and get across towards that Baron. They've got 8 seconds left. There's an Oracle on Edward. He's trying to clear out any wards. Wolves didn't actually get any of the Oracle, any wards actually around that river, so despite the fact they went back, they didn't make use of their time very well there.
So this was one of the problems they had against Evil Geniuses earlier in the day. Their vision was not necessarily the strongest, but they caught onto Diamond. He's been flung backwards, and here's the fight from the Wolves.
They're going to have a 5v3 here, because you can see the Baron is actually being fought over. Crescendo comes out. Gambit are actually in the middle of taking the Baron down. Can they get it in time? That's the question. I'm looking for the buff, and there it is. They've picked up the Baron now, and the rest of the team coming around, but but they've already lost 2 members, and that is going to be the Diamond and Darian, both taken down. Big, important defensive units there. Copenhagen Wolves are going to push straight up and get the inhibitor.
Now, without the Crocodile and the Dog, the question is, can they defend 5 versus 3? Copenhagen Wolves are making a beeline for this mid lane. They're onto the turret, and it's busy being tanked up by Bjergsen. Not the greatest of targets. He's just going to jump to safety. The turret is down, and their attention is going to be on the inhib. Let's see if a bullet time or a crescendo comes out from Gambit. Wolves may even try finish. They have a numbers advantage here.
They have a tankiness as well, and honestly, I don't think there's really the damage from Gambit to try and prevent them doing this one. You can see, actually, Deathmark goes in. Genja's going to get his Guardian Angel popped, but will it be the death of Bjergsen? He gets away with absolutely nothing. Alex Itch is going to go down. Requiem will surely come out. He's going to pick up 2 targets from this one, maybe 3. No, doesn't get Godbro. He's too tanky, but it holds off the Nexus turret for just a little while longer.
So that single death, as well as the Requiem, was enough to actually save them from losing more Nexus turrets. But 1 Nexus turret was killed, as well as the mid turret and that inhibitor. Even though they've got the Baron on a couple of their members, you have to feel that the Wolves are still in the driving seat. They've been split pushing the whole time, and now their minions will do it for them. Their minions will all have additional HP and take control of the map. Gambit are grouped up in the middle, and they might try force a 5 versus 4.
Looks like it's going to be Darian rushing straight down for that Dragon. He may even try and take the bottom turret as well. See what advantage they can take from it. There's a big creep wave in the top lane that somebody's going to deal with from Copenhagen Wolves. It will be the Dragon, so they're trying desperately to keep that gold advantage slightly degraded against the Copenhagen Wolves right now. It's going to be 5,000 gold between them. That bottom wave is also going to get shoved in. Diamond Prox, meanwhile, is keeping Godbro very busy in that mid lane. So, 19-9 now. Copenhagen Wolves with the advantage over Gambit. If only they would have beaten Evil Geniuses, it could have been a fight for 4th place.
Yeah, definitely would have been taking that 4th place, but unfortunately, that isn't the case. What they are doing now is they're almost pushing FNATIC into that 1st place position. I talked about it very, very early on, the damage threats that were coming out of Copenhagen Wolves, and with the Fisher having that cages, like you pick another Leandri's Torment, he's now all of a sudden a lot of their magic damage outside of, you know, Singe just eating that poison trail. Those plants and all the damage that Zyra puts down is also going to need to be a factor to be considered by the Gambit.
Look how aggressive Gambit are being, though, despite the fact that they did really have a fight in their inhibitor turret. They're shoving straight down the mid lane here. They may be able to get this inner turret. Bjergsen was off at the top lane. They realize that fact, and they're going to get in and tank it.
So great play there by Deficio, slowing up at least Diamond Prox on his approach. And of course, the Andrews is going to be hurting them quite hard. Remember, this is going to be a 4 versus 5 if they pick the fight, because in the top lane, Bjergsen's pushing.
Bjergsen's going to carry on pushing, and actually the rest of the Copenhagen Wolves, they're not letting them back off here. Instead, Bjergsen's going to get all of this free time to keep on pushing. The rest of Gambit have to walk the entire way because the Wolves are hot on their heels and going to keep chasing down. They do clear out that wave, though. And, well, the rest of Wolves now, they're following the super minions up the middle.
Yeah, look at the positioning here for the Wolves. They've got them out positioned. Godbro has popped Insanity Potion. Ghost is about to become available for him. It was him that started the fight, not last time. We may see something similar. A massive wave of minions on this bottom lane means the Wolves are rotating around. They've caught out Edward.
They've caught
Look at the damage.
Oh, my word. They can see the volleys coming through. Everything's going thrown back towards him. He's already down at half hit points. He's going to have to be pinpoint accurate with that crescendo if they're to land it this time. Gambit just desperately fighting, fending them off from that mid lane. They ping super minions getting in towards that mid lane, and Copenhagen Wolves realize that Diamond is going to have to deal with them, and now they turn around. The moment the Diamond steps away from that lane, they go for the inhibitor turret. They're going to take it down, and now the damage is going to go on towards Darian. They flip Darian in there. He slices and dices across. Crescendo does manage to flip across the entire team, but Darian's so low right now. The focus is all on towards Darian. He's going to run away from this one, and now Alex Itch with that Bjergsen diving all over him. Bjergsen should be able to pop down Alex Itch. 1 member goes down, 2 members go down. Bjergsen gets on towards Genja. That Guardian Angel's not going to help much longer. The Tess is there. Requiem's going to come down, but Diamond Prox, one more snipe shot. No, he couldn't quite get the volley. Guardian Angel's going to come back up. Everybody's so low on Copenhagen Wolves right now. It was a 3-for-3 engage, and now they're chasing on towards the Tess. He turns it around, puts the volley down. Will it be enough? No, he gets shut down by Diamond Prox. It's a 4-for-3 trade. They didn't quite get the inhibitor, and now they have to fend off the super minions.
They did manage to get at the turret, and that's the important thing. The next time that fight happens, they will be able to pick it up. Super Minions are chasing onto Edward, and he's not actually going to be able to win out that fight. Forced to run for his life. Edward is now dealing with the minions in the top lane. Remember, they have extra HP, so it's going to be pushing against them. Copenhagen Wolves overstayed their welcome just a little bit, and GAMBIT did very well to survive as long as they did, but it was 4 for 3 at the end of the day, and they did lose the turret. So Wolves will be happy with that pressure.
Edward comes speeding out, trying to defend off that inhibitor. They don't want to let that one go down. Their mid lane inhibitor will be respawning very soon, actually. So those super minions, they're not going to last much longer up that mid lane. 2-minute timer you see come up for the Baron. That will be the next target of focus. And GAMBIT, they really need to clear out all of the lanes quickly.
So another epic here today on Super Week. 50 minutes and still going. 1 minute 40 seconds on the clock until Baron Nashor comes back up, and that's definitely going to be the next point of contention here. You can see the insanely high CS numbers. Mid laners, 470 CS apiece. AD carries, 410 to 436. Even our top laners are approaching 300. Hell, even Jungle Masters has 300 CS. With the amount of time that these two teams have been spending, this is probably one of the richest games we've seen all weekend long.
Yeah, you can see they're both at 82,000 right now and 78,000, so just 4,000 between them. That really doesn't equate for a great deal right now, because honestly, they are all approaching their 6 items. You can see 20,000 on Bjergsen now. That's being closed in also by Alexij. Both the AD carries, it's just 1,000 gold between them, but when you're talking 18,000, that 1,000 gold is not the biggest gap right now. So who is looking the stronger in terms of items between the two? We do see the Guardian Angels were popped by the test, but it is back available for Genja. That could be important in the next fight.
Definitely. They're going to be able to be that 6th man effectively if they pick a fight, and it looks like they're about to pick one. They've stunned up Svenskeren, and there they go.
Well, Darian went very aggressive there, but got caught out and couldn't quite get the stun down, and takes a hell of a lot of damage, and suddenly they're going to turn this one around. Godbro goes in, puts the Insanity Potion, ultimate comes out from Darian. There's the crescendo hitting across them, but Godbro, he's running around the entire team. There's Alexij, got a great defile, and Bjergsen goes deep, but immediately gets exhausted. He does manage to get the pop down. Requiem comes out from the rest of the team. That's going to do a hell of a chunk of damage, but Copenhagen Wolves are still continuing to chase this one out. The test manages to get a double kill. Can they chase through? Flash! Fling! Godbro, Genja gets down. It's a triple kill there. The test manages to get down. Darian's going to go down as well. That is going to be Svenskeren. Edward's being chased out. Has he got enough to poke down Godbro? No, he's going to fling him around, and now Edward has to get back to base. The inhibitors are respawned, but I think he might just be enough to finish it off. The test is allowed.
They've done it. They've done it. The Copenhagen Wolves have beaten GAMBIT. They have enough time to finish here. Svenskeren has got a lot of armor. He can tank. And look at the minion wave moving up here from the mid lane. Copenhagen Wolves kited and stayed alive for so long in the mid there. This is going to be the game. Copenhagen Wolves finished the weekend 4-1, only dropping a match to Evil Geniuses. They will place 5th in the league, but what a game. They have been giving it to GAMBIT all game long, and they are going to pick up the victory.
What a fantastic result there for the Copenhagen Wolves, finally taking down GAMBIT and giving FNATIC first place in the league for the final matches. And wow, another epic comes out there. 52 minutes. And, well, the hands get shaken. Great sportsmanship between these two teams. And, well, look at the scores. 10-6-8 Bjergsen, 486 CS, 420 CX for the test, 450 for Genja, 473 for Alexij. This was such a high kill rate game, high farm rate game. Things took a long time to get going, but boy, did they get going.
Yeah, exactly. Such a great, exciting, exhilarating match. And Evil Geniuses are going to need to be scared. Copenhagen Wolves are going to be coming into the playoffs, into that best of 3, fully aware of who their opponents are. And with that victory, the Wolves will be looking to make it to the semis.
And would you believe it, Godbro? He finally died, but just the once. Just the once. His KDA is incredible. So we are going to pass over to the analysis desk to take us through that epic. It was a 52-minute thriller. It's going to be Joe Meller and Jason Kaplan.
Thanks a lot, guys, and a thriller it definitely was there, Jason. Absolutely brilliant game. Copenhagen Wolves, wow. Last game of the season for them here, and my gosh. They're such a different team to what we start. I mean, they literally are a different team because of Bjergsen coming in. You have to wonder what would have happened if Bjergsen just 3 weeks earlier was 17.
They might be in the top of the tables, to be honest. And I think the Copenhagen Wolves should rename themselves to Bjergsen's Wolves, which is the way he's been playing. He's always been carrying his team. But I have like a half page of notes just from that game alone. I mean, we started off with Diamond getting a really nice gank onto that bottom lane with Darian, where he flashed in, got the stun, picked up a kill on a test, who just realized after his flash is down, you know, I'm not going to survive. I'm red pot at barrier. I'll just save it for another time. And then from there, it just kept going. But the whole story was something we saw back in Lille with out of Bjergsen. It's just let Bjergsen split push, just keep the rest of the team alive, don't fight, and then you'll end up winning these fights as the game goes on.
Yeah, and you have to give credit to the entire team there from Copenhagen Wolves. As Deman said, God, bro, this is a player who, at the start of the season, and even in the mid stages of the season, looked a bit shaky, to be honest. Looked to be a possible weak link in this Copenhagen Wolves lineup. But these last 2 weekends, well, I say last 2 weekends, he didn't play last week. So this weekend, he's looked so amazing. Died once in that game, 14 assists, got a kill in there as well. Was such a big impact player on that one. You've got Svenskeren in there as well, who his Jarvan's been amazing. The Zin that he played earlier on was awesome. The Cho'Gath here was perfect almost at 5-1-12 as well. And then, you know, you talk about the test. Not the best laning phase that he could have wished for, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But he finished on 426 CS, 7-5 for 9, making a massive impact on the game.
Yeah, they all did individually, and there was like this really long period of time where nothing was happening at all. And it was all because the Wolves were just trying to let their team farm up. Like, Godbro, they want to get a couple of items on him. But more importantly, they wanted Bjergsen strong enough to 1v1 anyone on the team, which you end up seeing or saw happening with Darren. He would just blew him up completely in one full combo. And from that, like, Wolves are like, okay, we can finally start doing something because we know no one on Gambit can really survive against this burst that we have out of Bjergsen. That was the story of the entire fight. And you know, as the game went on, it wasn't even Bjergsen that was the one that was shining through in the later team fights. It was all about, well, it was all about him stalling pretty much the back line of Gambit and letting the rest of his team pick up those kills. And you mentioned Godbro. Every initiate was out of him, and he created those opportunities for those fights to happen.
So let's have a look at the replays then. We've got 2 for you from that match because it was such a great one. And talk us through where we are at in the game and what's going on in this first one.
Okay, so we're 44 minutes in. You know, the Wolves have about a 5,000 gold lead, but the big thing is that we have a 2-man Baron happening out of Gambit, and the rest of the Wolves are trying to look for an engage here. And just as we mentioned, Godbro, he's the one that's going to start this thing off. So let's get the replay on your screen and show you exactly what happens here and why we wanted to highlight this replay, because it was all about Wolves catching Gambit off guard. So you see right here that the rest of the Wolves are pretty much trailing from behind. They're going to come in, and you have that 2-man Baron, like I was mentioning, happening over with Gambit, with Alex and Genji. So they're missing their major 2 damage dealers. And because of Godbro having that rallies, he gets the fling out of Diamond, and they're like trying to save him here, but you see on the Baron, they're still doing it. Like, they don't want to back off, they don't want to give it away. They think the team can escape here, but with the damage they have, with the CC they have, they're able to pick up these kills. And yeah, I mean, Gambit has Baron, but it doesn't matter because Wolves were able to pick up these kills and were able to, you know, take an advantage, take some more turrets, take an inhibitor turret, and we're able to finally close out the game because of that. Because this one fight right here, because that one decision that Gambit ended up choosing.
There's some interesting things in there as well, like putting the Ignite on Singed, for example, which not 100% sure if that's what they really should have been doing in that situation. But Godbro, as I said, we saw him really liking this Singe play early on in the season. It was pretty hit and miss, if we're being honest about it. It wasn't definitely right up there at the top, but this was, you know, perfect Singe play in there, you know, being right in the back, keeping the glue coming out there, flinging the targets for protection and also to get things going. Brilliant.
And more importantly, like, was the fact that he wouldn't die. Like, he would go in and out of the fights, take enough damage to, you know, you would pretty much force Gambit to attack him as much as possible, but then he would escape, come back into the game, or into the fight a little bit later when they said he pushed and gave him the extra regen he needed, not to mention the Spirit Visage on top of that.
Yeah.
And then it'd be even more annoying. And, you know, we mentioned him again because in this next replay we're going to show you another fling sets up this entire fight and pretty much causes the Wolves to end up taking the inhibitor yet again, almost finishing the game, but not quite.
Well, they did in the end, but let's have a look at this replay then, number 2.
All right, so it's 83,000 gold to 78,000, so the game's relatively close. Gambit, we're starting to make a push back into the game. 50 minutes in, I mean, that's really long. And the thing is, the Wolves know if they lost a fight here on their side of the map, the game would probably be over. Like, because Gambit could push down the entire base of the Wolves. So let's get the replay on your screen and show you what happens here, because there's a couple of really key plays, especially with Godbro, that really set up this entire fight perfectly. So Darren, he's going to take about half of his health in damage here just from being flinged in, being hit by the turret in the test, doing some really good damage to him. And this is something I want to show. So they call for the engage. You see Godbro, he's going to go into the backline with the Insanity Potion, and what he does is he's going to fling Alex Itch right into the ultimate of Deficio, and he's going to keep him inside of that. And because of it, they get the nice knock-up onto him. They pretty much mitigate a lot of his damage, and they're able to train the damage onto every member of Gambit, not to mention the Chain of Corruption coming in. It just locks them down perfectly. And Bjergsen, like I was saying before, he wasn't really like a star player as in the team fight. It's just he was a distraction. Like, he got Genji's Guardian Angel off right away. You see 4 members of Gambit fighting him, while Alex is left alone fighting the 4 members of Wolves. And if you look at the health bars, it's completely in favor of the Wolves, and they just continue this. They end up winning the fight. Bjergsen goes down, but honestly, it was worth it in the end, as they are going to be able to pick up that the ace, I believe it was, and finish off the game a couple fights later.
Yeah, really nice play from the Copenhagen Wolves, and we have to say, they're without doubt the most improved team here in the LCS.
Yes, yes.
I think there's no question about that. So let's give our MVP to this game. And again, it was a really hard one because of the various different things. We actually are going to have the test here for our next section. He's already waiting here off to the side, so I'm going to be careful what I say here for this one. But we're going to give the MVP over to Bjergsen, simply because he's made so many people think that Zed is easy to play from that game.
I thought it was easy. I don't know, I tried it once and it went terribly, but yeah, and the whole point of that, they let him farm long enough. Like, you see this happen so many times. They let him farm long enough so he could one-shot anyone in Gambit, but the thing is, he stalled the game long enough for that to happen. He stalled the game long enough for Godbro to get the items he needed, for the Test, who had a bad laning phase, to catch up. I mean, that's why we give him the MVP, and we mentioned before, Godbro, he played an extraordinary game, and we have to give him a little bit of a notice there, too.
Definitely, and Svenskeren, that Cho'Gath was in the right place at the right time. We saw some extremely clutch silences out of him in team fights and ruptures as well. So overall, again, I wish we sometimes had like a team MVP just to give them all one.
And I like how you mentioned Svenskeren, because we've highlighted him consistently in the weeks, saying his champion pool is very limited. He's running Jarvan's in, that's it. But he showed us this week his Nasus, he showed us his Cho. He can play other junglers, and he can really be impactful the way he needs to be for his team.
Well, congratulations once again to the Copenhagen Wolves. Definitely going to be wanting to bring that kind of game against EG next weekend in the playoffs. But that's it from us here from the analysis desk for now. We're going to go over to Sjokz, who's waiting with the MVP of that game, Bjergsen.
Thank you. I'm here with Bjergsen, the MVP. Bjergsen, I want to ask you, I was a little confused at the picks and bans because you guys banned out Shen. You had first pick, and that's a champion that Godbro is very comfortable of, and then you first picked Varus.
Yeah, I'm going to have to admit, we kind of choked in Champion Select. We wanted to ban Kayle instead of either Shen or Thresh, because we pretty much banned all the champions we wanted to play. So when we were going to first pick, we were like, they don't play Varus, we don't have to first pick Varus, but we don't have anything to first pick. But if we were going to ban Kayle instead of one of them, because Kayle makes Zed safer first pick or second pick. So we kind of fucked up, I'm going to have to admit it, but it worked out in the end.
All right, it went late game again, and that's when it gets scary against Gambit. They also had a Nasus and a Karthus who could just farm it up, so what was your strategy to not let them win?
When we got to late game, we already had a bunch of towers because we had the Zed split pushing, and it's just super strong because I could get so many towers, and Godbro could be farming bot lane, and we just had so many towers that we always had Baron control, we always had Dragon control, buff control. And when we got to late game, we had that advantage, and we could still win.
I interviewed Krepo before after he won against you guys, and he said, yeah, we have the mental advantage now going into the game, but then such a strong game against Gambit. How do you feel going into that best of 3 next week?
I would say we're feeling pretty confident. The game against EG, we did some obvious mistakes, and once Froggen starts getting snowballed on that Twisted Fate, there's no way back. And we did some obvious mistakes, we know what we can change, and we're really happy after this win against Gambit.
Thank you very much, Bjergsen. All right, Against All Authority showed us that they have no intention of exiting the LCS by bringing down EG on Friday. We all know underdogs are the most dangerous competitors, so can they do the same against Dragonborns? We will find out after the break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are joined on the analysis desk by the Tess from the Copenhagen Wolves. Very well played there.
Thank you, Deman.
No problem, no problem. We are going to go on towards some Twitter questions, which is why we've got the Tess on here. And the question was, what team do you think has the biggest chance of an upset in the playoffs, and why? And the playoffs, of course, coming up next week. Let's just remind you of those playoffs. It's going to be SK Gaming versus Against All Authority, and it's going to be the Copenhagen Wolves versus Evil Geniuses. And you will be, if you win that, going through to face FNATIC.
Yeah, so it's going to be hard. I mean, it's EG, and we just lost to EG today, so they're looking really strong. It's the only team we lost to in the Super League right now, so they're looking really strong. Like, the biggest upset is, I think it's pretty, like, straightforward. It's going to be AAA. Like, if they beat SK, it's going to be such an upset.
It would be a big upset. It'd be an upset for SK, and then it could be an upset for Gambit. But we got a couple of responses here, Jason, if you want to do the first one.
Yeah, sure. We have from @Robbie Mihal. Says he thinks the Copenhagen Wolves can cause the biggest upsets because they are very strong, just not as consistent. And, you know, I look at the consistent part. I think they've been playing really consistent the past couple of weeks.
And it gets me. I mean, you're obviously here, and you've had a fantastic week. You started 0-9, for God's sake.
Yeah.
And if you actually look at your score, I think you ended up going like 14-5 or something ridiculous like that. If that's not consistent, guys, I don't know what is.
And then you have to look at this, though. I mean, I can understand why he says the Wolves, because they went from 0-9 beginning of the season to potentially winning the playoffs. Like, that would be like the Cinderella story.
I mean, it is consistent. It's always consistent. We were consistently losing at the start.
That is true. There you go.
Very true, very true. I think it was 12-6 you've gone, actually. Maybe 13-6. Not too sure if that's updated. But that's what you've gone. That's not bad. Yeah, 2 for 1. It's
pretty good.
That's a pretty good rate when you consider the likes of FNATIC, Gambit, SK Gaming, EG. I mean, what were your original thoughts when you qualified for this in Warsaw and the FU Bjergsen came out from Deficio? And even he predicted, you know, if you came up against Millennium, you weren't going to win. You 2-0'd them. You got into the LCS. What were your overall thoughts when you first qualified?
I mean, we qualified against Millennium, which were like Top Gun's favorites. As you said, we didn't expect to beat them, and we built up a lot of hype going 2-0 against them. So we had a lot of, well, we had a little bit of pressure on us. We're still not the new team, but we had some pressure on us. We weren't really sure how we were going to do, to be honest, because it's all these great teams that we haven't played that much against, and well, it didn't go so well. We had a lot of close matches, but obviously we went 0-9, so.
I remember casting the group stage of you guys where you played versus against All Authority, and they just wiped you guys off the floor, to be honest. They ran like a Karthus, Ezreal, Lux combo where they would just blow up someone and just roll all over you. And actually, Quickshot and I were casting that. We're just looking at it like, wow, this isn't the Wolves we expected, but then you guys got through group and you came back into it, like I said, 2-0 Millennium, and we were caught off guard, but I guess that's like the low points and on the high points of the team is that you guys can surprise people.
Yeah, I mean, we came into the qualifier, we played the very first match against AAA. We weren't quite sure what to expect. They come out with the Karthus, the Lux, like in the same comp, and they just demolished us. And we were kind of down with that, like by that. But then we came up against, I think, Moops' team, I don't remember their name, and TCM, and we got some pretty convincing victories. And we were kind of back. We knew we had to face Millennium, but we were kind of...
And what do you think of the other teams? Obviously, coming up, it's going to be against All Authority. You know, you just talked about them. How do you feel they've done? They've obviously managed to secure 6th spot. They're going to be playing SK Gaming next week. How do you think that will work out between them?
I mean, AAA, they're a strong team. They've been pretty consistent throughout the season, I think. Since they replaced Coralius with Dude, they've grown even stronger. So they're actually looking pretty strong right now, I think, and they have potential to beat SK.
So we'll see how that works out. That will be next Friday, but right now it's going to be against All Authorities facing off against the Dragonborns. And well, you can see I've changed places, which means Joe Miller has changed places. He is going to be taking this one away with Trevor Quickshot Henry.
Thanks a lot, guys. Against All Authority versus Dragonborns is coming your way in just a couple of minutes here. Game number 7 of our final day of Super Week. Against All Authority have looked pretty strong so far this weekend. They're locked into that 6th position, which will give them the quarter-final playoff match against SK Gaming. That addition of Dude and having the gaming house in there finally has really, really helped out their game. Dragonborns, on the other hand, they're bottom of the league. That position is safe for them right now, if you can call it safe. That's probably not the right word to use. use. But they will definitely finish in that 8th spot. So it's all about pride here in this in the final game for both teams in the regular season.
Yeah, exactly. And earlier today, both teams are coming into this with a loss. So it's something that they're going to need to bounce off of and pretty much come back from it. But as the positions are not at stake, as this is just a game for pride and for practice, going into the playoffs for Against All Authority and going into the summer promotion tournament for Dragonborns, this is where they can either try something new or just try to perfect their calling and communication. Because, you know, we seen the relegation video earlier, and you heard the Dragonborns manager saying, well, we're pretty much going into playoffs and we've got a bye week and it's time to boot camp.
Yeah, that's practice time for sure. I'm excited to see what we see in this one, because Dragonborns are a team that did different things anyway, so maybe this one's going to be a real fun one. Let's have a look at the lineups of both teams, starting with Against All Authority on the blue side. Freddy122 in the top lane, probably. Virtual in the jungle, Shushei in the middle, and NoNo the AD carry and support.
And of course, they're coming into this matchup with a 3-0 head-to-head with the Dragonborns. YamatoCannon in the top lane, Maluno in the jungle, Shushei in the mid lane, HosaN and Muvert in, of course, the duo lane.
So, bans and picks, I said we might see something interesting. Do we want to predict what we're going to see banned out, apart from, you know, maybe Draven?
So, it's going to be an interesting one to see what happens, because Shushei's been playing YamatoCannon quite a lot, to varying levels of success. He's had a couple of very good moments, but for the most part, it hasn't had much of an impact on the matchup. We've also seen YamatoCannon trying his hand at Jace. We've also seen Jace being played by HosaN. So some new, slightly different picks to, you know, what we have been seeing. But I imagine Jarvan's going to be a priority ban probably for both teams. As we know, Virtual and Maluno both like to run that particular champion. So we'll see if that is going to be the case. And the obvious ones of Shen, Twisted Fate. It'll be interesting to see how that is handled, because Shen and Twisted Fate are champions we don't see too much of from the Dragonborns, but we know that they can be played by Against All Authority.
Definitely, and we are going to get into that ban and pick phase here in just a little second. We know Against All Authority blue team, they get first ban and first pick. So we know there's no positional switching going on from the result of this one. It's all about pride. Maybe, as we said, trying out something new in a competitive environment before they get into that playoff phase for Against All Authority, and of course the promotion for the relegation, I should really say, for Dragonborn. So here we go then. First bans coming out: Kha'Zix and Kale banned for Against All Authority, and Shen for Dragonborns.
I wouldn't be surprised to see something like a Lux maybe slip through the cracks. It could be picked up by either team. We've actually seen both teams playing it. Shushei having some very good performances on Lux, and of course, Karthus being removed from the champion pool. Another one that's traded back and forth between the members of Against All Authority. I actually said to Slayer last week, who's the better Karthus between you and Freddy? And he just had a sly giggle and said, well, we see. He
said, I think his answer was we should 1v1.
There we go.
Figure out
That's
that one.
That's it.
Who knows? We might see that in the future. Final ban here for Against All Authority. Surely a Draven ban.
If Draven is not banned, they might just zed it through, which does look to be the case.
Or play him.
Or play him. Now, I don't know if NoNo's going to pull that one out, because he has played a lot of Ezreal and Misfortune. 9 times Ezreal, 4 times Misfortune. So we'll see how they decide to handle that one. You have to imagine that if Draven is there, that HosaN is going to want to pick it, and you can see it's instantly being picked up. Freddy with a big smile. They might just be saying, look, let's go head-to-head. Let's just play our best and you play your best, and put in a good show for everybody that's busy spectating.
Well, there was a smile there for Freddy, so maybe trying to bait them out with that Draven pick. Maybe they got something up their sleeves. It will be Draven locked in there, and also Jarvan the 4th for the Maluno.
So not too surprising there. Maluno does get targeted, banned from Jarvan the 4th in many of the games that he does play. If Virtual does lock this Nasus in, it is one of his most played 5 times this season already out of the 27 games. So it's a pretty good percentage. Of course, Renekton for Freddy's another good one. But in terms of the other champions that are available, I think Kale was banned, so the only other high priority pick would be a Twisted Fate, but Shushei is not particularly well known for playing it, so maybe Lux, maybe Cannon again.
Maybe Lux. I think Lux is a good chance of that coming out here in this one. Some of Dragonborns' best performances, aka some of their few wins, have had that Lux in the team. So we'll see about that. Dragonborns now next up for this one. And there is a Nunu. Now, a Nunu which we've seen in mid lane, in top lane as support. Can go in the jungle. He's just Nunu, you know, he's a boss.
I think that would be a solo lane if it does get locked in, but I am expecting a Taric to come out for Muvert. Whenever they have been able to play that Draven, it is comboed with the Taric, and it does very, very well at the early levels. I still remember them tearing apart the SK bottom line with that same combination. You can see big smiles for HosaN and for Shushei at the moment. I genuinely think they're talking about who's going to play this. And I believe it'll be either Shushei or Yamato. I don't actually think that's going to be either a support or a jungler. And that would make it Shushei's pick. I'm still predicting that if it is locked in.
Riven locked in here for Dragonborns, and that seems to be, well, that's a pick that we've not seen from them so far. In fact, you can correct me if I'm wrong here, I don't think we've seen Riven once in the European LCS.
No, not in the European LCS, but we have seen it over in North America with some just mind-blowing plays. Bottom lane quadra kill on that inner turret, which I distinctly remember. So we'll see how that pans out. There was a lot of grins between HosaN and Shushei, so we don't know who's going to play what in terms of the champion picks, because they have been known to swap roles and swap things around. So at the moment, Yi was hovered over there. Morgana and other champions that we haven't seen much of. I don't think we've seen Yi at all this split, actually, now that I think about it. So that might be a first, and I definitely like to see it. They'll get the resets with the Alpha Strikes.
We've both had 1 week out during the period, so unless it was in those weeks,
exactly.
Pretty sure about that one. Morgana is another one which, you know, North America, we have seen. Yeah. In Europe, though, not at all.
So we'll Morgana on 3.5 balance, she did get a little bit more useful. Her Dark Binding the Q had its mana cost reduced at max ranks by a fair amount, and her ultimate got dropped a lot as well, from a scaling of 100, 150, 200 down to just 100 flat. So it just makes her more usable the longer a game goes on, because she doesn't have insanely high mana costs. I still feel like a Taric is going to be locked in here for Muvert, or another form of support. Lulu is available, who Muvert has played, and Sona is available as well. So we'll see what they decide to lock in there. Or they're going to just throw everything out the window and lock in the sapling tossing Maokai. Okay, so in terms of...
Let's try and break this down then.
Okay, Dragonborns, they're known for swapping. Okay, so I don't know who's going to go where. If Shushei is going to take Jarvan into the mid lane, it's not the first time that we've seen it. I remember Ocelot running it. I think Shushei's done it himself, actually, in one of the games. So that may be the case. I still feel like it's going to be swapped around. I'm not 100% sure about that. In terms of the current duo lane of the Nunu and the Draven, he's got a lot of early game damage from his own abilities, and the movement speed and attack speed from Blood Boil is just going to accelerate that through the roof.
Really interesting lineup here from Dragonborns. We said it before, nothing really on the line except pride in this one. So good environment in a competitive environment to try new things against a team which, you know, against Authority are in form right now. There's very happy no as per usual, and that's obviously infectious. I'd imagine that the AA gaming house is the happiest house in Cologne.
It would definitely be. With that many smiles and that much personality, it's always great. And Dude always does the dishes, so what a score. We did see a champion swap in the last few seconds of that, and it was Jarvan for Maokai. So Jarvan is going to be in the jungle, and we're going to see AP Maokai, played by Shushei, in the mid lane. Ironically, against a Morgana, that's not too bad of a setup, because Morgana, he's going to be able to sidestep her, get away from her and things like that, so I quite like that. But it's going to be interesting. You know, Shushei's been quite vocal, he likes to play new champions, and he's pulling out Maokai in the mid.
There was Virtual scratching his beard, wondering what's going on here. But this is definitely going to be an interesting one. Game 7 of 8 here on our Super Sunday of the final week of the European LCS Spring Split. So, what can we expect at these early stages then? We're going to get into game here in just a moment. Of course, against Authority on the blue side, Dragonborns on the red side. Level 1, Trevor, if you will.
So this is going to be a difficult level 1 for both teams, because they both have the ability to put a lot of pressure down, and actually some pretty hard CC, depending on the abilities that they take. If, for example, Riven goes for her stun or for her knockup, that's an AoE ability that can land. You have Dark Binding, you have Death Sentence. So at the moment, you can see against All Authority moving very far forward. Muvert is just off to the side, and if AA go aggressive, they may be able to throw out some CC abilities. I feel like both teams have advantages, and HosaN being the bravest of the lot.
brave. He definitely is. There's a Dark Bind. He's actually going to land onto him there. Can he get away from this one? Yep, no problem as the saplings come out there and explode onto Virtual. HosaN's actually going to... No, he's not. I thought he was just about to
It's not over
get away.
yet.
It's not over just yet. The DRAGONBORNS are actually coming in for this one. They're going to go for Virtual. He gets knocked up slightly, but it's YamatoCannon that's going very low. The Ignites are down. No one has died just yet. Focus now is on Dude. Then switched over to Freddy. He's going to pop his elixir, but it will be first blood to Draven. They could surely get more from this one. No going to have to flash away. This was a crazy, crazy start.
Very well played by both teams, though, trading back and forth for such a prolonged time. Freddy going down means he's drank that red pot already. He's at a disadvantage. HosaN's trying to recall and spend some of that money, and it went to arguably the worst possible person on DRAGONBORNS for AAA, because all of a sudden, Draven's going to come back into lane probably with another Doran's Blade, if not just the boots and pots.
Yeah, boots and the pots coming out there for Draven, for HosaN, of course. That's going to make things a little tougher for Against All Authority. We know how aggressive this man is. If you look down the summoner spells, the lack of them is what is important right now. A barrier and an exhaust, a flash and a smite. That's all that's left for Against All Authority. Everything else is gone. And it's a similar situation on the other side for DRAGONBORNS.
So interestingly, both of the AD carries had saved their barrier. So both realizing that it wasn't in threat of them going down and they could save that particular one. We do see this middle lane, Shushei. He starts the game with 35 ability power, which is a significant amount. It does also mean that he's going to be pushing onto Morgana very early, but look at the damage here onto HosaN.
Yeah, he's taking a lot of damage here. He does have the barrier, which he's going to use, but he could well go down. He will go down. Dude that picks up the kill, and this is going to be a double kill for Dude. He secures them, but, well, they started off brilliantly in DRAGONBORNS, getting first blood. They've come back into lane, and that advantage is gone.
So the lane starts off immediately with Nono saying, Dude, help me out. And Dude wanted to take the kills, but he manages at least to pull away with those, which is great for him. And of course, the double assists onto Nono's Ezreal will at least give him some additional gold. He may decide to back off and pick up some boots. He should have enough of that one, which he does. And very crucially for Thresh, with Dude, he's going to get those GP10s or the Sidestone very, very early.
Yeah, as YamatoCannon being stunned up in the top lane by Freddy 122. Of course, Renekton being his most played champion in the European LCS up until now. Well, of course, it's not going to change. This is their final game before they get in towards the playoffs in that match against SK Gaming next week, as YamatoCannon actually going very low from this one. Freddy not going to go any further, both running the elixir already.
Yeah, so this is going to be a matchup that's going to be quite fun to watch because it's fairly skill-related. They both have the ability to do a lot of damage. You have a shield from Riven, you have sustain from Renekton. So the longer the battle goes on, the more it's going to favor Renekton as he can regenerate his missing HP. Renekton so far in the LCS, 30 games played, 16 wins, 14 losses. So a fairly even win-loss ratio, but it's one of, as you mentioned, Freddy's most picks. You see Yamato getting a fair amount of poke, but Freddy's just going to use that column. He can get that HP back shortly.
Yeah, giving himself all regen. Here's Dude waiting off to the side to see if he can get a grab onto either Muvert or HosaN. Let's see if he can land that one. Right now, No, just racking up the CS. HosaN is actually slightly ahead of him right now, and well, Dude has hit a hook. Sadly enough, though, for him, it's onto a minion.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't who he was aiming for. There's a lot of minions around, so it's not a battle that they really wanted to pick anyway. Even with all those, with the possibility of going aggressive, you don't want to be tanking a wave and a half or 2 wave of minions as well. It's just going to give your opposing numbers a much bigger advantage. Dude, another tentative hook. He's really not liking the minions this matchup.
And pesky minions always getting in the way.
We do see in the mid lane, though, Virtual moving in for a gank, and Shushei not even under pressure of that one. He's just like, where were you aiming?
Yeah, managing to predict where that one was going, that's for sure. It's Freddy and YamatoCannon just bashing heads. They're going to be doing that for the entire game here. Already up to 34 CS, so that's a really good total for this stage of the game for that Renekton up at the top. We see another hook not quite landing for Dude. So it's pretty much every time that death sentence comes off cooldown, he's just throwing it out there.
Yeah, and why not? If it does land, it can help. Now, in terms of CC, they're going to be relying on Maluno here. Can he get the knockup?
Yeah, Maluno is going to get the knockup. There is the kill for Maluno. The exhaust is down onto Nono. He's not in any danger, though. They're not going to chase in after that one. Nicely executed, and Dude gets caught out.
Yeah, so very well played. That aggression coming out of Nono and Dude paying off against them. Nono eats an Ice Blast for his troubles, not taking as much damage as one would hope. And just this bashing heads in the top. So well played by Maluno. It's the reason that Jarvan gets banned out against him. His ganks are very powerful, especially if you can get that knock-up in play. And like we said, that early game power that Draven has is just so difficult to deal with as a squishy target.
And that was an assist actually coming in there as well for him. We'll see what that's turned into next time. Ezreal, of course, came back into lane after his first trip back with the longsword and the boots. They need to be real careful because Dragonborns aren't scared of going under towers, especially when there's barrier and flashback up for HosaN.
No, not at all. They're a team that is very happy to dive, but unfortunately it's cost them many times in the past. They don't coordinate their dives quite as well as they need to. So we'll see how this pans out wisely this time around. HosaN and Muvert back away. But Slayer, as this game goes on, is going to have a lot of tools at his disposal to actually get a full channel off on those Soul Shackles, his ultimate. Renekton has a stun. You have Wither from Nasus. He's got a Dark Binding himself. And then if you think about the box and the Death Sentence and the Flay, all of that CC, hard and soft, from the slows and the stuns and roots, is just going to allow a full channel in his ulti and probably melting people.
Now Sapling's already doing good amounts of damage here from Shushei. He is going to go in there. There is the Black Shield coming out for Morgana.
So well played there by Maokai to keep the pressure up. Maluno has been a very, very sneaky prince, and he snuck into the second set of Gracia by Freddy. And once YamatoCannon rejoins, we may see another gank, but can they actually take him down? Maluno still is not level 6. He's going to get close to it, but on the bottom there's a fight.
Yeah, we are going to see them coming in here. HosaN down to half HP, but they get back towards the turret in the top lane. They didn't quite manage to get in, but here comes Slayer around the side. Can he land the Dark Binding? He's going to actually flash in there first of all. Soul Shackles are going to proc here on towards Muvert. The Tormented Soil is down, and the Dark Binding misses. Slayer going very, very low. Will fall here, and HosaN surely going to turn around, have a pop at Dude as well. Well, here comes No from the side. Muvert killed off by Dude. There is the Flay to knock HosaN up. Can he get away from it? No, he's going to surely go. He won't need to get under the turret. Oh, will he? Barrier used. There's the flashing. Misses the Mystic shot. No has to use his barrier as well. Absolute chaos.
It's not over yet because Shushei wants to play. He's bringing his little faces of tormention down, and will the sapling pick up the kill? Throw it, man. Instead, he's just going to root him in place.
Yeah, Twisted advance straight in, and now Freddy is getting a bit clever up on this top lane. YamatoCannon down fairly low, but Maluno, that's his name, coming in behind, is going to get the catch in there. They get the stun, Cataclysm, flash away from Freddy. Have they got the speed to get in there on top of him again? Are they just going to go under the turret? There we go, there's the answer. Yes, they will. Maluno gets the kill, flashes away.
Does manage to get to safety, quite aggressive, but they managed to make it work, and that is what matters. So Dragonborns with the early kill lead, 5-3. They stayed a little bit too long in that bottom lane, almost got taken out. And we'll see Virtual does manage to smite away that blue buff, and obviously denying the objective from Shushei is definitely going to play into their favor. Their blue buff will respawn shortly, and that'll be donated to Slayer very, very soon.
Let's have a look at some of the items that have come up here already. The AD carries, Berserker Greaves, Vamp Scepter, Double Doran's Blade for HosaN, compared to the Cutlass, Single Doran's Blade, and the Boots of Speed. Not upgraded just yet for Ezreal.
So an interesting pickup on that Bilgewater Cutlass. Ez isn't the champion. Oh, they've caught out HosaN.
There's the hook actually landing this time around. A bit of damage comes into No. HosaN gonna focus around on Dude. And in the end, they decide not to push any further.
Yeah, Dude wasn't level 6 yet, so he didn't have the box to put down and really try to win that matchup, but he will be hitting 6 relatively soon, so keep an eye open for that. And Ezreal, a champion that, he can do well with the blade, but it's not a traditional item that you tend to see on him. But coming up against Jarvan and Riven, he wants to deal with the high health champions. In the jungle, though, Maluno has been with it.
Yeah, he has been with it here. This could be interesting, actually. Shushei going to come in around the side. Slayer going to get knocked away from his ultimate range, and he's surely going to die to that Ignite. Actually doesn't quite tick over on him. Slayer has killed Shushei. There's the Wither coming down. Maluno slides through. He's guessed wrong, but YamatoCannon's coming in. There's the Cataclysm put down. That will allow Maluno to pick up the kill, and Dragonborns back away, 1-for-1.
Yeah, Slam Dunk manages to drop Slayer, and with him going down, there's obviously another kill going into Maluno's hand. So 3-0-1 on that Jarvan. The makings of an Aegis of the Legion very, very early on, which is definitely going to play into their favor. And Dude, another tentative hook, but he hasn't been very lucky with those hooks thus far. Thanks to the kills that he got earlier, plus the third kill, he actually has 2 GP10s already ticking over and generating more gold, as opposed to just a single one for his opposite number, Muvert.
There is YamatoCannon and Freddy again bashing faces, stunning each other up. Freddy coming out better from that one though. You have to feel that this lane is definitely a skill matchup. I mean, YamatoCannon versus Freddy, on the champions, of course, that they are playing. You see him go back and forth the entire time. Freddy, though, he's at a little bit of a level disadvantage. Gone for that Giant's belt straight away. Double Doran's blade plus a long sword for YamatoCannon.
Yeah, exactly like you said. It's just a matchup that's going to be back and forth the entire time. Freddy, with that additional HP and the fact that he can regenerate health with his Q, means he's not going to be at much threat of going down to Yamato, because Riven needs time to chunk you down, needs time to continually bash away and then execute you with her ultimate herself. So good matchup there for Freddy. He'll just be farming himself out, but credit to Yamato for keeping up in CS. This bottom lane against the Authority are applying pressure, and it looked like Maluno was coming down, but instead he was going middle, and now he's trying to find somewhere to play. He doesn't know which party he wants to get involved in.
There is Dude. Actually, a bit of damage being exchanged as a snowball comes down. Maluno now going to get involved on this bottom lane. Does have Cataclysm available. Surely will end up locking one of them up, and it will be Dude who goes down to HosaN. Will they continue to push? No. No is actually going aggressive here. 1 versus 3.
What he is going to force them out, but you could also see that Slayer as well as Virtual moving towards that bottom lane. Dragonborns were not interested in picking yet another fight. Good play by the Dragonborns to maintain that kill advantage, but they did use a lot for Dude. Take a look at Maluno's positioning. They may go for this tower dive that we were talking about earlier, but luckily for Nono, Virtual is around. And it's going to make that gank virtually impossible to succeed.
See what you did there. Slayer taking pressure from Shushei in the middle lane. Let's stick the ultimate down for a while. Riven coming in here as well, so it looks like the Dragonborns may try to set up something here for the Dragon. Virtual coming in. Will actually use his smite there to get the big Wraith, which is maybe not the best choice since, as I said, Dragon.
Yeah, so they're going to roll back around for Dragon. They do have a positions advantage as well as a number advantage. This will be 5 versus 4 at best without having a teleport in play, but the rest of Against the Authority will say, well, this will give us free time to push down the lanes. They put some damage down in the mid lane turret, and it looks like Freddy's applying a lot of damage in the top lane. So we'll see how much HP that has shortly.
This Dude coming back down into the lane. Ezreal, where was he? Oh, he was hiding there on the minimap behind Dude's icon. Again, exchanging things up with HosaN, but having that Vamp Scepter in there certainly going to be helping things out. The red buff going to be stolen away by Dragonborns. Don't forget, there was no smite for Virtual, even if he was around there to secure that one. Shushei may be in trouble here in the middle, though. Will flash away, but not enough to get out of range of the Soul Shackles. There is a Dark Bind in the Tormented Soil. A Q from Virtual finishes off. Nice kill from Against All Authority. But look at this, the dive is coming in. Absolute Zero flashed away from him. Didn't actually end the channel before the flash from Dude came in, and Dude's going to walk away. So it's AD carry dies, and he's like, well, I got the kills here, I'm carrying.
So they trade 1 for 1 at the end of the day. You see the top lane tower going down for Dragonborns, which means Freddy's going to carry on with the pressure. Virtual actually used his ultimate in the mid lane. He's been caught out here by Maluno.
Yeah, in the end, not deciding to go forward. And look at that, Virtual popping his ghost just to get that Spirit Fire down. In the same time, Freddy is bashing away on this top turret. Slayer going to be doing the same in the middle. It's going to force Dragonborns to recall, but they need to get a move on about this one because there's going to be a lot of damage coming to both.
Yeah, it's something they're going to need to figure out how to handle right now, and relying on HosaN's ultimate there to clear the mid wave. What we did notice about the mid lane gank when Slayer and Virtual came in, you need to remember that when that Tormented Soil, the W from Morgana is down, it's reducing magic resist, and of course when Nasus puts his Spirit Fire down, that's also going to be reducing armor. So whatever defensive statistics they build up, it's going to be dropping that in an AoE area, so that's definitely going to be playing into Against All Authority's favor.
Yep, and you see the very early Runic Bulwark picked up there by Jarvan as a counter to that. So, blue buff going to go over to Shushei. Maluno just tanking that one up. And a very chaotic match as we kind of hope for, actually, with, you know, the fact that no team in this matchup can change position in the league. And it's just about that whole pride thing coming into the final stages of the spring split. And so far, it's definitely produced.
Yeah, really, really close to a kill a minute. And it's just been non-stop action from both of these teams, plus the slightly unique picks of that Riven in the top lane. HosaN's going forward, and he just sidesteps the death sentence, but pay careful attention to Shushei's positioning on the map. I'm not even going to need Shushei.
No, the exhaust is down though onto HosaN. Maybe in a little bit of trouble. Shushei coming in there is the absolute zero. Dude's not going to flash this one. Shushei gets the kill with a twisted advance, moving in.
Now take a look at this. Virtual's joining the party, and Schley is coming from the tri-bush. He has his ultimate available. Can he land the shackle? No.
No. Straight through the middle of them both. And I think they expected that one to come down. Nicely done from DRAGONBORNS. But look at this. They've turned around and they're actually going in fairly aggressive in towards that jungle area. Shushei on that Maokai, who's definitely more at home in the jungle. And Virtual is chasing in here as well. HosaN doing good damage as they go back. Muvert going to be the one that gets tagged up in this one, though, as the Wither does go down. Maokai's ultimate is in there. Shushei will take down Virtual. Muvert going to go down in this one. Surely Schleier's just completely ignored him to get the kill on Draven. Oh. There is the finisher though, double kill. Shushei will turn that one around. Can he now get in on top of No? It looks like he's going for it.
He's going to be able to at least get that root up very soon, but he doesn't have consistent damage, and he's going to need the saplings to help him out in this particular engagement. Wisely, Shushei decides to back away, so they trade 2 for 2. Another interesting battle, and something that's very, very key to keep an eye on, is the fact that HosaN can build just attack damage and allow the Blood Boil of Muvert to count for his movement speed and attack speed. And that's why he was able to do so much damage to Dude and No in that bottom lane engagement.
Let's have a look at the CS. 134 to 113. That's No being a bit more concentrated on killing the minions rather than going for those masses of kills, which we all know HosaN loves to pick up. Got that Blade of the Ruin King in there. BF Sword, Crit Cloak, and the Vamp Scepter as that middle turret goes down from YamatoCannon.
And also something that you can't discount from that bottom lane is the fact that Dude was continually throwing out those death sentences. So what it does for HosaN and for Muvert, HosaN got the hit, but it was the exact second, the exact millisecond that HosaN got away. So it didn't interrupt it, unfortunately. But yeah, because of those death sentences, it forced the DRAGONBORNS members to play a little bit more passively, be a bit more wary of their positioning. And that obviously means you're going to miss 1 or 2 extra CS in that bottom lane.
YamatoCannon just sidestepping a Dark Binding coming out there. Looks like HosaN and Muvert going to go into the jungle. I think they just realized that Freddy might end up coming down, trying to close them off on that front. What other items have we got built up here? Maokai with that Sunfire Cape and a Haunting Guise.
So quite an interesting build. It's the first time we've seen mid lane Maokai, and at the moment Shushei is saying I want to go a little tanky with a little bit of penetration. Pops his ultimate just to reduce whatever following damage was going to come in. What it does mean is that his saplings will hurt a bit, but not necessarily the greatest. And you can see in terms of the trades, HosaN is winning out with those spinning axes and all the additional damage that he's got from that BF sword and that critical cloak.
Actually, does have barrier available as well as he goes in for another hit. Axe spins back in his direction. Here we go. He's going to go in for another one. Arcade Shift. Just running back and forth here. An interesting duel in this bottom lane.
It's like those fights in high schools. You want to fight, and they start pushing each other back and forth, but nobody actually commits to the fight. And No is just doing the best he can to stay in experience range and to CS as best as possible. And here comes HosaN again. He's going to run up, but Shushei's been caught up in the middle.
Yeah, Shushei going to be caught out stunned, but here comes Maluno. What's his plan to save Shushei? The hook across the wall. And actually, Shushei did manage to get away with the flash, but not for long. There's Cataclysm holding Freddy down underneath the tower. He gets out via the lantern of Dude, though. That was a nice, clean play. 1 kill for nothing.
Great play, and that death sentence through the wall was so well placed from Dude, holding Shushei in place. He did have an instantaneous flash the moment it was, he was able to, so at least put him to safety. But nevertheless, 1 for 0. Good dive from Against All Authority. It's what they're going to need to continue doing if they want to pull themselves back into it. Now, at the moment, DRAGONBORNS have very little vision in the jungle, and it looks like Shushei and Schley are maybe wanting to go in.
Well, this could get interesting. We do have YamatoCannon there as well, and it's going to be smited down by Maluno. Nice clean pickup once again, but will they get away cleanly? That's the real question. No going to be chasing in first. Freddy coming from the backside as well as Muvert going to head south. He's basically going to be the sacrificial lamb. He's going to try an Empire, but he's got no AP, and he dies.
Did a fair amount of damage on that channel, but yeah, he was pretty much just pulling the enemies away. Trading Dragon for 1 death, you've got to be more than happy with that. At the moment, though, Against All Authority have a numbers advantage, and they're applying pressure on the bottom lane. Look at Schleier's positioning from the side. He may want to go in here.
Yeah, if it stays at 1 death, that is definitely true. YamatoCannon is going to die there. Schleier's ultimate
Wasn't particularly needed.
No, I don't think that was needed at all, but he did feel like, you know, HosaN was in range and he just wanted to get the guaranteed kill. So fair play, I suppose. He is level 12, which means his ultimate's in around about 110-second cooldown. Shushei has been caught out again. Can Slayer get the Dark Binding?
Yes, he can. Lands it right in there. We are going to see that Tormented Soil coming down. HosaN's off to the side. Maluno is going to be in there with him as well. And Virtual is going for this one. He's going to get knocked up. I'm not sure they can actually catch around. Now he's the one that's going to have to back away. Pops his ghost. Runs back in. Runs back out. Lantern will bring him to safety.
The entire time that was happening, Nono was able to get the tower in the bottom lane. Look at Maluno. He's in no man's land.
Yeah, they've all had a way to... They were all waiting, hidden in the bush. It's been a long weekend, guys. But they were all waiting, hidden in the bush. Maluno didn't know it.
So they do he does manage to get away with his life. Thank goodness for that knock-up and that flag that he can pull himself towards. But against all authority, they've just evened out that gold, closed it to within 1,500, 2,000 odd gold. The tower's now evened up at 2-2. And of course, the timing on that dragon means that's probably going to be the next objective. You can see the gold numbers at the bottom of your screen, fairly close. A couple hundred gold here and there, 700 in the top, about 1,000 in the mid lane. It's not massive amounts right now, but it's a definite advantage with the DRAGONBORNS.
Yep, and they are going to be pushing this bottom lane out once again. That's where most of the action's really taking place. It seems like Shushei just got bored of that mid lane once the turret went down. He's like, well, I'm just going to go bottom. I'm going to keep pushing that one out here with those saplings, which right now destroy minion waves.
So they've got very good, you know, wave clear with that smash and with those saplings, and he hasn't built any more ability power sitting on that blue pot right now. So I'd like to see where he itemizes next. Interestingly, in this top lane, with that Bloodthirster, YamatoCannon is out trading as far as damage goes with Renekton. So that does bode well for the DRAGONBORNS as far as the upcoming team fights are concerned.
Can they take the turret? HosaN is going to be coming up there. Looks like Nunu will make his appearance as well in this top lane. And Freddy is actually just going to face check straight in here. He will get knocked away, but can he escape this one? There is Nunu from the back, and Freddy gives up. YamatoCannon gets a kill.
He pretty much just stood there and said, yeah, I'm going to go down. This kind of sucks. What did we learn there, kids? Don't face check bushes. It never ends well. What it does mean now, DRAGONBORNS have got a 3-man stack on this top lane with a Blood Boil and HosaN with an Infinity Edge as well as YamatoCannon and the Bloodthirster. That tower gets shredded in a matter of seconds, but they are not done. They continue the pressure.
Yeah, they're going to keep going for this one. Will they go in for Dude? There was the Lantern entry for Virtual, as you did see the hook actually land. Wither is down. DRAGONBORNS gonna back off.
So Schleier's coming in for a fight here in the bottom lane. Shushei is coming up behind Nono. Let's see how Against All Authority can do with a battle on two fronts.
Schleier does have flash available. There's the Dark Bind, and it's gonna land on towards Muvert. He gets hooked in as well. And he flashes over the top of the wall, but I think the Ignite's gonna be enough. Yes, final tick there will kill him. That is Nono actually being finished off by Shushei down in the bottom, though. Action all over the place.
So they trade 2 for 1, but Jarvan and Maokai taking out Ezreal. If you look at his summoner spells, Flash and Barrier was used, so they got the summoner spells as well. Schleier opens with the Soul Shackles, and it's immediately broken.
Yeah, broken, but the rest of the team following up. Can HosaN get in there? He's going to get flayed back there as YamatoCannon tries to escape, and in goes Dude, will flash in there. YamatoCannon's still alive. This is going to be a double kill for HosaN. Crazy, crazy stuff in the top lane.
YamatoCannon's got the moves like Jäger, because he just sidestepped everything, and the Whirling Death almost picks up Schleier, but it just misses, just slides off to the side. So well played. HosaN is now 5-5. But Against All Authority pick up a tower. So they've lost kills, they've given away gold, but they've taken a map objective. And it's going to, time will see what is more important.
HosaN is right now stealing away the jungle. Renekton's going to come around the side. Schleier going to come from the front side. HosaN now in a lot of trouble here as the Dark Binding lands as well. And he is sniped off from Nono with a True Shot Barrage. Cheers for the double buffs, mate.
Exactly. Even more importantly, the double buffs going over to HosaN is just going to balance out that little bit of a deficit he gave away earlier. But you have to question, what was HosaN doing there? Why was he taking the Wolf Camp? There was a couple wards, he had no other backup. And he just figured it was going to be a freebie, but unfortunately cost him his life. And now that, double buffs going over to his direct opposite number.
Let's see if he can make any kind of impact on this one. Schleier's now in that top lane. So after the mid turret's gone down, the mid lane has been all over the place in this one. If we have a look down the items once again, we've seen that Zhonya's is now finished for Morgana. Crucial item there. There's the blasting one, plus the Negatron cloak. Headed up towards that Abyssal Scepter. So, what do we have for Maokai? Needlessly large rod, haunting guys, Sunfire Cape, and the Sorcerer Shoes.
So there's one thing that Dragonborns are going to need to be very, very careful of is where they fight in these particular engagements. Once that Abyssal Scepter is completed, it's going to drop everyone's magic resist. In conjunction with the magic resist reduction that comes out of Morgana's Tormented Soil, and then all of the AoE magic damage from the Sunfire Capes, from the ultimates, it's going to be very difficult to deal with. Dragon has respawned. Dragonborns have some vision on this. This is going to be a 5 versus 5. They're not 100% convinced about this battle as Dragon lands one auto attack onto the ward.
Yep, there's the saplings running out. Doing a decent chunk of damage there to Dude. As Jarvan needs to get involved here if this one's all going to kick off. He's pushed that bottom lane out. Dragonborn still hanging back. Luno is now finally going to be coming in. There is another sapling landing on Dude. Blue buff going to be given over to Shushei.
With that needlessly large rod, they are hitting very, very hard. Each sapling lands for 250 damage and then explodes for a further 400. So if they hit multiple targets, that's pretty good damage. With that Dark Binding landing, Against Authority may think that this might be the engagement. Ultimate use from HosaN, and there goes Freddy.
Yeah, we're going to see them go into this one. Freddy on towards YamatoCannon already. There's the absolute zero coming down. Freddy goes low. Not quite finished off just yet, though. Muvert is the one that's dead. Thresh died. Double kill now for Shushei. In comes Morgana. It's a bit back and forth. This one as Nono tries to escape on that top side, but HosaN wants his double buffs back, and he'll get his double buff back here with a triple kill and an ace for Dragonborns.
So 3 kills for HosaN, 2 kills for Shushei. It seems the hair is the story here. If you don't have long hair, you can't get the kill. They now turn onto the Dragon. They're going to pick that one up. Extend the gold lead to 6,000 right now. That Infinity Edge plus additional BF Sword and the Blood Boil for HosaN is just too much to handle. But well played by them. They managed to pick up a convincing teamfight win, to be honest, after everything had exploded.
Yeah, and you see that HosaN hurts a lot with that Infinity Edge in there and what have you. He's pretty painful stuff. Added to his kill tally there as well, now 837. We see a Giant's Belt being picked up by Muvert as well on Nunu, and that's been the problem for him, really. He's died too early during these fights.
Yeah, he hasn't been able to do too much, but the fact that they have to focus him means that there's less eyes on YamatoCannon and on HosaN, which buys them the time that they need to get those auto attacks down. So it's not the end of the world, but yeah, if he could get a better channel off in his ultimate, that'll play into their favor. What I do like is the Hourglass from Shushei. He's going to be able to, go in, root somebody in place, Hourglass up, and allow the rest of the team to just surround his opponent. So great item pickup, and we'll see how well he can use it in upcoming team fights.
So you may be wondering why Nono didn't use the Blade of the Ruin King in that last little fight. Well, it turns out he didn't bind the key. He just wrote that in chat here, so better make sure your key bindings are right before you get into the games. Lesson learned, I think, from Nono, albeit a little bit late on in the season. Their final game, of course, in our Super Week here. Dragonborn's now going to be pushing down towards that middle inner turret. The hook not quite landing. And Luno's right up there on the turret. I'm wondering if Dragonborns are just going to go in for this one.
The Dragonborns get a good chunk of damage just off that single wave on that inner mid. And as soon as this next minion wave moves up there, obviously going to go back into it. Schleier's positioning off to the side with Flash and with Soul Shackles available. He may decide to dive in there and get even more aggressive. So it's a pretty good positioning. Then instead, the Dragonborns decide to back off. That Oracle's Elixir on Muvert is denying vision the entire time that they're moving around here on the map. And they might be trying to bait out a Baron.
So you see there the buffs that we have as well all over the place on Dragonborns. They are literally everywhere on that team right now. They've been passed around so much. So, where are we at? Let's have a look at the gold. 6,000 here, 3-3 in those turrets. 20 to 14, there's the individual gold. Still around that mark that we were talking about earlier in some places, but a couple of thousand here, a couple of thousand there. Dragonborn's starting to, look the stronger team at this point, but HosaN might be in trouble.
Against Authority have stacked up as 4 here, but it does seem like Dragonborns are aware of this and they're moving around. This was the bush that caused them trouble last time. Let's see if they've learned from the mistakes. The moment, the rest of Against Authority, that's a ghost in.
Yeah, they're going to go for HosaN. They managed to get the kill on him as well as Ezreal shuts him down.
They landed everything. Dog binding with the tormented soil. They got the everything on him. That's the best way to describe it. But DRAGONBORNS have decided to hot-foot it down the mid lane. They are chasing for this mid-inner turret, and they're going to pick it up. So again, you have to feel trading one death for an inner turret. That's something the DRAGONBORNS are going to be happy with. And a good, map awareness or map decision from the team.
Yeah, really nicely done from them. We've actually seen home guard boots come in now on 4 out of the 5 against all authority members for this one. So they want to be getting straight back into the action. It's a similar story on the other side, 3 of them. And Muvert's gone for that standard support Nunu build of 2 Giants belts.
And don't forget that the home guard boots could be in there because of the base race that happened several weeks ago, where DRAGONBORNS are like, yeah, we can take the race, let's go for it. They were winning for 35 minutes of the game, decide to base race, and against all authority, were quicker at crossing over the line and getting past the hurdles. Shushei is picking a fight with Freddy, and he may win it.
Yeah, Freddy is in a lot of trouble here, as we are going to see them going in. Maluno actually flashed over there. They got to keep chasing down Freddy. There's the stun. Where's the finishing hit? There it is. YamatoCannon picks that one up. No is hammering away on Muvert though, but those 2 Giants belts doing the work here to keep him alive and maybe long enough to the rest of the team get in. Brilliant Cataclysm, but the flash comes down. Morgana is going to get this stun off onto a couple, but Muvert's hiding around the corner. He waited too long until Morgana had got out of the absolute zero, and that's going to keep her alive. Maluno now surely will be the target. He slides out of the action though, and this is another crazy fight. Nunu is running as fast as he possibly can to try and get away from this. There's the ward down, the tormented soil, not enough to get the kill.
Schleier's not done. He's still chasing Nunu. He wants to get that kill, but you're not going to catch a blood-boiled Nunu. So he ended up trading 2 for 1, top laner and support for the top laner of DRAGONBORNS. Another team fight which they were victorious in. And you have to give props to YamatoCannon in that fight. He stayed alive for a very long time. And the fact that against authority had to re-engage 2 or 3 times just to kill him allowed the rest of his team to continue fighting. And HosaN was untouched. Nobody even looked at him in that team fight. He just fought his way through and managed to get away safely.
That's definitely not ideal. Infinity Edge, Bloodthirst, the last whisper now in for HosaN. You've got to focus him down. He's going to just destroy you if you don't.
Yeah, there's not a lot that you can do. Even with the Randian's Omen and, some additional armor in there, he's going to be shredding through, especially when you add Blood Boil, which has almost been maxed out. It's at rank 4 right now, giving 11% attack speed and movement speed, attack speed by 40%, movement speed by 11% at this time.
That's a lot of pain very quickly coming out of HosaN once that blood boils on him. A few wards going down. We see an Oracle there on duty. He's just been clearing out around that Baron area. See if DRAGONBORNS decide to go with anything from that front. Another last whisper added into the game here, as No picks one up, adding that to his Blade of the Ruin King and Infinity Edge as well.
There's lots of physical damage here from both teams, and Dragon has just respawned, so we'll see who's going to have position for this. There's no vision from either team, meaning that they're just going to need to brute force their way in, and it appears as though Against All Authority have the timer for this. They've got the Oracles running to clear the wards, like you pointed out, and placing some vision around will at least let them know once the DRAGONBORNS move in to invade. So 3 members of AAA are now setting up, and they've started the Dragon.
Dragon started off, and I think this would be the first Dragon for Against All Authority, if my mind serves me correctly, in this game so far. They are going to take that one down. That brings the gold back to 6,500. Still, of course, the lead for DRAGONBORNS in this. So, where's the next fight going to come in? I'm kind of surprised at the way that DRAGONBORNS let that go, to be honest.
Yeah, so DRAGONBORNS at the moment, that either tells me they didn't have the timer for that, or they just forgot about it. It's one of the two, because AAA pretty much moved up there the second it respawned. In DRAGONBORNS, they had no position, they weren't stacked up, they were pretty much just clearing their jungles and pushing the waves down. What I do see, though, is very little vision wards in the hands of the DRAGONBORNS. Outside of that Ruby Sightstone, nobody else has wards to put down, so expect that to be the next sort of focus for the team. And very importantly, YamatoCannon just picked up a Guardian Angel.
Yep, Guardian Angel for the Riven, along with another Last Whisper and that Bloodthirst that was completed first of all. Anything else to add in there? Needlessly Large Rod with the Abyssal Scepter and Zhonya's now for the Morgana.
Yeah, so there's nothing too exciting in terms of itemization. Shushei does have a good chunk of ability power right now, 288 with that Abyssal Scepter, the Haunting Guys, and of course that Zhonya's Hourglass. I'd like to see if it gets upgraded to a Liandry's. Right now, though, Dragonborns, they've gone in on Virtual.
Yep, Shushei going in for that one. We will see the Dark Binding land. There is the ultimate coming out of Draven, who's going to be joining the fight here. No at the back is doing a lot of damage from this one as well. But can they get the kill onto him? Maluno's actually locked them up with the Cataclysm. Freddy's going to go very low. Finished off in the end by YamatoCannon. Double kill for Riven. No, not quite knocked up there by Jarvan. But HosaN is still tearing down the middle lane. He's going to be gone onto a killing spree now as he takes down Thresh. They're going to back off the Baron.
Complete decimation by the Dragonborns. First and foremost, Maluna completely zoned out Nono from that fight. He prevented him from dealing any damage at all. HosaN went untouched in that particular engagement, took a tiny bit of fringe area of effect damage, but he was not the focus at all. And the Dragonborns just stayed as a tightly knit unit and focused down one target after one target after one target. A great fight for them, and they secure Baron off that. Nono's doing the best he can to counter push this bottom lane, but I don't imagine he's going to get quite as far as he would like.
No, I don't imagine so either. Let's have a look, see what kind of gold totals we're sat on here for Dragonborns. They must have a lot of money to spend. 1,700 there for Draven, 1,000 for Nuno, maybe a third giant spell for Muvert, and 1,300 coming out as Maluno is chasing Nono on this bottom lane. There is the Randuin's Omen, and here comes Shushei as well. Nono is not going to escape that.
You don't expect that sort of damage from a Maokai. It was actually pretty bursty. But like I said, he does have a lot of ability power. Also combine in there the Sheen now. So he's going to be, smacking after his abilities even harder as well. So a nice item pickup. I'd like to see how Muvert decides to upgrade that giant spell. We actually noticed when we were looking at the gold that he's 700 gold ahead of his lane counterpart thanks to 16 assists. All of those dragons and obviously the Baron is obviously playing into his favor. So we'll see how that works out as Maluno literally just shoves Freddy out of that lane and says, no, this is our jungle. Please leave, you're not welcome here.
Yep, and now Dragonborn's headed on towards that bottom inner turret. That's going to go down without any kind of reply from Against All Authority. Dark Binding comes in, catches Maluno, but not really much to talk about on that front. Dragonborn's going to set themselves up now. With those saplings hitting for so hard, they are really good for sieging.
Yeah, so that's the one thing that works for Against Authority as well, to deal with the siege. That amount of AoE wave clear that can get put down from the Spirit Fire, from the Tormented Soil, is obviously going to play into their favor. The hook goes out. Once again, he catches a minion. So it's not really going to be who they're aiming for. And I think Against Authority need to be very careful about how they engage. This is a Baroned up team. They don't really want to dive past their tower in a team fight.
And I just noticed as well that Shushei's got over 300 CS here on this Maokai. Been clearing amazingly well up till now. What's the next plan here, though, for Dragonborns? There's an inner turret in the top lane. Middle, of course, is down to the inhibitor turret. And there's a big wave, or there was, I should say, a big wave of minions in that top lane. We will see the Draven ultimate just go up there and clear that out from range.
So the biggest problem for Dragonborns right now is that waves are pushing against them, which is why that ultimate was used to clear it out. And look at that damage. That's a single auto attack from Draven onto arguably the tankiest member of Against All Authority. Now, we do know that Dragonborns do tend to get ants in their pants, and after getting bored for a little while, they will tower dive. So we need to keep that in mind. However, luckily, the waves in the top lane will be pushing against All Authority, and the bottom lane will be in favor of Dragonborns as well very, very shortly.
Yeah, I guess in that Dragonborns are either going to move here or send someone back now. But I'd say probably more like go in for this one as Freddy. He's going to take a big amount of damage there. HosaN moving in towards the turret. He doesn't care about the attacks coming in from the side. Shushei going to get involved here. HosaN at the back. He's coming in as well as Slayer, waiting to get that ultimate off, but it's not going to proc onto anyone this time around. Virtual being attacked by HosaN. He's right at the back here. Just been chipping away when he possibly could get in there for the damage. Wow. 2 hits onto Nono. Almost ends him, but no men are down at this point. Nono needs to go back and help and heal. The turret is going to go down as well. The inhibitor may well fall afterwards as HosaN on the top side is still trying to make that impact. Freddy going to dive in. The hook will land onto HosaN. Will they be able to take him down? There is the box, but dude gets popped for his pleasure. And now Nono back into the fight, locked up inside of the Cataclysm. HosaN is still going. It's a double kill for him. They're going to go to the inhibitor. That's 4 kills. Nono did back away once again. He's going to have to try and heal, come back into the fight, but it's looking like this is it for Dragonborns.
Dragonborns can finish it right here with how tanky the members are, and the fact they've got all 5 of them. They are just going to face check these turrets, take them down, pick up the win. Dragonborns in the last game of the season pick up a victory against All Authority, and a great fight. They're even going to draw the last little bit, give a couple extra kills over. But well played to the Dragonborns. So much damage from Draven. I think the challenger teams will be paying attention to that one. Remember, for bans.
Well, Dragonborns, a little bit too late to pull out something like that. Maybe we should have seen it a little earlier on in the season. But nonetheless, good solid victory for them. They're going to have a week off now to prepare for that promotion relegation game, which could seal a fate that they'll definitely not be hoping for, which is not playing in the LCS Summer Split. Either way, that's it for us here on the casting desk for this game. We're going to go over to the analysis for this one. Deman and Jason.
Yes, thank you very much, Joe. And, well, a little bit of a wild game, back and forth, some crazy kills all across the map. And maybe, just maybe, Dragonborns should have played with that carefree ability earlier on in the season. They would have picked up a couple more wins, because that's only really their 6th win of the season. And that's not really what they wanted, but it's against All Authority. Weren't really fully committed to that game, I feel, but I think both teams were having a lot of fun.
I think Joe and Quickshot hit the nail on the head, talking about to give everyone some champions they want to play and let them have fun with, because why would you give HosaN Draven ever? And of course, Shushei using AP Maokai, I mean,
well, he had fun, that's for sure.
Worked,
AP Maokai.
but, you know,
he got 8-3-13 with AP Maokai, by the way. But there's not really a great deal we can analyze from that game, because it wasn't super serious. There wasn't a great deal really picked up from that one, other than a nice win for Dragonborns. The Dragonborns fans out, they'll be happy with that one. But how do you analyze that one? Meet Your Makers, they're going to look at that game, or Dexter is actually evil. We always write them off. You know, Dexter is actually evil could beat Meet Your Makers. They have to play each other first, but they're going to be looking at that game and thinking, what do we work from this one? One thing we do work is absolutely ban Draven.
Yeah, that is a definite thing. But I think they're going to look at this and kind of ignore it, besides the fact of Draven, because Dragonborns, like we saw against Authority, like when DU came into the team, they completely transformed. Like they became an amazing team. Dragonborns have that potential to do it, and with these 2 weeks they're going to have, we could see that happen. So I don't think Meet Your Makers can fully scout them, other than what they really like to play.
And I always think the talent is there with Dragonborns. Yes. The problem is the lack of motivation. If they can sit down as a team and focus, like the Wolves have, for example, they could definitely focus on there and actually pick up wins. But we do have an MVP for that game, and of course, who else would it be? It is one of the long-haired members. It is HosaN, of course. He ended up going 13-4-10 for his team there. Those spinning axes, of course, were picking up all the kills. But, you know, I could have also gone with Maluno as well, because he went 4-18 in the jungle. But it was fantastic performance by both players, and really, you know, an overly aggressive game, just the way Dragonborns like it. But, of course, we are going to pass over to the interview. So it's over to Sjokz in a lovely yellow dress for the final time. Not quite the final time, actually. It's the penultimate time. I think we'll go with that one. Over on the main stage.
Thank you. I'm getting the impression you really like my dress. You can borrow it sometime if you want, Deman. But anyway, HosaN, not banning out a Draven against you is a mistake by the other team.
Well, they did good. I mean, I didn't even expect so much damage from Ezreal, so... Well, Thresh took the double kill, but still. Afterwards, it went well for us. Draven is really good if you have advantage. If you're behind, it's like every champion. Well, even worse, because you have to catch the X. And if they can one-shot you, it's really annoying. But yeah, it went good for us. We have seen that Draven is still broken. But yeah, I liked it.
Then you also had the Maokai, an experimental pick in the mid lane. How did that work out for your team comp as the game progressed?
Well, Shushei really wanted Maokai in the middle. We were like, oh my god, it's Morgana. It's like worst pick against Maokai. Well, we can do it. So we did it. Shushei, I think, is happy about it. But yeah, it was experimental. It worked out. I think it's situational, because it has to go in and it can easily die. But I think it can work.
All right, good win for you guys, and it was needed, of course, because you know you're in the bottom 2, and you're going to have to go and do promotion, relegation. So, what's your state of mind now? You got a week, 2 weeks to practice. You got to do it now.
Yeah, I think we didn't really like. We don't really think that we are like the last place. We can't win anymore. We have no chances to qualify. We were actually happy that we started to doing better and better. We're going to have a bot camp as well. So, yeah, I think we have fair chances to qualify in the relegations. So, see you soon.
Thank you very much, HosaN, and good luck in relegation. All right, our very last game of the weekend is a big one because every single time these teams meet, they put on one hell of a show in the LCS. The score is currently 2-1 in the LCS to SK Gaming, but EG will have to even it out here if they want to show us what they're made of. So Ocelot versus Froggen after the break.
So here we go, our final game of the spring split of the European LCS. It's going to be the third versus fourth. SK Gaming taking on Evil Geniuses.
So Evil Geniuses are 100% solid in fourth place after taking down the Copenhagen Wolves. And of course, SK Gaming, they are obviously guaranteed in third. So another matchup which, to be honest, won't change anything, but they are battling for pride. And more importantly, maybe for some fun. We've seen a couple of unique picks throughout, today. Will we see it again?
Well, we heard from Ocelot earlier on that they're not going to go with any troll picks, no interest in trying things out. But everyone's locked in now. None of the results can change positions here, so maybe we will
and
see
to
something.
be honest, after hearing that, all of a sudden we see Hercubot pull out Mantheon and just go beast mode, earlier in the day. So we'll see whether or not they're going to have some fun with it. We had a word with Hercubot yesterday, and he also said, well, if there's absolutely nothing, we might try something. So maybe there's some dissension in the ranks in terms of the the strategy coming into this game.
Of what they should do. They'll tie Ocelot up with his scarf and say, we're picking what we want. Leave us alone.
They've got 28 of them, so they can tie him up a lot.
Yeah, that's true. One for each game that they've played here in the European LCS. Let's have a look at the two teams, starting with Evil Geniuses on the blue side. They are, of course, Wickd in the top lane, Snoopeh in the jungle, Froggen in the middle lane, yellowpete the AD carry, and support Krepo.
And, of course, for the last time in the spring split, before the playoffs, SK Gaming, Kevin in the top lane, Hercubot in the jungle, Ocelot in the mid lane, Candy Panda and Nif as your AD carry and supports.
So, really, two amazing teams. Third place, fourth. As we said, no positions to be changed, but it is EG and SK. These are two teams that have played so many times in the past, and they want to beat each other. It's that simple.
Yeah, it's so true. And when you think about the two teams as well, SK Gaming have always found a way to defeat Evil Geniuses when they need to. Think back to Gamescom last year at the European Regionals, where they, to be honest, destroyed what was CLG EU back then. And whenever EG have needed to, or SK have needed to pick up a win, this is the team they've been able to do it against.
So let's have a look at the players that we're going to be keeping a close eye on in this one, starting with the AD carry of Evil Geniuses, yellowpete.
So, of course, yellowpete is the all-star AD carry, and we've been seeing time and time again how fantastic his performances are. Yesterday, he actually picked up MVP of the match against GAMBIT, where they were able to honestly surprise many and pick up a victory. He's instrumental in being the damage dealer for his team, and when he's got the protection from the rest of his team, it allows him to position correctly and itemize in such a way to overcome his opponents.
Yeah, and for the other side of SK Gaming, one of their longest-standing players. He's played in every single season so far in League of Legends. Of course, was back with Game DE in Season 1 at the finals at DreamHack before he came with Candy Panda to SK Gaming. Of course, it is their support player, Nif. He played in Release in the last few weeks a couple of times, and it looked really, really good.
Yeah, it's literally transformed that bottom lane. We've seen him being aggressive with the Elise. We've seen him being defensive with the Elise, and he's really stepped up his play. He's always put in solid performances for every single game that they have played, and him and Candy Panda are arguably one of the best bottom lanes or duo lanes in the business. One of the reasons we've highlighted him, he's going to need to control his opponents. He's not allowed to let yellowpete and Krepo run away with that lane. And very interestingly as well, this is a matchup where both of the support players share the same champion pool. They both like to play Thresh. They both like to play Elise. They both like to play Sona, and they have done so this season. So we'll see who's going to get the preferred picks.
So, before we get into our final matchup of the spring split, it seems like only yesterday that we were introducing our first game of the spring split. It's gone that fast. Some amazing games we've had throughout this first half of the year. We're going to check out what the players had to say coming into the match.
SK is one of the teams that I really want to beat, but SK is always in my heart. I've always been with them. I'm really good friends with them, and I always want to beat them.
From EG, I don't think there's anyone who really carries hard. When they win, it's always a team effort. So we just have to beat every lane and we will be fine.
The game against SK last time was really, really, really bad for us. As I said, it was one of the biggest wake-up calls for us. We can't afford to let that happen again, so we won't lose.
EG is still trying to find how they play. If you ban out some heroes they're really good at the moment with, then I think they're easy to beat.
One of our secrets to success this week is that Krepo acquired a cook fast. That's our secret weapon.
We heard a couple of weeks ago that EG, you know, the problem that they've had in that whole slump thing that people was being talked about was the fact that they didn't have a cook in the house, that Wicked's mum wasn't there to cook him, you know, there's 3 square meals a day that he needs to be the strong Dane that he is.
He's a pretty big boy, so maybe he needs to eat quite a lot to make that happen.
We heard there in the video that apparently they have been getting Krepo on the cooking, so that's always a good thing. Hopefully eaten properly before this one. On the other side, SK, you know, they locked Kevin in the apartment this morning to make sure he did a little bit of extra training. I think was the official reasoning behind why they did that. But then, you know, he called and said, hey guys, you left me and you locked me in. So he got here a little bit late this morning, but in time, of course, for their victory over the Giants.
Well, we'll see how this match plays out. SK Gaming do have the advantage coming into this one. They are 2-1 up over the Evil Geniuses. So EG, you know, they've had a very hit-and-miss season thus far. They'll be looking to finish with a bang. That's really what they want to do. And you heard them saying, look, we want to win this particular matchup. So we'll see how they play in this particular game.
Well, there you see Snoopeh, who promised to shave off that beard if the team managed to beat GAMBIT. They did that yesterday, So, that beard at some point is going to come off, and I'm sure that it'll be either streamed or there'll be a video about it.
I'm pretty sure it will be. If I remember correctly, he said he was going to do it on Monday or Tuesday, you know, pull up those viewer numbers, see if he can try match Wicked's 140,000 1v1 stream, but this time it'll be 1v1 man versus beard.
And I wonder who will win. It's always hard to shave off a beard that you've spent many weeks growing, I can tell you that.
It's a pretty manly beard, to be fair.
It is very manly.
Almost as dramatic as you shaving your head.
Yeah, but the beard's more manly. Let's be honest about that one. So the bans coming in here then. Jarvan aimed, of course, at HercuBot, and Nivea towards Froggen, Kassadin towards Ocelot.
Yeah, they don't want to have those assassins in there. They don't want to have HercuBot on his most comfortable jungler. It's also probably his most impactful jungler. Played 5 games with it, won 4 of them, and his KDA is 14. 14. Yeah. So that's fantastic.
That's kind of ridiculous statistics, to be honest with you. 14 KDA playing with that one, which is just incredible. He is actually the top KDA player right now. Just behind him is Candy Panda. They've actually got the bang-on same at 7.4.
So from last weekend's performances and this weekend's performances, they have shot up the rankings. Candy Panda was there last weekend. HercuBot from then till now has jumped up 3 spots from 4th to 1st in KDA. And then, of course, 3 members of GAMBIT rounding out the bottom 5.
So, picks coming in then. Lux was the final ban, by the way. So, 3 bans, all aimed at Froggen in this game. They let Thresh through, though, and that is going to be played, of course, by Krepo this time around. Elise and Nasus, which you would expect after, you know, what we've been seeing recently, of course, the Nasus in the jungle, and that Elise to go down towards Nif in the support role.
Yeah, so he's probably going to get his comfort pick, which will make him very, very happy. In terms of AD carries, Varus is still available, as is everybody else, but so are the likes of Zed, Kale, etc. So we know we've been seeing a lot of Zed being played by Wickd, so that's definitely a possibility. In terms of junglers, we have been seeing Snoopeh run Volibear, so that's a possibility. Alternatively, he may consider going for something like Nautilus, which is what he did fairly recently as well.
Well, it will be that Varus locked in with Zed, so yellowpete's in there. Zed, of course, could go to Wickd in the top, but also could end up with Froggen in that middle lane as well. SK here, probably going to pick up an AD carry in this round. I would expect, since they got last pick, that they'll leave their middle champion for last.
So AD carry in top lane. I was about to say Ashe because it was paired with Elise last time, and maybe even Renekton in the top lane. How can we forget Shen? Kevin's Shen performances have been so good. Played him 4 times, only won 2 games with him at the moment, but he's a very, very solid Shen player. The global presence that it's going to offer you is very, very good. And we might expect the 1v2s as well. I still remember Elise and Ashe going into the top lane, and we actually see Nif picking up, I think it was 3-0-1 with that Elise the first time we've seen it.
Yeah, incredible play from him in that game. Let's have a look then what EG are going to round off with. We've got the AD carrying support with Thresh and Varus. We've got Zed there, which could end up being with Wickd, could end up being with Froggen. But I think Froggen's going to go a little bit more standard here. I think he wants to beat Ocelot for one last time this season.
So again, we find SK Gaming leaving that last pick to a counter pick. They do this every single time. I'd have to actually double check, but I believe the vast majority of their games have been them securing that last pick counter for their opponents. If Malzahar is locked in, this is going to be Renekton for Wickd in the top lane, Jungle Malzahar for Snoopeh. Again, he's gone back to his A to Z of jungling. And then, of course, in the mid lane, Zed for Froggen.
Yeah, Froggen having Zed in that mid lane. What's Ocelot going to finish off with here? He's Kassadin, not available to him this time around. Kale, of course, is up there. And against Zed, makes perfect sense.
Yes, it does. It makes absolute perfect sense. The one thing that I would like to keep my eyes on is whether or not Ocelot can get his interventions off. To be very honest with you, his timing on that ability is a little bit shaky. Many weeks ago, we seen him playing a couple of games. It might even have been against DRAGONBORNS. And I distinctly remember him missing 2 or 3 of them in the river. Earlier this weekend, he was playing, and to be fair, he was stunned or taunted, or there was crowd control effects which were affecting his intervention, but it is an ability which he does tend to miss fairly regularly, and we'll see whether or not he can make it work this game, because if he misses it against either the suppression of Malzahar or the death mark of Zed, it will cost him his life.
And we have seen, as I said before, that Malzahar once already played by Snoopeh that time around. He didn't win the game, but it didn't look too bad, to be honest, that Malzahar.
I was fairly impressed by it because of the way Snoopeh actually handled the champion. He didn't put any points into his W, the pool on the floor. He was maxing out the Q and the E for the dot and for the silence. And he timed his ganks very, very well. His Voidlings have got 2 stages of growth. After 7 seconds, they'll mutate once, get some additional attack speed and damage, etc. Then after a further 7 seconds, they'll mutate a second time. And he was timing his ganks so that they would just mutate the second time and then go in there with the suppression and the dot and allow his Voidlings to tear apart his opponents. So we'll see if he can replicate that this time around. But I feel like there's a lot of HP and a lot of survivability. Elise is going to repel. You're going to have the Crystal Arrow from Ashe, intervention from Kale. The dog's going to become a giant dog. And of course, Shen's just going to dash away and put his own shield on.
And be around the map with that global presence that you are allowed there.
I don't think it debuffs.
You stand united. So we're going to get into this one here. Last game of the European LCS Spring split. Of course, it is EG on the blue side against SK on the red side. What can we expect here at level 1 from the setups that we've got? I mean, EG, we've already talked about how they really like to research teams at level 1 and try and counter what you would expect them to throw out there, their normal level 1 strategy. So level 1 for Evil Geniuses, I think, is going to be a little bit weaker than that of SK Gaming. When you add into the fact that you can have the slow from Reckoning of Kale, you've got the volley, which is an AoE, plus that guaranteed critical hit. It's very, very scary to deal with. If EG do decide to go for an invade, they'll have to be very tightly grouped and probably rely on either a stun from Wickd or that chain, the death sentence from Krepo. So we'll see how they play this one out there. Grouped up as 5, and it does look like they're going to move in, but they will walk straight into Hercubot's vision range very, very shortly. Yep, gonna get in there. Hercubot, don't think he was spotted as the hook comes in. A little bit off to the left-hand side, but EG have successfully got themselves into the jungle of SK Gaming right now. A ward put down on top of the red buff. That's been pinged right there, so I think they saw that that ward was, in fact, put down by Evil Geniuses.
So swing and a miss, but we'll see if they decide to go for it again. Krepo is moving into position. He'll have that death sentence available shortly. In the end, they decide to back away, but it looked like they got that ward, so it did play into their favor.
10 gold. That's what they lead by right now.
Breaking the bank.
Load of money.
Breaking the
early
bank.
level. So start here in the jungle. It's going to be, of course, EG on the Wolves. Snoopeh starting in there with his jungle. Malzahar. And on the top side, looks like Hercubot will go for Golems first.
And of course, you've got a very sustained build here from Wickd in his top lane. He's gone for 7 health pots as well as wards up there on the top. He's going to be wanting to fend off against Kevin for as long as possible. Both Renekton and Shen have obviously got sustained from their Qs effectively, and they're going to be staying alive there as long as they can, just trying to CS and waiting to become an impact. But there's no teleport from Evil Geniuses, so to counter that stand united, they're going to have to be in the right place at the right time.
They're going to put 2v1 in this middle lane as well. Froggen's going to go up top here. That will be against Ashe and Elise, and we're going to have the Varus Thresh versus Kale in the middle lane, which allows Shen and Renekton to have that 1v1 in the bottom.
So Ocelot's going to be able to farm fairly well once he gets 1 or 2 levels into that Righteous Fury. His E, the splash damage, and again, he can control waves from a relatively safe distance. Also, the fact that it's a shorter lane means it's a little bit safer to have that 1v2, but we'll see how well he can CS under pressure as Kevin does taunt up Wickd.
Yeah, already bashing against each other for this one. Wickd going very low. He did have that full pots and wards start from this one though, so he's got a lot of health to regen from that situation. Ocelot is going to have a bit of a tough time in this one, of course, up until 6 before he gets that intervention. That's a dangerous time for him.
Yeah, very, very dangerous indeed. He is handling himself relatively well, keeping up at least with his sort of opposite number, who in this case is obviously Froggen in the top lane. We do see in the bottom, Snoopeh's coming around. Wickd, he is going to get the stun to Kevin.
Yeah, but he's already shadow dashed away from that one, which meant that he didn't really see the effects of that stun on him, and he gets back to safety. Snoopeh just letting his presence be felt there in that one. So EG already putting down some damage onto this middle turret. Hercubot going to come in and give Ocelot a bit of backup.
So we do see a Snoopeh still hanging around in that bottom lane, so he's applying pressure to Kevin just to try and give some, some levels, some time to Wickd to farm up and try even it out. We also see that the red pot was drank by Kevin in that bottom lane, so he's got that fortitude pot busy, ticking over, and in effect. In the meantime, yellowpete and Krepo are shoving down this mid lane turret, and they're doing fairly well as far as CS goes.
Yep, Candypanda and Nif also applying pressure to Froggen's turret in the top lane, already down to half HP, so that's a nice little start from then. As soon as Froggen comes out, he's getting hit there with the arrows coming in. Kevin, is he going to get baited in here? I mean, Snoopeh is, of course, in that bottom lane, or was there. He's now started to finally back away to his jungle, though.
So we'll see how this game pans out at the moment, but absolutely nothing separating these teams as far as gold is concerned. And in terms of the solo laners, CS is bang on even here. So a fairly slow start to the game. Wickd is going to get caught out as Hercubot is snuck into the bottom half of the grass. And I don't think Wicked's aware of this. So he's got to be very, very careful. There's no vision and no wards there. If Hercubot gets a good taunt, he may be in trouble.
Yeah, and Wickd is actually going to face check straight into that one. He gets taunted up. The Ignite is down. Is he going to fall here? Yes, he is. First blood to Shen. And the face check again from Wickd. We've seen that from him before, and that given in another game, first blood away as well. And it's the same scenario here.
Yeah, you can't afford to do that. They've caught Ocelot in the mid.
Yeah, hooked in there, but with Snoopeh around, they still didn't quite have that damage. I don't think they expect that hook to really land there, which is why they didn't react so quickly to that one, but they are doing a lot of damage to this middle outer turret. It may fall here as well. There's a good amount of minions here for Evil Geniuses, and that outer turret will go down. That's the first one of the game. What a valuable start for EG.
Such a great start, and something you've got to remember is how powerful that Malefic Visions is from Malzahar. The E spell will be dealing damage to each minion, bouncing over to the next. As soon as Snoopeh cast that in the mid lane, Ocelot backed away. He didn't want it to bounce onto him, which meant that 1 or 2 extra auto attacks to help clear out the wave wasn't allowed, it wasn't permitted. Look at the positioning here from Evil Geniuses. They're moving into the top lane. Red buff is there, and they're going to come in behind Candypanda and Nif.
This is ridiculously dangerous now. Nif is in all kinds of trouble. He is going to repel there, but will he get away? The hook lands onto Candypanda. The flay will knock him back. Both players from SK here choosing to use those flashes. Snoopeh going to flash in. Is he going to get the kill? It's Krepo that picks it up in the end. Candypanda can't really push them back here. Nasus was coming up to help out as well, but in the end, great play out of Evil Geniuses, and they came through the jungle of SK, which is why they didn't get spotted. Candypanda went down the river to put that ward in there, but of course they went around it.
Yeah, they didn't anticipate that at all, especially when dealing with the jungle Malzahar. You almost wait for him to be 6. It was like when you had ganks from Warwick all that time ago. You wait for him to get his suppression before it's very useful. However, in this particular situation, Evil Geniuses land every single ability that they need to, and it was Krepo's Ignite that dealt that final tick of damage, and scumbag Krepo picks up the first kill for Evil Geniuses.
As we are used to here, by the way. As Wickd here and Kevin also doing a bit of damage to each other. Wickd came back into that lane after giving up first blood with his face check with a Doran's blade. Obviously, he did start out with a bunch of pots and the pink and green ward. You do see the giant spell actually coming out from Kevin, who did pick up that first blood. So nice boost that he got from that one. On the other side, though, the Sightstone is already there for Krepo, and that's why, with the support getting the kill there, it's not always a bad thing.
So this is something that Krepo likes to do. Instead of going for a GP10 early, he believes that the vision is more powerful, so does oftentimes go for that Sightstone, the HP that it gives you, and obviously on a champion like Thresh, you want to dive in there once you land the death sentence. It works very well into your favor. One thing that Snoopeh, even though he's got an assist, he is very far behind in terms of CS. He's level 5 to the level 6 of Hercubot, and there's a 20 CS disparity between the lanes, so he's got to be very, very careful with that. We were talking about the Giant's Belt on Kevin. Wicked's gone double Doran's Blade, so that money's been invested into stats now, and it's obviously not going to be upgradable later, so we'll see if Wickd can make that work.
Yeah, check between the AD carries as well. yellowpete having a better time of things right now. All-star AD carry for Europe, of course, 63 to 51. Vamp Scepter, Doran's Blade, boots the speed. On the other side, Zerkgreaves double Doran's for Candypanda. There's the blue buff, and actually it will be given over to Snoopeh this time around. Of course, the other alternative to that is Zed, who does benefit from the energy regen and the cooldowns, of course, but to be honest, Malzahar needs it more. That's just how it is when he's in that jungle. Ocelot is going to be coming back to this mid lane as well. Their blue buff is available for the taking.
So we'll see how Snoopeh handles this, because he's just hit level 6 now, and as you mentioned, blue buff on, so cooldown reduction will allow him to get his ultimate out a little bit more often. When you think about how much damage every single one of his lanes has, the kill potential is very, very good. Debuff has been started here for SK Gaming, and there's a 600 gold advantage to Evil Geniuses thanks to those very small CS advantages. Outside of their jungle, they're actually winning in CS across the board. But they're going to need to make those advantages stick by picking up a few more kills and taking control of the game.
Yeah, we see the Vamp Scepter coming in as well there for Zed up until now. And Ocelot going to be headed his way up towards that Nash's too. But Krepo and yellowpete have both come down now into this bottom lane. Looks like they're going to be hunting for turret number 2. Not a lot that Shen can really do against 3.
So this is something that we've seen from Evil Geniuses earlier today as well. When they were playing against the Wolves, they played the map very, very well. They controlled the towers, they controlled the engagement. So I really, really like this particular, push strategy from them. They've caught out Kevin, a little bit of damage down. So they've got 2 towers to the 1 of SK Gaming. It's obviously just going to give them all of that pressure across the map, especially now that they have positioning for Dragon.
And look at that, pushing that bottom lane right up on towards that inner turret. We do have Nasus there to help cover, but 3 men there for EG. Make that 4 as Snoopeh comes down for the middle. He doesn't have Smite available, but they should have enough damage here to take this one away. No vision in the immediate area by SK. Looks like this is going to be the Dragon for EG.
So immediately, this is something that we see it's a little bit different here from Snoopeh. He's put a single point into null zone, the W, and that's going to deal percentage HP damage. 4% of their maximum health per second. There's obviously a cap number when dealing with monsters, but it does mean that they can shred Dragon down very, very quickly and obviously use that to help ensure it gets taken safely. So well played to EG. As far as objectives go, they're firmly in the lead.
And we see Candy Panda and Nif actually pushing that top turret very heavily as well. Froggen going to come back in time to deal with that threat. He's currently ahead just about of Ocelot when it comes to the current CS totals. Ocelot has now got that Stinger finish, by the way, that we were talking about earlier.
So that's going to help him at least, CSing on the bottom lane. Wickd and Kevin going toe-to-toe. Hercupod's ghosted up. He's going in.
Yeah, they're going to go for Wickd. We do see the Wither put down. Spirit Fire actually will be avoided here by Wickd, but the Ignite is burning. Can he get away? Flash over the wall, and they decide not to follow him in with that one.
Great play by Wickd to be able to get to safety there and get away from that. So Summoner Spell traded for Summoner Spells. Hercupod burned his Ghost and Kevin burned his Ignite. So well played by them to at least get that out. And of course, Wicked's ultimate Dominus will be available fairly shortly. It's not the longest of cooldowns.
Ocelot having to farm up those wraiths. Obviously, he did have that 1v2 lane, and his tower was taken very, very early on, which means not in the safest of positions, but with intervention and the flash still available to him, he can farm in somewhat confidence there. But things, you can see how the whole map has really changed since those early turrets went down. The fact that you've got there Ashe and Nasus was even hanging around the middle, as we are going to see Froggen going now on towards Ocelot. There is the intervention used, and also Stand United coming in. The lantern was thrown down by Krepo, but Froggen said, nah, don't need it.
So I feel like a little bit of a premature Stand United was used there. Ocelot used his intervention perfectly and he dodged all of the damage from Deathmark. He's not out of the water now. The Krepo just misses that death sentence, unfortunately. But nevertheless, they got Stand United, so Evil Geniuses will be very happy with that trade. And right now, Ocelot's left alone to fend off against 3 members of the Geniuses.
Yeah, we are going to see Nasus and Elise both coming up to this one, but they need to get in there now. This could well be the final outer turret down. And it is going very low very quickly. EG are going to have this one away. We talk about how they played the map perfectly early on to take down the Copenhagen Wolves and secure the 4th spot here in the European LCS. And they're doing the same right now, moving from tower to tower and just taking those objectives.
It's a systematic destruction of the towers on the map, and they're rolling around. SK don't seem to be on the same page when it comes to actually, where they need to be to defend off the EG aggression. What I do like is a pickup here from Snoopeh again on his jungle Melzahar. The Spirit of the Spectral Wraith has been completed, so it's going to give him some good ability power, some good spell vamp, and obviously all of that regeneration. It's what we like to call a selfish spell vamp item. And it does work, and it complements his statistics so incredibly well.
Well, that's the thing. It might be selfish for him, but if he can help get kills elsewhere, definitely going to help out. Now it's Kevin's turn to be on the run, as Snoopeh is going to come in here as well. Nice taunt comes out. Is he going to be able to get in there for the ultimate here? Chasing in, there is a suppression, and it's going to be a lot of damage, but not enough to finish off Kevin. But Froggen chasing him down again. Kevin going to head back to the safety of his jungle.
Froggen either didn't listen to Snoopeh's call, or Snoopeh didn't tell Froggen that he was going, because Froggen backed off. He went back to pick up some CS, and then Malzahar put his ultimate down, and it was a perfect ultimate, but there was no Malefic Visions, there was no Voidling bashing away, and more importantly, there was no Froggen. On top of all of that, Froggen didn't even have his ultimate. So they were trying to pick up a kill on the tankiest member of the team with only one of the two ultimates. So not 100% convinced by that gank, but nevertheless, they do at least force him out of the lane and pick up some free CS for Froggen.
Yeah, and Froggen, earlier on, obviously did play a very strong Twisted Fate push, split push game, and that's another thing that Zed can do very, very well here. We saw it in our last game, for example, with Bjergsen, and it looks like that's going to be the plan here once again. The Dragon going to be up in less than 2 minutes' time.
But take a look at the positioning. The Ash Arrow is down and it's caught Krepo. Here's the fight.
Yeah, there is the taunt coming in as well. The Cocoon will land, boxes down, but Krepo not going to have time to react to that one. There's a Varus ultimate coming in as well. Wickd going low. The kill on Kevin does come down as well. Ocelot has to use intervention on himself, and Wickd now being chased, but he's still crucially alive from this one. Nif now is in a little bit of trouble. Cocoon lands, flash used. Ocelot trying to burst down Froggen, and what was a very, very long fight ended with just 1 kill for 1.
Yeah, so they traded 1 for 1, but they traded support for top laner. Stand United is not available in a fight, so it couldn't be used to continue fighting. And Kevin was pretty much left for dead. He tried to zone out members of EG, and at the same time, you know, Wickd and Froggen were able to jump in there and push out members of SK. So a good fight for both teams, to be fair. They both had good aggressive play, and they both managed to survive fairly low, but no clear winner right now, even though EG have the gold lead.
Ocelot pushing that top lane out, dangerous. There are 3 men there for EG, including Snoopeh, who's right now going to be doing this blue buff, obviously, with those Voidlings in there. Doesn't take any damage either while going through the jungle. That's one of the real big bonuses here of Malzahar. Going to do the same to the Wolves. We did see the red buff for EG going over onto yellowpete. Meanwhile, Wickd stole the red buff of SK.
So Malzahar with that blue buff again, obviously just going to allow him to continue farming safely and hold on to that. We'll see whether or not those red buff steals become of any importance once the next team fights break out. For the time being, in that particular engagement, yellowpete again had great positioning. For a moment, as EG were backing away, I thought he was going to be in trouble. The Ash Arrow, he's caught him out.
Yeah, cleansed away, though, by yellowpete, and will be saved by the Lantern. And that's, you know, apart from the hooks, that's one of the big advantages of having the Thresh. That Lantern comes in handy so often.
Yeah, it's really, really powerful for saving your teammates. That's 2 for 2 as far as arrows are concerned for Candy Panda. The last time we seen him running Ash, I had to call him out. He missed 1 in a 40-minute game. So I was not very impressed with that, and we'll see whether or not he can maintain the 99% accuracy that he had from the previous game.
Well, Spider's thrown in here as those wards put down on top of a ping, which quite interesting there because the ward was cleared previous to that one as well. As Froggen and Kevin going to go head-to-head here. The Deathmark going to do a lot of damage onto him, but Froggen is coming out not on top of this one. It's all about Kevin, who got blocked a little bit there by the minions. Wickd is coming in around the side, and Kevin will actually back away from this one without going down, but also Froggen, with that presence of Wickd, was saved.
So Froggen does not have any armor penetration right now, which is the reason he couldn't burst down Kevin. But they traded back and forth, and that actually bodes pretty well for Froggen because he was dealing well with that very tanky Shen. Now SK Gaming have position and numbers advantage on Dragon. They've got it very, very low, but EG are thinking about a fight.
Nicely done by SK. They're going to take that one away, and that brings them to within 2,000 gold here of Evil Geniuses. A game which they... for SK, it's more from their point to prove that they're worth that 3rd place that they've got wrapped up for this season and not lose to them the 4th place team in this final game.
Yeah, and remember that they've got a 2-1 heads-up record with Evil Geniuses, so they've done it before, and you know, if you go on historical evidence, they should be able to do it again. In terms of that Dragon engagement, we had a great Cocoon from Nif to zone out EG. yellowpete and Krepo were sort of, you know, inching forward, edging in view, and all of a sudden this Cocoon comes flying out, and they're like, well, you know, we're not really fans of Spiderweb, so we'll let you have that one. So well played by SK. They've kept it within 2K. They've stunned up Snoopeh, and there's the Ghost.
Yeah, well, that's a great ultimate coming out of yellowpete, but is it going to be enough to save Snoopeh in this one? No, but the Lantern will be. The hook comes in onto Kevin. Suppression for a half mile there across the map. Well, Hercubot is going to die. It's Froggen that picks that one up. He's going to keep going in here on towards Kevin. The Deathmark is down, not enough, and a great Cocoon from across the side there from Nif will save him. Well, that was a an amazing turnaround from EG without the virus ultimate coming and landing in there in the right position, and you know, Snoopeh's ultimate, the suppression there coming in as well. That would have been a different fight.
Man of the fight was that Chain of Corruption, completely shut down that SK advance. They're a team that needs to run in. Even more importantly, Stand United was on the back of Hercubot, so when he got rooted in place, that meant Kevin got rooted in place. We've seen another save from the Dark Passage, pulling Snoopeh to safety, and he responded instantly by locking up Kevin. So great play from EG. They're going to need to be a little bit careful, because if Snoopeh gets into this mindset that he can just use that Nether Grasp on Kevin Shen every time, Candy Panda and Ocelot are going to have free reign to deal damage in a team fight. So we'll need to watch how that goes, but for the time being, it's working out for them.
Let's talk about the items between the AD carries while we're on the topic of Candy Panda. BF Sword, Pickaxe, Berserker Greaves, Double Doran's Blade. Already the Blade of the Ruin King in there for Varus with the Berserker Greaves and a Pickaxe as well.
So the Blade of the Ruin King is going to be doing a lot of work onto the likes of Kevin and Hercubot because of the fact that they are obviously building HP and they're fairly naturally tanky champions. On the other side of the coin, Ashe is going to be tearing through Malzahar, Zed, Varus, and Thresh, because he's Candy Panda will eventually have that Infinity Edge. So you've got two very different builds, but when you consider that it's Kevin and Hercubot as the scary frontline champions that Varus has to deal with, it makes perfect sense.
There was a Hawk Shot coming out from Candy Panda, and they knew that they were actually coming in the jungle. I think a Hawk Shot was more to scare them away there, thinking, oh, we've been revealed, we better back off from this one and not challenge for that red buff, which Candy Panda did take down there in the end. So 3,200 gold lead is what EG have right now. 4-1 in turrets. They've already taken that middle inner turret down there. We can see the difference between the different lanes there. Actually, the top lane is ridiculously close with just a 130 or so difference between them. Middle lane, 7,000 to 5,200. That's mainly due to Froggen's 2-0-1.
And of course the 40 CS that's thrown in there. And of course the dragons, the towers, etc. So all those objectives are going to play into his favor. But at the moment, Froggen has not blown anybody up. I mean, if you think about the Zed play in the last 20 minutes, he tried to go toe-to-toe with Kevin. He couldn't make that work. He does now have a Last Whisper, though. So that's definitely going to help in those particular engagements. We have as many towers killed as we have champion deaths in the game right now. This is a game of strategic chess, and right now Evil Geniuses are moving their champions into play to catch out the Surgeon. He's about to run face first into Thresh, and we'll see whether or not EG can chase him, because he's being super cheeky and just running through the river.
I was going to say, if by face first you mean not at all, then you're definitely right with that one. Shen doing a great move to get off around the side. Due to that ward that they had up there by the red buff, saw them coming. Kevin gets to safety there with the rest of his team in that middle lane. Really nicely done. Candy Panda is pushing the top lane out as well, something that EG will have to reply to here shortly. And you can see that they're already starting to head north up the river.
So Kevin, being the ninja, he just avoids detection like only ninjas can, does a big loop around, goes back to the bottom lane to carry on farming and split pushing. But what we do see is the Evil Geniuses starting off a relatively early Baron. This will be the third earliest Baron if they succeed, because FNATIC got one in 15 minutes, GAMBIT got one in 18 minutes. Instead, they go, maybe this isn't the best of decisions, and back away quite wisely. But look at the vision for EG around that Baron pit. It is very clear that this is an objective they would like to challenge for.
Yeah, it certainly is. The wards as well in there, including that pink at the front, will allow them to clear things out, but it's still very risky this early on. Always is going to be. But also, you know, with the items that they've got in there, double Blade of the Ruin King, for example, it's possible.
You have taken the words out of my mouth. With the double Blades of the Ruin King, the percentage HP, and the null zone, that's definitely going to help them shred neutral objectives like that very, very quickly. But very wise that they do decide to back away. It's one of those objectives where if you try force it early and lose it, you end up, you know, throwing the next 5 to 10 minutes of the game away, because it's so much to come back from if it doesn't go your way. What we do see, though, is Wickd and Snoopeh starting this one out, and then the call is like, no, we don't. So a little bit of maybe confusion from Evil Geniuses. They're not quite sure what they should be doing, because they've gone back and forth a number of times.
Yeah, and SK lost all vision of it there. They were pinging like mad over towards the Baron pit. We will see a ward finally go down there in the back of it as Wickd spots that one. Well, slice and dice back into the Baron pit, takes that one down, and SK once more have no vision of any possible attempt on that Baron.
Well, nothing at all. Another, big item has been just completed for Snoopeh. The Liandry's Torment has been completed. So that damage over time and the HP-related damage is just going to be significantly more powerful. And you need to keep close eyes on how quickly Kevin and Hercubot's champions will get dropped by those respective abilities. Time being, though, it's still a 2,000 gold lead. This game just balances on a knife edge. The Dragon has respawned. Now, SK Gaming, they are trying to challenge for this. Stand United is available from Kevin, and will look for the Ash Arrow to open up the initiation, and has hit 3 out of 3 so far. That's the 4th one.
Yeah, and they've got in for Snoopeh there with that. And we do see the Dragon being taken down by EG. There's a hook landing, but onto Kevin. Not the ideal target. He'll try and flay them away as the box comes in. Chain of Corruption comes down. Ocelot going to get popped there, and he's not even used intervention. That's a key play in this one, as we will see Ash die as well. EG still pushing through. Nif's going to go down. Kevin going to be the next one to be focused. Double kill Renekton, and that's a 4-for-0 right now. There's Hercubot. Are they going to chase? I could imagine that they chase and then do Baron at this stage.
What a fantastic fight from Evil Geniuses. A 4-for-0 plus Dragon. How on earth did Froggen go in to 4 members of SK Gaming and not die? It does not compute. But great play from them. And very good counter-engage from EG. They ran further down the river, then re-engaged with the rest of their abilities. Very well played, and unfortunately, Ocelot again does not get that intervention off. I mentioned at the beginning of the game, it's one of his ultimates. He just doesn't always land when he needs to. And Evil Geniuses, they pick up Baron. Pressure is on.
Yeah, and that would have prolonged the fight, but the fact that it was so one-sided tells me that intervention in the end might not have made the biggest of differences, but certainly would have prolonged things and have had a slightly different outcome to it. It's allowed not only those 4 kills to come in, but more importantly, that Baron, a massive chunk of gold to spend for Evil Geniuses who have just gone home. Let's run through some of the purchases here from that pickup. We had, let me have a look. Last Whisper picked up for Varus, Locket of the Iron Solari, and the Sightstone upgraded, so Ruby Sightstone coming out of Krepo.
And just a needlessly large rod for the jungler of Malzahar. No problem, bro. The magic damage that's coming out from him is going to be very, very scary indeed. You don't have a traditional tank outside of Renekton. He hasn't built DPS just yet, but you've got 3 very scary damage threats. And what I like about this composition, and teams that run sort of AP Zyras, is that the longer the game goes, the scarier the team comp becomes. SK, however, have got 4 potential damage threats because Elise can do a very similar thing. But SK are simply not at that position just yet. They are way behind in gold and global objectives, and that is why they simply don't have as many big items completed.
Absolutely correct. Snoopeh going to be getting the blue buff here. As Evil Geniuses with that Baron buff on, expecting to see a very typical EG thing here, which is go completely tutorial style. Kevin in this bottom lane is in a lot of trouble now as the Deathmark explodes, takes half of his health away. Froggen not quite got the damage to finish though.
Not quite just yet. Even with the Sunfire Cape and that Giant's Belt, it's going to be enough for Kevin to stay alive. Froggen landed a lot of good damage down, but it does mean that they can take this tower for free, forcing Kevin out of the lane. That's effectively Kevin's lane. He wants to split push. He wants to just go down there, and it couldn't happen. Krepo just puts the ward down, but you can see that Nif is going to be able to just remove that. Pink ward is down. They're going to clear out the vision. Look for a death sentence to land. Deathmark is not available for Froggen either, so that's a very, very critical ultimate not available to be used.
We are seeing Ignites coming up across the board. Ghost will be in there soon as well, as Nif going to get jumped on from this one. He actually will repel. He had the intervention on him there as well. As soon as he comes down, he catches the arrow out of yellowpete. And that is another kill on the board for Evil Geniuses. But more importantly, that cocoon out of play for SK now.
yellowpete drawing that composite bow to full power with his Q-piercing arrow and just blows up Nif the second he lands. They get the first inhibitor turret of the game, and SK are nowhere near. They're not even going to challenge for this. This is a free inhibitor. Evil Geniuses have just got themselves a 10,000 gold lead. They still have Baron buff. They have an inhibitor down, and they now have complete control of this map.
Yeah, rest of SK backing off, but EG, they've got gold of their own to spend from this one. They've got minions to push up middle. Top lane is quite heavily pushed down as we see the Hawk shot just revealing A little bit of the area there for Evil Geniuses. Let's have a look what they go home to buy this time. We now have a 3-0-4 for Froggen, 1-0-5 for yellowpete. There is a Randuin's Omen added in for Renekton. We did see a Bulwark, by the way, being picked up earlier on by Nasus. That's definitely going to help SK out a little bit, but I have to feel that once these items start coming in even more, it's going to be bad news. There's still 1,000 gold for Froggen to spend as well when he goes back.
You've also got to remember that Runic Bulwark or the Aegis of the Legion has not been picked up by Evil Geniuses just yet. So as the game goes on and that damage becomes less likely to just insta-kill someone, that's when there's those aura items are going to become very, very important. But the Randuin's Omen on Wickd is very, very key for keeping Shen and Nasus and Ashe out of the fight. Slow their attack speed, slow their movement speed. Don't allow them to get in there and to control the pace of the game. But with super minions in the bottom lane, it alleviates a lot of pressure from the Evil Geniuses.
There is a static shiv actually picked up by Candy Panda. Gonna be clearing out a lot with that, that's for sure. Did see the Crit Cloak and a Pickaxe picked up as well for yellowpete on the other side. Giant Belt for Froggen as well. So the smaller items on that last shopping trip. But look at this, inner turret, EG walk in there. Not a single thing that SK Gaming can do about it. That's how far behind they are now.
Yeah, and they weren't even in position to try and defend it. They just simply were not around at all. So, well played by EG to realize that there was an exposed tower. You can see that massive, massive wave of minions on the bottom line, pushing up. That will include super minions. Right now, Evil Geniuses are stacked up as 5. Baron has worn off. And you'll just see those malefic visions jumping from minion to minion and see if they can catch some SK members as well.
And this is something that SK need to calculate in their defense now. The fact that super minions are coming up. There's a Hawk Shot just burnt to make sure that everyone was around for EG.
And of course, the Hawk Shot does tend to be followed by the Crystal Arrow of Candy Panda. It tends to be how he opens up. Make sure he has full vision, and then he lands that ultimate down. With that Baron not being there, and with Kevin having Stand United available, they could decide to initiate or start a fight. Right now, Wicked's tanking up the turret just a little bit. yellowpete's getting some good damage down. Well, it's actually not all that much. It was only 2 hits, but they'll be working that up shortly. Well, Froggen's pushing the mid lane. It's Evil Geniuses, Evil Geniuses, Evil Geniuses right now, because SK, they don't really know what to do.
Yeah, and look how slow they've reacted to this one as well. EG going to get it away. Froggen dashes out from the Ash Arrow. He actually then hit yellowpete behind him, who cleansed that one off. There is the defense now on the inhibitor. They need to hold on to this one.
So Cleanse is down. If they manage to taunt him up or land a cocoon onto yellowpete, they can drop him. But he's not the only damage threat. Intervention needs to save whoever gets attacked by that death mark of Froggen. And then they need to drop the likes of yellowpete and Snoopeh next. Wickd will deal a lot of damage over time, but he's going to need a lot of time to burst someone down. He's got no damage items, and there's the flash taunt.
Flash is coming in, but here comes Chain of Corruption, and Kevin is going to not quite go down. The intervention did come in. The box down by Krepo. Nif will die on the bottom side. Ocelot gone very, very low as he tries to get back over on towards a fountain. He will escape from that, but EG have taken down inhibitor number 2, and they may just try and finish off here. As the hook will land on Kevin as well. A ton of more damage comes out. Snoopeh gets that one.
Froggen still has death mark available. SK are on the counter attack though. Can they get any extra frags?
Ocelot just chasing there after yellowpete. He used a lantern to get away. Wicked does go down to Ocelot in the end. Hercubot couldn't quite follow up there, even with that ghost popped. And yeah, they'll quite happily take that 1 kill from that push that they've just done. They took inhibitor in the bottom lane and in that top lane. They've done some damage to the inhibitor turret in the top lane as well. They're taking away blue buff. The Dragon's there for the taking.
And yeah, it's a complete decimation right now. SK Gaming, they seem to be floundering a little bit. It's almost as though they don't know what to do with themselves when you're watching them on the map. Evil Geniuses, on the other hand, they've got reformed vigor. This is the team that will be facing the Copenhagen Wolves next weekend in a best of 3. And you can bet anything that the Copenhagen Wolves are watching this going, we know what to prepare. We know what to think about. They're taking notes on how to beat EG. It's a very, very important matchup.
Yeah, the problem that EG seem to have, though, is that different EGs turn up on different weekends here, or at least that's been the case so far. Today, though, looking very, very good. They'll need that form surely next week when they play against another informed team in the form of Copenhagen Wolves. Other purchases, what have we seen here? Frozen Mallet was taken by Froggen, so, you know, healthy, good damage, and he's going to be slowing you while he's chasing you down. You don't escape from that, Zed. In terms of Malzahar there in the jungle, blasting wand, that needlessly large rod in there as well, and this game has been a lot more successful. We can safely say that for the Malzahar of Snoopeh.
Yeah, no question about it. In addition to that, the frozen mallet, that's something that we actually seen Bjergsen doing earlier today. So we'll see, you know, how this build works out for Froggen. He's currently 4-0-5, no deaths, along with Snoopeh and along with yellowpete. So as far as the carries, the people that need to stay alive are doing, they're doing a very, very good job of it thus far. yellowpete is about to pick up that Infinity Edge. He's got almost enough gold, and that's obviously going to just give him another massive power spike. Baron has respawned, and Evil Geniuses, they position themselves for this. They've got the wards in place, and it does look like they're going to go for this one.
Yeah, wards are down. EG starting off the Baron in full force. Will SK do anything about this one? Stan United is available. Well, they're just too late to get anywhere near. There's the hook landing onto Hercule, but they decide not to follow over, or at least they thought they did. Froggen went over there in the end. The rest of EG coming a long way around that Baron pit, and now they're pushing things down. They're pinging to the top lane, and they are going to do it in, you know, the style that we expect from EG, which is by the book, every single turret, every single inhibitor, and then go for the win.
So they do see that opening, and they're just going to allow the super minions to push in and do some of the work for them. We'll see how quickly they can get in there. And inhibitors respawned, and within 2 seconds of it coming back to life, the construction crew are just like, come on, man, we just got that finished. The inhibitor drops again. The middle inhibitor will be up in probably a minute or so's time. And now Evil Geniuses, they're just going to roll around to the top lane, allow the super minions to do the work in the bottom lane, and they're going to try finish out this game. Like you said, by the book, the textbook numbers of just 1, 2, 3. Close out their spring split with a win.
Well, they're up with the minions now onto that inhibitor turret. Look at the health of it. Already taken about a quarter of its damage as Hawk goes flying in, doesn't quite connect. Bit of poke coming out from Froggen there, as does yellowpete with that piercing arrow.
So we'll see how this goes right now. Crystal Arrow is still available, and Evil Geniuses are playing very, very brave. They were tanking up the turret for quite a while, and you can just tell by their positioning on the steps, they are no longer afraid of SK Gaming. Same time, Froggen is pushing this middle lane. He's going to make sure those minions get up there very, very soon. And as we said, that middle inhibitor will be up shortly. Deathmark is available for Froggen, so expect somebody to just go pop in the team fight.
Yeah, I imagine that will happen, and Ocelot's got to be fast on the fingers. We see the hook come out again, doesn't quite land on Nif, but they forced SK away, and they've picked up that final inhibitor turret. That just opens the floodgates now for Evil Geniuses in this one. Cocoon going to land on towards Krepo, not followed up by SK though. The inhibitor will be this next target. That's not going to last longer than 20 seconds or so in this one, and now SK defending on top of the Nexus turrets. They've managed to catch Wickd out though. Kevin taking a lot of damage. He's inside of the box. Is he going to go down? Intervention is on him. Well, Ocelot will actually find the fury here of yellowpete as Varus goes down. Candy Panda trying to run. The Ignite was ticking. I think Froggen thought he got the kill there, but Candy Panda escaped. Either way, first Nexus turret going to go down. Second one will follow very quickly here, and it's up to Nif, Hercubot and Candy Panda to stop the Nexus going down. They know it's going to happen, and Evil Geniuses will take down SK Gaming in the final game here of the LCS Europe Spring Split. Great performance.
Evil Geniuses in complete control of that game from the get-go. They never let the ball slip. Both Snoopeh and Froggen walk away untouched. 0 deaths in that game. Great clinical play and a well-deserved victory.
Yeah, and that was, of course, fourth place beating third place. Just shows you how open the league is, and, well, was, I guess we can say by now, since that was the final game of this spring split. That's been it for us here on the Cáceres. For now, we're going to go over to Deman and Jason to break down the match.
Fantastic performance from Evil Geniuses there. And, well, they round out themselves with an actual win, another win, and they go 3-2 for Super Week. So Super Week actually turned out to be not so bad for them, despite the disgusting, really, start for them. They were terrible against all authorities versus against all authorities. And they seem to have turned it around so well at the end here, and actually taking down not only Gambit but also SK Gaming. Suddenly, if they'd have had this form at the start of the weekend, they could have gone 5-0.
Yeah, it seems they might have found their consistency as well, which is really important going into the playoffs. Like you said before, I mean, they took down Wolves, Gambit, SK now. They just look phenomenal in each of those games. It's unfortunate they found it at the last half, but at least they found it. coming into the playoffs.
But maybe coming into the playoffs, that is the right time to find your form. But of course, they're going up against the Wolves, who also found their form. They did beat them earlier on in the day, though, but it was a very close game. That best of 3, of course, that will be coming up next week. But let's talk about this match, because there were some incredible plays really across the board from Evil Geniuses there.
Yes, there was. So I like some, well, okay, first of all, I like the actual Malzahar pick out of Snoopeh because he wanted to redeem himself here going with his A to Z jungle guide. But there were some really key plays that even Quickshot was touched on in the middle of the game. Is that, you know, Snoopeh, he fell behind early on, which, you know, you don't really, or you expect to happen out of a Malzahar because you're not obviously the fastest clear. So what Evil Geniuses did to counter that, so you had a 2v1 in the middle lane, for you had yellowpete and Krepo there. They took the turret very early on, and then they just rotated down to the bottom, knowing that Snoopeh was in the vicinity, so they would give him a free lane to farm up, catch up, get his level 6 finally. Took that turret as well. It was very well planned. It's like they knew exactly what they wanted to do going into this game. Not to mention the entire lineup. So they had 2 Blade of the Rune Kings. You had Varus with his % health damage, and then you had Snoopeh, so he has his % health off his W, % damage off his Leandries. It was just like any person they ever caught would just get blown up.
And that suppress, of course, was used excellently on Ocelot a lot of the time, really just completely preventing those interventions coming in before they even came out of that suppress. There was either 1 or 2 members dead.
And that's what I was wondering. I was talking with Deman during the game is, did they bait Ocelot into that Kale? Because of that whole lineup. I mean, the biggest counter to Kale is CCing him so he can't ulti. And they did that very well. Even in this replay we're going to show you, it was so perfectly well done by Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, so let's check out that replay. It was all about the dragon fight early on, and it seemed that it was a dragon fight that actually Evil Geniuses didn't really want, but they got anyway.
Yeah, we were looking at that. We even watched it a couple times saying, did they want to engage that? I mean, they fought it, but it wasn't like the ideal hook that Krepo opened up with. Let's get the replay on your screen and show you exactly what confused us. And I also want to point out one thing in particular here, is that you're going to notice Froggen. He is on the side. I'm keeping the whole this whole thing up just to show you where everyone is currently. So Froggen, he's on the side. SK knew he was there. Like, they knew he was there. They had a ward there to spot him. And the whole point is that you're going to see Krepo. He's going to hook onto Kevin when he comes into the fight. And you see some confusion happen in EG, but then you see just something out of nowhere. Like, someone makes a call. As you see Froggen, he's like going in and out. Like, they're still confused right here. But you see the call happen when Krepo lands the hook onto Kevin. They're like, oh, we should run away, You know, it's not the person we wanted to hook. You see Froggen in the back line. He's like, you know what, I'm going to go in. I fancy our chances here. And he, in fact, does go straight over to Candy Panda, and Krepo with the perfect play stops the taunt out of Kevin. And then 4 members of SK just turn right onto Froggen. Like, they knew who they needed to kill. The problem was, you see Ocelot get silenced. He got locked down with the Malzahar ultimate, and he just blew up. He could not get the ultimate off, and then they just killed him off 1 by 1. Not to mention Froggen, who 1v4 in the entirety of that fight was able to survive and get away. And just EG, I mean, that was so well played, going from a fight where they weren't sure if they actually wanted to commit to it into just making it happen and making it a win. Because they got 4 kills, they got Dragon, and they got Baron off of that.
And MVP was actually pretty hard to call for this one because, frankly, there was so many good players. We thought about Krepo for the flay there, stopped the Shadow Dash, stopped everything in its tracks, threw the box down so SK couldn't proceed. And then while they couldn't push in, they'd also got Froggen in the back, and then Wickd dived through. But it was all about the man that does the damage for EG. Nearly called him SK for some reason. But for Evil Geniuses, it was, of course, Froggen in that mid lane on Zed. Once again, proving that he really is the ultimate carry. Ended the game 4-0-6 on Zed and just worked wonderfully once again.
And not to mention his twist of fate earlier against Copenhagen Wolves. Like, he has really stepped up for Evil Geniuses overall this entire week, just really getting them back into the form that we used to know them as.
Well, we are, of course, going to get across to the main stage. I did hear a rumor that it could be a cruel summer for these teams, and it's no more than physical because it's okay, because I know someone that can help. So let's get over to our very own support. It is going to be Soraka Sjokz.
Thank you very much once again, Deman. Now, yellowpete. Talk me a little through picks and bans, banning out Kevin's Rumble, something we haven't seen a lot, but is definitely necessary. And then just have to cheat here. Oh, of course, Snoopeh, giving him another chance on Malzahar jungle, allowing him to do that. A lot of trust.
Well, we had the bans we kind of copied from our last game. We didn't want to have to do with the Kassadin, because it's typically a pretty strong pick against us, and they like to run Jarvan a lot. Valkyrie is really, really annoying when he plays Jarvan, so we banned that out as well. And then for the third ban, we thought, like, formerly we would ban Kha'Zix, but we thought there weren't really any good, strong Kha'Zix player on their team, so we just chose the Rumble since he was so successful with it, and it's just really, really hard to handle in team fights. And we were kind of looking towards the Malzahar already as well, and just having those immobile, squishy champions kind of means that you don't want to have like the Rumble ult being able to snipe them wherever he kind of wants to in team fights, so we banned that out as well.
Yes, and it went very well for you guys. In a pre-interview, Nif said, it's actually, if you ban out the right champions against them, it's pretty easy. And then they banned out 3 of Froggen's champions, so is Froggen the only one who's good on your team?
Well, maybe they think he's the least versatile, or he cannot adjust to new picks or something, I don't know.
No, but how has EG grown, like, through the LCS, or how have you personally think that you've stepped up a little?
Overall, I think the team dynamic hasn't really switched massively. Like, the distribution of, like, who carries games and who's a more traditionally more supporting role has not really changed that much.
And final question, of course, what an important week for you guys next week and going up against the Copenhagen Wolves. So Joe Miller that said, you never know which EG is going to turn up. Which EG is going to turn up next week?
Well, hopefully the better one.
Rightly spoken. Thank you very much, yellowpete, and good luck next week. All right, time to go over to Quickshot and Joe one last time to take us through the weekend's matches.
Thanks a lot, Sjokz, dropping me in it there with Pete. But he answered it correctly with the better one. I hope that they bring that in there for their quarterfinal against Copenhagen Wolves next week as well. But that's the end of the summer split, or at least of the regular season matches. Of course, next week is the playoffs, then we'll have the promotion relegation. But first, before we get into all that and who's going to be playing who, let's have a look at what we've seen already here today. For week 10, day 3. It's been a super week. It's been a long weekend, I can tell you that. We started off the day with FNATIC versus DRAGONBORNS. Strong performance out of FNATIC there with that win. Then we moved into GAMBIT versus Against All Authority. Was actually a similar scenario, unfortunately for Against All Authority there. Then into SK Gaming versus Ozone Giants. Obviously, SK already sealing up their 3rd place from that one. Then the big one, really, the one that set us up for the day almost. This is one that everyone was looking forward to because it could really change things in that 4th and 5th position. EG looking very good against the Copenhagen Wolves and ending with a win.
Yeah, it was a really coordinated effort from Evil Geniuses, and of course the fact that, you know, this was the match that secured them that 4th position. Match 5 of the day was FNATIC taking down the Ozone Giants in a very, very one-sided affair with xPeke just destroying with Ari, followed up by Copenhagen Wolves defeating GAMBIT. It was a great game to watch. It was exciting, and it was one that many people were anticipating for today. Second to last game of the day, we've seen the DRAGONBORNS stepping up and HosaN leading the charge with Draven once again to take down Against All Authority. And finally, the match you just seen, Evil Geniuses taking out SK in a fairly slower paced game, but again, arguably one-sided.
Yeah, one-sided, but a great showing, you know, of how to win a game of League of Legends against a team that, you know, could say arguably is better. The standings certainly show that. And speaking of those standings, we have them. They're complete now. So let's bring up the league table and guide you through where everyone has finished in this one. FNATIC with 1 win more than GAMBIT here will secure that 1st position in the league. Then we have GAMBIT, of course, in the 2nd with 21 wins for 7. And that brings us then to our 4 playoff teams. SK Gaming finishing 3rd. They will play the 6th place against All Authority. And then we'll see Evil Geniuses versus the Copenhagen Wolves.
And of course, rounding up the standings is the Ozone Giants in 7th with DRAGONBORNS in 8th. Those are the 2 teams that will make it into the summer promotion tournament, which is the weekend after our playoffs. So it's going to be an exciting weekend next weekend.
So let's get down to the juicy bits, the playoffs. Let's see who's going to be playing who and what the possibilities are here. Game 1. SK Gaming versus Against All Authority, 3rd versus 6th. The winner goes on to play 2nd place GAMBIT in the semi-final. And then we have the Copenhagen Wolves versus EG.
So that will be a rematch of today's earlier game, which was fantastic to watch. And Evil Geniuses will need to repeat their performance of taking down the Copenhagen Wolves if they would like to advance and challenge FNATIC in the semi-finals. Of course, the losers of those round 1 games of SK, AAA, Copenhagen Wolves, or EG will then drop down to the summer playoffs, and they will need to re-qualify for the summer split. Their jobs are on the line, and we'll find out which teams secure their places in next weekend.
Yeah, going to be a very interesting next couple of weeks. Don't forget, guys, if you've missed any of the action from the entire season of the LCS here in Europe or in North America, you can find all the VODs, recaps, and all the statistics over on lolesports.com. That's been it from me and Quickshot for this half of the summer split. Of course, we'll be back with the playoffs and the promotion relegation over the next couple of weeks. I just want to say a personal thank you to all of you fans out there who've bared with us and stayed with us for these 10 amazing weeks. And, well, we'll see you next week for the playoffs. We're going to go over to Sjokz for one last time today for some final thoughts.
Thank you very much. It's already been a great spring season here in Cologne, but of course we still have the playoffs coming next weekend and after at the relegation matches, so there's a lot of fun times to come. You know, there were 20 games in the last 3 days. I'm having trouble to remember all of them. Were some great ones, so go over to lolesports.com to check out all those VODs and all the information you need. And for next week, the playoffs start Friday the 26th of April at 3 p.m. Central European Time, and we're going to have 2 best-of-3s. First up is going to be SK Gaming versus Against All Authority, and then Evil Geniuses taking on Copenhagen Wolves. It's going to be 2 great matchups, and remember, the team that loses will be at risk of being out of the LCS, so there's so much on the line. I'd like to thank all of you for tuning in all weekend, the people at home, the people in the studio, all of us here, the production crew. Thank you very much, and we'll see you at playoff week.